Did you see Superbad?
Superbad.
Yes.
He was the skinny kid in Super. Not McLovin, the other one.
That guy is hilarious, but I didn't think that commercial was funny that much.
Oh,
I
my
know
God.
exactly what
I
it is
thought
now.
that commercial was
What did you
so
say he was
funny.
from, Chop?
These eyes.
He was in Juno,
These
right?
eyes have seen a lot of things, but they're never gonna see another that I had with you. Do you remember that part in Superbad where he's in there with the coke heads and he has to sing?
Movie.
I thought you were talking about the commercials.
That movie it's not rated properly. It's one of the all-time great comedies.
Classic.
It's
What
a
was your
great-
favorite commercial?
I thought Arnold's was funny.
That won the ad meter.
Did it?
Yep.
The Duncan one was
Yeah,
funny.
very good.
I forgot they were back together. Because I asked
Who?
my wife, I was like,
J-Lo?
oh yeah, are Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez like back together?
We talked about that on Friday.
But I forgot.
told you that she divorced and got back to it with him, and he looks defeated by everything. He's always just like, I gotta smoke this cigarette because I'm
He
gonna.
does look like he's always defeated, doesn't he? She's like,
They've been
hey,
together
together
for
for like
the
2
door
years
for
now,
me,
though,
yeah.
right?
Oh, the Marino Eminem was fine.
Yep, I like that
Poking
one.
fun at himself.
I have a serious question.
Christopher Walken.
Does he?
Oh, Christopher Walken was my
That
number
one was really good. Does Dan Marino really have a boat called the Dan Marina? Because
I hope so.
he should.
I
That
would.
Christopher Walken one was good. I could see how that would beat him down all the time.
Kawasaki mullet.
That's good.
What, Corey?
That was the hell is happening moment, but it was glorious. I liked it.
Mayo Cat. Popeye Wings. That was just because of the actor that was in that was kind of funny. Anyone get destroyed? Lowest rated?
Man, I just had no idea Pluto TV had this kind of money. They were all over.
I didn't know Temu had all this money. I mean, everything on there is $1.50.
And then
They have
everyone
Solani.
was,
They also
everyone's
have all your
been saying it
information,
wrong,
so.
too.
And how about that lawyer who does the weird commercials locally? He was on at like halftime, and I was like,
yeah.
what's his name? Is it Ben Abbott?
Abbott, yeah.
Yeah, Ben Abbott. I was like, man, we should have got
Hey.
a fan commercial on there.
For halftime, that's what I'm going to talk about for baseball nuggets because I switched over to MLB Network.
Oh.
So,
At halftime?
yeah.
You
Sounds
missed a
about
great
white.
show.
Oh, my
You
God.
missed a great
Oh,
show.
my goodness.
And,
I like that.
and so
You didn't
that'll
like
be.
Usher?
He's all right. He's fine.
Okay.
I know all his. I don't know all his songs, but I mean I know his popular songs. I don't really care about the halftime show too much. So, but turning over to MLB Network will be my baseball nuggets, which was really fun.
Hang on. Were they actually live during the Super Bowl?
No.
That seems like a real. Okay.
No.
I was saying, that seems
I'm
like a real
teasing.
big waste of.
The
people.
moment I fell in love with baseball and said, not only am I going to try to be like my dad, but I'm going to be a Major League Baseball player was because of this. So that's why I was engaged with MLB Network because it brought me back to how did I completely fall in love with baseball?
That's a good tease.
Yeah.
MLB Network.
Do they still do the Puppy Bowl?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they do.
What
Highest
channel was that
ratings
on?
ever.
They have it on a bunch of channels now. It used to just be Animal Planet. Now it's like TBS, TNT.
What did you say, Corey?
Highest ratings ever, all the
Did
time.
you guys watch on Nickelodeon at all? I never turned
did.
over.
I did not.
I did. It was
Bobby
good.
said it was great.
Yeah, just in general, I think the whole graphics and the way they deliver the game is really good. They like do pause breaks to have SpongeBob explain rules and stuff. It's good.
And then
Did they do that for the 49ers when it went to overtime?
No, it did not do that. Unfortunately. Yeah, they had SpongeBob cut away and tell them why Kyle Shanahan should have deferred at overtime.
Hey, shout out real quick to my buddy Ryan Dries. He's ticked because he's a 49ers fan.
He already
Yeah.
texted me this morning.
Yeah,
It's been longer since they won a Super Bowl than the Cowboys.
Yeah.
we got that going for us.
In your face, Bonte.
I tell
Your
you,
face,
maybe,
Bonte.
maybe in the second half, the 49ers just got burnt out of football.
They're tired, man.
It just took them a few more weeks.
Yep.
You know, now we know the Cowboys get burnt out in December.
They got the bye week. That's why they were able to drag it out longer.
The KMC masterpiece
What
is
about the
next
Chiefs, then?
on the Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. Security.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm really curious because we were kicking this around. First of all, congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs, the Super Bowl champions. What was the biggest...
This hat worked out in Oxnard, didn't it? I wore it in Oxnard.
You didn't inspire anybody from the Cowboys to do anything?
Well, I told them this is the reason I'm wearing it, but it did inspire the Chiefs because they didn't get burnt out. Even though they go to all the Super Bowls, they didn't get burnt out, and they decided to try when it mattered the most.
Well, congratulations to them for winning the game and also not getting burnt out is maybe the biggest moment, play, decision in the game, because I think we might all be on different pages.
Yeah, I agree.
I do think there are multiple options for this, but for me, it was the Christian McCaffrey fumble on early in the game.
The first drive.
Because especially when you saw what happened after that, is the San Francisco defense crushed Kansas City straight away. And they were just moving the ball down the field at will. I know the first possession alone does not dictate what's going to happen in a game, but man, oh man, early on, it looked like the 49ers were the better team on the field. And I thought if they score right there, and I know they got out to a lead eventually anyway, but I thought if they scored right there, it looked like they were going to control this game all night long.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely one of those moments. It would have been for Kansas City. I think it would have been a stronger part if they had taken more advantage of it right afterwards. Like, that's a huge factor, is that it pretty much was a nil point at that point. So I felt like later on in the game, the muff punt was definitely the one. That was that one, and then there was a blitz on third down that one of your corners blitzes and knocks a Purdy pass down. I thought that was huge.
When they made the 57-yard field goal. Sorry, I'm forgetting his name.
Butker?
Yeah.
Harrison Butker.
Because I was about to say Bueller, and I'm like, I know that's not right. I texted the whole group, because we still had the Las Vegas, at least I kept it alive, I said, I feel like Kansas City's hanging around enough that San Francisco is going to regret that they're not up by more. So to your point, Corey, when that crazy play happened, I don't think it's anybody's fault. You're just unlucky that it hits the back foot of your guy blocking.
And a good thing for replay, because, man, they were crushing the punt returner, and then you look back and it was like, well, I think the issue he had is just fall on the ball. It looked like he was trying to get the ball and still make a play.
Try to run up and catch the ball. Try to yell, whatever. I don't know. Peter is what Romo said.
Omaha.
Try to go up there and catch the ball then. And that way, there's no doubt in that situation doesn't accidentally hit your guy.
I think you're just unlucky because it was such a bad punt. Maybe, I don't know, but I just feel like it was such a bad punt that they got lucky. But it was, to your point, Kevin, San Francisco let a Kansas City team struggle, hang around where it should have been at that point 20-6, let's just say, something like that. And because they didn't play as good as they could have played early on, it kept Kansas City alive. So then when that play happened, the next play, you're like, I can't believe we're losing. You know, if you're a San Francisco fan, we should be up by more points. And I will say, I agree with you. Early in the game, San Francisco looked like they were going to easily score a touchdown to start the game off. But then Kansas City matched by when Mahomes makes the great play, then the next play, they fumble inside the 10-yard line. So I felt like, this makes the two teams that should have scored even on their turnovers that they should have scored on. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's true. But I guess at that point in my mind, it would have been 10-0. But you're still right. Is those fumbles did feel like they kind of evened out in the first half.
Kevin, how we talk so often about the middle four.
Yes.
And I was trying to explain to Adrian how all this was unfolding. I was like, this is perfect. Like, this is exactly what they wanted. They said
Your wife cared to watch. All right.
She did. And Lucy sat there right there with me the whole time, too.
Was she so happy at the end then?
She went, actually, I'm sorry. She had to go to sleep around Beyonce's ad.
That probably makes sense.
It was that window where you went, okay, they deferred the kick. San Francisco took the ball. They defer. They're like, all right, they're going to take that. In that window, your Andy Reid's hoping that he has the ball going into halftime and they're going to get it on the other side. That's a 10-point swing if it happens. And then Mahomes throws an interception. In my mind, I was like, that's it. Like I said, that's it right there. That's when this one's over. He just threw that interception, and it was a play where it was out of the ordinary for him to do that in that moment. Like, that was a bad throw by him. And so I thought that window right there was going to be the game changer. And fortunately, again, their defense holds up like we discussed all week long. People kept saying y'all are sleeping on the Chiefs' defense. I was like, no, we talked about it handily all week. How important it was. Chris Jones late in the game. What was it? 6 pressures on the last few plays. It was amazing.
And I think that's where it's nothing against Mahomes, because I get the run at the very end. It's odd to me that this game's takeaway was an offensive MVP in a game that felt like it was so dominated by defense for most of the game. Like, I understand they went on the Super Bowl winning drive in overtime and actually scored a touchdown, which is something the captain field goal usually couldn't do.
Oh, man.
I was surprised because this felt like a game dominated by defense. I don't know who the specific person you would have picked out as the Super Bowl MVP was, but it did feel odd to me to have an offensive MVP in this game.
Well, I guess because when the game mattered, nobody made a defensive play.
Maybe that is true.
Like, an incomplete pass was a field goal for San Francisco. And then if you go back to the end of the game with 1:53 left, Kansas City gets the ball back and they drive all the way down the field. It's just that, as Dan Orlovsky put it this morning, and I agree with this, Kansas City was going to score a touchdown if the time wasn't against them. They just had to. In a weird way, who's the all-pro center who can't snap a football?
Creed Humphrey.
Yeah, Creed Humphrey. Yeah. Like, he's just shin-burning Patrick Mahomes all night long.
And Mahomes, being the shortstop that he is, knows how to make a play.
The play where Rashee Rice, I think you see true leadership where Dak wouldn't have said anything, is Rashee Rice is upset that he doesn't get the ball in the middle of the field there on the snap with 10 seconds to go. Well, Patrick Mahomes has to bring his eyes down to the ground every time the ball is being snapped, and then he had to pick that ball up off the ground. So he can't read the defense off of a snap that's supposed to be around your belt or chest area. And maybe he's just going to go to Travis Kelce no matter what. That's just a one read just to give yourself maybe enough time to run another play. And Andy Reid decided, let's just kick the field goal with 6 seconds to go and not take the chance of we don't tie this game up. But Rashee Rice is upset. I'm like, you should be upset with your center because your quarterback can't read the field because he's getting shin burned every time on these snaps. But I thought Dan Orlovsky made the point of, like, look, San Francisco did not stop Kansas City in the end from winning the game in regular time. It was just that Kansas City ran out of time to win the game in regular time.
Kevin, you brought this up last week, and I really was like, look, bringing him down's the most important. But through the first 3 quarters, they were pressuring with 4 against Mahomes 46.4% of the time. They were pressuring with just 4.
They were in his face, man.
In the fourth quarter, that dropped down to 19%. They couldn't get home, and so the defensive coordinator, Steve Wilks, says, well, all right, it's time to blitz. And he blitzed 5 times. Mahomes was 5 for 5 against the blitz for 42 yards, including that third down conversion of McKinnon. So he was waiting. You guys are doing this to me. They're doing what they did to Jalen Hurts. We're gonna push, but we're gonna make you make a move, and then when you take off running, we'll stop you. And so they kept him like contained for the most part of the game, and then finally they said, we got to dial it up because our guys were tired. Everybody was exhausted by the end of that game, but they were tired, and they said, we got to blitz. And Mahomes said, gotcha.
I can't remember if it was to McKinnon, maybe Kelce, but there was the one blitz where he didn't display this, but it almost looked like Patrick Mahomes was like, that's cute. And like you had no chance of getting him on that because he anticipated the blitz. They set their play call for a blitz to immediately strike to what just numbers wise has to be a wide open person for an easy first down conversion, and I was like, that was amazing.
Yeah.
Like you went all out on the blitz, and your blitz had no chance because they said, hey, here comes the blitz. Here's what we're going to do. Be ready. And they converted it again in what felt like 1 second.
That is, and I think we'll talk a little more about this tomorrow. That's where your quarterback, knowing everything on the other side of the opponent so well, that's where it comes in handy. When they blitz, I got you figured out. I know exactly where my soft spots are, where I can put a ball to hurt you.
Now, some people have been asking this, and this is really interesting because, look, at the end of the day, it's a radio conversation because it's never going to matter because it didn't happen, and that's never going to change, is who would have been the MVP if the 49ers won? And the person that I said was, and I wanted to go back and look at his odds going into the game.
Conley.
I thought Juwan Jennings was going to be the MVP because he caught a touchdown pass, but he also threw a touchdown pass that I know McCaffrey did a lot of the work on that, but it felt like a huge deal. And if you go back and look at the game, when he had the breakout route around the right side, that could have been a touchdown if they would have had a little bit more time. That'd have been another touchdown for him, and it feels like he would have been the MVP.
So I thought it was going to be between Purdy and McCaffrey before we had this conversation this morning, but you bring up a valid point that it could have been him. I bet on Brock Purdy. I bet $20 Friday afternoon after our show was over as we were leaving. I downloaded the MGM app. I gave a dude a free drink. It's like, if you do this, you get a free drink. But I was like, I can bet a few dollars on this game. I bet in a weird move, I bet the game would be within 6 points. So I bet Chiefs by 6 or less and 49ers by 6 or less. Because as we were talking Friday, I'm like, I just don't have a good feel for this game, but I think it's going to be a close game. So I ended up winning that bet. You bet $20 on, I bet 10 on both sides to win $40. So I won that one. And then I bet $20 on Brock Purdy to win $66 for MVP. Okay. And I thought if he would have thrown that touchdown pass, I don't know. Would it have been? I think you bring up a good point for Jennings. I think Purdy throwing 2 touchdown passes and it being a touchdown pass to take the lead in overtime. And then Christian McCaffrey having approximately, was it 150 yards from scrimmage? I think he had 75 and 75 or 80 and 80. 150 to 160 yards.
160.
Okay, so 80 and 80. I think it would have been a tough vote. There was no tough vote for the Kansas City side. I don't know. I'm assuming Mahomes got all the votes after what he did in overtime.
I think Chris Jones definitely should have gotten a good consideration there. That dude was insane late in that game, especially in overtime too. Like he was.
I think it's tough though. Don't you have to have the stats? I think what's tough is as a voter for Bosa or Chris Jones, you're not seeing the tackles behind the line of scrimmage, the sacks, where usually you'd be like, well, if the dude had 3 sacks and 2 in a stripped fumble, like a lot of times, like it's just tough to be like, man, Bosa did a good job of containing the side and not over pursuing and making Patrick Mahomes stay in the pocket. I think that at times those guys might not be listening to the game who are voting because they're at the game. So they might have a tough time voting for a dude who was containing the pocket.
It just depends on, to your point, it depends on what stats you're getting to see. Like I saw next gen stats, for example, on, I know you're talking about Chris Jones, but on Nick Bosa, for example, he had 10 pressures on 48 pass rushes. That pressure rate, almost 21%, is the third most in a playoff game in the last 6 years. And so I could see how you would look at that and be like, holy crap, he was harassing Patrick Mahomes all day. But I understand the counter of, but when it came down to it, and this is kind of how we felt about the Cowboys defense, whether it's Miami, Detroit, whatever, when it came down to it, you didn't get the stop you needed to win the game.
Yeah, I the defensive coaching staff for the Chiefs also give them gold star. The decisions on when to pressure. I mean, Tony Romo was like, look, he is going to blitz right now. Every fiber of his being says he will blitz right now. Be ready for it. It's coming. Brock Purdy throws right into the blitzer. Like there it is. And on top of that, who's the Chiefs' secondary coach? Dave Merritt, their defensive backs coach. Like that dude, those guys were stuck to receivers. I know Jennings had a really good game, but McDuffie and Snead, those guys were stuck to their receivers. Credit to them too, man. That was amazing.
No, I agree. I'll tell you this. This Super Bowl, I do want to say thank you to this Super Bowl in general for having a second half, because I thought the first half of this game was not super entertaining. But I thought the second half and beyond was exceedingly entertaining. The first half, I was like, "Oh no, is this 13-3? Is that what we're doing here?"
Yeah.
But obviously, it got very
Obviously,
exciting.
I might have said a sarcastic text that this game needed Dak in the first half to really have explosive pick sixes and stuff like that.
God, Mike.
Well, I mean, isn't that what he does in playoff games? Is he sets the tone by big plays on the other side? And then he starts racking up yards to then make it like really entertaining where now the quarterback is looking like he can play in this league.
Mike, it was going to be such a lovely day. Why
As
would you do
Choppy
that?
said, Dak has 0 picks in Super Bowl history. And I said, well, that will always be the case.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Mike, look, man,
Right.
your Chiefs won.
They won!
And your Niners were there.
I'm just
all right?
surprised they didn't get burnt out.
Baseball season is on the way, and the Mavericks.
They've played in 4 Super Bowls in 5 years, and somehow they haven't got burnt
The
out
Mavs
yet.
finally look like a contender this year, and baseball
11
is
o'clock.
on the way. You do not need to do
why
this.
are you being salty?
This is unnecessary right now.
Because all the ass kissing that's going to happen
Stop it!
with the Cowboys
Stop it right now!
in the draft, and as we get
Let's
close
just focus on defending a title, Mike.
I just want to rip their hearts out. Well, I don't know. They're burnt out, so they're recharging.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I tried. Coming up, Corey's really got a great point, though. You should
worry.
be so happy
so many
about
good
everything
things.
in sports
Just
right
head
now.
the other direction.
All right.
Coming up next, the defining matchups of the Super Bowl. Did these 4 decide the game?
He's gonna be
How
like,
many
"Oh,
lanes
Dak
of traffic
wasn't a matchup."
will
Yeah.
Mike cross to take a shot at Dak or the Cowboys? Next in The Fan.
Hey, guys, are you burnt out?
We got a great special just for you. It's a large pizza in the shape of a heart. That's right. No better way to say I love you than with a heart-shaped pizza from Papa John's. Now just $11.99. Get yours today, and happy Valentine's Day.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Chiefs have never led in this game. They fumbled at the 8, or they could have led. Mahomes firing for the end zone, wide open, caught, touchdown, Kansas City. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, 16 yards on a seam up the numbers, and Kansas City has its first lead of Super Bowl 58.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Did these matchups decide the winner of the Super Bowl yesterday? But before we get to that, we have potential controversy brewing at the station, I think, or at least confusion brewing at the station. Corey, what's happening here?
All right, I just got an email forwarded from Peyton. And Peyton is on with Sean and RJ and Bobby in the morning. And he does the payload, which is a pretty good segment if you've heard it.
I agree. I just wish it was still called WrestleMania.
Nobody would know that. Nobody would understand it. Now he and Alec have had a bit of a tiff over the last month and a half or so.
Oh, do we need to do AM on the FM to give him the platform for this too?
And Alec, I am shocked at you right now.
I'm shocked because I don't know what happened.
Okay, well, I don't think you ever realized that this email would get out, but here we are.
Oh no.
I'm not John Gruden.
From Alec Medford to Peyton Russell. The subject says F you, comma, B.
Oh my God.
And then
but the whole words, the real words.
Yes.
No, I know, but just so they know, they're not just doing letters, they're spelling it out.
And then
that's a good point, Mike.
I don't know about this. Inside the body of the email says PAH, and ho is what there's there. S my D.
Oh my God.
Talk about my hair again.
Like S&D Oyster Bar. I've been there like a long time ago. It's a good place.
No. Talk about my hair again, and I'll F your mom. So that was Alec just emailed this to Peyton
I did not.
out of nowhere.
Wow.
And then for some reason, this doesn't make sense to me. Peyton forwards it to me. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Do I submit this to the boss?
I want you to know that Peyton Russell is back here working on stuff, and he is red-faced, crying, laughing.
Yeah, he's working very hard for the show, and you're just going after him like this, and I'm kind of concerned, Alex. So
I know exactly what happened.
All right.
I left my email open because I had a phone call to take because my bank called me. And I'm in the Fan Flash studio, and I had my email up because Kevin sends the email with the show sheet and everything. So I was trying to print stuff, but I had to take that phone call, and it was noisy in here.
Okay.
I was on the phone for about 20 minutes. I come back, my email's closed out. I'm like, okay. And you tell me about this information. This is news to me.
So he's saying he got hacked.
What do you think about this story right here?
Sounds like a cover-up to me. Sounds like, well, hold on. Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm just saying.
You're saying you got hacked.
Has Alec learned nothing from our show? Own your mistake.
Yeah.
Admit to the people that you're a flawed human being, and we will all
I'll admit that, but this is not what happened.
Okay.
This is weird, man. This is a weird, the things you say to him whenever nobody's looking at
dying.
Yeah, well, I guess. But the feud continues, it appears, between Alec and
Peyton and himself.
It's a big battle of producers.
Yeah.
Man, we might.
I wonder what Lucius has to say.
Do I forward this to HR now? How does this?
I did not.
What's the next step?
From the 214 Team AM on the FM, we might need to have that happen tomorrow for a full-on response. All right.
When is Chris Strong going to send his reply?
On Thursday. So I was reading this article from Sports Illustrated, the part that still exists.
So this is an AI article?
Yeah, maybe, actually. They had 4 key matchups that will decide the game. And I wanted to run through these and see how you think these matchups played out and if this is what decided the game. Key matchup number 1, Christian McCaffrey versus the Chiefs' run defense. And I'm kind of conflicted on this because it felt like Christian McCaffrey got a lot, though not all, of the yards he wanted when he wanted them. But it also felt like the double team punch out of the ball on the first drive made it gigantic advantage Chiefs on this.
It, to me, felt like they should have ran more.
Yeah.
So
I will give credit to Romo, who is harping on that for them.
So looking at the stats, McCaffrey 22 carries for 80 yards, 3.6 an average. You would say Chiefs won that battle.
Yes,
anytime you hold a guy like McCaffrey under 4 yards per carry, that would mean he had a bad game. But to your point, I felt like his first two carries were for 20 yards.
Yeah.
Like it was 6 yards, I think, the first one, and then maybe 12 yards the next one. So if I know you can't do this. I know there's somebody who loves doing this. Well, they ran for 160 yards. And like, well, one of them was for 70 yards. So if you take, they all count. Okay. So I would say that McCaffrey, the way he ran the ball early, you would think to yourself, all right, he's going to have a big game. But then from after that first drive, there weren't many big plays from McCaffrey in the run game. So I would lean on Kansas City won that battle, but I don't know. McCaffrey, 22 carries sounds like a lot, but maybe they should have ran him more.
The Niners ran the ball 45% of the time in the first half and 42.5% of the time in the second half.
I would not have guessed it was that close.
Yeah, it was as balanced as it could be.
Okay.
And I think Purdy at one point threw 6 straight times and out of their first 10 plays in the second half. And that's because the defense for the Chiefs said, we dare you to throw the ball. And so he does. That's what, I mean, he goes up to the line, and he sees it, and he's like, all right, this is my best option. And that's when they were at their best. They had 17, 9, and 20 yards across 4 plays in that span. So that's a significant factor, but I agree. I felt like McCaffrey got what he wanted, but maybe that played into the hands that the Chiefs wanted.
Okay, what do you think about this one then? Because this is another one, and this is, I think, why the game was so close, because you felt like maybe one side was winning, but when you really looked into it, maybe not. Patrick Mahomes' awareness versus the 49ers front. So I know, did he get sacked 3 times, I believe?
Yes.
But I think his awareness, he did pretty well, because there were at least 2 plays where I thought I was amazed that he held onto the ball. I think the Randy Gregory play was one of them, where Randy got a hand on him to try to pull him down, but that alerted Mahomes to know, hey, protect the ball. Whereas if Gregory could have just hit the ball, but he wasn't close enough to do that. Like, I'm not saying Randy Gregory did the wrong thing at all. It was a heck of a play to catch him and slow him down. But if he was a little tiny bit closer and could have just punched at the ball, that was going to be a fumble. But good awareness by Patrick Mahomes. I thought he did a very good job of awareness, because he was getting harassed continually in this game.
Again, similar play style to what they did against the Eagles, the Niners, that is, where they said, hey, look, man, we're gonna sit our linebackers, our defensive line. We're not pushing all the way. We're not over pursuing. We're gonna make you make a move. Once you do, then we'll react, because they don't want to have that, hey, he ran right past us, we were over pursuing. So they said, we'll wait just a little bit. And that's how they were able to, in the first half, kind of take advantage of Mahomes, not necessarily sacking him the entire time, but just kind of making him make decisions that he wasn't comfortable with. But then, like, throughout the game, and I know, Mike, you've been saying this, they did slow down. The Niners defense slowed down from what they were early in the game, and I don't know if that's just experience. You know, the Chiefs have the experience of understanding the surge you're going to get, the rest you'll get at halftime because it's so long and all that. But they did slow down, and Mahomes was able to do some other things, but they also forced it by Mahomes running the ball, by Mahomes doing some other different things with the game. So that became a big problem, was that they did slow down enough. And then they, like we said earlier, they said we have to start blitzing, and then Mahomes takes advantage of them there.
I think what was so great watching Mahomes is you have to understand he doesn't have anybody close to CeeDee Lamb on his team. Nobody can win a one-on-one matchup. Even Kelsey can, but they try to get him into favorable matchups. And really, I feel like Kelsey takes an advantage of a lot of zones. He knows where to sit. He knows where to find those open areas. And I just think that Mahomes early on in the game, I understand what Romo was saying. At one point, he's like 11 of 13. He's like, hey, Mahomes isn't having a good game. I'm like, man, this is a high standard when you're 11 of 13 throwing the ball and he'd been sacked a couple times because he's like.
Didn't it feel like I hear you statistically for sure, but didn't it feel like he was having a very humdrum game because they couldn't move the ball or they couldn't capitalize on moving?
There weren't a lot of big plays.
Yeah, yes and no, but when they would show they're like, see how they're containing him and he's trying to break out of the pocket because nobody's open. He's in the pocket. He sees all 4 people in a route and all 4 people aren't getting open. So then he's like, well, let me get into scramble drill. And I thought San Francisco did a good job, but I'm like, what is Mahomes doing so wrong here when you see the drop back? You never saw Romo go, see, if he just holds the ball for a second longer, you see how this guy's getting open? Like, well, you can do that with Dak all the time. He's like, no, everybody's covered. So he's trying to break containment here to then get into scramble drill to see if somebody can get open out of that. So, yes, I think that you're right, but I think I'm also right in a way like.
It can be more than one thing.
It's another Peyton and Alec square off here with Mike and Kevin.
But Mahomes wasn't playing great, but I don't think he doesn't have anybody who can then dominate on the outside. Like Rice may be in the future, but right now he's still limited as a player.
It's interesting. That kind of ties into the next point is how do you think the Chiefs receivers did against the 49ers zone? Because when you talked about how the 49ers slowed down in the second half, obviously that runs parallel to Travis Kelce breaking out and them having more success against the 49ers zone. And then you have to dive into, we haven't even really talked about Greenlaw's freaky injury.
Yeah, that was a weird situation where you saw it and you're like, oh, they're on grass. They're on natural turf right now. And so there were a couple of things, some of the motion that they did to set that up, but also their mesh. Like their mesh is where that really, Kevin, they took advantage of the zone because they have crossing routes underneath that set up. Rice has one and Kelce has one that were significantly big yards because they were able to cross up the zone and Mahomes was able to pick up where that open space was about to be on which side. And then later in the game, because they did that, it opens up another moment. I don't know if you recognize this. There's a moment where Mahomes sees that mesh, Rice and they cross, but Kelce recognizes that Mahomes has space if he wants to run. So Kelce, while he's running across field, sees it, turns upfield and just goes, takes a safety with him. And then Mahomes is able to pick up a first down. So, Kevin, for what they did against their zone and the ability to go up against that front 4, I thought they played like it had to take a lot of patience to get there. You know, they all the things they did late in the game were not things that they were doing early in the game either. So it was good. It was good transition to what they needed to do late.
And then the last thing I wanted to throw out there is Brock Purdy's accuracy against the Chiefs secondary. Man, if we're talking about players who impacted this game, but like the stats don't always necessarily reflect it, I thought hell of a job by the Chiefs secondary for the most part yesterday.
Yeah, it was wonderful. And there were a couple of drops by Debo, right? Like he had a couple that you were like, wow, that was not typical of him. And McCaffrey, I mean, Romo calls it out. He finally gets the coverage he's looking for, Brock Purdy, and he has to call a timeout because it wasn't what he had single coverage with McCaffrey for an easy first down, and they have to call a timeout. But yeah, man, they were fantastic.
That's another question I have. That had to be a cramp by Deebo Samuel. There's not a human being alive. I don't care how strong you are. You can't rip a hamstring or strain a hamstring and then just go, I'll just play through it and just run normally. So I'm assuming when he had the hamstring issue, it cramped on him. There was nothing that was like a rip or a major strain or anything.
And I know we'll talk more about Greenlaw as we go along, but when you saw that injury and when I thought at the moment that Debo was like hurt, I was like, man, this is just not their day. They're dropping quality players left and right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
The halftime show was unbelievable on MLB Network. What? Next. Mike Bassick here. And
Do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so quick question for you guys for baseball nuggets here. Did you guys engage with all the halftime show for NFL and Usher?
Yes.
I did.
Okay,
I liked it.
If we're talking about it later, then I'll drop it. Are we talking about the halftime show later? Okay, so Usher's fine with me. Like, I know the majority of his popular songs, but I wasn't like, oh, I can't wait to watch Usher. So I got caught up before the Super Bowl. I was watching MLB Network, and they were doing a thing called MLB Seasons. These are old. They've done this now. They're produced. It wasn't like they just recently did this. But so I flip over to MLB Network after a little bit of the halftime show, not the Usher part, but they're like, hey, they're kind of giving their analysis of the first half, and I was like, well, it wasn't that fun of a first half.
Yeah.
MLB Network caught my eye with baseball seasons before the Super Bowl. Let me see what season they're on right now. And they were on the 1986 MLB season. Well, guys, the reason that I really didn't watch Usher, I watched a little bit of it when it would go to commercial on MLB Network, is 1986 was the year that I fell in love with baseball completely and totally and said, I'm going to be a Major League Baseball player. That's my goal in life, is to be a Major League Baseball player.
You did it.
And I did do it. Not as well as I wanted to do it, because in 1986, how do I fall in love with the game? Yes, I'm falling in love with a rookie Ruben Sierra and a rookie Pete Incaviglia and Oddibe McDowell's in center field and Scotty Fletcher's at shortstop and Don Slott's catching. There's a whole bunch of things that I'm liking about the Rangers. That's my team on HSE, which is now Bally's. Like, it's just carried over from HSE to Fox Sports Southwest to now Bally Sports Southwest. So yes, I'm watching my Texas Rangers play, but I'm falling in love with the New York Mets, and I'm falling in love with Dwight Gooden. My first ever number I chose in baseball in 1986 was I chose the number 16 because of Dr. K, Dwight Gooden. So as they're going over this season, also the Boston Red Sox, I really like the Boston Red Sox too. And then you have this great series between the California Angels, and my dad is teaching me about the game at that point because Gene Mauch is their manager, and Gene Mauch was his manager in 1979 and 80 on the Minnesota Twins. So as they're playing, I know, the Super Bowl halftime show, I am remembering my love of the game of baseball, and when I totally fell in love with it, and it was it for me. I still played basketball. I love basketball. I love all the Dallas Mavericks, and Del Ellis was my first ever player, so there's a big love for basketball too. But I can remember my totally falling in love with the game of baseball was 1986 and the 1986 playoffs between the Angels and the Red Sox. And, I'm remembering all of these things. I'm remembering Jim Rice and Dwight Evans and, all of the guys, Roger Clemens, obviously. And I'm remembering the Mets and the Astros was one of the greatest, CSs in the history of baseball. Mike Scott is completely and totally dominating.
Yeah.
You had a game where Dwight Gooden and Nolan Ryan, I believe it was game 3. I think it was game 3. I might be off on my games here. Dwight Gooden threw 10 innings in that game, and Nolan Ryan threw 9. So it goes extra innings, and Gary Carter gets the game-winning hit, I believe, in the 12th inning. So you have a Dwight Gooden versus Nolan Ryan in this epic battle of Nolan Ryan's coming to the end of his career, everybody was thinking. And guess who the next Nolan Ryan is? It's Dwight Gooden, who I believe in that year went 24-4 with a 1.5 ERA. I mean, that's – and he's 21 years old at the time. So – that's the year I completely and totally fell in love with baseball. So you can maybe excuse me for not turning back to Usher on roller skates, as I'm just
He skated pretty well.
I am enthralled with the 1986 season, because that's when I totally and completely fell in love with the game of baseball and said, that's what I want to do and that's what I want to be. So I asked this question to you in Baseball Nuggets. Was there a moment, maybe a Ranger season, a Ranger moment? Was there a moment where I know you didn't fall in love with the game like I did, where I committed my life to being a baseball player, but was there a moment in your baseball life that you can think of that you're like, this is when I really said, I like this sport?
I remember seeing Steve Buechele dive at third base and make a play. And it felt like over and over I kept seeing that. And I just loved watching him play defense. Now, I don't know if he was the best. In my mind as a kid, he was the best third baseman to ever play the game. I didn't know any different. I didn't know that Mike Schmidt was the Hoover over there at third base. He was really good at defense as well. But watching, it was Steve Buechele specifically that made me want to play third base and be a third baseman and play that position and everything. So that was
Do you remember approximately what year?
I'll say 88.
You're 42?
Yeah. So I was about 8 years old, and I was playing baseball, and I was involved with it. So I was somewhere around then. 7 years old. So
Steve Buechele was the reason you liked baseball and wanted to be a third baseman.
Loved baseball.
That's awesome. Yeah.
For me, it was Jim Sundberg, because I got to have my birthday party at a Rangers game. And
do you remember the year?
Do
you remember the age you turned?
Believe it was 87 or 88. And I think they were playing the Brewers at the time, but maybe I have that off. Jim Sundberg hit a home run in the bottom of the ninth inning to tie the game. And the game went on to be 17 or 18 innings long. And it was at the time the longest Rangers home game in history. And I remember my mom took us, and she had to keep going up to the payphone to call the babysitter to be like, hey, it looks like we're going to be longer, because my sister was at home. This is before the era of cell phones and everything. And because it was my birthday, and she didn't want to go, hey, I know it's the 14th inning, and we keep getting to move up in our seats because they were like, hey, people are leaving. Sit wherever the hell you want. And so she didn't want me to have to leave. That I've always loved Jim Sundberg for that.
So it's interesting because in the baseball seasons, the couple of years before, you see Sonny in 1985 celebrating his world championship because he was the catcher for the Kansas City Royals in 85 when they won it all. I think some Ranger fans forget he actually left the Rangers, went to Kansas City, won a championship, and then came back to finish off his career with the Texas Rangers. But I was just wondering this with my love of 1986 and falling in love with the game. In fact, they showed the All-Star game where this young kid was starting first baseman. He won the ballot because Wally Joyner in his first 41 games hit 17 home runs.
Wow.
And so I remember falling in love with Wally Joyner. At that time, Will Clark, I felt like they were showing all of these rookies, Barry Larkin and Will Clark and Bo Jackson and, all of these guys, Wally Joyner coming up. So there was this influx, and they showed Barry Bonds. There was this influx of these young, great players in 86 that started affecting the game of baseball too. And it made me think, one, do we need that again? Now, I'm not speaking about the Texas Rangers, but that season, when you go to that World Series will be remembered forever. And the CSs will be remembered if you're like a baseball fan of my age because of the Angels blowing a series lead and Donnie Moore, who ended up committing suicide later in his life because of drugs and giving up the home run to Dave Henderson. And then you had the epic battle of Mike Scott just dominating, but the Mets with all of their star power taking over and winning, and then you have the 7-game World Series, and it's New York and Boston. Do you feel like baseball, I don't know, do they need that again? Do they need some epic World Series to have we had that epic World Series lately? Was it Washington does it need to be too epic? Does it need to be New York Yankees versus LA Dodgers this year?
I think it does, because the Kansas City Royals were involved in a pretty epic World Series, and I feel like people were like,
Will it never be the same again? Because, all eyes were on the World Series back then. You had pretty much 5 stations, or at best, if you had cable, you had 20 stations to choose something to watch.
Yeah, I don't know, because even thinking about how I fell in love with football, it was when the Cowboys lost to the Lions. I watched football, but that day I sat down with my dad and watched the whole game, and I don't think I really cared about that Super Bowl. But then I was committed to Cowboys football then. Like that was it. That was that moment for me there because I was like predicting that they're going to win. I don't know about World Series, how that connects with that. One other thing that added to it though, Mike, was walking into the card shop with my dad and seeing posters and stuff. Like that's where I was like, all these guys that were on the field, you know, the Will Clark poster of him crushing the ball, the Nolan one with the duster on, the Corey Snyder one. Like they have all these different cool posters.
Was he with Cleveland then?
Yeah, and Corey Snyder. But they all like that. Let my imagination run wild about what these dudes were. Like they were superheroes at that point.
And then the last thing is how many kids fell in love with the game this year because of the Rangers run? Now I get nationally no, but I'm just wondering how many kids, when I was watching this 86 thing and just remembering how much I fell in love with the game of baseball at 8 years old. And like, I want to do that. I want to be like my dad. I want to be like Dwight Gooden. I want to be in these games. I'm just wondering how many kids that are somewhere between the ages of 6 and let's say 11 or 12 completely and totally fell in love with the game watching it this year and the Rangers run.
Can I tell you, I think the World Baseball Classic played a big part in that. I know it wasn't the World Series, but man, how many people did you know that like stopped down? They're like, oh my God, it's Shohei against Trout.
Yes.
Like that felt the way they keep doing the All-Star commercials for the NBA All-Star game. And they're like teammate versus teammate. That's not going to happen, or it's not going to be intense. The World Baseball Classic felt as intense as it gets.
Awesome.
And you had Venezuela. I think at one point, didn't Trey Turner hit a huge home run against Venezuela late in the game?
Walk-off grand slam, wasn't it? I think
it's like eighth inning or so. Like there were so many intense games with superstar players having an impact. Like you're talking about Shohei or Trey Turner or, you know, Ronald Acuna Jr. for Venezuela. You know, it's like Dominican once again disappointed, but there were a lot of superstars in those big moments.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That was a very entertaining segment.
Sorry,
Mike.
Usher. I didn't watch it all.
Coming up next, the new look Mavs. A big opening win and more excitement going forward. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to talk about those new look Dallas Mavericks.
Can I give a shout out real quick?
Sure.
Was it Cody who was at the Las Vegas airport who said he's a Tolo and listens to us?
Yes.
Cody, right?
Yep.
Shout out to Cody because he asked this question. What do you think of the Mavs before they played this game? And what was my answer?
We're going to kick all the ass because Dwight Powell isn't going to play.
I said championship, and you guys are like, oh, God. But
I mean, I would still probably stand firm with that line after one game.
I
I'm pretty
high-fived
sure
and
I
said championship.
I'm pretty sure I said we're never losing again. So like that was mine too. But yeah, and so far we haven't.
All right. So anyway, shout out to Cody Tolo, who was in the Las Vegas airport. And, you know, we got back home. He did too, as far as we know.
Yeah, I
Oh my gosh.
don't really know.
I will just throw out real quick for people that were asking is the Mavericks did not get Spencer Dinwiddie as he did sign with the Lakers. However,
Fine.
okay, agreed. You look at that game against the Thunder, and we'll preface all this by saying it's one game
Against the Thunder.
against the Thunder.
In the NBA,
who are very good.
regular season where nobody cares about regular season games.
I mean, it feels like the Thunder have cared a
all right.
lot
I'll
this
take-
year,
I'll
but I
take
hear
it.
what you're saying.
all right.
Is this team looked fantastic. It looked more complete in terms of what you wanted to see in the front court, and you're still dealing with some injuries, and it just can't help. But I mean, and I know Brada said this, I don't know, a week or so ago, is this team has just had so many injuries. It's tough to like really think about what they're going to look like, but making these two moves help hit a couple of their deficiencies.
Man, it was one game. And I have to remind myself it's one game. I was actually talking to Taylor Hearn, who's in Japan right now, getting ready for his season in Japan, if you didn't know that. So congratulations to him on his contract there and everything. But he was asking me questions about the Mavs. And I said, Taylor, it's only one game. But that one game looked really impressive against a team that you might have to play in the first round.
Okay, let me ask you a question real quick about that, because obviously we talked about this a lot with Gafford. What I'm immediately going to go to is what was most impressive to me was them on the board.
Yes.
Was there a specific element, whether it was that or something else, that you thought looked most impressive on Saturday?
The Mavericks were more physical. They were attacking the boards more. And all it took was, I don't want to say one guy, because PJ Washington's a very strong and physical guy too, and they
Maxi Kleber looked really good in that game too.
They got standing ovations when they checked in. So I was watching the game from the start, and it was like a standing ovation. They both check in at the same time. I'm going to assume about 4 minutes or 5 minutes to go in the first quarter, something like that, and they get a standing ovation, and their energy and their physicality is just something the Mavs don't have. The Mavs are one of the least physical teams in all of the NBA. So to add two guys that are athletic, can run the court well, they have more to their game than just like a kind of a one-trick pony, and nothing against other guys, but sometimes the Mavericks have been used to, I'll take Dorian Finney-Smith, for example. I really like Dorian Finney-Smith. I would have liked if he would have come back to the Mavs. But we know that Dorian Finney-Smith can't dribble or pass. He just can catch and shoot, and then he plays defense. That's good. But these guys have the ability to get the ball and dribble it and score with people on them. And then you're watching them rip down rebounds and say, no, our possession isn't over just because we missed. I'll get an offensive rebound and we can reset it. That's what happens 15 times a game against the Mavericks, and now it's like, ain't going to happen 15 times a game. It'll happen. Other teams will get an offensive rebound here and there, but now you're like, wait a second. Gafford and PJ Washington are going to slow down the other team's ability to be like, we're stronger than you, we're more physical than you, we might be more athletic than you. You're like, nope, no, we're not.
Gafford and PJ Washington combined for his one less offensive rebound than the rest of the team combined. So they had 5, and the rest of the team had 6 total. And Gafford had 4 offensive rebounds on his own. So Mike's, dead on. Like, now Luka gets another crack at it. Kyrie gets another crack at it to put points in. And that's a huge factor. It just seemed like Gafford was everywhere on the court whenever, even if he missed a rotation, and they're still having to learn their rotations, he was flying to a three-point shooter. PJ Washington, I still think he has a lot more to grow in. But whenever it comes down to, oh man, Lively's out tonight, where are we going to get that production? They would probably go, I guess we got to go to Timmy tonight. And now they can go elsewhere other than Timmy. You can go to PJ. You can also go to Gafford for points. And I think the other thing, too, is Gafford can get points on his own just by being around and underneath the basket. He can go back up.
He can get trash points sometimes where he just grabs an offensive rebound or just, gives a tip back or a put back.
Yes.
But you mean trash points in the positive perspective?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is that we're never going to post him up.
Yeah.
We're not going to run plays for Gafford. And the play you will run is obviously a pick and roll where he rolls to the basket for an alley-oop. But it'll be interesting because even in Dwight Powell's good year, and that was the year you went to the conference finals, as soon as the playoffs started, you're like, I remember asking the old Phoenix Suns general manager, we've had him on a few times. McDonough. I'm like, hey, how come Dwight Powell was getting 10 points a game in March and April so easily, and then the playoffs start and it's like 0 points, 0 rebounds? Like, it's one of the easiest plays to stop, especially Dwight Powell. Like, he's an easy person to stop. You can allow it in the regular season, but you're like, yeah, it's Dwight Powell. We can shut this down in a second. I'm wondering, and I don't know this, when Gafford and Derek Lively set the pick and they roll to the basket, is it going to be that easy to shut down? I don't know, because they can jump higher. They can actually catch a ball and maybe put the ball.
They're longer, yeah.
You don't want Derek Lively to put the ball on the floor yet, but you could see Gafford. He could put the ball on the floor for one dribble and then make a spin move and do something. But so I'm like, this is different. It's one game, so I need to see it. I was telling Taylor Hearn, I need to see this for like 10 more games to see, is this real? What I saw Saturday afternoon, is this real? Because if that's real, they can make it back to a conference finals. I'm not predicting that yet. Let's see how this month of February plays out with this team.
Yeah,
that was different.
Yeah, and to what you just said, Luka and Kyrie can get them to the conference finals, but you have to have all the rest of the pieces there too, and that's what it looks like right now. You said off air this morning, is it enough time to get the chemistry where it needs to be for something like that to happen? And I stand by this. I think because of the enthusiasm from both Gafford and PJ Washington of their situation, they are somewhere where they have a chance. They are somewhere where they want to make this work. They didn't just get thrown into this situation. And by the way, if you heard Gafford in the presser, like, he's got charisma, he can talk. I loved it. I'm really excited to hear more from him as we go along. But they are enthusiastic about trying to make this work and being part of it.
Yeah.
So that's what I think will speed up the process. If you have resistance, that's going to be a problematic. But you have two guys that seem to really want to be part of a winning situation.
And they've both been part of just completely losers,
awful,
right? I mean, they don't even compete for playoff spots for the most part in their career. So this is different. The Mavericks are right now the 8th seed. They have 29 games left. So, Corey, that's what I just wonder. You just see so many times it's very tough to make a midseason trade and for it to impact you completely. It's usually like the next year where you see it come together. You have an off season. It will be up to Jason Kidd. It will be up to his coaching staff to figure out how quick can we mesh this, because you're limited in practice, because you're like, hey, Luka's playing 40 minutes a night. That's not going to stop.
Right.
See, how much do you want him practicing? Mm-hmm. And then Kyrie has injury problems throughout his career, and he's having injury problems again this year. So out of these 29 games left, I'm expecting Kyrie to play in 20 of them. Like, I hope he plays in more of them, but if he plays in 20 of them and Luka plays in, let's say, 26 of them.
Is that the threshold minimum to really feel like you've got a cohesive unit going into the playoffs? That 20 games?
That would be a minimum, right? Because even like Nico, early on in the year, he was getting interviewed and he said, look, and every person says the same thing. I'm just repeating Nico because he's our general manager now. He says, give me 20 games. After 20 games, I'll have an idea of what we lack and what we need and what we are good at. Well, this gives Nico, like, there's not
he saw it very defined and said we'd got to do it, because we all saw it too. We all saw exactly what they needed.
And thank God Nico's watching, because I'm going to give Nico a lot of credit. This is a different, Mark Cuban never ran a franchise like this with himself running the franchise. You're like, wait, why are we adding 35-year-olds to Luka when he's 21 years old? Like, these guys aren't going to be around to really create something. And so I think Nico sees it as, I do have a superstar who's 24 years old, almost 25. Why don't I try to add guys that are going to be around this league for 5 more years in a prime, rather than adding guys that might be able to help for a second or two? And so the thing is, they have to get out of the 8th seed. So, somehow, some way, for this to maybe make a run, and I know you have to have the right matchups in the playoffs, and maybe you get the wrong matchup in the first round, even if you get out of the play-in situation. But I don't know how big of a run. I know the Lakers did it. I don't feel like you can make a big run being a play-in team.
And I don't, and that's not a hard ask at all. Because
they can get to 5 pretty quick. I think.
You can. You're a game back of 5. Now I realize, as you would guess, from 5 to 8, there are multiple teams in the way. Yeah. But then you look at tonight, like you have an easy opponent. If you lose this game, well, hell, we'll have a completely different.
They have
segment
9
tomorrow.
wins.
This is the kind of night where you just sit everybody, though, right? Is what you're saying?
No, I look. We need to win this game and continue your forward momentum because they've won 4 in a row. And all of a sudden, maybe you don't immediately take the 5 seed, but if you can jump over Sacramento or New Orleans, or at the very worst, continue to create separation with the Lakers and the Warriors, that's what you need to do.
100%. And so I think they can. Now, the thing is to your point, Kyrie probably has to play more than 20 of 29 games. If you're gonna get the 5 seed, and I know, yes, you're just a game back, but it's Phoenix, New Orleans, and Sacramento are barely ahead of you, and you're so far behind Denver and Oklahoma City. I think that would be really tough to get to 4 or 3. You'd probably, at this point, you have 23 losses. You're probably looking at, with 29 games to go, you could lose 6 more games and maybe get the 4 seed. So that's 23-6 the rest of the way to get the 4 seed.
You're right. Mathematically, I do not see currently a viable path to get into the top 4. Like you're right. You could, but I think it's number 5 or bust.
And I understand you need Kyrie feeling healthy going into the playoffs. So you do have to watch how much he plays on back-to-back games and 3 out of 4s and stuff like that. He has had a lot of rest already this season, missing games. I know they were real injuries. They're not fake. But if you want to get that 5 seed, I just wonder how much you have to push Kyrie and Luka to, like Pippen, play in all the games.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at their schedule.
Kevin, it's an easier schedule.
The matchup at the end of the game, I believe, will decide whether or not the Mavericks get into the 4 seed.
You mean the matchup at the end of the season?
The matchup at the end of the game.
Because if we're deciding it at the end of the game tonight, I'm going to be like, well, never mind.
Mavericks play the Thunder, and I feel the Thunder will slip into the 4 spot, and the Mavericks will have their opportunity to steal it. The 2 things, Mike, that I
I'm wondering when Derek Lively's coming back too, real quick. Like, was he on the bench? Like, is his face like super swollen?
I have not seen his face, whether or not it's swollen, but
I want that as a
drop. But there are 2 things that just like spirit was a big deal. You saw Luka make a play with Gafford, and he was excited. Like you saw oh my gosh, I got something to work with. We have something to work with. I think it injected some enthusiasm, excitement into the club itself, where they were just like, I don't even know if I want to play tonight most nights. And now they're probably down this stretch going to be like, let's go, man. Let's go get something. Let's hunt it. And then on the other side, Oklahoma City just throughout the end of that game looked stoned, dude. They looked like they got knocked out, knocked around, and beat up, and had no answer to a team that like the Mavericks. They're like, man, we got to deal with them by the end of the year.
I promise you this. I think the top 4 or 5 teams, if you want to include it, Minnesota, Clippers, Oak City, Denver, and Phoenix, they didn't see Dallas as a threat at all. If they had to play them in the playoffs, they're like, this is great. Like, they play no defense. We're going to score 130-something points a game. So as long as they don't shoot 45% from 3, we're going to beat the Mavericks almost every game. And now let's see this momentum that they just created, because Oklahoma City had to at least look at that and go, oh, crap. So matching up with Dallas in the playoffs might be an issue. Let's see how Dallas plays the rest of the way. Oklahoma City's having a great regular season, but if the Mavericks can keep playing this way, and especially when they do play again a team like, I don't know their schedule, but a Phoenix, a Denver, and if they beat those teams.
Oh, if they beat Denver.
Right, then all of a sudden, I think teams are going to start looking ahead of the Mavericks and going, the Mavs can't catch us record-wise, but crap, we don't want to match up with this Maverick team.
Yes, agreed. But yes, and I see the text. We just hope they don't get burned out.
Yeah, that would be tough, man. That would be a very tough situation.
I know.
When you're pushing yourself really hard at the end of the year against quality opponents.
They do have to play games. I mean, I think they scheduled the Mavericks probably have 104 regular season.
They Cowboys all play the same amount of games.
I think the Cowboys had 22 regular season games, and the rest of the teams only had to play 17. So
shut up. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. From the righteous to the ridiculous, who cashed in and who lost big betting Super Bowl 58. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
You are officially.
Sadder as the game goes along is we're talking more about the Super Bowl, but also I hear rumblings at noon.
I'm tweeting it right now, Kevin.
Might have a neat little announcement to make.
Significant news coming at noon today regarding your favorite baseball show of record.
Oh.
At 105.3 The Fan, as we like to call it, the North Texas baseball show of record. Is right here on this show. And Sean named us that. Sean Sharif named us that, and we rode with it, and then the Rangers win the World Series. Coincidence? Nope.
I'm interested. I have no clue what you're talking about.
Well, good. That's exciting.
That's
you
how
have
you
a
build
baseball announcement to make?
Yes.
At noon?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, let's talk about some gambling from yesterday because there was... Well, you won. Do you want to talk about your win?
No,
and then we'll get to the national anthem.
I did gamble on Friday, but I felt bad because I said heads on our show Friday, and I decided it's like minus 105. You can just bet either one. So, Vegas is going to win ultimately. But I was going to bet heads, and I thought, I don't want to be that big of a degenerate on this new app that I have, so I'm not going to bet heads or tails.
Well, heads won at first, and then tails won.
Was there do they quickly put that on the board, or do they have that on the board if there's an overtime, there's a new coin flip?
That is a good question.
I did not see that on the MGM app, that you could bet on the coin flip for overtime. You could only bet on the coin flip to start the game.
Now let's go to cut number 9. This is Phil Simms making what some would argue was confusing prediction about who was going to win the Super Bowl.
I'm going to go with the underdog, and I know everybody, that's City, even though they're favored, because everybody has been picking San Francisco. But I'm going to take Kansas City in a high-scoring game, 31-27. I'm sorry, San Francisco, 31-27 over Kansas City.
I was watching that live. I was like, This is the worst paragraph he's ever put together on doing games or getting ready to analyze a game, because then the thing leading up to picking Kansas City made sense. They are the underdog. Yeah. And then he changed it to the favorite. So then the first 2 or 3 sentences you said don't make sense again. It was like they put up San Francisco on the thing. It clicked San Francisco after he said Kansas City, and then he looked down at the screen. He goes, "Oh yeah, I guess I picked San Francisco."
Are you embarrassed?
It was the weirdest. He was the first person to pick the game too, because they went left to right. I was watching this. I didn't know he even had this, but I was like, that was the most confusing pick ever. And then after he changed it to San Francisco, then the 3 sentences he said leading up to picking Kansas City doesn't make sense that he picked San Francisco.
Yeah, that was very confusing audio right there.
Play it again. Listen, I want to, because this was amazing.
This is Phil Simms giving you his breakdown for why he's picking one team, but then that's not really who he's picking.
I'm going to go with the underdog, and I know everybody, that's City, even though they're favored, because everybody has been picking San Francisco. But I'm going to take Kansas City in a high-scoring game, 31-27. I'm sorry, San Francisco, 31-27 over Kansas City.
What was he trying to say? Everybody's picking San Francisco, but I'm picking Kansas City.
I'm going with the underdog, even though everybody's picking them.
That's also a confusing
Those
thing.
3 sentences, you couldn't. I do this, and I do this bad at times. I don't know if I can put together 3 sentences that don't make that much sense.
Now, what perhaps caused even more nonsense, Reba McEntire's national anthem.
Oh, I didn't watch this.
I did not realize, Kevin, how short the over-under was set at. I thought, in my mind, I was like, there's no way she's going anywhere near 2 minutes.
Did she micro machine it? I don't know.
Here's the thing. Originally, everybody thought the over hit. Incorrect. The under hit. BetMGM made their ruling because she said home of the brave, pause, and then gave the Brave the big belt. MGM says, no, national anthem is over when she first says Brave. Over. Her creative license to then do it again says the second Brave does not count. So we've got controversy on the national anthem.
Yeah, I think that's one of those prop bets that they probably just need to Like it's too easy to change and not well defined. And like, how do you even know? I wouldn't know. On the sheet, does it say no? That's at the end of when is it exactly? Nobody knows, and it's not well defined. But you need to get the money back in that situation. If you're going to say no, just be like, you know what, guys, we're giving you all your money back. We're just flattening it out.
Because otherwise, it went a minute 35, and the over under was a minute 30.5 seconds. But then if you take off that second brave, they're like,
it's like minute 41 or something.
Yeah, they're like, nope. Now it's the under. Yeah. So you lose. A little bit of controversy right there. Also, people who bet all of the money lost a lot of that money. 4 of the 5 bets that I was made aware of that went for at least $500,000 were for the 49ers. Lose. 4 of the 6 bets that went for $1 million or more went for the 49ers. Lose. Which means Drake, who is well known for losing in big situations, he bet $1.15 million on Mahomes and company. That's a cash right there. I can't remember if he bet it in, I think he might have bet it in Bitcoin as well.
Ooh, I might be talking about Bitcoin, and Mike likes it today. I'm not sure if I'm going to, but I'm going to talk about it this week, which is a Netflix show, is I ended up pushing on my 3 bets. I knew I was going to lose 1 bet for sure because I intentionally bet a loss, if this makes sense. You could bet it was 3-1 odds. Would the Chiefs win by 6 points or less? And then there was also 3-1 odds. Would the 49ers win by 6 points or less? I bet both of them. So I bet $20 on that to then just win 20 extra bucks.
Sure.
So it was like bet 20 to win 40. You could bet 10 to win 40, and I did on both sides, knowing that one would lose. But I couldn't figure out who was going to win this game. I said 49ers on Friday, but I wasn't confident, and I wasn't confident to bet the 49ers -2 at the time. I don't know what it ended at, but it was -2 on Friday when we were leaving Las Vegas. And so I just bet that it would be a close game and going, if it stays within 6 points, which I got worried in overtime because when San Francisco had the ball, I'm like, if they score a touchdown and kick the extra point, it's a 7-point win.
And you could lose.
If obviously Kansas City goes down because they now have to go for a touchdown. So if they don't score the touchdown, I lose this bet, even though it went to overtime. So I won that bet, and then I bet $20 to win $66 that Brock Purdy would be the MVP. I don't even know. We discussed it earlier. I'm not even sure Brock Purdy would have won the MVP. I think it was going to be, I think it was going to be kind of a 50-50 situation on if he won the MVP. So I lost that one. So I ended up winning no money, but I lost no money. I bet $40 total. I won $40.
But your craps table,
I lost like $60 to $70 while I was there. So
I understand you want to win. That's not that bad if you go to Las Vegas and that's the loss that you walk
but if you're trying to walk away as a winner.
That's because when I lose like $30 at the craps table, I walk away then. Most people are like, it's $30. I'm like, God,
yeah,
what a waste of money. I could have gone and eaten some more fish and chips with Gordon Ramsay.
Now... Yes,
that's good fish and chips.
Now, a lot of times, do people support the bets of the public or not? If most of the money is coming in on one thing, should you go along with the masses or go against?
I have no clue what most of the money was coming.
I will tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, go with the masses.
No. The saying is fade the public.
Fade the public.
All right. Most popular bets for the prop side. Brock Purdy over 0.5 total interceptions. Loss. Deebo Samuel to score a touchdown. Loss. Isaiah Pacheco to score a touchdown. Loss.
Dang.
So the 3 highest prop bets by the public were all losses. However, they also put most of their money on the Chiefs. 70% against the spread and 71% of the total money, because you factor in money line and everything like that, came in on the Chiefs.
Money line was plus 110 when I was leaving Vegas.
Okay.
So.
And that, because it had gotten really close on there, but that's a big win. However, a little bit of heartbreak right here. The vast majority of bets on the over-under came in on the over of 47.5.
I did hit that. I didn't bet it. Remember I said I thought it would be a low-scoring game, and
Yes.
even with overtime, it still worked out, right?
It hit the under, so a lot of losses there for the public, but if you just bet on the Chiefs to win, you came out ahead.
Good job if you did that.
Should have, but I
Did
didn't.
you do wagering with your kids? I did wagering where I let my wife just pick.
We
Wait,
filled out the
like in Vegas? You bet in Vegas?
Yes.
Did you win
No,
or
it
lose?
was just at home.
Oh. I thought you meant you called up your wife
No,
Jess.
no,
and you're
no,
like,
no,
hey,
no,
I'm in
no.
Vegas. What do you want to bet?
No, I won my money on the slots in Vegas, and I did not.
Kevin's
the
all about the slots.
What are you trying to avoid taxes or something? You
Yeah.
just keeping this a secret? Like, how much did you win? You afraid Biden's listening right
Oh
now?
my God, no, I'm not. $460.
Look at you.
Ruben won.
We ended up doing bingo. We ended up doing a bingo night.
Okay.
Yeah. And the one that really, like, there was Mike Carter wrote up the bingo card, and he said San Francisco takes a severe injury. And I was like, like, why would you put that on there? And then Greenlaw takes the severe ACL injury or Achilles injury. And you're just like, oh my gosh. And he was like, yeah, I knew it was going to happen, Dad.
Oh my
Just think if that guy doesn't fumble the punt, he never has to replace his foot to go off of the field again. Like that's why he did what he did. He took a step onto the field and then realized, oh, it's a loose ball. I don't want to get called for extra men on the field or whatever. So let me step behind the line. And when he stepped behind the out of bounds line again and then to push off to go back on the field, that's when it popped on him.
Dang.
Now, I want to know
how does that happen? That
was crazy.
Isn't that? But just when you I say that, but was it ready to pop? Like at any moment, was it ready to pop? Like
I don't necessarily know if I believe that because I also think if it was like a cleaner tackle straight away and he just ran onto the field, would he have been fine?
With the next
know.
play, as in like the ball was snapped and he pushes off that foot, was it gonna pop? Like I don't know. I don't know how that all transpires in like it just. It seems like when it pops that easy, just like the UCL in the elbow for a Tommy John surgery, like it's ready to explode. It's time and it's ready to explode. I think, like if a guy would have thrown a changeup instead of a fastball on that pitch, would he have never had Tommy John surgery because it would have never popped? I don't know.
It's interesting because on the Dolphins Hard Knocks, Jalen Phillips, there's a play in New York where he's like, oh man, my calf hurts. And he kind of is messing with his calf. On the next play, he tears his ACL. And so it's kind of like, did his calf hurt because it was already kind of injured and he just was like, oh, I'll just tough through it. And then all of a sudden it just finally gave. So, like, I mean, it could be like that situation. Maybe it was already injured. Maybe the soft field they had to practice on set him up poorly for whatever surface they were playing on whenever they got out there.
Now, the easiest cash of the night is I asked my wife, what do you think the over-under is on how many times they show Taylor Swift? And she goes, oh, I don't know, 20. And I said, it's 5.5. And she said, give me the over.
Was it like 10?
12.
My rough count was 11. Okay, good.
12 for like 53 seconds.
Yeah. And so, but that was an easy cash. So my wife took the over on that.
Big night for CC Sabathia.
I want to know if you think these three.
He was right behind Taylor.
I know.
I was like, I asked Drees. Drees still stays in touch with him. I'm like, hey, CC's sitting behind Taylor Swift. Like, what's going on here?
I also didn't realize that was Blake Lively right next to her at first. I
didn't know that until you just said that.
Oh, there you go.
I did.
Jared Sandler knew. Do you think these were smart bets?
That's his K Adams.
If you have all the money, or these are dumb bets no matter how much money you have? Somebody bet $15,000 on Rashee Rice to win MVP. That would have paid out $975,000.
They bet $15,000.
They have a lot of money.
Okay, yeah.
Like, just think about how much money you have when you do that.
Somebody bet $25,000 to win $1 million on Isaiah Pacheco being named Super Bowl MVP.
I just think it's really tough. If I think about the Kansas City Chiefs going forward, I think they're going to probably play in 3 to 4 more Super Bowls in Patrick Mahomes' career. He still has 10 plus years left, I think, as long as he stays healthy. It's tough to bet on somebody when you have Patrick Mahomes on your team. How does somebody else win the MVP? That's what I was a little bit worried about Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy's odds were plus 230. Patrick Mahomes' odds was plus 135. The only thing that they're kind of giving Patrick Mahomes is the reason we'll give you a plus is we're not sure if they're going to win the game or not.
Sure. Do you take any more solace in somebody betting on Kyle Juszczyk to win MVP or
Instead of Tom Rathman?
Tom Rathman, as you call him. Somebody bet $140 at 750 to 1 on Juszczyk to win $105,000.
I looked at all these,
but they lost.
To bet on a San Francisco player to win the Super Bowl MVP because I felt like I didn't want to bet the game because I just wasn't confident on it. But I'm like, the odds are better because I can't bet on anybody on Kansas City except for Mahomes, and it's almost a 1-to-1 bet here. There's not like good odds. So I was looking, and McCaffrey wasn't far behind Brock Purdy. So I'm like, you know what? I'll just go with the quarterback since it's plus 230. It's rare that you probably get a quarterback for odds on MVP and it's over plus 200. I'm just assuming that the quarterback's just going to be favored in these things. So I just couldn't figure out when it came to McCaffrey. I was like, I'll just go with the quarterback here because it doesn't get the odds don't get a ton better. And there's no way I was going to pick on Mesquite Potite's Jason Jennings to win it. Like, I don't even know if he was on the board.
I've seen odds from 100 to 400 to 1 on Juwan Jennings. And somebody said I bet $100 to win $1,100 and the game was going to overtime. So good for you right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy, a big name on the market, a bigger prediction, and the playoffs staying on streaming. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Hey, it's Bobby.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Tommy Townsend is set to punt inside the Kansas City 25. The punt will come from our right to our left. It's a knee-high long snap, a right-footed punt. And here is the ball landing in front of Ray McLeod, who gets it on a... Oh, he fumbled! He had the ball and he fumbled it at the 17! The Chiefs have recovered!
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip! Yeah! Here we go. I'm so burnt out. Here we go! I'm so tired. This season is just too long.
Now, as everybody anticipated, unfortunately, the 49ers did confirm that Dre Greenlaw tore his left Achilles in the second quarter. I know we were just kicking that around, and that was the thought, but they did confirm that. So,
and that's I guess we're seeing now that that's not a year injury. It's only a 9-month injury, so he could be back early next season. Maybe not to start the year, but that's something that you have to look at, because I do think the Niners are set up to go back to the Super Bowl. I'm not saying they will, but they still have a very good team with a $1 million quarterback. So you look at a player like that. I think some of the confusion that happened in the fourth quarter as they were breaking that down on ESPN, I thought Dan Orlovsky, I know that Bobby Belt hates him, but I think he did a good job of this. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name. Number 48, who had to play for Greenlaw. There were times where they were running multiple motions, and it looked like he was a little bit confused.
Yeah.
And so when you have a dude that's, I'm assuming Greenlaw is out there for 80+% of the snaps on defense, and so he probably has a better idea on zone coverages, man coverages, motions, and all those things. And so he felt like a few times 48 got a little bit confused on where he was supposed to be.
now, interesting note, there was a lot of discussion about Andy Reid's job future. And right after the game, Andy Reid was quick to say, I'm not retiring.
All right. Well, that's good to hear. Again, I think he's
Unless
having
you're Eric Bieniemy.
What's that?
Unless you're Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah. I think. Well, I do wonder if Nagy would have kind of a inside track now with that.
Maybe.
But I think you can see he's having fun with Patrick. Like even in like the commercials that they do, the State Farm commercials they do together. He just looks like he's having fun with Mahomes. I'm kind of curious. What the conversation with Travis Kelce is going to be.
He said he's coming back.
No. Like what his conversation is with him about that moment. Hey, let's not. I understand. You were upset. You were warmed up, and but
I thought you meant when he was singing. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, whenever Kelce almost tackled him out on the field
in the second quarter,
and Andy Reid in the presser, he had a great answer. He was like, "Look, he got me off my feet. I didn't have my feet out from under me, but even still, that's a moment that Travis probably wants back. But he was heated.
Let's just say, for the sake of whatever, he does just knock him over.
I think does
that change?
I think it could. I think then a lot of people on the sideline I think probably the majority of people on the sideline didn't see that. The people obviously close to Andy Reid saw it and saw he got bumped by him as he was screaming and cussing at him to never take him out of a football game. But I think a lot of people that maybe weren't close to that didn't feel it, and they're like, hey, what just happened or whatever. If he knocks down Andy Reid by accident because he's so mad, everybody on the sideline is like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
And Travis, what is wrong with you? Now, still a little bit of Travis, you can't do that in that situation.
Yeah.
But I think if he knocks him over, that could be, I think it could be a distraction going forward in that game. What I want to say about Andy Reid coming back and Travis Kelce coming back. I watched a lot of I usually don't do this, but I did watch a lot of the post-game show when it transferred over to ESPN with Chris Berman and Booger McFarland and watching a lot of the interviews. It was amazing to me, and I know I'm making fun of the Cowboys, and I will make fun of the Cowboys till the day I die, especially that they're burnt out playing football. That team, the Kansas City Chiefs, I mean, everybody who stepped on that ESPN stage, they were quick to say, this is awesome. We're going to celebrate, and we want 3. We want a three-peat. We want to be the team that three-peats. Like you saw him on stage with Jim Nance. Immediately, like they were already focused on Travis Kelce said it. Like it was already on to next year. This is great. This is awesome. They didn't say we could repeat. We did it against all odds, and it's three-peat time. And it was, to me, it's as they're comparing Patrick Mahomes to Michael Jordan, and I don't want to give him all this credit, but he has this team on, we're winning all the championships. We're not going to get complacent. We're not going to get burnt out, and eventually they will. It happens to every team. But they are already talking about three-peat.
Yeah, when I've always kind of wondered this, Kevin. We asked it last week, maybe even before. I've asked if you really thought that legacy was the big thing for Patrick Mahomes. And when Tracy Wolfson is like, hey, is this a dynasty? The first thing he says is, we're not done yet. It's the start of one, but we're not done yet. So hearing that part of it, I was just like, oh, man, this dude is thinking
and every player's
how far it can go.
And
I also like that
D-Law would quit this team. He'd be like, I can't play on a team that cares this much about football.
And Andy Reid said, how you write it will be how you write it. Mm-hmm. We don't determine that. And I mean, look, it absolutely is. Like, I'm not going to dispute that at all. And tomorrow, I've been looking up some stuff. I really want to go like in depth about the idea of the three-peat, but it is absolutely a dynasty. And I think it's hard to argue that right now. All right, a couple more things for you is Hassan Reddick on the trade market. Like, as we focus on next season and everything like that, he was given permission to seek a trade. This is obviously somebody who's been a big part of the Eagles, but looks like he is going to be moving on.
Good.
Agreed.
Yeah, get him out of that Eagles uniform.
Agreed. On the flip side, does not look like the Bears will be moving away from Caleb Williams because they reportedly, quote, need a historic haul to trade the number 1 pick. Now,
that's the word.
Will that still be the case if they trade to 2 or 3? I don't know. But now the word on the street is they're going to take Caleb Williams, move on from Justin Fields, and we'll see if and how that will change in the next 2 months.
What's the move on from Justin Fields portion total out to for you? Like, what if they move on from him? What's are they just going to move on as in cut and move on? Like, they would wait for contract to run out or trade?
They would trade him.
Yeah, that's
sure.
What's the value of that?
I'm going
at least a second.
That's what I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess a second and like a fourth that can become a third. Let's just say that's what I would. That's what. I'm just trying to think of teams. I don't think Washington, because they have the second pick, and this is such a quarterback-heavy draft up top, because a lot of people are loving Daniels and Drake May, and then there's Penix and Bo Nix, and there's guys that are considered like late mid-first guys that maybe. Yeah. So I think there's so many quarterbacks in this draft that a lot of teams you might run into that Chicago wants a first from are going to go, look, we'll do a second, but I think with a first-round pick, we can maybe get our quarterback. But I think there's going to be enough teams out there that look at Justin Fields and say, dude, a second-round pick, and we can – like, I look at Seattle. Nothing against Geno Smith. I don't know, and maybe Justin Fields is going to be the next Geno Smith. But I just look at it, and there has to be enough teams out there that go, Justin Fields is better than our guy.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I know that they're not going to do this. I would love to try Justin Fields here in Dallas. I think he has more potential than Dak Prescott. I don't know if he's going to be better than Dak. Dak is way better than Justin Fields today, but Justin Fields has a higher ceiling than Dak Prescott does at this point.
But they just wouldn't do that because of Trey Lance, right?
Probably
I'd rather have Trey Lance as the quarterback next year.
I think there's going to be a coach that's like, I can break all his bad habits very quickly. I can communicate with him, and we have a dude that has something – and the ability to escape is a huge ability. Not everybody has that same ability, but he doesn't have to just be a runner because the dude can chunk at a time.
Yeah, I wonder, like with the 8th pick, they're not trading the 8th pick, but would the Atlanta Falcons go, hey, instead of taking a quarterback has never played in the league, and it has to be, what's your report on Justin Fields? Would Atlanta go, hey, we can do some damage? Or would New Orleans go, we can do some damage with Justin Fields in this division?
Now, I wanted to throw this out real quick because of all the to-do there was over the Peacock exclusive wildcard game. Multiple reports over the weekend. Amazon Prime will carry an exclusive NFL postseason game this next season. So
with Peacock also doing it?
That I'm still trying to figure out if they're expanding it out. That is what's really intriguing to me, because we said it's not going away. For the people who didn't like the Peacock deal, it's not going away. But is this an expansion or just, I think it could be a rotation as well. Like you get your rotating stream exclusive game, and now it might be Amazon. But let me see if I can track down more info about
So there's
that.
6 wild card games, right?
Yes.
So they're going to probably do 2 as pay-per-view games, it looks like,
and
right?
I think you can make that argument. You're like, hey, we expanded the playoffs for this revenue.
Each major network gets their game. ESPN Monday Night Football gets one. You get Fox, you get CBS, and you get NBC.
Yep.
So you're like, every channel that pays these billions of dollars to do all the regular season games, you all get one wild card game. But there's going to be 2 wild card games that we pay per view.
Supposedly for now, it's still going to rotate between NBC, CBS, and Fox.
Okay.
But we'll see when the next TV contract comes along if that's going to change.
Just based on Jerry, didn't it sound like he really had a little interest in the Cowboys ever being part of that? Like, I know he said the Super Bowl will never be that way, but it just sounded like he was like, he's always been free to everybody. I want it to be out there for everybody because of the way TV's
I just
built.
don't think there's a way that Peacock or Paramount or whoever or Amazon can pay enough money that the NFL would take away a Cowboys playoff game from national spotlight.
And the infrastructure of Paramount was troubling yesterday for a lot of people who are having lag and crash issues with that stream. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to the Super Bowl. Did this result change your idea of team building at all? We'll discuss and explain next on The Fan.
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we're hoping to have some neat baseball news momentarily. In the meantime, let's go back to the Super Bowl, and I actually kind of wanted to run through one of two things. First of all, not knowing what the rules of overtime are, but also all of the records tied or set in the Super Bowl.
Do you want to discuss overtime first?
A little bit.
Okay, I get it.
What?
I'm out there to play football. My coaches tell me what to do. I go out there and do what the coaches tell me to do. A press release was sent out. I looked at it for a second. I kind of went through it and was like, I'll probably never have to deal with it. We'll see later on. Now, that being said, your coaches should prepare you. The fact that hearing, Kevin, the Chiefs say, yes, we practiced it for 2 weeks. We discussed it in our training camp. We did all these things. We were ready and prepared for it. That's attention to detail that you didn't get on the other side, where the entire San Francisco 49ers team is like, I found out by looking up at the Jumbotron.
Yeah, now, and he's not exaggerating. Eric Armstead, we'll start with him, though there are plenty of options. I didn't even know about the new playoff overtime rules, so that was a surprise to me. I didn't really even know what was going on in terms of that. Juszczyk said, you know what? I didn't even realize the playoff rules were different in overtime. I assume you just want the ball to score a touchdown and win. Now,
makes sense to me.
How amazingly fascinating would that have been? I know they kicked a field goal. Does that mean then, because it sure sounds like it, if they would have scored a touchdown, 49ers players, at least some
they were done,
would have run onto the field and dumped Gatorade, and you'd have been like, hey, Nimrods, we have to keep playing.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what they thought was going to be happening, is they just move on from it because they just completed it. But when you're now looking up at the board, Kevin, and you're seeing that the rules are a little bit different, that's got to change like your whole approach of that. But even still, isn't the mindset go score a touchdown?
Yes. Yes.
The mindset should definitely be we're going to be aggressive, we're going to go try and score, and then we're going to put Kansas City in a bind because they only have one option. But Kansas City, Kevin, had already had a plan of they're going to go for two if that's the case. So they already knew in their minds what all their scenarios were, where the guys on San Francisco were going, hold on, let's just go score. We have no other options.
And I also wondered if it changed any level of enthusiasm about winning the coin toss. If you're like, hey, we just got to go down there and score a damn touchdown, the game's over. Now you're like, hold on just a second. Is this the way to go?
Yeah.
And should we have deferred? Should we have, I don't know. I see the appeal of both sides. I think I would want the ball second, but no, I understand
agree.
why you take the ball.
Here's the reason you want the ball second is because you know what you have to do. If they kicked a field goal, now, if we want to win the game, we score. And we can't give them the ball back. They're going to get a third chance if we just tie it up.
Fourth down, you have to go for it, right?
Yes.
I mean, Romo brought up a point. They would have gone for it. It was 1 foot.
Oh, sure.
But he said, see, if you defer, now Kansas City has a decision on 4th and a foot at the 33-yard line. I forget what yard line it was. It might have been the 34-yard line, to be honest. It might have been the first one. They might go, well, should we just punt and see if we can stop them? I think they would have gone for it because it was such a short yardage. That's when Mahomes ran to the right and slid for about a 7-yard gain. But he does bring up the point, when you get the ball second, you know if you have to go for it on 4th down every time because you're losing or you're tied, and you can just say, well, let's just punt it. But if you're losing by 3 or 7 points, you know every play we have, or every down situation, we have 4 downs to get a first down, where if you take the ball first, you go, well, it's 4th and 3. We might as well punt and see if we can stop them.
I do not understand, though, how Shanahan just never assumed, or just assumed the players knew. And that's probably the best thing, right?
Yeah.
Like Gavin Spittle probably gives us stuff where we're like, okay, it's overkill, Gavin. Like we know. But it's his job to make sure we know, right? Like as the guy,
or else you end up in this situation.
Yeah, as the guy who's running the team, you got to hey, look, guys, I know y'all know, but let's go over our scenarios here. You're going to the Super Bowl. Somebody just said that sounds like Cowboys level preparation right there. And yes, missing little things like that is what keeps you from winning a Super Bowl.
But you know what? And it's funny that you say that because I do agree with that. But also, how interesting is it how the narrative changes depending on the outcome, right? Because you just said little things like that win you the Super Bowl. But wouldn't it have just been a hilarious anecdote if the 49ers won? They'd be like, yeah, I thought we won the game. And everyone's like, ha, ha, ha. But you had to go out there and play. Meanwhile, Kansas City's got players smashing into their head coach and stuff. So, but none of that matters anymore.
Yeah, man. By the way, do you want to discuss this now?
Do you want to hit the breaking? I feel like, is this breaking news?
Breaking news? Yeah, breaking news on 105.3 The Fans, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Rangers did announce the Rangers broadcast plans for 2024. Dave Raymond will return for his 8th season as lead TV play-by-play voice, alongside Jared Sandler, who will now enter his 10th year as a member of the Rangers broadcast team.
And he'll keep doing radio.
Yes, and he'll also do play-by-play for select television games this year. Congratulations to Jared Sandler. Maybe we can get him on the horn.
I believe we do have him on the horn. Right now, the man who has turned his back on radio. It is Jared Sandler. I'm just kidding, man. I know that's not really what's happening. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, congratulations, dude. I'm being a part of the TV play-by-play stuff now, man. Congratulations.
I appreciate it, guys. Radio's still my home, but I'm excited to get to do a few games this year, and hopefully get to do a couple games with Mikey. I mean, we can bring back our wacky pictures pregame from when we used to do Frisco games, and I'm really excited.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, because the other part of the announcement, which you definitely sound stoked about, is that Mike Bassick, for the press release, Junior will also be on the Rangers TV broadcast this year.
Is that for real?
Yes, you are going to be on the Rangers TV broadcast.
Breaking news?
This is breaking news.
Yeah. I got to
Mike
call
Bassick
my parents.
Is going to be doing TV games for Rangers, and we don't know exactly how many, Mike, or how this is all going to work. But we're really happy for you, dude.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, was that not public? I apologize.
No,
it's in the press release.
You just broke it.
Okay, my bad.
No. We announced the Jared Sandler, and then you called in, and we broke in. But obviously, I am pumped up. This is a dream come true. I can't believe in a way that I'm going to get to do about a third of the games. In the press release, I don't have it in front of me, but I know that Dave Valley and David Murphy.
Are you opening a bag of popcorn right now, Jared?
Awesome.
Hey, I just want to thank Eric Nadel and you two over there, Matt Hicks.
This is a callback to what, midnight? The night the Rangers won the World Series?
Listen, it was the day after Halloween, and Halloween candy was 50% off, and I knew we were going to be up here late, and I bought all the candy 50% off at the local Kroger. And Jared was crying as he was thanking everybody, especially Eric Nadel, and he forgot Matt Hicks.
It was a beautiful moment, and then Mike's just like,
I love it, Jared. That's awesome.
Mike, I was actually having some popcorn. Was Mike talking? I didn't
I missed it.
Jared knew it wasn't his turn to talk anymore. So.
So I'll get to do a third of the games approximately. David Murphy and Dave Valley will also be the color guys on the show. So it will be super fun. I can't believe it. I'm super excited that I get to be part of the Rangers broadcast, and hopefully people will like me. Hopefully I'm Stuart Smalley.
No, really,
I just want to say, guys, I am so excited for Mike. I mean, you guys know Mike he'll call anyone at any time of the day, but I don't. I get a lot of baseball calls from Mike, and we sit and we'll watch games together, and I know how much he cares about baseball, and I know how much he cares about the Rangers, and I am so excited. I was so pumped when Mike got to do those games in DC last year.
Yes.
And Mike, you're going to crush it. I mean, I've shared this with you, for a couple years now, and I'm so excited for fans to get to watch and hear Mike's passion come through. Because this is like a no-brainer, and we're so lucky with Eric and Matt on the radio, and Dave and the crew of analysts, which now thankfully will include Mike. I mean, Dave is a stud. I think Dave Raymond is awesome, and I'm just so excited to get to record the games Mike does and get to hear his thoughts, go back after the game and get his analysis on key plays and stuff like that. But Mike, I genuinely mean this, man. I'm really excited for you because you are a Rangers fan. You played for the Rangers. You grew up here, and to get to be able to do this, I know how much it means to you, and I'm so fired up.
I think about it. Obviously, I've known for a little bit of time now, but to grow up watching HSE and, Norm Hitchkiss and Steve Busby, and you mentioned earlier, Kevin, Jim Sundberg, it's like, and then it was Tom Gree for such a long time. And I can remember this. In November, I took a trip with my wife to Mexico, a little vacation. And she said, "What would be your dream job?" And I said, "Well, my dream job would be like the TV color analyst for the Texas Rangers, but that's never going to happen. But that's my dream job." And then what do you know? I had no clue. And then what do you know? A month or so later, that job opened up, and I end up getting to share this job with all the Daves. Jared, we're going to be really like
Raymond, Valley, Murphy.
Yeah, they're going to be like Dave, and we're like, we're not Dave. But yeah, this is unbelievable. I'm super excited, and hopefully I do a good enough job that people want me, to do the games
I want
more.
you, Mike. I want you. And I'm just glad that Ariel Gerardo is not pitching for the Rangers anymore.
Well, that is true.
I don't know how many people that joke is for, but I love it.
I'll say back, I think the very first Frisco game, because years ago, pre-pandemic, Mike and I would do, 5 or so Frisco games a year on Bally's. And I remember one time Ariel Gerardo, who at the time was the top pitching prospect in the Rangers organization, and I guess we can, with all due respect to Ariel Gerardo, that's thankfully I don't think he'd be the top pitching prospect right now. I guess we can say that, but Mike really struggled with Ariel Gerardo's name, and I know that that's not going to be the case this year, and I'm just glad that Ariel Gerardo is not on the roster.
Now, for people who just tuning in, is Dave Raymond back as the lead TV play-by-play voice for the Rangers. Jared Sandler will be on some of those games on TV, as will Mike Bassick, or Mike Bassick Jr., as he's described in the press release, will both be prominent members of the TV broadcast as well. But Jared will still be rocking and rolling all over radio, too. And Mike is not leaving our show.
I'll be taking the Comrex on the road, so there'll be times where I'll be zooming.
Man, that's going to be fun.
I can't wait to, if I'm traveling and Mike's traveling, to just go hang out in his hotel room and distract him while he's trying to do a show with you guys.
We can Zoom together.
Dude, I still just
Zoom with you.
Jared, I just love your realistic approach to things, because one of the first times I remember y'all doing a Rangers game together, Mike said he was so happy that he was finally going to do a radio broadcast, and you said, well, this is the internet. So.
That's right. That was spring training a couple years ago, right?
No, it was last year against the Dodgers.
Last year?
It rained out. It ended up only going like 5 innings. Thank God, because there's a lot of people. I was like, who in the world is this person playing now? And I just say, nice play by the second baseman, number 87. But I remember that game, Jared. I looked at you after the inning was over. I might have said this on the air too, and I go, when did Cole Reagan start throwing 98 miles an hour? That was like the surprise of that game. It was early in spring training, and I was like, I don't remember Cole Reagan's ever throwing close to this hard.
Yeah, you've had some pretty impressive pitching performances on the radio. Last year, you got to call a Garrett Cole start with me, right?
That game lasted about an hour and 36 minutes. It was awesome. You did a great job.
Well, I appreciate that.
I just remember the game moves so fast that you have to get in, as much as maybe some people think the game's slow. When a guy's having a good pitching performance, it goes quick now and with the pitch clock.
Yeah, no, it does. Hey, Mike, have you thought about any signature analyst things that you're going to do? I'm Bert Blyleven used to circle fans that have the Circle Me Bert signs there in Minnesota. What's the Mike Bassick thing going to be?
I haven't thought of it yet.
Oh man.
Okay. you could eat popcorn on air. I mean, that could be your thing.
That would be awesome.
I'm having ice cream right now, Jared. You take over.
That is 1,000,000% going to happen. And he's going to be like, have you seen this little mini helmet? It's exclusive to this game.
He's just invested in it. Well, Mike, you know, it's been fun working with you, dude.
No, he's not leaving the show.
And Jared, it's been fun working with you as well.
He's not leaving radio either.
I do have to leave right now, though.
Okay.
No, you.
I have to go to the bathroom.
I do too.
Oh my God!
Jared,
all right, well,
thanks, man.
Jared, congratulations.
Congratulations, bro.
You've done
you
it.
too, Mike. I'm so happy for you, dude. You're gonna be such a stud.
Thanks.
There you go. Jared Sandler added to the Texas Rangers TV broadcast for select games. Mike Bassick going to be added to the TV broadcast for select games, probably a lot. But he's not leaving the show. Jared is not going to stop doing radio, so everyone's going to keep doing the things, just expanding out some of their job opportunities and responsibilities along the way.
You sure about that?
For now. We're the KNC Masterpiece, jerk, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk some more about the Super Bowl records and Super Bowl commercials, the best, the worst. And did you have any idea that Pluto TV had that kind of money? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Come now.
And the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
McKinnon is in at running back. First down and goal to go. Play action fake. Right side throw. Touchdown! Kansas City! McCall Hardman with the catch on the right side. A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Kansas City wins the Super Bowl, and Mike Bassick and Jared Sandler are going to be doing TV broadcasts for the Texas Rangers while still holding down their respective radio responsibilities.
And now that you've gotten your dream job, you can finally buy your parents a house, and that's really awesome.
They have a house. It's great. They don't need another one. You can only live in one house at a time.
Oh, man.
Oh, I don't know.
Is
I feel
that
like
true?
you can live in multiple houses.
Separate.
Like every...
All right.
Your mom can live in one and your dad can live in one.
I want to tell you.
They're still married.
My goodness. I want to tell you
It's their
some
weekend house.
of the Super Bowl records tied and set yesterday, but also send in your votes, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line for the best commercial, the worst commercial of the Super Bowl. Now, a lot of this involves special teams. Most career field goals attempted. Harrison Butker tied as he has attempted 10 field goals at the Super Bowl. However, he also holds the record for most made field goals at the Super Bowl with 9. Poor Jake Moody held the record for longest field goal at the Super Bowl for, I don't know, like an hour and a half, until Harrison Butker broke that record as well with a 57-yard field goal. Go. It's like Schwarzenegger right there. Tommy Townsend and Mitch Wishnowsky tied the record for highest punting average ever in a game, 50.8. They will share that record going forward, 50.8 yards per punt.
Two things. One on Harrison Butker. Last year, he was 75% field goal percentage.
Really?
Yeah. And this year, he was 94.3. He's an 89 guy career-wise, and it would be higher, obviously, if the 75 wasn't on his ledger.
Sure.
But he's like right in the 89, 90 area, and he had his best season of his career this year. And then, obviously delivers, especially that line drive that I was like, there's no way that's, oh my God, it went in.
It went in, yeah.
And it was awesome. But also to add to that, the punting was nuts. Like they flipped field position multiple times in that game. It was awesome to watch.
Patrick Mahomes tied the record for the most career fumbles in a Super Bowl at 5. However, he also holds the record for the most fumbles recovered in a career in the Super Bowl with 4. Now, to the commercials, I want to throw out one that I loved that I did not see getting a lot of love in the ad meter. So take it away with cut number 17, Michael Cera doing the things.
I'm Michael Cera, and human skin is my passion, which is why I developed this. CeraVe. Oh, you didn't know? Can skin truly be this moisturized? Oh. Yeah. Wow. Let my cream hydrate you. Omega-3 essential ceramides. CeraVe. Developed with Michael Cera. V. We like? So my name is Sarah. And so it's a perfect crossover opportunity.
They did not like it.
Oh, really? I liked it.
No, well, the executives.
They had to like it. They paid millions of dollars for the commercial.
Yeah.
That is...
They didn't know.
He pitched it, and then they used it as a commercial.
That is very fair. I did not see that in the top 10, and that Doritos Dynamita commercial somehow made it into the top 10.
Because
it's just confusing to me.
Because Jenna Ortega's in it.
I've not seen that one.
She was Wednesday.
One of the two old gals try to run down the person who stole their extreme Doritos.
I missed it. I must have been getting some Bluebell at that time.
Yeah, it was not that great.
When did that happen?
There was a lot of action. And that was about it.
Was that later in the game?
I think it was in the second half.
Okay.
All right. Did you have a favorite commercial?
I can remember.
Let my cream hydrate.
I can remember the Arnold one where he's saying neighbor wrong.
Yes.
And
did you like that one?
Yeah, I thought it was good. I thought the worst one. I'm tired of the two guys that played nurses on that nurse show or doctor show, and then
Scrubs?
yeah.
Oh,
Are they nurses or doctors in that?
They were doctors.
Okay.
And a doctor and a surgeon.
And so they interview Aquaman and they dance together.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm tired of that group.
Cut 18 was my favorite one. Cut 18 right here.
I don't think you should do this. Last year she came to my work. Now I gotta show her what I can do.
He's here.
Fleck on the track.
What up, Bronx? For your consideration, here comes the Boston Massacre. The Dunk Kings. Touchdown Tommy on them keys. Player coach.
Got it.
I'm open. And needs no introduction, my partner.
Sometimes it's really hard to be your friend.
You said you were gonna support me? Dunk Kings. Don't go away. My heart. Why you dunking me, girl? Why you dunking? Dunk Kings.
Seeing Tom Brady fist pump that.
How do you like them donuts? I'm so sorry.
You had to see it, but I forgive you. Lay us on the track.
Are we going to be on the album?
We talked about this.
Let's go. You're blinded by them pinstripes.
Wrap it up.
Here goes Babe Ruth.
Tom, you can stay.
You remember when I told you I'd do anything for you? This is anything.
Chill. They're naming a drink after us.
So once you've done anything for your best friend, does now he owes you, or like you never have to do anything again? How's that work?
I thought Matt Damon had the best possible role in that, where he's in a commercial that I thought was very funny, but can also disavow the commercial if it doesn't go well. He's like, hey, I said throughout this commercial that I did not care for this commercial. Now, it did go well in the
you
US.
say about this show all the time.
Oh, for sure.
You're setting yourself up that way. Of course you are.
Absolutely. This is a terrible show. But thank you guys for listening nonetheless. Is the Dunkin' ad of the Dunk Kings was second on the ad meter behind only Mike Bassick's selection, State Farm, Like a Good Neighbor. That was number one. Now, my wife's favorite commercial.
How many people out there do you think recognize that DeVito and Schwarzenegger from
Twins?
Because my kid was like, "Oh my God, it's Danny DeVito," and he was like, "Why is he in a video with this guy?" And I was like, "Oh my God."
I don't know how many. They just think of him as exploding out of the couch in the "It's Always Sunny" Christmas episode. My wife's favorite commercial, I do believe, although she had a huge beef with it as well, was for the Kia EV9. Now, that's the one where the gal is figure skating and she looks up into the stands and there is her dad, but there's also an empty seat. So she's happy, but also sad. So they hop in the car, their electric powered vehicle, and they start driving. And the little girl still looks mad. But the easy navigation screen of the Kia EV9 allows them to get to where they need to be. And they make it out into the woods where there's this old man. It looks like it's her grandfather. I shouldn't assume that. There's pictures of them together. He plugs in not only his car, but also all of the lights that they somehow set up immediately around all of the trees, and a speaker. And the little girl, she skated on the pond and skated her heart out. And he was so happy.
She had triple axle Lutz.
And then he gives her a 10 in the window. Although my wife was like, man, if he did not give her a 10, that would be really cool.
Yeah, he's like 5.5.
It was a really nice commercial.
All the way there.
I did enjoy it.
I did like early in the first quarter, they did do the Jesus commercial where different people are washing different people's feet.
Because I did like that one. The other Jesus commercial, Who Is My Neighbor? That was ranked one of the lowest 5, where they just show like that guy who was smoking and somebody in a fancy coat and somebody with tattoos on their faces. The one you don't notice. Value. Welcome. He gets us. But that's a different one than what you're talking about. That Jesus commercial was in the top 5, bottom 5.
I think I zoned out on second half commercials.
Really?
I guess so. I wasn't flipping channels. I guess I was just getting up and doing chores at that point. So when it went to commercial, I watched a lot of the first half commercials. I guess I missed a lot of the second half commercials.
I laughed too hard at the Dr. Umsticks commercial. Like, I don't know why I loved it so much. Adrian was like, why are you still laughing? And I'm like, Dr. Umsticks is just so funny to me.
What was this commercial for?
Drumsticks, the ice cream drumsticks.
Dang it.
And it was, they had like a little Penny Hardaway kind of, guy in
Little
there.
Penny was in it?
No, it was Dr. Umsticks, obviously. So he was the doctor on the plane. But
that was pretty terrible.
Kevin, you know how much
I thought it was funny. The people from that show that's kind of like The Office,
Parks and Rec,
and they were on dragons and they were laughing because they were drinking Blast Mountain Dew.
Baja Blast.
That was funny.
That was
like
funny.
Dragons?
I don't know. I don't dislike
He's trying
them.
to set you up for a D's nuts joke.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
I just didn't have a hard dragon take.
How about that D, baby?
I'm a fan of Vince Vaughn, so I did enjoy the Tom Brady's One Enough with the BetMGM. I thought that was pretty funny.
I also really liked, and I've seen a few people voting for this, the Uber Eats, where you have to remember Uber Eats and forget other things, and Jennifer Aniston forgot who David Schwimmer was, like the rest of the world.
Oh, man.
And she was like, when did we work together? And he goes, for 10 years. And she goes, yeah, okay. Like I would forget that.
I saw the beginning of that commercial.
Yeah.
And then I disconnected my brain and then don't remember the end of it. So this sounds like a good commercial, but I do remember Jennifer Aniston, and I was like, man, she looks great. And I don't think she's had any work done. Like how sometimes, maybe she has. I'm sorry I'm missing it. But she doesn't look like the California, like plastic person.
I agree with you there, yeah.
Blown up their lips and then made their eyes a certain way that I'm just like, this doesn't make sense for a human being.
A lot of people are praising the Christopher Walken commercial.
It's good, dude.
Did you see this one, Mike?
I did, where everybody's acting like him.
And they all have an impression.
It's a BMW commercial, was that right?
That is correct.
Yeah, I remember that one.
That one was only 7. I mean, look, that's still good. Of all the ads, you have the 7th best one per USA Today. I thought that one would be a little bit higher. I thought it was pretty top notch. I'm going to run you through the top 10. Tell me if any of these stood out to you. All right. The Doritos Dinamita. I thought that one was terrible. Verizon Can't Be Broken. I have to admit, was that the Beyonce one?
I thought
yes,
yeah, she's
that was
trying
the
to break
Beyonce
the internet,
one.
but she can't do it. Is
that
that
was
right?
fun. I enjoyed that. And then she dropped 2 songs that are now number 1 and 2 on iTunes Music right now.
Oh, in your face, Usher.
And they're country songs. So she's crushing the
I'm
world
remembering
right
now. LL Cool J is a train conductor now, and he ran his train through a house party.
That was not the Kid and Play one.
I think it's
was
Coors Light. That Kid and Play one's old. That
it
one's
was the
been around.
Coors Light Chill Train. Yeah, that was the LL Cool J one.
Budweiser taught us if the roads are too perilous, just have some Clydesdales ready to go.
Thanks
they
for
will
bringing them
deliver
back.
your beer. That was number 8. Walking 7. Dove Hard Knocks with all of the body confident. I think it was all women on that.
There was one where it's like girls quit sports at 14 years old.
I think that is this one.
Yeah, keep playing sports as long as you want. You know, like that's that message, and I'm perfectly cool with. It seems like a message that you can't really like go after, right?
Well, yeah. Number 5.
Don't play sports, girls.
NFL Born to Play was 5. Uber Eats was 4. Kia was 3. Dunkin' 2. And State Farm 1. The worst 5. Did you remember any of these? I told you about the one, Jesus, Who Is My Neighbor? Not the feet washing one. There was another one. The Starry Love Triangle one. This one was
the Sprite.
terrible.
Sprite or 7
Yeah, they're
Up.
taking a shot at Sprite or 7 Up, and he explodes like into water or something. I don't know.
This one it just didn't work.
So when I was watching that, my wife was doing chores, and then she'd say, "Tell me when the commercials happen." So she watched the commercials in the first quarter.
Okay.
And that one, we both looked at each other and we said, "Is that a famous person?" We both had no. Was the person on the couch a famous person or just an actress that I don't know of?
I thought she was a famous person, but I don't recall her name offhand.
And she's like, wants more flavor out of her lemon lime soda. But I'm like, I don't know who this person is. So if this person's supposedly famous, maybe it makes more sense.
I hope TurboTax is not offended by this, because sometimes if you just have a message in your commercial about your product, people are like, meh, that wasn't funny or anything. TurboTax was in the bottom 5, as was, and this was maybe the most confusing commercial to me, less social media, more Snapchat. That was the second lowest rated commercial per USA Today. Is Snapchat not social media?
I guess you don't get likes on it. That's what I got from it. I'm not on Snapchat, so you don't get, people can't click a heart or whatever, or
It's just
like
more
it.
you sharing with your friends stuff like that is, but it's less about those types of engagements. And I don't know. I haven't used Snapchat in a long time, Kevin.
That one was the second lowest rated one. And then, can you guess what the lowest rated one?
The Pringles commercial?
No,
I don't know. That was
with
decent.
Mr. P. You just said it was decent. Why would it be the lowest rated
Well,
one?
I don't know. I don't grade commercials.
Mayo Cat.
You not
the
like,
Hellman's mayonnaise.
Yeah, you
one?
do not care for that one. Don't have a message, especially a political message, during the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Ted Kennedy.
Robert Kennedy Jr.'s American Values was the lowest rated Super Bowl commercial. Now, that's from the people who voted on the USA Today poll. Were there people who watched it and were like,
they wanted Biden commercials.
I don't know. I don't think they wanted political commercials at all. But how many people were like, I had no idea you were going to be an independent for president, and we'll vote for him now? I don't know. But
I didn't know he was running. I'm going to be honest. I didn't know he was running as the independent party leader guy. Is there a party for independent?
Well, I mean, there are multiple specific parties that don't just have to be independent, but I know he's trying to run on the Democratic side. But people did not like that commercial. That finish last.
Because he's not old. Is that how they did it? Like he can ski and stuff like that?
No, I don't.
I watched the commercial and they played an old, I'm assuming that was like a JFK commercial, like a JFK
60s,
song or whatever. I'm just assuming that. I wasn't alive for that.
No, I think that you're right about that. That was the lowest rated one. Now.
Okay.
How about some Mike likes it?
All right. Since we were talking about, you said mayonnaise. You didn't like a mayonnaise commercial?
Yeah. Well, I just thought that was really lowly rated.
Oh, I had no idea that Lindt, I did not like their chocolate ball commercial. I thought that was boring. CrowdStrike, Home.com series. I thought those were all boring.
Oh, they shot a champagne bottle through a window.
But they got one of the...
Is that like a competitor to Realtor.com? That's what I'm assuming
I'm assuming as well. The issue I had is they got one of the kids from Schitt's Creek, but then they didn't get the girl. No. And it was clearly they were substituting for her, but they couldn't get the same actress. That's what it felt like to me.
Okay. Well, you talked about mayo. I'm going to tell you some things that I discovered during...
You discovered mayonnaise?
No.
Oh.
Did you know what fry sauce was? I saw a person eating, I love fry sauce. And I'm like, what is fry sauce?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah, it's
I looked it up.
It's kind of like an aioli. But yeah.
It's pretty much mayonnaise and ketchup combined.
Yeah.
It's like 1 part mayonnaise, 1 part ketchup. And I'm like, that's just mayonnaise and ketchup, but they named it fry sauce. So I had no clue. I
did not know that.
I'm going to assume this. I don't know. What's the chicken place that everybody goes crazy?
Cane's?
Cane's. Is Cane's? I think it's just mayonnaise and ketchup with
There's
some
a little
seasoning.
more to it because Worcestershire. There's some cayenne, some garlic salt. But
I looked it up on Food Network. I'm like, how? And then I Googled like fry sauce. What is fry sauce made of? And it's pretty much just mayonnaise and ketchup.
Oh.
So, anyways, that's what fry sauce is. If anybody says, "Hey, do you want some fry sauce?" You're gonna definitely say no. Give me barbecue sauce. Am I correct? Do you dip fries in barbecue sauce?
Yes.
Not ketchup.
Correct.
Okay. Here's the next thing. I looked up Brock Purdy's dad's baseball stats.
Okay.
First, I typed in Purdy. Do you know how many major leaguers there's been with the last name Purdy? Purdy.
37.
4.
1.
Oh.
Pid Purdy. Pid
Purdy?
Purdy played from 1926 to 1929. So that's the only Purdy that's ever made the major leagues.
Okay.
This got me thinking. Patrick Mahomes, Brock Purdy. Should I tell my kids to stop playing baseball and be a quarterback in the NFL?
Yeah.
I think I should.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at it, the two guys that were in the Super Bowl, their dads were both former pitchers. Pat Mahomes, also Patrick, but Pat Mahomes, the father, he did play in the major leagues approximately 10 years. Sean Purdy, though, never made the major leagues. But in his minor league career, these aren't bad stats.
Insane, yeah.
He's 58-37 with a 3.91 ERA.
Oh.
Now, in AAA, this is interesting to me. He never got, I don't know what he threw. I don't know. It doesn't say on Baseball Reference how hard he threw. But when he made it up to AAA, he was 13-4 with a 3.63 ERA. So now, all of a sudden at 29 years old, making it to AAA, his career ended. So he must have, stuff-wise, they must have looked at him and said, we get that you're successful in AAA. We don't believe you have a chance to be successful in the major leagues. I'm just assuming this in his 116 AAA innings. But I had to look it up. I just forgotten. I just had never looked up his dad's stats, as they're like, his dad played baseball too, just like Pat Mahomes' dad. And so I looked it up.
Do you know the story of what happened there in his 8th season in AAA?
He was 29 years old when his career ended in 1998. That's all I know.
Okay, 98. This is from a story I'm looking at. His 8th and final minor league campaign. It was only his 2nd in AAA. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. First 16 games of 98, he compiled a 1.83 ERA.
Ooh, yeah.
And his agent called him and said, I think you're out of here, meaning the Braves, in a couple days. And he goes, you know what? I think I hurt my arm last night.
Oh, no.
And he had arthroscopic surgery on his elbow later that summer, rehab throughout the offseason, but then decided to retire. I'm sorry if that was like your story here.
I didn't.
That's amazing.
I was looking at it and I'm like,
best, and
hey, he did pretty good for his minor league career. He's 29 years old, and in his 2 seasons in AAA, he has good numbers. So I didn't know exactly why it ended or how it ended, but
I had not heard that either.
Sean Purdy, who I think a lot of people are using his face today going, this is every 49ers fan as overtime is happening. His son honestly did a good job of getting him down to a goal line situation. And then they didn't pick up a blitz, and he didn't have the time to throw to Jennings, who was open.
Yeah.
He had to throw it away. I mean, he did. In that situation, he did the smart thing. If you don't really see him open and a guy's about to crush you, you got to get rid of the ball. So your coach has the decision. Do you want to go for it on the 5-yard line, or do you want to kick the field goal? And Shanahan decided to kick the field goal. All right, next thing from football, the Hunt family. So that's their 3rd title in 4 years. They are on a roll. They're in a dynasty situation. I just find this interesting. They seem so humble. Now, their mother just passed away, so they had her initials on their, was it jersey or helmet? Might have been on both. But anyways, I just find them very likable.
I could see that.
And very humble.
Yeah, I mean,
I just don't.
Clark does not think you are likable, but.
True. And I don't think the Jones family is that likable. And I just can't imagine what the Jones family would be like if it won't ever happen to him again, but like if it ever happened to him, like I like how humble they are and how they pass all the credit to the coaching staff, the players, and then they just get out of the way. They're on the stage. They're part of the show. They're part of the presentation. But I don't know, the Hunt family just seems like a very likable family, and the way that you would kind of maybe want your ownership to be is like, we're here, we support, we're the owners, we take the responsibility, but we're not going to take the credit. We're going to back off the stage and let Pat Mahomes, let Travis Kelce, let Andy Reid. They're the ones who did it. We humbly accept this trophy. We humbly accept it on our mom who passed away. We love her. We wish she was here for this. We know how much she loves football. You mentioned on Friday she'd been to every Super Bowl.
Yeah.
This is the first one she's ever missed because she's not alive anymore. And I just thought when they got presented their third Lombardi trophy in 4 years, they just said, hey, I want to thank God, and I want to thank the coaching staff and the players, and we move forward and interview the people who played in the game and coached the game.
Well, I mean, even Kevin, when you look at the structure of the way that they are going through this rebuild right now,
it's unbelievable.
And they're still able to do what they're doing. Like they run it the right way. They let their GM do his job. Their GM's good at making sure they have the right personnel. They have a great play caller and a great quarterback to go along with it that they went up in the draft to go get because they knew he was the guy. Like, all of the things that they've done have turned to gold for the Hunt family.
All right, so now I turn back to commercials. We just talked about commercials. I have an opportunity, but you guys have to present this. What company could use DeMarcus Lawrence and the Dallas Cowboys next year, as they're not in the Super Bowl, they're not going to be in the NFC Championship game? How do you use? Dak loves doing commercials. What company should use the Dallas Cowboys on Are You Burnt Out? Is it Candles?
It's low T, right?
They can't. Yeah. They can't do a testosterone commercial because you can't legally do testosterone. Like, you can't do the Frank Thomas, she's gonna like it too, unless you're retired, because you can't take testosterone as an active player. So how do you use Dak and D-Law in a commercial for the Super Bowl being burnt out?
Mine would be for Wood or Duraflame or whatever you want. Is like, hey, don't find yourself like the Cowboys when they have to play one extra game and be burnt out. Make sure that you have fire that will burn all through the season.
Is this the way, Corey, to possibly Dak Prescott loves the spicy nuggies from Wendy's? Is this like, hey, they could burn you out, but you're going to love the flavor or something, as the Cowboys, and then the Cowboys are all just watching the Super Bowl, having a nugget party at Wendy's?
I do like where people are going with this. Don't you just do the Red Bull commercial? And hey, look, if you're feeling burnt out, drink a Red Bull. It'll give you wings, and Dak and the whole team drink one in the little commercial.
I mean, think about this.
That makes sense to me.
The Cowboys franchise is all about money first, right? Fame second. And so these two things tie in. They're not going to be in a Super Bowl, but they do have things that they say that they can use for marketing.
I'm intrigued by the candle proposition that you threw out there.
I don't know, like, what candle company is a famous candle company? Yankee Candle Company or something? I don't know if they're still around or whatever, but like, I don't know. You might want to use Aaron Judge for that. I don't know. Or Garrett Cole, Cy Young winner. Garrett Cole likes burning candles. But if you're burnt out, here's the Dallas Cowboys, because they're burnt out every season. Like, they don't even want to play in the playoffs.
Yeah. Don't have too short of a wick, or whatever.
So I just was thinking about the commercials and just thinking.
Yes, because then everybody involved, they could be wick heads.
Right now.
Because it's a candle.
Stop.
See, this makes a lot of sense to me.
They can't even do the M&M commercials, because since 1996, none of the Cowboys have even been close to getting a diamond.
I like the idea of a tire commercial. Look, when you're feeling worn down, when you're feeling burnt out,
that's a good one.
Just load up on your new Firestones, and everything's going to be just fine.
I see a big market for that. I think you might. Don't go with an inferior product that will wear down too easily.
The 817 Bed Bath & Beyond, Cowboys spa culture, and candles.
See, there's so many the Cowboys just aren't, they're not getting the most out of their marketing. Their guys are all They're burnt out in December, Christmas, and Thanksgiving's in November, and then the new year starts and they're burnt out. They should capitalize by being in the Super Bowl, but the commercials, not the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
All right. That's all. That's all I have for Mike likes it, and I really like all the responses. I've barely seen them. I got to look at them during the break. But thank you to, as I put on Twitter, that I'm joining the Texas Rangers broadcast on Bally Sports Southwest for about a third of the game. So David Murphy and Dave Valley will have the other game. So I'll be working with Dave Raymond and maybe even Jared Sandler.
And for this question, honest question, have y'all lost your faith as Cowboys fans, or do you still have hope in change? I think we're all different on that. I still have hope, but I understand all those who
buy into us.
They call you Hope Floater, right?
Yes, that sounds about right. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Well, if you're hoping on the Cowboys, it's
I get it.
Hope Floater.
No, I understood the first time. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Well, I mean, before you give up hope, this guy says they're that close.
What?
Next on the Fan.
It's time to run. Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
A couple of things I would like to go ahead and tease ahead for tomorrow. There is a name that Mike uses frequently that we learned is a real person. So I can't wait for that topic tomorrow.
Could that be in honor of what happened at the airport?
Yes.
Your favorite names in sports?
Yes.
Because
that's exactly what that was.
I was shocked to learn this information.
Yeah, Kevin heard the name and he was like, oh my gosh. And then it turned out to not be that guy. But Mike was like, hold on. And he did some research. And we have new information coming to the show tomorrow. Congratulations again to Mike. For anybody who's like, hold on, so Mike's leaving the show.
No.
Sometimes. But he's gonna Zoom and he's gonna Comrex in, and we'll see how that all goes. Like, we don't know. It could be chaos.
Kevin can really shut me down.
Yeah, he could just be like, turn that off.
Zoom off.
But whenever CJ Nitkowski announced that he was leaving, Kevin, on air that day, I jumped on air and was like, Mike needs this. I listened. I was driving in the car and I had it on TV, but I was also listening while I was driving to pick up my kid, and I was like, dude, Mike's doing great. And I think the information, how many times at the parade did people come up to us or Mike and they're like, because of you, I learned more about baseball this year. And I think Mike can add that to the TV broadcast. And again, he's a hometown guy. So this is really awesome. Congratulations to Mike. I hope that more of these come along for you along the way.
I'm going to study a lot of Harry Doyle.
Just a bit outside.
Yeah, just a bit outside. But don't forget us whenever you go on to be great at
I won't,
this.
Kevin. I am famous.
That's exactly. We'll text him and he's just going to reply back with that audio.
Oh my gosh.
And we're just going to be like, dang. All right. Rex Ryan. As we still haven't confirmed that Mike Zimmer is the defensive coordinator here for the Cowboys. And
did you see him at Radio Row? He walked by our table.
I saw Rob.
Oh, was that Rob?
Yes.
I don't know.
But I don't know if I saw Rex.
Because
they're both buddies. Sons.
Rob did the show over with fake Luca by our table.
Okay. Before we go any further, Kevin, I don't think you brought this to the show that often, but you kept trying to throw it out there and nobody was dunking with you. So
I didn't see him.
Explain that.
I thought you were talking about Rob Gronkowski at one point.
There was a guy out there, and I probably should have taken a picture.
He missed it.
His face looked exactly like Luca, like down to the structure, the facial hair. He looked exactly like Luca. And so every day I'd be like, oh, hey, there's fake Luca.
He was a little heavier than Luca, but shorter.
That's what I just said, the face. That's what I said, the face.
He's 6'6". There's a 6'6" guy.
No,
just the
shorter.
face. Just the face looked like Luca. The rest of the body, he was shorter and.
I missed it.
Yeah.
I never figured out who you're talking about.
That being said, Rex Ryan was talking about the Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator job.
Say right here, first off, I'm not so sure that Zimmer's got that job right now. Not real sure about that. I can honestly say I don't believe that's a fact right now. But I will say this: the reason I was so like this is I've been out for 7 years. I've never called another head coach or anything like that. I called Mike McCarthy, and the reason I did is because I want to be on this stage. I want to be back on this stage if I'm going to get back into coaching, have a chance at that. I think with this roster the way it is, I think offensively, special teams, and defense, and I figured I could make maybe even a little bit of an upgrade, that they could be right here. That's why I was interested. It's funny how, well, should we get the, no, your team has no chance at me, okay? That's generally the case. I would only go at the right situation. And if it's not completely right, then I'm not going. But this team, it is interesting because they are so close to getting over that edge, and that's why I think people would be interested in this job.
And maybe, Kevin, we look at it from, like, we see all the warts.
Yeah.
Why is this job even remotely interesting to people? But Rex Ryan says, I love you're not getting me. I'm too good for you unless it's the best situation for me. But my question is, does anybody believe the Cowboys are that close after what happened in the Green Bay game? If the Cowboys had won a playoff game, I would still be like, okay, I'm kind of buying in on this. But the way that they lost and got dismantled, it didn't look like they're that close of a team.
Yeah, like I understand why people would take that job for sure, but that was the last part. I was like, I don't really think they're that close. I hope they are, but I don't necessarily feel that way.
And go ahead, Mike. And I know your preference.
No,
here.
I don't want a Ryan. I couldn't believe that we hired a Ryan before, but
cosign.
They're losing 8 free agents on defense this year, 7 because one of them I don't really think they're concerned themselves that much with. But you still have to upgrade your linebackers. You need real beef at defensive tackle, and you got to look at your safety situation and say, are we good there? Do we need to add there and all that? I'm very curious to like what he believes. Maybe he believes the offense is that close. But the offense, whenever playoff time happens, starts slow and the defense has to carry water for them. And this year, neither one of them worked. So I'm wondering what he's seeing, unless he's just saying, I want this job because I know I can have a crack in at being a head coach if everything falls apart while Mike McCarthy's at the helm.
Do you think Zimmer's going to be the guy? So we're backing off of it. Not that we broke it. I don't even know who broke the Mike Zimmer news.
I still think it's almost done.
Yeah, it's my understanding, and I think I've been kind of keeping an eye on Broadus's Twitter, is it's a contractual thing. They're just trying to work out some things there, but it's pretty much squared away.
But Rex feels like he still has a chance.
And that's another thing, too. He said, I called Mike McCarthy. So he picked up the phone and said, Mike, I want to work with you. And McCarthy, do you think that McCarthy's all in on Zimmer? I don't know. Is he like, hold on?
So you think this could have changed his mind
the
then?
Joneses love Mike Zimmer. And if something goes wrong partially, through this season, they wouldn't hesitate to make that dude a head coach. I need a guy that I trust more than a guy that they trust. I don't know that that's the case, but I could totally see, hey, I called Mike Zimmer, or I called Mike McCarthy for this reason because I believe they're that close. And I want to be on this stage. When he says this stage, he's saying Super Bowl stage.
Sure.
I don't think he's saying I just want to be on the Cowboys limelight. Like that's a thing that exists and everything, but he's doing just fine on TV right now. But hearing him say how close this team is, I still think they're so far away. And from a lot of different things, they might have an overhaul in a lot of areas in the near future. So I don't know. Whenever I hear Rex Ryan say that, I know he called some really good defenses for a while. I would love to know what he sees that makes him believe that they're that close. Now, again, they aren't a team that's just got Bryce Young at quarterback and they're trying to figure it all out from there. They're a team that's been in that conversation consistently over and over. The owner wants to be there. Yes, he was embarrassed by how that thing went down. Like there are a lot of things that I think he sees that could be beneficial to his career. And especially not having to go into a rebuild. But the GM of this team, the owner of this team, never wants to rebuild.
Don't got time for.
He wants to be in the conversation all the time. So maybe the Cowboys are that close. I wonder how many other defensive coaches out there see it. And other jobs like with the Mike McCarthy thing. Maybe there's other head coaches that see it as well. But I'm just trying to figure out what they see that we're trying to figure out as well.
I think it's I was going to bring something up, but I think it's for another discussion.
Okay. That sounds fun.
It's a Cowboys topic. But
the Phoenix Open.
I watched some of management one.
The waste management golfing outing. Have y'all seen what happened?
Looks fun. I haven't seen what happened this year, but it looks fun.
Okay. It does. It looks like a great experience.
And it's a one-time thing, right? They don't allow fans to do what they're doing except for this event.
This is the event, and evidently it's gotten to be too much. And this is where like when you go into school and you go in on first day, if you have a teacher that lays down the law on first day, you're like, man, don't mess around in that class, right? Like you immediately are like, if you have a teacher that's loose, it's like a substitute. You're taking advantage of everything, right? You're taking advantage of everything your teacher's like, oh, no, it's okay if you turn your work in late. Just make sure you get your work turned in.
You take advantage.
And you're like, then I'll just turn it in late every time.
Hold on. So The Phoenix Open is the substitute teacher of the golf world?
It is known for huge crowds and party atmosphere. Zach Johnson was caught on social media laying into a heckler after a tee shot. He walked up and said, "Don't sir me," and he's agitated because everybody was going off on him about his selections for the Ryder Cup.
Oh.
Somebody said it. I'm just sick of it. Just shut up. And so he throws a shut up out there. Yes. There were other. Billy Horschel took exception to fans making noise during a swing by a fellow competitor. Buddy, when he's over the shot, shut the hell up, man. Come on, he's trying to hit a golf ball shot here. It's our effing job.
Oh.
Jordan Spieth went after a guy who said something during his backswing. And so they're all like, look, we love the environment. Evidently, also, people are just getting like overtly trashed at this thing, too. Alcohol sales at several locations around had to be stopped. They stopped selling alcohol, hoping to slow the party down. And they also briefly turned away ticket holders around 2 p.m. on Saturday because it was too crowded. Everybody wants to be part of this party. And now it's to a point where you set the standard. It can be a party.
Just don't talk in their backswing.
You can't turn it off now, right?
I feel like watching it, there's noise as they're swinging. I think that golfers in general, obviously they want it quiet, but they either want it quiet or they want it so loud that nobody can do what they're doing. So if it's just like a light kind of, oh, let's go, and then somebody says, hey, they're like, that messes them up. But if they just have everybody screaming, they're okay.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because then nobody can be that person to like put it in the hole, while they're swinging.
That was so much fun, by the way, when we go out to the Byron Nelson and sit on like 17 or whatever. We just yell, put it all. And it was a lot of fun because everybody's having a good time after the hit, right?
Yes.
That's after the putt, after the swing. And they're just like, hey, it's kind of, we're asking for quiet and also getting heckled. They're like, hey, I shouldn't have to deal with getting heckled, Zach Johnson is saying. And
what do you think about that part? I get the backswing, but not getting heckled, I don't know. As long as it's a clean heckle or you're not like...
Yeah, so, I don't have any audio on the heckler, so I don't know exactly what he was saying, but he was taking shots at his selections, and he's like, you need to shut up. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of this. You need to stop it right now.
And remember, Kevin's an Aggie who at baseball games, all they're doing is heckling the other team.
Oh, 5.
What if when the ball goes up, what if you had a whole bunch of Aggies and they're like, woo, as it comes down?
If it's a foul ball and it goes onto the net, and then as it rolls, they go, whoop, pick it up. Woo. As soon as it hits the ground. It's fun, dude. But again, you set the standard for this is how it's going to be. So when you walk into that stadium, and the standard for this tournament, this golf tournament is it's party environment. Just buy into it. Embrace it. I think for the golfers, embrace it more. You'll have more fun with it.
Because if you don't, nobody cares about this tournament otherwise, right?
Probably not. I mean,
it's not I feel like they care.
It's not one of the 4 majors. It's something that a lot of people have a lot of fun doing, but it's not one of the big ones that you're trying to get after. So I'm very interested to see how do they come back next year with it and say, all right, look, man, here's what you have a 2-drink limit. You can only do this. You can still make noise. But I wonder if they try to reestablish rules. And again, by that point, it's too late because people are going there with the mindset that they're there to party.
Good luck on the 2-drink limit. You can put that in place, but then there's people like me who can just hand their drink coupons off to somebody else. You can just go get your drinks and hand them to somebody.
You think that guy used my drink ticket at the MGM?
I do.
Probably so, Mike. He probably
I tried
did.
to give it to you, Corey, but you said no.
I think I'm going to try and give that up now. After
all drinking?
I'm gonna try. Y'all notice I didn't have anything on or before the plane. Were
you nervous?
I was a little nervous on the plane, but dude, I was like 4 rows from the front. That was awesome. There were 2 twins on there crying the whole time, and I put my earbuds in.
I told my wife there were a lot of kids on that plane, little kids who did not like flying.
I feel like I've changed my perspective a little bit on this. I get that it's annoying, but with just having your own earbuds or whatever, it doesn't bother me as much because also I know how terrified Jess was to fly on the plane with Noah.
Oh, yeah.
And she was like, we've brought every conceivable thing he could ever want on the plane, but then sometimes he's like, nope, I want this other.
Those 2 kids were up there setting each other off. Once one would back down, the other one would start up.
They were twins, right?
Yes.
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And I told my wife, I saw them once they saw Grandpa. I don't know which side Grandpa was on, like the mother or the father, but like, oh, my grandchildren. And I told my wife as she picked me up from the airport, the wife looked so frazzled.
She was.
Her eyes were just like, I just am. And then as I walked by where they were sitting, there's like 5 different things on the floor, like apple sauces and all kinds of things. And I was just like, that was a living hell for 2.5 hours for that mom. I don't know how the dad did, but the mom, you could just see she had no smile on her face when she saw either her father or her father-in-law. It was just like, that was it. I don't know if she's flying back to where they were coming from.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm done.
And I guess I will tease this for tomorrow, all right, in the C block. What do you do when you find this in your pool? We'll do that tomorrow on the C block.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
What an intriguing tease.
After a week away.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Alligator.
Right here. To be fair, I don't know. I'm guessing not that, but we'll see. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and why was it Kyle Shanahan? Let's talk about it next right here on the Fanahan.
business. MoritzKia.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Duchesne waits in front, backdoor feed, score! Tyler Seguin! He buries it, second of the game and period, and it's 3-1 Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. The Stars not looking burnt out as they defeated the Canadiens on Saturday 3-2. Interesting, the Stars are 2-1 since coming back from the All-Star break. All three of those games have been decided by one goal. So the Stars continue to be significantly better in one goal and overtime shootout games than they were last season, and that has them on top of the Central for now. So bravo to the Dallas Stars.
Are we like extremely invested in the Mavs Washington game that's coming up here?
I assume they're going to win by 10 or more points tonight. I haven't even looked at the spread, but I'm interested.
12.5-ish.
I'm interested because I just want to see the chemistry. The other thing, too, is like PJ Washington and Gafford, according to right before the game, Dana Larson, doing the pre and post, like they really don't know what they're doing yet. They're just playing basketball.
Right.
So it's really just
to be fun and freeing.
Right. But they're going to have to start learning how to perfectly fit in. So when we get to tomorrow's segment, hey, how do you close out games and stuff like that? They're going to have to know all the defensive rotations, all the half-court situations, and know where to be, how to do this correctly and not.
Because, Kevin, I'm as excited about Mavs as I've been in a while.
I get that.
This season has been just for me, like all year long, I've just been meh. And I want to do maybe a couple different segments tomorrow, depending on how tonight's game goes. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm wondering if the Tolos are as excited right now too. It seems like you made some two really good additions to this team.
Now, for Wanker of the Weekend, which the Mavericks would have ended up with if they lose tonight, but I know it already happened. I know it's several days now, but I don't care. I'm still going to put the Hall of Fame voting committee in Wanker of the Weekend. Darren Woodson is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, come on, man. What are y'all doing? Get off it.
You don't see that? I don't understand.
Yeah. And Mike,
I
know
have to go to the veterans.
I know.
He's not never getting in unless it's that way.
Yeah.
And I do think he'll get in that way. He'll have a Drew Pearson moment when he's in his 60s. Approximately age-wise, he will get in the Hall of Fame.
Maybe now that Jimmy Johnson is there, he can get all of the busts to rally and break out of their cages, and they'll fight for him. You know what I'm saying? Like, whenever you have one of those, that one animal in the shelter that knows how to get everybody else out, maybe that's what Jimmy Johnson can do.
All right. Look, any kind of strategy is worth pursuing at this point. Is Kyle Shanahan the Wanker of the Weekend? He has been to the Super Bowl 3 times.
Yes. Ryan Drees thinks so. He's not happy with his coach.
Well, Kyle Shanahan, now I realize one of them was not as the head coach, but still. Kyle Shanahan's been to the Super Bowl 3 times. In every single Super Bowl he's ever been to, he has had a double-digit lead. Mm-hmm. And yet he has won none of them.
I'm trying to figure out. If he would have
faced Joe Montana, maybe he would have held on, but he faced Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm. A couple bums.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes.
The two greatest quarterbers of all time.
Jalen Hurts.
Second in MVP voting to himself.
Okay, so you think Jalen Hurts is really good?
It's awesome.
You're such a liar.
Well, I mean, he was
the second best quarterback.
He was second in Mahomes.
He doesn't believe that at all. You don't believe that at all.
Did you just say it?
Yeah.
And then I believe he believes it. Why would he say something?
I'm stating a fact. In 2022, Jalen Hurts was voted the second best quarterback in the NFL.
I'm asking your opinion.
And
Do you think Jalen Hurts is good at quarterbacking?
Right now, today? Right now, I would say that he's not the second best quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
But notice how he works around having to use that word. You know what? I'm not going to get into that argument.
I am having a difficult time.
Probably Jalen got burnt out.
I'm having a difficult time killing Shanahan on this one. Like in the Atlanta game, there's a lot going on there. Like some of the way that they played their game.
Yeah.
In the last one, they had a really good offense, and Mahomes, aside from the fact that Garoppolo missed a really important throw, but they had other options that they could have gone with this game, he called a pretty damn good game. There were some drop passes and there were some flub moments on the field. The fumble, the punt, the missed extra point's huge at this point. So there were a lot of execution things, and those are your guys. He should take the hit on. Look, maybe I did need a better kicker this year, but I didn't think he screwed up his game plan while he was calling it, other than maybe not having everybody prepared for overtime, which you never really. I guess you don't think you're going into overtime, but I guess the Chiefs were prepared for it. So
yeah, they said they went over it every week.
Yeah, I just watching the game back, looking at the way that he called it, I didn't think Shanahan screwed his team over on this one.
Ooh, somebody on the fan text help me out real quick, and then I'm going to let it go from here. Do you think that Dak is really awesome? He finished second in MVP.
Well, I think he is in the regular season against bad teams. He crushes bad teams in the regular season to get second. See, what Jalen Hurts did is he had a good regular season and then won 2 playoff games because I think they had the bye, correct?
I believe.
And then it was a big win against Brock Purdy. Like he destroyed Brock Purdy's elbow, so he got to play against a running back at quarterback.
Okay, speaking of running backs, Bo Jackson's niece and nephew.
Yeah, I saw this last week. What's up?
Okay, so, and I really wanted to get to this on Friday. We didn't get the opportunity, so I'm going to throw it out now. Bo Jackson has won a $21 million verdict in a civil case against his niece and nephew who are trying to extort him. They must also stay at least 500 yards away from Jackson, remove any social media content between them, about them, anything like that, because they had been trying to take or get $20 million from Bo Jackson through, quote, harassment and intimidation. And this is his attorney, quote, unfortunately, for those attempting to extort $20 million from Jackson and his family, Bo still hits back hard. And so that, I swear, that is a real thing that they said.
I'm sorry, Kevin, I kind of got stuck on this. When you say 500 yards, my first thought is that's 5 football fields. But then I also start arguing.
Without end zones.
But now it's not really, because 5 football fields, you have end zones, and that's like 60 yards of end zone right there.
It's just 20.
But on each side for 5 football fields, so 100, that's a football. So that's 6 football fields right there that we're dealing with. Is that not still not wrong?
I have no idea what you just said.
5
Did you
football
just Phil
fields?
Sims this?
It's like an extra football field.
Okay, yeah. So it's like 100 yards. It's another football field. But every time I think of a football field, I don't think of goal line to goal line. I always think the whole thing.
Yeah. What about a Canadian football field? That gets confusing.
Yeah, there's
and
like
it's wider.
28 more yards.
Really?
I'm pretty sure.
It's wild, dude.
I think a football field is at 52 yards wide.
I'll have to check. I don't know how wide the CFL field is.
Okay.
I'll have to look into that. But I always thought it was wider as well.
Okay.
All right.
65 yards.
NFL football field is
compared to 53 and a third.
There you go. See, that's a good bit
Do you know
wider.
the only reason I know that is because when we'd have to do gassers,
oh yeah,
like we had to go across the field, and I thought like for some reason it was 104 yards that we had to run. But it wasn't. It was 107 yards.
Almost, yeah.
That's why they're like 17 seconds. Hurry up.
Does soccer qualify as a wanker of the weekend for trying to add a new card?
They had soccer commercials.
A new card?
Card.
Like red,
like the red and yellow or
correct. A green card, you get to go.
Ooh, what do you think would be the next color card?
Well, I think it'd be green if we're doing it by the light system. Red means stop, you're done. Yellow means, hey, we're warning you. Green means, hey, keep playing. We're all right here.
Purple.
It's blue.
I was going to say blue next.
Now, they've been trying this out.
Is that the 3 main colors? Like if you're an art
RGB?
major, what do they call those? What are the 3 main?
Primary colors?
Primary, is blue a primary?
I think it's
green,
RGB.
blue.
Red, green, blue.
Dang it.
So we dropped the ball on one of those. So they've been implementing this.
Oh, and yellow and blue makes green.
Whoa.
So maybe it's yellow.
But green and yellow make blue.
Yep.
Okay.
And orange.
They've been trying this out at the amateur and youth levels. A blue card.
Red, yellow, blue, yeah.
That puts you in the, quote, sin bin. All right.
I think you mean sin bad.
The penalty box?
No. Well, but they're calling it the sin bin.
I want to go to the sin bin.
I mean, I wish you would have said that before Vegas. That would have been our promo. All right, in the trials, blue cards give referees the power to send players off for 10 minutes for a, quote, cynical foul or dissent against the referee.
I have received a blue card before in indoor soccer. Which is, I remember we were out in Rockwall and we were older and we were playing a bunch of like 18-year-old kids that had just like played in the playoffs in Rockwall, and they were kicking our ass. And I was just fed up with it, and I started like hollering at the ref, and he sent me to the sin bin.
Well, they have now given this the go-ahead for the annual meeting on March 2nd. For the International Football Association Board to move the blue card in the sin bin up to the senior levels of soccer or football, if you prefer.
They should try it in the UFL first to see if it works.
That's true.
Here is how I want C Block to start from now on. All right, Alec, we need to come up with this. You take the audio of Mike saying, I don't want to be a bad boy. And then you have me going, I want to go to the sin bin. And then we start the music. And then now there's the C Block.
It's a great point. I support all of that. Now, no, the blue card is not when you thought you were going to score a goal and you were really close and then it just didn't happen and you had to walk away off the field. No, that is not what the blue card is, people. What are we even doing here?
The black card is where you get to like do whatever you want, right?
Yep.
But credit card wise?
Yeah. Right? Isn't that like the big card you want?
Oh, yeah.
Is that the one with no limit?
I think so. Isn't
Do you have
that
a black
is that
card,
American?
Mike?
No.
I remember
Isn't that American Express? Is that the
when the Mavs were in the finals against the Heat? Patrick Riley rolls in here. And
did you say Patrick Riley?
Patrick Riley.
That is his name.
Yeah, he rolls in
from Kentucky University.
My friend was a chef over at Nobu and over at the Crescent.
Don't show your card.
And he pulled his the black card out and set it down. That was the first time I'd ever heard of that. Whoa. And everybody was like, "That's."
Does like Visa have a black card or MasterCard, or is it just American Express?
I don't know the answer to that. That is an excellent question.
Tomorrow I'll talk about Bitcoin, which they had a black card, but it was all
also
fake.
Tomorrow we'll talk about why you probably shouldn't flash your American Express card on the stream.
MasterCard has one as well as Amex.
Is it like our Super Bowl credential?
Yeah, okay.
Chase Sapphire.
I'm glad that you said that. Also, wanker of the weekend, the NFL.
What?
They're trying to put me in Super Bowl jail.
I know.
All right.
I've been there before in San Francisco. You have to go to the cops and report it.
What?
It's called the sin bin.
Oh, yeah. No, it's
the
not.
Sin bin.
One of our videos that we put up got flagged.
It was funny, too.
Because
Mike.
I had my Super Bowl credential on and it was facing forward, and that you're not allowed to do that.
I think mine was too.
And so I got an email from the NFL that was like, please remove this, blah, blah, blah. And Corey liked it because I responded to the NFL bot, will do. And so yeah, we had to pull that video down. Did we ever, I don't think we reshot that.
Mike came out. Because we found
did we not post it?
A section that said the silding door. It said silding door instead of sliding door. And Mike comes out of the bathroom and he's like, "Hey, there's a bunch of guys that they're taking a number 2."
I couldn't present the line without laughing.
Oh,
because I didn't say number 2.
That was the funniest.
I like
video.
saying the word that my wife hates when I say it.
Dump.
Yeah. Don't say that.
Okay.
That's what my wife says.
In what context? Do you ask her that or something like that? When she leaves, are you like, hey, are you going to do that? And she's like,
I just say it in all aspects.
Because I could see her point.
And she doesn't like that word.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bang Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing. How are you, Hagee?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. We were talking about, I want to ask you guys one more thing about the Super Bowl real quick before we get to a few other things. Is Juwan Jennings first wide receiver to throw a touchdown pass in the Super Bowl since Antoine Randall L. If the 49ers would have won, did you have somebody in mind? Was it him? Was it Bosa? Was it Purdy as your Super Bowl MVP?
It was heading for Jennings for me.
That's where I was too.
Yeah, I agree. I would have gone with Juwan Jennings. He catches a touchdown, throws a touchdown, was huge on third down. I mean, they call him third and Juwan, but I think you would have had to go Juwan Jennings. I mean, it was an incredible performance by him.
100%. And I'm glad we talked about last week how the funny note of him being like the highest rated high school quarterback of all the quarterbacks that were in the Super Bowl, he was the one coming out of high school that was rated the highest. And then, of course, he transitioned to wide receiver, and he's one of the best yak monsters. He was that at Tennessee, and he's continued to be that with these guys, but I wasn't expecting the trick pass situation. That was cool.
And if not for pressure, he could have caught the game-winning touchdown, essentially.
Could have. Shout out to Chris Jones, man.
That was a hell of a play.
Unbelievable.
Chris Jones was outstanding in that football game. I mean, I'll tell you another guy, Kansas City. I got to watch the tape this morning. I wish the Cowboys could find a linebacker like Leo Chenal.
Yep.
Leo Chenal was all over the field in coverage. When they asked him, I mean, he played in coverage on Kittle, did well. He played well in space in the run game. When the ball was thrown to the outside, he played well in space. He blocked the extra point that turned the game the other way.
Changed the strategy down the stretch.
He's a kid from Wisconsin. He's a blue-collar guy. He's tough. You could tell by the way. But when you watched him play in the All-22, you get even more of an appreciation of what he could do for your team.
My question is, how are the Chiefs not burnt out? They keep making the Super Bowl, winning it, and they're already thinking about three-peat. All their interviews, like last night, was already Michael Jordan-like, led by their Michael Jordan quarterback. And they're like, yeah, this is great. We're celebrating tonight. It's three-peat. Right now, I'm like, how are they not burnt out? Aren't they playing more games than everybody? Wouldn't that be the team that would have the excuse of saying, we're kind of burnt out, man. We're playing all the extra games.
And they practice the hardest from what we've heard. Yeah, they have real old school practices going on. So I don't know. I think it's probably their culture. You know, I think it's probably a great place to work. It's probably a tip of the cap to Andy Reid for creating a light environment where guys can go in and have fun.
But do you have any idea how big of a check we would write to win the Super Bowl? Like, that's fine. Offer Andy Reid $50 million.
I don't know, because you can't really write a check for a defensive coordinator, so it's kind of shocking.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. Are we still? It's almost negotiated and then done with Zimmer.
No, not really. No, and you know what? Mike's happy with whatever happens. I don't think there's any hurry on his end. I think he's in a really good spot. He's just, he understands. He just wants to be compensated for his effort and his coaching ability, and and that's kind of what they're working on right now. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's no animosity towards Mike at all. I mean, he's not being mad about it or blaming people or anything like that. He's just very, very calm about the situation. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, then he'll be just fine.
When are your kids' spring break? Because mine's about 5 weeks away, so I know the Cowboys shut down during spring break.
Oh yeah, they'll be going to the Bahamas, right?
Yeah, it's family time.
Yeah,
they unfortunately run free agency at that time. We're just not into that.
So. It's convenient that they're such good drafters. They don't really need to worry about free agency.
Can you imagine if they added a second spring break in school and they gave mid to late April spring break? Then we'd forfeit the draft too, because we'd have family time during then.
That's probably the missing piece, though. Like with how burnt out they are. I think they need 2 weeks of spring break to really be
Oh my God, I get it. The Cowboys are an inept organization.
They want to get on that.
It.
What is that on the West Coast? I think like Stanford has quarters. They don't do
trimesters.
Yeah, so that's probably what the Cowboys want to get on. Instead of having like that they want to get on that extra spring break-ish type of deal.
They would love a good 4-day work week.
Well, in Louisiana right now, we got Mardi Gras going on. So
Fat Tuesday's tomorrow, right?
They got a week.
Are you gonna?
I'm bringing red beans and rice in for tomorrow.
Thank you.
How did Brandon Cooks and Gilmore handle that information?
They looked
Oh,
very
it was
surprised.
amazing.
I watched the video.
Their reaction made me feel so much better about it. It
Okay.
was eye rolls, frustration. They were stewing inside. Like they literally said, "I don't know what that was all about." Those are two winners.
I think
those are championship players.
I just believe that if Tank had to say it over, he would probably say it a different way.
Rephrase it.
Rephrase. I think Tank got caught in a situation where his words weren't actually what he meant, but they came out that way. And you have to wear your words sometimes. But I think that if he had to do it over, he would have probably phrased that a different way.
I think Mike had a really good point. Of all the shows to not follow up on something, I would have expected Stephen A. Smith to be like, hold on, what?
Yeah,
you said burnout?
How did they just not? You don't have to crush them for it, but as the interviewer, don't your ears perk up? Wait a second.
Yeah.
Follow up on this. You were too tired to play playoff football this year?
Yeah, there were a lot of people on set. I think there were like 5 people interviewing him, so maybe it was a deal where he couldn't hog the interviewing.
I do think Shannon Sharp was pretty taken aback, though, because that was when he was like, hey, you got to make sure your guys are ready. You're supposed to be the leader. You're supposed to be the man. I think it definitely irked Shannon Sharp.
But yeah, that's a good point. Shannon went at him probably for 30 seconds at the end of it. Like, it's on you to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Now, in terms of a team that did not get too tired and they won the world championship, the Texas Rangers. Woo! What do you guys think about the news?
Oh my God.
That Jared Sandler is going to be on some of the TV call, as is our very own Mike Bassett.
Ball sack. Ball sack. Ball sack. Ball sack.
Do you think if I get to call a game in Toronto, I can talk about that's where I got that nickname? Would that?
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude,
Your TV audience needs to know the legend.
Okay.
I'm just looking forward to like an Adolis walk-off, and Mike is like, that was amazing. Cowboys couldn't do. Like he would just throw the Cowboys under the bus in the middle of a Rangers walk-off.
Can you believe these guys weren't burnt out in extra innings?
But like that's what I'm but I feel like Bally's going to ask you to not do that. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
there, but
probably avoid that one. But I think it would be funny.
Well, it's great, man. I mean, obviously super proud of everything Sandler has accomplished, and watching Mike all these years, I thought it's been a long time coming for him to, work the games because he's amazing at what he does too.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping they're all West Coast games. I don't watch those anyway.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I don't watch those anyway. All the West Coast games, if he gets them, they'll be great. I feel like that would be something perfect for me.
You'll crush it, Mikey.
I think the crazy thing is, out of all this, is in early November when I took the vacation, my wife asked me on the beach, what would be your dream job?
Yeah.
And I said that this would be my dream job, but it's not available, or it won't be me, type of deal. And it ended up,
you never know.
A few months later, they're like, hey, what do you think? And I was like, Rangers, this is my dream job.
Who knew a bad series in Washington would get you the spray?
I know.
You know what's interesting too is
Andrew Heaney gave up a lot of runs.
One day we were having a conversation in our post-show meeting, and I was like, by the way, if you see me talking to John Blake at Jared's thing, it's because I'm pitching Mike Bassett to be the guy.
You did it.
And Mike called me and was like, hey, is there something that I don't know? And I was like, no, I'm pulling for you, man. So did y'all hear earlier we had Jared on, and Jared starts opening a bag of popcorn while Mike's talking.
Well done. Good troll job there.
Great.
It's the new sip in your tea.
Yes.
That's hilarious.
Nice.
But
Good job, Jared.
For people that are concerned, Jared will not be leaving the radio broadcast, with the exception of obviously his handful of games. And then Mike is still going to be on the KNC Masterpiece, going to be taking a Comrex on the road when he's out and about. So
we'll see how that works.
And hopefully as those dominoes fall, it means more pre- and post-game work for our guy Wolchuk.
Yeah.
I know how much he missed it last year.
I agree with that.
Over
championship team. Hey,
over and under the number of days, the Comrex does not work for Mike.
No, but can you just promise that no matter what,
that's going to be I tried.
I've already been told by Spittle he's going to have like a whole seminar with me on how it works. So
it's not working. I'm sorry.
just promise that no matter what city you're in, you will broadcast every KNC Masterpiece program from a random pantry somewhere. You got to be in someone's food
I think
pantry.
it'll be in my hotel room is where I think it'll be set up.
I'm sure they got a
They got a spot where they got cereal boxes that can surround you.
Yeah, we need
Just bring some with
I
you.
just go into the media center of the hotel instead of in my room.
Yeah. Go
just
to the
wear jammy
just go to the
pants.
kitchen.
Just be at
Yeah.
the Continental Breakfast. Just be
He's
hanging
like,
out
hey,
there.
will you be quiet? I'm trying to do my show right here.
Chill out over there. That morning breakfast. Just go in there and
Turn
set
that
up.
waffle maker
I know,
off.
but they stay in 5-star hotels. It's like $25 to
I
get bacon and
knew
eggs.
that was going to happen.
Just make sure you buy the good internet, though, Mike. You don't want that thing crapping out on you.
Yeah, and charge it to the company.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will.
What do you guys got coming
Yeah,
up
you gotta
on
show
the
me how to submit.
program
I'm going to
today?
submit my things this time.
Pure gold as
Receipts.
always, Hagee. Thanks for asking.
Nice.
All right, that's all you need to know.
There we go.
Roll home with the G
How did the
Nation.
Cowboys do? I missed the game. Did they win it all?
God.
I thought it was weird they announced them as the 49ers. I was shocked when they were like, in your NFC champs, 49ers, like they screwed it up. It's supposed to be the Cowboys.
I think they had a good day because they realized even if we were better than the 49ers, it wouldn't matter against Mahomes. So just enjoy your offseason, guys.
Dude.
Oh, they will. Yeah, don't put so much pressure on yourself. The Niners can't even beat the guy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's go to the sin bin, Kevin.
No. Happy birthday, Mom.
Does it say? No, that's at the end of.
You can hear Kevin.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. There is golden audio flowing everywhere around this broadcast and multiple storylines. Hot irons in the fire. Let's go. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Bros, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexanderson, the pimp cap at Master Control. Wolchuk and Shia follow. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can follow us all at G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Jump on there, and all of our handles are in the bio. But welcome in on this Monday, where Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs have now won 2 in a row, 3 of the last 5. The Cowboys still do not have a defensive coordinator. We have co-top stories. Brian, what do you make of this? What's the latest? And now Rex Ryan, has he really re-entered the conversation with Jerry and Mike?
No, absolutely he is. Absolutely is. You know, and I mentioned Mike Zimmer is very comfortable where he's at. He's trying to work something out. He'd like the opportunity, but he'd also like to be compensated for it fairly. And so that's kind of where they're at right now. He's not disappointed or mad or angry or anything like that, or, you know, screaming at Jerry or anything. He's just, you know, we're just trying to work through the details. And if we get it done, we get it done. If not, then, you know, then now you have to look at all possibilities. It's a shame that you lost Aiden Durdee to maybe, you know, to Seattle. And maybe that could have been an option for you. But now you're looking at Ryan. You're potentially looking at, you know, maybe Ron Rivera as well. So, yeah, that's where you're at if you're the Dallas Cowboys. And but as far as Zim goes, I think he's totally comfortable with whatever decision is being made.
Do you think the holdup, is it about dollars or is it about years,
Always
length of the contract?
It's always about dollars. It's always going to be about the dollars and the compensation. And, you know, you're basically, you know, Mike doesn't need the job. I mean, he's taken care of. So he has to look at it as, do I want to go to a situation, work for a year, potentially get blown out, you know, have to, you know, start again kind of a thing? You know, those are all things you have to weigh, you know, and the Joneses have created this by putting McCarthy in a 1-year deal. You know, now you're kind of limited to what you really can do with your coaching staff.
Sounds kind of like they're leveraging the fact that Rivera would come for cheap. And,
yeah,
you know, I thought you're negotiating against that if you're Mike Zimmer.
I thought there would be a possibility of maybe Zimmer being the defensive coordinator and then also Ron Rivera being your linebackers coach. You know, you have both those guys on the staff as well. You know, Ron Rivera really wants to coach.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not interested in sitting out. He's interested in coaching, whether that's defensive coordinator or a linebacker position.
I also think this kind of goes to Jerry Jones' thoughts about, you know, how many different coaches can get the job done. And he just doesn't, you know, I think look at it like he's out there in a hunt for the best possible scheme, the best possible problem solver. I think he's going to find a defensive guy, you know, and he wants somebody that he knows, that he's comfortable with and thinks has skins in the wall that will give the position credibility. I just don't think he's looking at it like there's a big difference in the level of guys that have made it to the status of NFL defensive coordinator. Once you're there, you coach defense. If we get you the right players, maybe we win the Super Bowl. But that's why he's willing to like decide on a candidate, but not be willing to up the money to a legitimate level. You know, and it's just bizarre how you know, miserly a billionaire can be over a couple of $1 million. I mean, hell, I'd look this as an opportunity to be like, hell yeah, I'll bring Mike Zimmer down here. This is amazing. You know, we had some of our best times ever as an organization. We'll get him a little golden parachute going into retirement, you know, because Lord knows that, the inflation's big. This is going to be great. We're going to hook up our buddy Mike Zimmer, and he's going to be able to coach for 1 year. That's all we need. This is perfect. Hell, let's give him $5 million, Dad. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea to me. And maybe if you think like that, you're worried about being like Steve Martin in The Jerk, where you just give away your fortune.
Yeah.
But you could at least be able to afford taking care of a former great coordinator and a guy who has a great potential. But you would only take this pose if you didn't think it was that important to get him.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I mean, that's what he said about Jimmy Johnson back in the day. Anybody could have done this, and he's the guy who, he's the general manager. So ultimately, it comes down to him to field the team, and he always feels like, hey, this roster is ready-made. It's ready-made for anybody could do this thing. Now, I'm surprised that over the years since the Jimmy thing, he hasn't realized just how important the sideline is in terms of who are your coaches, who are your coordinators. Because you saw what happened when Mike Nolan was here. Then you get an upgrade in Dan Quinn. All of a sudden, your defense goes from historically bad to, wow, you guys actually know how to intercept the football. Because for about a half decade, we weren't sure that anybody in the Cowboys organization knew how to force a turnover. But you swap out him with Dan Quinn, next thing you're rocking and rolling. You look at the Super Bowl champions. Is Andy Reid just some schlub? Spagnuolo and what he was able to do the entire playoff run? I mean, give me a break.
I kind of feel, I had this thought after that game when it was over and I turned it off. I was sitting on my couch and I'm thinking, what they must feel like in Philadelphia right now, moving on from Andy Reid.
Oh, yeah.
Andy had, and maybe 14 years of being a coach there is a long enough run that you have to make a change.
Well, if Andy was the one who had the foresight to go get Pat Mahomes, I'm sure Andy Reid in a Philadelphia uniform alongside Pat Mahomes works just as good.
Well, they've had some talented rosters there in Philadelphia.
Oh, heck yeah.
They've won a Super Bowl
and
since.
You're right. And Pat
and they've been to two.
No, Pat Mahomes makes a huge difference. And also, though, I think Steve Spagnuolo makes a huge difference.
Huge.
Bob Sutton was his initial defensive coordinator, and
he was terrible.
And he did not get the job done. And Spags, Kenny brings him in, and next thing you know, Spags is totally comfortable being a defensive coordinator now. He gets to coach. He gets to do. He was a awful head coach, but man, you look at what he is as a defensive coordinator. Those guys play hard for him.
All righty, the game. I had an amazing time. For the first time, Abby was totally in on a game.
Nice, dude.
I think it was probably the Taylor Swift thing.
Oh, good call.
Whatever it takes to bring him in, she was in on the couch, just living and dying with me.
What about Usher? Did Usher conjure up anything too young to really care? Okay.
She not a big fan of that music in particular, although, if I'm being honest, I think an adolescent Abby did notice the shirt off part a little bit more.
I think all the women did.
Yeah.
I think everybody perked up a little bit.
That was a crowd pleaser, man. I mean, he saw.
Isn't that his signature move, though? The no shirt. He plays with no shirt, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's always on the Skins team.
Look, if you look like a shirt.
Yeah.
Heck.
Yeah. I mean, he's living the Chris Arnold life out there. If there's an opportunity to take the shirt off and I look this good, it's coming off.
It's coming off for sure. And he's got a legendary sort of Hall of Fame six-pack, I think.
Is that right?
Like he's got one that is pretty legendary.
Is he a 50s type of guy, 50 years old guy?
He's definitely in the 40s.
He's definitely in the 40s. Yeah,
I meant to look that up.
You got the same Google as we do, but we'll look it up. For you.
But he's probably the same trainer as Troy Aikman. Is that what you're saying?
I just kind of
he does.
Yeah, you know me. I'm always going to throw it out there and hope somebody else has the
45.
answer.
He's 45.
There we go. All right, there we go.
Looking damn good for 45.
And
Put on the
shout out
show.
to Lil John and Luda. I thought they were fantastic.
Doss, do you think he could do a pull up?
Yeah.
Oh
I do.
You're 45.
I'm getting
right?
pretty close. I actually dropped 2 pounds in Las Vegas. I thought I was going to go the other way. I'm almost 48.
Was that just because 2 pounds of luggage you didn't carry?
I don't know what it was. Maybe it was all the walking.
It was
or
all
something.
the walking, dude. My walking, I was like up 300% my steps. Dude, I was like, crap. I'm realizing just how little walking I'm doing in normal life. In Vegas, it's like, here's 12,000 steps, no problem.
Yeah, the app would ask me, did you get your steps today? I said, F yeah.
I definitely got them today.
Got to carry that over when we get home.
Yeah.
It's amazing how crushed Kansas City was and then how fluid and easy it was looking at. Did the Niners defense get tired or what happened there?
They had problems there too. I tell you what, the first half of that game, I'm watching on the All 22, I was amazed at how bad the offensive line was for Kansas City.
Donovan Smith was getting destroyed.
Oh, I mean, they were getting pushed around. We saw the bad snaps and all that. The guards, Feliciano, those guys, it was a struggle for them. And then they kind of figured some things out there, with the way Pat was able to move around. And they went to they realized, too, that they could find a way to get that ball to, their best guy when you start talking about Kelsey. And the combination routes off that they ran a guy through the middle and then a trailer with Kelsey behind. So all of a sudden it's like, okay, if you're gonna play us this way, then we're going to figure out, how to get Kelsey in some one-on-one. There's a couple of times where Mahomes, he had trips say one way, and he knew he was going that way, and he had Kelsey on the other side, and Kelsey was like wide open. And you could kind of tell that Kelsey's like, okay, it's cool. I'm going to get the ball sometime here. He was running routes. I know he got a little frustrated with Andy. Matter of fact, he almost knocked Big Andy over there on that sideline deal.
That almost got ugly.
The fumble was huge. I mean, there were some coaching question marks there as well with the challenges. I mean, it worked out for them.
I'm surprised he didn't challenge that.
Some of the spotting, I mean, there was a couple of plays. It looks like that's a first down.
Yeah.
Go ahead and review that. You'll win the challenge. But the Dre Greenlaw injury was huge. And as soon as he's out, now it's like, okay, you can move Travis Kelce around. Just get him away from Fred Warner. Warner's really the only guy that has a chance to cover him down the field.
Well,
and in the fourth quarter, he stepped up and was huge.
Well, that's what happened too. They, with the injury that they had to Greenlaw, Oren Brooks was not ready to play in this game. Or excuse me, Oren Burks was not ready to play in this game. He just wasn't ready to play. And if you look at the way that they attacked him, the guy they tried to put on Kelsey early was Warner, and then Burks had to carry him a little bit, and that was game over. And that was game over right there. So they were matching it up to where they were trying to move to get Kelsey away. Warner didn't have a great game in coverage. That's something. If you look at statistically, I think there was only one incompletion against him. Everything else was a completion, and that's usually his strength of his game.
So now they're talking three-peat already. I mean, it was immediate. Yeah,
they should be. I mean, this Chiefs team this year was very flawed. And, and you're watching that game last night, I'm thinking,
except for the quarterback,
is it finally going to happen where the lack of offensive weapons are going to end up doing them in here?
I thought it was going to this year. Last year was a rebuilding year. This year, I guess, you add Rice, but they need to be on a hunt for more weapons. To me, it's like, can the defense sustain this quality? And if they do, I don't think you need to find more weapons.
They can't lose Jones.
But Jones is 29 years old.
Sounds like he's going to want to come back.
And I think Snead's a free agent as well.
Yeah, those are the two names defensively that they could end up losing, and that would affect the defense in a huge way.
And they've drafted just so well. I mean, McDuffie was brilliant yesterday.
McDuffie
stepped up, had a big game for them. Mike Pinnell is a name that's not a household name, but at defensive tackle, we brought him up a couple years ago when you were maybe bargain shopping for run stuffing D tackles. He didn't leave Kansas City, but he's one of the best in the sport at it, and he made a big difference last night too.
Anything else on that game? I'm sure we'll have lots of segments. We got NFL True or Fart coming up.
Yeah, at 240s in Krusty's Corner. I'm going to go through. I think the special teams plays. There's some things that are going to blow your mind. I'm going to talk to you about the special teams gaffes in those games.
Oh yeah,
and things that could have happened that I saw on tape. That, you're like, whoa, if this happens, maybe we're looking at a different ball game.
Yeah, the fumble, both punters I thought were brilliant in that game. The blocked PAT, special teams was a massive factor. But Mahomes on that overtime drive, 8 for 8, 42 yards, a touchdown, had the 2 carries for 27 yards, which were 2 first downs. I mean, it's like games on the line. There's just nobody better than that guy.
As long as he can continue to run like that, and maybe he can do that for another 7 or 8 years, because it's not like he's a blur or needs quick twitch muscles. It's just nifty position running. And I think he's going to be able to do that for most of his 30s. I don't see anybody stopping him. I think we're about to watch him make a move on Brady in the next 5 years. I don't think it's going to take that much longer because of how dominant he is and how he's just able to execute in these situations with a significantly lesser team. I mean, Vegas was convinced they couldn't do it 4 in a row.
Yeah.
And he said it last night. They just shouldn't be the underdog. I totally agree. I think they'll do it again next
Eric,
year.
There's a coach's decision I think you're going to like on this one too, by the way.
Cool.
Decision, like your San Francisco coach on that 4th and 4 at the Kansas City 9.
Yeah.
That's an 11% go, and he took the field goal.
Is that the overtime?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
725 in the left in overtime.
Yeah.
It's 4th and 4 at the Kansas City 9, and it was 67.5% go, 56.4 kick the field goal.
Man, the brighter the lights, the more pucker factor you get.
The coach took the field goal. That's an 11.1 difference on the go.
And the pucker factor always seems to be sky high with Shanahan in these moments. Like as Mahomes is the type to rise to the occasion for as amazing as Shanahan is designing an offense, that dude knows how to fumble fart at game management moments.
25-point lead blown, 10-point lead, 10-point lead blown.
How about this one? One final one for you. Kansas.
You can hear the weekend in Wolchuk's voice. My heavens, that's Vegas and a Super Bowl weekend. Dude.
Andy had one on that play that they scored on that 1st and 3 at the 3 with 6 seconds left.
Yeah.
Coach goes for the win. 49% chance there. Field goal for the win is 54. So he went for he went against the odd. The metrics said he should have kicked the field goal then. Instead, he went for it. And,
on first down?
It was 6 seconds left. The metrics said to kick the field goal there. And
at the end of the game?
Yeah, no, in overtime.
Or that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, overtime.
Well, that's if you're. But they were going to get to the second quarter.
Yeah,
like his first down.
But that's what they call.
Andy made the right decision. Well, that's a silly metric.
But that's what the metric said. The metric said that it was a 49% chance you were going to get the win if you
kick the field goal.
No, if you went for it.
Oh,
if you went for it, and only 54, it was going to be 54%.
At the end of the fourth quarter, yes.
Yeah.
When you was 6 seconds to go.
No. This is the overtime. This is the overtime.
I think you're getting hit with the blind man metrics on that one.
Yeah,
Stars.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, does this work?
You're getting ball sack.
I think that's a ball sack.
You're getting data freaked.
Yeah. Rangers' first workouts are Wednesday. Stars are rolling. They're off tonight. Host Carolina tomorrow. The Mavs are rolling as well. They'll host Washington tonight. We'll have a rim session at 4:40. I am excited to talk Mavs basketball, especially after Saturday. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. We'll get you the best audio. What do you want to do next, Wolchuk?
Let's do a little NFL Super Bowl edition of True or Fart with these overreactions from the big game. That's next.
the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Yeah, still no Cowboys defensive coordinator. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 8 minutes. Here's Wolchuk with some True or Fart.
Thank you very much. Super Bowl edition of NFL True or Fart after an all-time classic, overtime win. Mahomes gets his third. Andy Reid gets his third. Absolutely unbelievable. If it's your first time ever playing NFL True or Fart, well, this game was born thanks to the greatness of one Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or fart? False. Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
By the way, shout out to Marshawn Lynch. I was seeing videos of him just trolling all the 49er fans at the casino yesterday after the game, and I get it. I mean, he was a longtime Seattle Seahawk, and of course he's an Oakland guy through and through as well, so he hates the Niner Nation.
It was a great video.
It was amazing.
It's 90 seconds of him just going through Vegas casinos with a microphone saying, wait, are you a Niners fan? He goes up into their face and he just says, F you.
F
and
you.
Then he walks away.
F you. F you.
That's the entire 90-second video.
Brilliant. It's so good. All right, Gavin Dawson, I will start with you.
Bring it, buddy.
True or fart? Pat Mahomes is going to end up winning more Super Bowls than Tom Brady.
I think that is true. I think the state of the NFL right now has, delivered some great teams, and you have some great coaches, Shanahan. But, what I saw yesterday was the best team that we've seen in like the last 4 or 5 years, in the 49ers build this lead, and still it couldn't contain Patrick Mahomes. You have Patrick Mahomes without his guard. They lose a defensive end. He has his best weapon at wide receiver is a rookie. Travis Kelce's old now. And, this man has just so thoroughly convinced me that, I would right now. I got to vote yes on that. Well, Chucky's, what is he, 4 away from tying?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the only factor here is the cold beer. That's what Tom was able to master around this age, was the diet in a way that gave him longevity. We'll see how it goes with Patrick Mahomes. Maybe the beer will make him stronger for longer. I don't know.
Brian?
I got very much a Tiger Woods vibe going on here. I thought at one time Tiger Woods was going to beat Jack Nicklaus's majors record, and I thought he was going to do it pretty handedly. And some things then in life started happening, whether injury or off the field, things like that. A lot of pressure on him. He handles it very, very well. I'm going to say that's fart. I think there's going to be. I think that we're going to see some better quarterbacks in the league. I think we're going to see, maybe not better than Mahomes, but teams that are going to have opportunities to compete against him. And so I'm going to say fart, because I just feel like the talent overall will get better and maybe catch up with him as he starts to get older.
The only guy who has the ability to play at that high level keeps getting hurt.
That's
Burrow's the one.
Yeah, and we'll see. Like I say, and you're absolutely right. But we'll see though if he could get behind that. If that, you don't want that to happen to Mahomes. I mean, he does a great job of staying upright and healthy, and when he gets tackled in the pocket, he knows how to get his feet off the ground, so when he gets bent back and stuff, that he doesn't get hurt. But I just think it's this football, to me, winning that Super Bowl, and how much longer on Andy? Can Andy do 4 more of these? Mahomes surely could.
Mahomes definitely can.
But I don't know about
Andy Reid is the bigger question.
I don't know
there,
about Andy there. Yeah.
What do we think, Eric?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a true. I'm all in. I think it's sustainable. I think we've seen. I know he's got the beer factor, and that was a good point there that I hadn't considered. Dawson, I do think he's kind of he's a built different kind of guy.
Yeah.
And so I think he can overcome that, because everything else about his game clearly shows it's not as publicized. He doesn't have the PM15 TB12 deal, where he's going to business on the way he takes care of himself. But we see behind closed doors, this is a dude who is balls to the wall, taking care of himself at a super high level. Not the highest, because Brady's was, he's eating avocado ice creams and things. But I think he is built to do this. He talked about how, hey, I want to catch Brady. Brady's played this long. I would like to do that as well. So I think he is gearing up to play at least another decade, if not more.
Perhaps the most legendary beer drinking athlete of all time is a gentleman named Wade Boggs.
Oh, yes.
And I believe he once crushed 70 beers on East Coast to West Coast flight.
That's right.
And he played till damn near 40.
It's amazing.
See, I think he's got that sort of DNA, and we know he rises to the occasion in the big moments. And this was playing on Hall of Fame mode. This was turning the difficulties all the way up. It's like, give me no weapons, put me on the road, make me go against Lamar, make me go against Josh Allen. No problem, dude. Just give me a good defense, and I promise you, we will get this thing done.
Yeah, I'm going to go with True as well. I mean, I don't think that he was even at his best this year, and he just was able to turn it on in certain moments. I mean, the fact this is scary for the NFL. The fact that the Chiefs just were able to do this again,
and he also did it with the highest cap hit in NFL history from a quarterback standpoint.
He's defying all the odds.
His cap hit was the most in the league this year. That's supposed to be the thing that crushes these guys. You win when their cap hits are low, not when they're high. He just said, make everything as difficult as possible. Give me just an okay offensive line. Actually, make me lose my best offensive lineman, my guard, and we'll go ahead and just trust me. We will figure this out. Victory.
He's unreal. All right, NFL true or fart, Brian, Steve Spagnuolo deserves another shot as an NFL head coach.
I don't think he wants one. I think Steve is totally comfortable sitting there and seeing what happens in Kansas City. If it's Kansas City that gives him the shot, I think he's absolutely totally in. But I think that Steve has kind of figured out he's got it. He's got the thing in Kansas City rolling exactly how he wants it. Andy stays out of his way. They find him players. I think he's in a really good situation. Does he deserve a shot? Sure. But I think he is going to be really careful, and he might very well get the Kansas City one when Andy walks away.
That'd be amazing.
So
I would say, does he deserve?
That would be a true.
No, that's a true.
It's a true. Okay.
Yeah, he deserves. But I don't think he's just going to jump for a job.
Yeah, it's got to be the right one, like Rex Ryan, right?
Yeah, I don't.
I'm not taking just any job. It's got to be the right job.
Yeah.
I want that Cowboy job.
Yeah.
It's different disciplines, I don't think he's made for head coaching. I think he has hit the peak of what he does best right here in this lane, and I think the NFL knows that.
Yeah, I think he's done what is usually needed to do from an NFL standpoint to garner another job. Sure. Absolutely, he has. So he's earned it. It's a true 100%. But yes, I think if he's smart, you just go be the greatest defensive coordinator to ever live, win all the Super Bowls, and have a great time just being attached to Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid.
Yeah, I'd go True, and I think it'd be a great spot for him. Take over for Andy, and then be like, Andy, who do I need to hire as my OC? And I just keep, hey, Andy,
they'll have they'll have somebody on staff
just ready to go.
They'll have somebody on staff.
All right. Last one, Eric, true or fart? Kyle Shanahan is never going to win the big one.
That is going to be, I think ultimately that's a fart because the lifespan for a head coach could be, he's young.
He's still young.
He's got a million more seasons, so he can live through this Mahomes era, this sort of MJ era of quarterbacking, and he could live to see the other side here. He might lose a buttload more on the way, but I think he can get him one.
He's going to need a better quarterback. I think that's what's ultimately holding him back. But I would tend to side with Chief. I think he's going to keep giving himself opportunities. Heck, a couple of bounces last night, and I think this is probably making him better. And the thing is, with guys like him that are constantly problem solving, he's not going to let this define him. It's going to make him work harder and find answers better, and eventually, he won't be up against Mahomes or Brady.
He's the modern day version of Bud Grant and Marv Levy.
Oh, that's right. The 49ers are the Bills of the 21st century. It is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pin Cup we go.
He needs to go to Kansas City.
Here's Lucius.
Hey, what's going on and everything? And everybody.
Yeah.
This should be a holiday. We talk about this for years and years.
Right.
Go ahead and make this a holiday, people.
President's Day is next week. We can trade it out right now.
We're going to get it when they add an 18th game.
Okay.
What?
Everything will be pushed back another week.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're doing here.
Good tease, Wolchuk.
All right, our winner of G-Bag of the day so far is Jackson Smith in Jigba. He's talking about the Bears' new OC. What's his name, guys?
Shane Waldron.
Boom. Football guy.
Oh, let me stop hitting that bomb so much. That aggravates people.
Was it really?
It's just one guy.
I feel like I'm doing a good job whenever I hear it.
That's my Funk Master Flex right there, hitting that bomb every time he says something. Hit that bomb! Turn that bomb off! All right. Yeah, anyway, here's Jackson Smith in Jigma with a ringing endorsement.
Bears fans are super interested about the offensive coordinator coming in, Shane Waldron. What can you tell them about who they just hired to try to get this offense where it needs to go?
This is live?
Yeah, we're not live. We're not live.
I'm playing. Good luck to y'all. I mean, he's a great person.
Yeah.
I'm a fun guy.
Yeah. Picks up the tab at dinner.
Yeah.
He talked about his coach the same way Kawhi talks about himself.
Yeah.
A great guy. I'm a fun guy.
I'm a fun guy. Let's see what I got for you boys. Hey, shout out to the chefs.
Chefs.
They got it done, boy. They
The Dallas
cooked it up.
Texans.
They cooked it up. I don't want to hear about this ever again. All right, let's go. Rampage Jackson was on the MMA Hour saying he gets no respect at home because he's funny. Nobody he's not, I guess it's just not impacting them.
Yeah.
Listen to him.
I think that my problem is why even my kids and people don't listen to my advice sometimes because I joke around too much.
Oh.
And they don't, and I think that they don't take me seriously when it's time to take me serious. And so I think that's my own fault because I have to joke around. I have to keep myself laughing or I'm going to be in a bad mood all the time.
By the way, do you have someone now?
Man, you're busy.
Well, you said everyone needs someone, so I felt like that was you opening the door to me asking you if you have someone.
No, my son was lonely. I ain't see him going on dates. I brought him a nice Mercedes SUV.
Oh wow!
So he can get the ladies. You know what I'm saying? Because you like the ladies, right?
Of course.
Good. I'm a lady's nuts on your face. You keep asking me stupid ass questions.
Oh wow! Real Hawani in a body bag there.
Jeez, bro.
Oh, that was Hawani.
That was Hawani. Yep.
That was Playful Bros.
Yeah, it's playful.
Yeah, they know each other.
They've been going
That's
after
awesome.
for years, just
That is
like that.
awesome.
Years.
That's a great bet.
I'm a lady's nut.
I hadn't heard that one. The way he set it up too.
He set it up
just
really
nonchalant,
well.
and all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw him out there, man. If I'd known he was that funny, I'd have invited him on the show. I heard Iceman Chuck Liddell was talking slow.
Ooh. Man, when Chuck walked over, I was like, damn, still got the hair, but that beer gut was
The spare
strong.
tire was.
What do you mean you was talking
strong.
slow? Like, it is Vegas, man. There's dispensaries and everything.
No, it's Mayweather Senior. UFCT,
Be
little punch
respectful,
drunk,
bro.
yeah.
Oh my God.
Small gloves to the head a lot.
Be respectful.
Yeah, fight game can be brutal.
Yeah.
Kevin Harlan called the Westwood One radio call of the Chiefs version.
He was built for this, dude.
You want to hear it?
Yes.
Let's listen to it.
First and goal at the 3. Lining up in the clock at 10 seconds and ticking. In the shotgun, Mahomes. 4-man front, receiver in motion, low snap. He runs and he throws, caught, touchdown. It's caught. Hardman caught the ball. The Chiefs have won. The Chiefs have won. The entire bench empties. Chasing Mahomes in the end zone. Their third Super Bowl in 5 years. The Chiefs are back-to-back
I don't want to hear
Super
about
Bowl
the Sandler
champions.
again.
It is a dynasty. The Chiefs have won Super Bowl 58, 25-22 in overtime.
Wow, we really needed that on TV, didn't we?
The Kansas City
Dude.
guy.
Okay, yeah, because that color guy, you don't even hear from him there.
No, Romo was atrocious.
Romo took the opposite approach.
Was
Romo
it Kurt
has
Warner?
gotten so bad.
Kurt Warner, I think, was with him in that.
He was.
day.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you wouldn't know it from the final call, which is probably how it's supposed to go.
Oh, he let Kevin go.
Romo said, "Let me get that mic here, Jim Nantz. We can play that at some point." And they've won, and look at this, they're champions. That's how it sounded on TV to me.
Romo added absolutely
Nantz.
nothing to that game.
There
Zero
it is.
insight for me.
Yeah.
I thought it was really bad.
They just won the Super Bowl. Right? It was like a Seinfeld routine.
Yeah.
It was a golf
What
announcer.
the bleep is going on, Mahomes just threw a touchdown pass, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what happened, Tony?
I think they hit the dispensary before the game.
Golly.
That's what it sounded like to me.
Chiefs, they the big dogs.
They are the big dogs.
They the big dog.
Dynasty.
Big dog. Hey. Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessing and everything. I have a toxic pastor right here. Very toxic. Oh my gosh. Supposed to be helping people with getting a relationship, single people and whatnot. And there's reasons why you're single, apparently. And he's going to tell one lady the reason why she is single. And I just want you to listen to this reason right here. Jeez.
It's your fault. It's your fault. A woman should just shut up and look cute and nod your head. It's your fault. Who want me to critique them right now on the spot? You do? Come here, right here. Come right here. Now she said she gonna do this, didn't she? Did I call her out? Did she come on herself? All right, so you need to lose weight.
Oh
no.
Find a good bra.
Oh,
what?
You need to go to Intimates. It's called Intimates. I took my wife. My wife knew nothing about anything.
Damn.
Anything.
My wife knew nothing because she came from a family who didn't know anything about it.
Come on, bro.
I took my wife to a place that they have. We don't buy bras at Victoria. Not black women that got large breasts.
Oh.
So you need to get your bra made.
Yeah.
And it's not that expensive.
Wow.
No, baby. You get a good bra. It's almost like having a breast lift.
You don't have anybody because you have big saggy boobs.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's his reason. Get up here, lady. It's them big old saggy boobs. This is why you don't have anybody. I'm telling you this in the house of God now.
Don't take it personal. My wife was dumb too. She didn't get it either.
Come from a whole family of idiots, apparently.
That's sort of the standard. We as men understand that.
There you have saggy boobs.
Wow. Wow. And it was all like, that's right, that's right.
Did he just say that we have like an open roasting opportunity? Whoever wants to step up and
come on up here, let me tell you why you suck.
I hate my wife's saggy boobs too. Preach it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's wild, bro. Toxic pastor right there.
Holy cow, indeed. Is it the toxic pastor?
Yes.
That's worthy. Is it Kevin Harlan showing what Jim and Tony should have been doing while the Chiefs are winning the Super Bowl?
Tony probably landed in town right now.
I know. I'm hoping so.
Sorry, Tony, but
sorry about that
you can be better, man. You know you're just going through the motions right now.
Yeah,
he is putting in zero effort.
I get it. Your kids are at an age where they're really high maintenance. In a couple of years, they're going to be into middle school and high school, and you'll get it down to about 45 minutes a day where you got to spend quality time with them. All right? At that point, please study your ass off and become good again.
Yeah.
Because it's starting to get really annoying with how bad
And we know you can do it, Tony.
Is it Jackson?
If they do this, they can do that. Hey, Jimmy, you know if they can do this, they can do that. You can do this. Like, yo, man, just laying out all the scenarios for him.
Or is it Rampage Jackson getting no respect? Jackson Smith and Jigba is our champion.
You got to get 2 wins to get to 3. You know that, Jim?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Kevin Harlan here. Chief, how about you?
I'm gonna go
with toxic.
Yeah, I'm going with the pastor.
Lucius.
Yes, definitely going with that toxic pastor. If y'all do not choose a toxic, okay, yeah, I'm going with him. Toxic pastor. Sorry about that bomb. Damn.
Wolchuk.
You're the Rampage.
2-1-1.
Hey,
that's that pastor.
By a score of 3-1-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it is the toxic pastor critiquing the congregation. Wow. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Yeah, I've got some things from this game and the all 22 that I saw. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, could the new look Mavs keep it going? And who did Micah Parsons tick off now? It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
Are you ready? Of course I'm ready. I bet you are too.
Yeah.
Ready to let go of the weight for good, to look and feel 10 to 20 years younger, because all you have to do is look at all the before and after pictures at sodaweightloss.com to see the most amazing transformations. Like Jim, he didn't just lose 39 pounds, he added years to his life.
I feel fantastic, and I feel like I'm back to where I felt kind of in the old days. Energy levels back. I feel like I don't have that brain fog I feel like I had before. Sleeping better, and it isn't a diet. It's a lifestyle. They teach you how to eat.
For me, Mike Bassick, I've let go of 30 pounds, and it's been 4 years later. I'm still in the best shape of my life. That's because Soda has amazing nutritionists and dietitians that are there with you every step of the way. They're available whenever you need them, just a phone call or a text away. What are you waiting for? Get started right now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. It's not a soft drink, it's state of the art.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
When is a good time to buy a home?
Have you waited too long? Well, there's two ideas. Either the rates are going to go up, so you're buying at the right time now, or the rates are going to go down and you're going to refinance later. If you're looking to buy a home, find that home of your dreams, start with TexasLending.com. We'll take care of you now and in the future. Start with TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
My name is John Clay Wolf, and I'm the CEO of GiveMeTheVin.com, and I love to buy cars. And I love the system we built to buy your car. It is quick. It is fast. If you've got your license plate number, you can just go to GiveMeTheVin.com, stick it in there. 45 seconds, you're in and out. You'll have a number. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer, where we love to buy cars.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online.
Yeah!
Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
What up, Tolos? RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. It is Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of the Metroplex between I-20 and Highway 80. And right now, you can take advantage of the President's Day sales event at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on your brand new car, truck, or SUV. Go see owner Steven Gilchrist and his fantastic team. They're going to be happy to take care of you. Tell them you're a Tolo. Tell them I sent you over there, and you can start the process right now online, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com, or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Attention football fans, it's your boy Nate Noon at J. Alexander Law. It's that time of year again, and your safety and the safety of others is our top priority. This is football season. Make the right call. Don't drink and drive. Plan ahead, a designated driver, or use of other transportations. Let's keep the game exciting. Remember, at J. Alexander Law, we believe responsible choices make real champions. J. Alexander Law, 888-88-INJURED. 888-88-INJURED.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Sean Shreve here for my Tolo friends at Mr. Electric, the professional problem solvers that can repair any electrical issues and satisfy any electrical needs. From ceiling fan installation and electrical outlet replacement to power surge protection and electrical panel replacement, they also specialize in smart home and EV charger installation. Scheduled appointment times and upfront competitive pricing. Don't settle for anything but the best.
We're Mr. Electric. We have the power to make things better.
Okay, picture this. It's Friday afternoon when a thought hits you. I can spend another weekend doing the same old whatever, or I can hop into my all-new Hyundai Santa Fe and hit the road. With available H-Track all-wheel drive and 3-row seating, my whole family can head deep into the wild. Conquer the weekend in the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey. 2024 Santa Fe, available early 2024.
Dana Carvey and David Spade here.
You might know our podcast Fly on the Wall, featuring guests from across the entertainment industry.
We decided to do a spin-off called Superfly, and it's fun. It's just two of us riffing on current events, pop culture, catching up, impressions.
Joe, Trump's trying to be a dictator. Yeah, just bump on the tater tots. Joe, no.
Listen to and follow Superfly on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Well, the boys survive Sin City. While they may need to chug a lot of water and hit an ATM, we had a great time showing you what the week before KC San Fran was all about. Huge thanks to the Low T Center for being our presenting sponsor. Thanks as well to Best Buy Windows and Siding and A1 Air. We'll take a quick nap and then it's off to spring training in just a few weeks to bring you awesome coverage. Hey, that's how we roll, and that's why we appreciate you turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Happy with the decision they make as well. So we'll see what happens at the end of this. Had a chance to sit down and watch the All 22, which is so cool to be able to do that right after a game. And you kind of had some ideas that, you know, when you're on the TV, when you're watching on TV, you're like going, man, I need to check this one out or this play out or that play out. I want to walk you through just to start this, the final touchdown that Kansas City had to win the game. And this was really, it was a gamble. It was a gamble by Bosa to try and make a play there. You know, Mahomes had no intention of handing that ball off at all. I mean, it was going to be, you know, even though it's a play action play, Mahomes he knew he is not going to hand that ball inside to Pacheco like that.
Bosa had been crashing down all game and playing with his hair on fire. And Bosa just, I mean, you want, like, man, do you, in a moment like that, it's only 1 yard. Don't you think there's a chance that Mahomes is going to make sure he's the guy that does this thing?
I kind of, to me, if I'm Bosa, I would have gambled that he was not going to hand that ball off.
You would have done what Bosa did.
I would have done exactly what I would have. Well, I would have, if I was Bosa, I would have tried to take a chance that ball was going to be pulled.
So you would have played the quarterback, not the runner.
I would have played the quarterback. I would have just played the quarterback, because what happened on that play is that the 49ers were really confused on the coverage. You know, Logan Ryan and Jair Brown and Fred Warner were all confused on who had who.
It was great design.
It was a really.
It's a triple option.
Yeah, basically it is. But what's so funny about it is Kelsey, when you watch the play, Kelsey just goes vertical as a pick. There was no intention even throwing him the ball there. He's like really just a moving screen, because you see him. He's looking up at the scoreboard as he's running his route, and as soon as the route broke behind him, he threw his hands up.
Yeah.
He knew it was a touchdown. He didn't even turn around and look. He was watching the screen, is what he was doing. But
Kelsey was actually pretty funny, that pass to Hardman down the field. That I mean, Mahomes, it was an absolute beautiful, beautiful throw. But Kelsey's wide open too.
Yeah.
And he's all ticked off, and then he looks up and sees Hardman catch, and he starts celebrating.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Well, but it was a well designed. But they caught San Francisco in really bad coverage with Logan Ryan and Brown and Warner. They all busted. None of them were able to take the receiver there at all. So shame on them for that one. All right, I want to talk about I think special teams played a huge part in this game, and I want to walk you through what could have happened on the San Francisco punt return that ended up being a turnover, the fumble that hit Luther's foot, and then Kansas City recovered.
Turning point of the game right there.
Townsend, I think you're absolutely right. Townsend, the punter, he shanks the punt. This is a 40-yard punt, and he shanks it. If he hits it like a normal punter would hit the ball, that punt is going to be blocked by Robert Beal. He punted it around Beal because it was he saw the pressure from Beal. Like Beal had just taken the center Winchester and just turned him completely around and now had a free run on Townsend, the punter. And you could see Beal is like going up in position to block the punt. And he punts the ball to right beside him. So by shanking the punt, it ends up being that they get the ball. It kind of wobbles downfield. It hits Luther. Now, the mistake that they made is they've got to fall on that ball. You know, that's the big issue right there. Ray McLeod's got to just fall on that ball. You can't pick that ball up and start running.
Right.
Just fall on it right there. But that could have been a huge play. It was a huge play for Kansas City. It could have been a huge play for San Francisco because it could have been a block down in their end of the
That is crazy, dude.
Yeah, but the fact that the punter got sidetracked, saw the rusher Beal, shanked it, and it ended up working out for Kansas City there.
That's phenomenal. I didn't realize that. I knew on one of these Butker field goals, they almost blocked.
Yeah, let me walk you through that one because that's a really interesting one too. It's the let me see here. Where'd I put it? I got my notes here. I'm sorry. I got all these notes. Okay, yeah. This is San Francisco. I was curious if they were going to go middle rush on this because I was thinking if they go middle rush because anytime you're kicking field goals of 50 yards and longer, usually these kickers drive the ball.
Yeah.
The idea is to try and drive it. And you will see, matter of fact, the blocked extra point that Kansas City had, it for some reason, their kicker tried to almost like trying to drive the ball.
Yeah.
He got down almost in a crouch. If you watch the next kick, the one he made, the 50-yarder that put him ahead, he was more upright. For some reason, he dropped down. So anyway, here's the San Francisco. They're going to go middle rush on this 57-yard field goal. And Butner, if he's going to drive the ball, like I said, and what happens is that you've got Beal and Randy Gregory in the middle of the defense. He kicks the ball between them, and you know why he kicks the ball between them? Because Beal gets turned. His hands are straight up. Like Gregory's hand is close enough, but Beal, instead of going straight up like Randy, gets turned in the air. So now instead of his hands being square, he's turned to the side, and the ball goes between his hand and Randy's hand.
Amazing.
If he's square, they block that kick because the ball came out
line drive.
Low trajectory.
Yeah, because Randy had plenty of height to get there. Beal had plenty of height. He was just turned.
And that's the same guy who almost blocked the punt,
same guy that almost blocked the punt. So he had a chance to block the punt and potentially block the field goal. So middle rush right there. I was kind of thinking like, man, did they not middle rush? Because you're going to try and drive the ball there. So anyway, that was one of those bad
Game of inches, huh?
Sean and RJ had a great question this morning. Would you rather be the Cowboys who aren't getting there or the Niners who are just living this tortured Super Bowl failure? They've been to 7 NFC title games since the 90s.
Yeah.
But still haven't, and 3 Super Bowls. Yeah. And they've lost them all by a combined 17 points.
It is crazy.
That is a special kind of misery.
Yeah.
I'd still rather probably be living in that hell.
I think I would too.
I'd rather at least be in the dance with a chance to win it.
The Kansas City blocked extra point. They rushed right over the left side of the 49ers offensive line. And what happened was they really didn't get any penetration on the play. It was like I was talking about, it was the kicker who went in like Moody, instead of just trying to he tried to drive it. So you see when you look at him, he's on his left foot, his plant foot, and he's sitting way back. He's sitting almost down when he hits the ball at impact, and it causes the ball to go low. Because the very next kick, he's more upright. The adjustment he made to make the long field goal, he made. But when this particular extra point, he sat down, the trajectory hit lower, and they were able to get that. But they really didn't get the penetration at all that they needed. But Chenal once again went hands up, and they blocked really a low kick. That one was more on the kicker than it was actually Kansas City blocking the extra point. The way the launch angle was incorrect for him to make that extra point.
Well, thank you, Brian. Terrific report.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Wolfchuck, what's the NFL news of the day looking like?
Overtime rules, retirement questions, and Super Bowl history. That's next.
They poke fun out of mutual love and then get into fisticuffs behind the scenes. But that's an HR issue. G-Bag Nation's Boys in the Morning. It's Sean and RJ with Bobby Belt. Mornings 5:30 to 10 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Brian brought us working the phone as the NFL offseason is officially underway. We're going to get your NFL news of the day from Wolchuk here in just a second. General at your service at ease. There is Brian Bros, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Lucius Alexander. You do have Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo here in the G-Bag Nation, and of course Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can follow us all right there on the X app. If you go to @GBagNation, all of our handles are in the bio. Here's Zach Wolchuk with your NFL news today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the big news right now, Tom Pelissero reporting the Cowboys do have a deal done. They've agreed to terms with Mike Zimmer. We're waiting on Brian to confirm that for us. The big thing yesterday, though, holy moly, the decision for Kyle Shanahan there, overtime, and then the debacle with the overtime rules.
Yeah.
One, he decides to receive. Probably a bad decision there. Shouldn't have done that. Kyle Shanahan, after the game, went and was asked, of course, by reporters, the thinking there. What was your logic behind overtime? We're going to go ahead and take it instead of kicking it off to Mahomes, and then now you know exactly what you need to be able to win. Here was Kyle.
You know, none of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked with those guys, and we just thought to be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we felt it was in our hands after that.
Yeah, you know, almost immediately during the game, they're talking about, wow, you know, now Kansas City has the opportunity to decide if they're going to go for it on 4th down. We're going to go for a field goal or a touchdown. I mean, just immediately on the surface level, just thinking about one progression into it, I think would have given insights. I'm calling BS on Shanahan looking at the analytics and doing a think tank about it out there, because I think they're too smart to have missed these. I think they just took it for granted, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I mean, if you were looking at the analytics side of things, then you would have done exactly what the Chiefs said they would have done had they won the toss, which is you don't take the ball first, because then you get the ball second. You know exactly what you need to do. You know exactly how aggressive you need to be. You can go for it recklessly on 4th down because you know we have to here. And so that takes a lot of the thinking out of it for you, which is nice. And then what Shanahan is missing there is it's not going to come down to a third possession sudden death situation. If the Niners open that overtime up and they go score a touchdown, the Chiefs are going to get the ball and then they're going to go score a touchdown and then they're going to go for 2. And they're going to end the game right there, whether they get it and win or they lose it and don't win. They're not going to let it get to a third possession.
Because they want no part of giving you the ball in a sudden death situation.
No, they went through the scenarios. The Chiefs were prepared for this, and Chris Jones said they were going to go for 2 had San Francisco scored a touchdown.
Sorry to cut you off there, Brian. Breaking news on the Fan presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today, sir.
It's done.
Okay.
It's done. Yeah, I just got a text from Mike. It's done.
Mike Zimmer is the Cowboys defensive coordinator.
Yeah, it is.
Not done like the first time Pelissero reported it?
Nope, it's done.
Officially
It's
done.
confirmed now. All right, so the Cowboys do have a defensive coordinator. Thank goodness. It was a little weird how long that took to come together, but at least it's done now. So welcome back home, Zim. Now, multiple players for the 49ers didn't even know or aware of the overtime rules. And Kyle Juszczyk was one of them that spoke about just like, I didn't really know what the hell was going on. Here was Kyle Juszczyk post-game asked about overtime.
You know what? I didn't even realize that the playoff rules were different in overtime, so I assumed you just want the ball because you score a touchdown and win, but I guess that's not the case. So I don't totally know the strategy there. No, we haven't talked about it, no.
And again, that's the big difference in coaching. Andy Reid had these guys for 2 weeks planning and knowing the situation if they were to get into overtime. Kyle Shanahan's team had absolutely no idea of what was even going on. I do love the idea, had the 49ers have scored a touchdown, they think the game is over in this situation. Kyle Juszczyk and everybody's running onto the field celebrating. They're putting the Gatorade bath on Kyle Shanahan thinking this game is over, and the refs are like, no.
This isn't the regular
Chiefs get a
season.
possession, guys. This game is not over.
This is the Super Bowl. You guys spent all week cranking up the excuse machine about how the fields were bad and the the fire alarms, and you forgot to dot your I's and cross your overtime T's. You bleep holes. That's one. Like, listen, everybody has the in-game management management issues where they fumble fart stuff, every single coach pretty much from top to bottom. Yeah. Those are oftentimes split-second things and a little bit more understandable. But this is... you're not buttoned up. Mm-mm. This is you completely not understanding, not going through the possible scenarios here. They're like, hey, man, the overtime almost never happens in the Super Bowl. We can pretty much not focus on that. We can focus about bitching about the fields that we're practicing on. Congratulations, Kyle Shanahan. For as great as he is as an offensive mind, play designer, holy smokes, man. That dude does not know how to manage a game, to coach a game. Play with a lead, can't do it. He knows how to surrender them, that is for sure.
Probably a better OC, than a head coach, but he's so good at designing plays. But I think he invests.
Let's go, boys.
I think he invests so much into the execution. Like he's like a mad scientist, just thinking about all this. Oh man, we got to line up like this and this angle, and then we'll get him like this. That there's not enough time spent studying the game flow.
It's a
crazy.
huge kryptonite.
I mean, those
or
were two bad
weakness,
decisions, man.
Whatever it is, that is really, really difficult there to stomach. That's really, really inexcusable.
And then the other thing in my mind is, I just wonder that if you went back and gave San Francisco the breaks, wouldn't the Chiefs have just figured out how to get an extra touchdown in the fourth quarter? Or whatever we got to do.
It seemed like there was no stopping Mahomes in that offense in the fourth quarter and overtime.
I think we assign these narratives, and right now it's the Cowboys, it's accountability and toughness and leadership, and we're going to talk about all these things. You don't have a good enough quarterback.
They don't, and they've tried to get by with that, and they took a swing and a miss on Trey Lance. They moved up, they traded, they fudged that one up, and I didn't think Brock Purdy played terrible yesterday, but clearly you could see the difference. And when I need my quarterback to make a game-changing type of play, Mahomes under duress, pressure in his face, low snaps from the center, he's able to find a way to make plays. Brock Purdy, the second there is pressure, I'm just going to sail this ball out of bounds and live for the next down.
There was a time, and Brian mentioned Tiger Woods earlier in the show, there was a time where after Jack and Arnie and all those guys had dominated, like through the 80s and the first part of the 90s, golf dominance like went in little cycles and a guy would get hot. You'd have Payne Stewart or Nick Faldo or
Nick Price,
all of these guys. And it was cool. You were watching the PGA Tour for like 12 straight years and there was no clear dominant dude. And that's where we have emerged from. And now I believe Mahomes has grabbed it so completely that I don't know what a team in the salary cap era good enough to beat them looks like right now. Wolchuk, my mind is blown.
Yeah, me too. I mean, the fact that they were able to do this and they were really offensively certainly inept at times this year. And I don't even think yesterday, I think they were we could have looked if the Chiefs had lost and Andy Reid not challenging some plays that clearly I thought were bad spots that they could have gotten first downs for. There was some issues on the Chiefs side as well, but Mahomes finds a way when the game's on the line to just, hey, don't worry. I got this.
Yeah.
I'm the best player on the field.
I mean, what we've seen the track record is you have to have, it's either Brady who's beat him in the playoffs in the Super Bowl, the two different times, and then it's Joe Burrow. And all of those pretty much take overtime. It's like if you're gonna beat Mahomes, it's gonna come down to the final second. You're probably gonna get a little bit lucky here, and you better have a quarterback who's either Tom Brady or Joe Burrow, who has shown signs of GOAT DNA if he could stay healthy. But a guy who rises to the occasion, keeps the heart rate down in big moments. That's what you are going to have to unseat these guys.
Yeah, and right now I think Burrow's the only one that has proven that he's capable of doing it. He just needs to stay healthy. And then that could be a fun rivalry.
Yeah, I was thinking in my mind like all of the quarterbacks that really actually have a chance in these things, and Joe Burrow, and then Josh Allen has shown he can go toe to toe. He hasn't quite been able to get there over the hump, but he's had some epic playoff battles versus Mahomes. Maybe C.J. Stroud is the young AFC quarterback who is one of these dudes, and DeMeco Ryans maybe the perfect kind of coach. Maybe Houston is building up to be a team that can really go toe to toe with these guys, but that's going to be if C.J. Stroud is a big game kind of dude, and it seems like we have the makings of it there. Time will tell, but my gosh, Mahomes is going to keep all of these stud quarterbacks in the AFC without Super Bowl opportunities.
It's incredible. And maybe Harbaugh.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Do you think Harbaugh maybe that they might get better there?
I think they will get better.
Yeah.
But so far, Justin Herbert has not shown to have that gene where he's able to elevate in the postseason either.
We'll see what Sean does with Denver, too.
Yeah.
It could be a challenge. He's got a big rebuild there, too.
It's huge. Mahomes and everybody else. Huge. Big loss in that game, though, was Dre Greenlaw tearing his Achilles, which the 49ers did confirm. I mean, that really changed a lot of their coverage aspects. Now you're able to move around Kelsey. I thought they did an excellent job with that and the crossers, the Valdez-Scantling touchdown that they were able to hit. They were able to pick on his back up there, but that was a huge loss with Dre Greenlaw. That non-contact, just funky type of injury there.
That's just the most unfortunate thing. The most unfortunate thing ever, and you can see the Achilles. I mean,
you knew immediately. It was like, gosh.
I'm like, wait, what happened? I like turned my head for a second, and then I see he's on the ground, and I'm going, wait, what happened to Dre Greenlaw? This makes no sense. I've never seen that before. Yeah. It wasn't even the celebration. Usually you see the guy jumping up and down and he rolls an ankle or he does a Martin Gramatica deal, but
he just pushed off it wrong.
He hops and then he goes down and then he pushes. Yep. And I think that's what got him.
I think you're right.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. And that's what, it's that you just never know when that thing is going to go. And it did for him. And that really hurt because they weren't good enough. Like I said, they just weren't good enough at linebacker to be able to overcome him not being on the field.
Shout out to Juwan Jennings, though. He became the second player in NFL history to produce both passing and receiving touchdowns in a Super Bowl. The other one?
Antoine Randall L?
Not Randall L.
Say again, I'm sorry.
He was the last one to throw it.
I wasn't sure
if
he touchdown.
What did you say again?
He became the second player in NFL history to produce both passing and receiving touchdowns in a Super Bowl. Football guy of the day, Gavin Dawson.
Wow.
Nick Foles did it in their Super Bowl win over Tom Brady and the Patriots. But Juwan Jennings was really, really brilliant. I mean, we know, having been able to talk with the 49ers brass before their Cowboy matchups, his nickname is Third and Juwan. He is a guy that they like to go to on third down. But yesterday, he came to play. He was awesome. And it is official. Andy Reid is returning next season for a chance at the three-peat. All the Florio rumors that he was throwing out there. Could Andy retire?
Brian Baldinger told us he felt like he was coming back. There
were some whispers. There was some buzz. But right now, Andy Reid is coming back. I did love on the ESPN set, Chris Berman brought out the In-N-Out cheeseburgers for him. He's like, you're not leaving our set without something. You can eat those here or you can take them with you. But shout out to Andy Reid. And it seems like Travis Kelce's probably going to be running it back as well. I know we won't know for sure. They're going to have their parade on Valentine's Day. There will be love in the air. I wonder if Taylor will be there on the podium with him. Maybe we get a proposal. I don't know. But I think Travis Kelce's going to be running it back as well.
I want to see her continue to shotgun beers and stuff.
That was awesome.
I like to see her maybe do some fireball shots.
I thought they balanced the Taylor Swift stuff perfectly.
Throw her a beer. Throw a beer to her boyfriend. Him catch it. She just slam it. That would be cool.
Just slam it.
Yeah.
You guys remember Deshaun Foster?
Absolutely.
He had a fumbling problem at UCLA.
Holy hell. Well, now he's the new head coach at UCLA.
Yeah, he's a grad there.
Former Carolina Panthers running back, was part of their Super Bowl team. And, man, he is now going to take over for Chip Kelly at his alma mater. He was a longtime assistant there. So he has agreed to a 5-year contract. Former Panthers running back in UCLA Brew, and now the head coach there at UCLA.
Good for him.
Pretty exciting. I think that's pretty cool. Then we've got Devontae Adams news. We had been, I threw out a trade article just a couple of weeks ago, like, hey, do you think maybe he ends up going back to Green Bay? If the Cowboys wanted to add a receiver, would you be interested there?
Dude, Kansas City should be all over
Kansas City, I think, should be going after Mike Evans.
Yeah.
I think that's a good move there for them to try and get Mike Evans. But there is a report that the Raiders have zero plans to trade their star wide receiver, Devontae Adams, heading into this offseason. So I don't think he's going to be going anywhere.
Well, and he really wanted Antonio Pierce to be the head coach. So I'm sure that makes him feel like he wants to remain there.
And I'm pretty sure Kansas City is going to go on the cheap at wide receiver. Like if they let Hill go, I don't think they're lining up to give anybody $30 million. And why would you after these last 2 years?
No, it's true. Just keep drafting guys.
You go veteran guys. You try to get Odell Beckham Jr. in there and you draft a guy.
Yeah. I mean, Rashee Rice, I think, is going to be a very good player. SMU and Richland own here in DFW. But, man, it's going to be interesting to see what they do because that seems like it's their only weakness. And eventually they're going to need to get another tight end in the pipeline because I do think Travis Kelce's kind of a year-to-year deal here right now. But there was Derek Carr, former quarterback there of Devontae Adams. Of course, that's why he went to Vegas. Michael Thomas was kind of taking some shots on social media at Derek Carr for his season-ending injury that he suffered in Week 10. He said, if I didn't get set up by a bad ball, I probably would have had a light little 1,000-yard season this year. but could have, should have, would have. I know, I get it, LOL. I don't think you should be blaming the quarterback for why you got hurt, Michael Thomas. You were hurt all the damn time. I don't think this is on Derek Carr,
He's missed
bro.
like 2 years of football.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Why are you taking shots at your quarterback here? And then the NFL is going to push to change the league's gambling rule with their Super Bowl set to take in over $20 billion in bets over the weekend. It was a weird deal, right? Like, we're sitting there, we're having, the Caesar Sportsbook people on. They took a loss yesterday with the Chiefs winning. They were really, really hoping the 49ers would win. But the NFL's got to figure something out with this gambling policy to make it a little bit fair. Calais Campbell said the rules are outdated. With technology the way it is, where you can tell exactly that it has nothing to do with the integrity of the game, why not give us the opportunity to be able to do the things that we're making money off of as a league? I mean, I do think it's very hypocritical for the NFL.
I would like to request, though, by the way, if we could just pump cigarette and cigar smoke into our studio so I feel more at home.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
It was kind of nice.
Yeah.
I mean, we could just light up and toke up in here if you want.
I'd love to have those smells every time I'm doing. I just feel more comfortable.
I did love every time we walked into the link. I was like, "Damn, you're hitting the face with whatever that scent is."
Yeah,
and it's just a good smell.
It's like camel filterless and some cigars is what it was.
You guys didn't get hit with the HR email a while back about the vaping in studio?
No.
And whatnot?
I've never gotten hit with that.
Wow. Okay. I guess they're singling out folks then.
It's probably that Jewel drop we keep playing.
That one.
They know that's in your DNA.
I got a track record.
And then the Patriots are not expected to pick up Mac Jones' fifth-year option. They're also open to trading the quarterback, according to reports. That locker room is fed up with Mac Jones, and I don't really blame them. There's your NFL news of the day.
All right, lots of talk about stepping up. How's it going to play out for the Cowboys in 2024 as leadership is the topic with the offseason underway? Best of the weekend's coming up at 3:40 as well here in the nation.
Take your turn it on.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and I hope you're having a great day. Segment here of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. You can go online at truckwreck.com. We'll get the audio here. What comes to mind for you as you listen to CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons talk about accountability? Sorry, I was on the phone there at the break, Lucius. We have a couple of cuts here, though, don't we? This is Micah Parsons on a podcast, and CeeDee Lamb has joined it. And Zach, can you set up this audio?
Yeah, so this will be cut 14. CeeDee talks about how he needs to basically grow up, and he learned a lot from the playoff loss to the Packers.
First and foremost, I do got to grow up. There's plenty of ways of me handling different situations. Me being mad is not one of the answers. You know what I'm saying? And I know this.
So times throughout the year, you get frustrated, people feeling your energy, frustration, and just carrying it on.
I just feel like that's contagious. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Instead of just be like,
I could be more of a leader. You know what I'm saying? I could be more vocal, even though I know that's not me, but understanding the situation, bro. If I'm going to take this label of being one, I take full accountability, bro. If I want to take this label of being one, I can't. It's times where I got to get out my shell. You know what I'm saying? My comfort zone.
And you got to rally the offense.
You feel me? And
Dak, find me.
Like, Dak, come on. Or, Dak, I'm not open on this. You got B. Cooks on whatever. Or you got MG on this. I could do this.
Yeah, so, great leadership stuff after the fact. I've been hearing Jerry Jones say for years he is annoyed that afterwards we talk about what should have happened, and it wasn't what happened. And, I like that CeeDee is realizing this. I wish Luka would say it this matter-of-factly. It's time for me to grow up. Those two guys are about at the same age, and they're both right about that. But what I'm thinking in my mind when it is that is, you're not a natural leader. Micah's not a natural leader. What we have on this team is a really weird place when it comes to the leadership dynamics, that maybe your strongest personalities don't have the best leadership traits, and your most professional guys aren't in-your-face guys. Dak's get-along guy. Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore just got here. If they are in-your-face leaders, they didn't show it. They're great professionals. They're great lead-by-example guys. And I just worry that if you have non-leaders trying to push themselves into this leadership void, leaders happen naturally. Mm-hmm. You don't see a leadership void and say, dang it, I'm going to become a leader. Because what happens is that at times of adversity, you crack. Like Michael Irvin's the best leader. Who would we have on last week that was like, man, we could be winning or losing into the game? It was Darren Woodson.
Yeah, Darren Woodson.
Michael Irvin is just there, consistent, every time, same energy, same positivity, same accountability.
100%.
And if you're not that guy naturally, trying to become that guy at age 25 is pretty tough.
Right. You kind of either have it or you don't. I mean, I love what CeeDee is saying, taking accountability, because it's something we saw throughout the season. You saw it in the San Francisco game. You saw it in the Green Bay game with his body language. If CeeDee's frustrated and things aren't going right, he shows that. He's wearing that emotion on his sleeve. But I think that you're right. I don't know that that's something that you can just say, I want to become a leader and do it. I think you either have it or you don't. Micah can say some of the right things on his podcast or to the media that end up being good bits and sound bites. When we talk with people in that organization, he's not naturally a leader. I think there's some frustration in that locker room when it comes to Micah Parsons. So I don't know. I thought DeMarcus Lawrence might be that guy, and then you see him go and use the excuse of, we were burnt out on first take. To me, that sure as hell isn't a leader. I think the guy that might be in the secondary is Diggs. I think people do love Diggs and rally around Trayvon Diggs, and losing him, I think, hurt a little bit. But otherwise, I really don't know who are the leaders in that locker room right now.
It could be really hard to tell from the outside looking in who the leaders are, Brian.
No, you guys have hit this dead on, and that's the thing about it was in talking to some people, there were some people in the organization that heard our interviews with Cooks and with Gilmore, and there's a belief about Gilmore over there. There was a lot of positivity of trying to get him back, and they want to make sure. I was, after listening to him and talking to him and hearing it and how much that meant to them, it made me feel better that maybe there's some guys on this team that actually, want to be leaders. And
those
stuff.
guys care.
Yeah, they do. And, not all the responsibility should be on Dak. It just shouldn't be on Dak. But if you're going to pay Micah Parsons, $25, $28 million a year, he needs to step up that way too. As Dak is trying to do things on offense, he needs to try and step up and do that as well on defense.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Chiefs where they're raving about the night before speeches, Mahomes, Chris Jones, and especially Travis Kelce. Those are your three best players on your team, and they're also clearly the leaders of the team, and they know when it's appropriate to get vocal about whatever it is.
Yeah.
But those guys show up and play as well. Dak can be the leader, but then you show up and you look like you're in a haze. You don't know what's going on with Green Bay, and you're down $1 million and you look terrible. You don't see that from Kansas City. Those guys, they understand how to be the voice for their team, and then also when it's the biggest moments, it's not what CeeDee Lamb was giving you versus Green Bay. It's not what Dak was giving you or Mike or any of these guys. These guys play. They understand that with their play, they're going to be there in the biggest moments, and they're going to play their rear end off in the biggest games.
So they actually talk about Dak and the playoff game, Mike and CeeDee going back and forth, and defended Dak Prescott a little bit.
Please say this to the world, the people, that Dak can take us there. Please.
Dak can definitely lead us. He just also need other leaders, and that's why I'm pointing at myself. Because I can help him. You know what I'm saying? It's only so much he can do. He already got so much on his plate. You feel what I'm saying?
So much. He got the hardest job in America.
Man, come on, think about it.
The hardest QB job. It's the hardest job in America. You're the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. The hardest job in America.
No cap. And that's why I say self-reflection. You got to have a lot of that. And I've thought, you know what I'm saying? No, that playoff game didn't end the way we wanted it, nor did I have the beginning or first half of the game that I wanted. But I've learned so much from that playoff game, believe it or not.
Well, that's awesome to hear it. I want to see it. I want to see it put into action now.
Yeah.
This could be the moment of learning. You're still a young man, year 3. Haven't even signed your second contract. Let's go see that happen. I would love that. I think the thing is that's really making me nervous, though, is that there was so much frustration and so many different people are talking about, I'm going to step into this leadership void. And it reminds me of Kyrie Irving going to the Boston Celtics, where Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown were there, and the organization thought, we're going to bring in Kyrie Irving to be the veteran leader. And he's going to these guys like, hey, I'm going to be a leader. I'm going to show you guys, what it took for me and LeBron to get the championship, and I'm going to explain all this stuff. And they didn't want to be led, You hear CeeDee Lamb wanted to be a leader. You hear Micah Parsons wanted to be a leader. You have Tank Lawrence wanted to be a leader. Well, when all the bullets were firing this year, nobody rose to the top, right? It's easy to say now on the other side of it, but we've seen for decades now, this organization really have an issue with, doing everything that it takes to get to the top. And a lot of that, Troy Aikman started echoing in the mid to late 90s while he was on his way out. Why do I got to be the bad guy? There's a leadership void, I think, from all the way to the top with this organization. And to try to step in there as a foot soldier, when your own coach isn't even empowered to be autonomous in his leadership. It is a weird place to try to be a leader to start with. And then you add all the frustration of this past year, so many different guys trying to step into the void of being the leader. Mm-hmm. You got to listen to me. I'm hearing what the media is saying. You got to listen to me. I think you have a ticking time bomb right now in that locker room, and I wonder what the chemistry is going to look like.
It seems broken. Yeah. Just from the outside looking in and hearing some of the comments and getting to talk with Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore, seeing their in real-time reaction to the question I asked about Tank's comments. I think you've got a bunch of individuals. I'm going in, I'm clocking in, I'm taking care of business, I'm getting out. You don't have a team that is tight. We are going out together. You listen to those 90s Cowboys that won Super Bowls, whether it's Darren Woodson when we talked with him, whether it's Nate Newton on DallasCowboys.com. Those guys were together. They are out there. They are doing things with one another. There is camaraderie. I'm going out there and I've got your back, right? There is a family type of brotherhood. I don't know that this current iteration of the Dallas Cowboys has that. They are clearly lacking that in some shape or form. There might be some guys on that team that are really tight. We know Cooks and Gilmore are. I know Dak and MG are. but I think it's too few. The entire 53 is not on the same page.
Yeah. Are we asking too much of these guys?
No.
And I mean this in a way is a different generation of players. With the way that social media and stuff, I think it's only going to get worse too.
Everybody's on their own island with their social scene.
Yeah, we're all on our own deal, our NIL deals. We had coaches talking about Mike Loxley, I think it was at Maryland. He goes, I had a third string running back walk up to me and say he need $100,000 or he's going to go in the portal. Are we to the point now where there's just too many individuals and we don't have the unity, and we're probably never going to have? I don't know how to. I think I know how to explain Kansas City because of the quarterback and the head coach. I think I understand that. I don't know. I think we might be asking for something that we can't deliver here.
I think it's a good question. I think, though, we're social creatures. We like to come together for a common goal. I think it's possible. Maybe it's a little bit more difficult to galvanize.
I just think that's sports, though, right? I mean, when you have people that retire, what do they miss? They miss the locker room.
Yeah.
They miss the camaraderie. That's part of
I don't know if these guys really do.
Well, I think there needs to be a culture shock then. Because that's not something that can continue.
But that's the problem, though, Zach, is that we're asking these new players coming in to be that way when they're not. They're not natural leaders.
Well, then isn't the opposition dealing with that reality as well? It's an even playing field if that is true.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. If you have an elite head coach and an elite quarterback, look at San Francisco. I think you brought up the point. San Francisco is one of the most well-built teams ever.
Sure.
Their quarterback isn't good enough to win the game.
Yeah.
Just not. He wasn't good enough to win it yesterday for him. So maybe it, the things that we're asking from today's players are not possible, that were possible in 1990 when there was Michael Irvin and Troy Aikman and Emmitt Smith. And you did have an elite coach. Jimmy Johnson.
I think there are going to be special people always, but I don't know. I don't know if
there's not another Ray Lewis in the league. That's for sure.
That's what I'm saying. We were talking to Brian Billick about this the other day, and all the lead. As a head coach, you have to foster the leaders. You have to seek out the leaders. You have to empower the leaders.
Yeah,
I don't know if we're doing that here.
No, I think it starts at the top.
And I think there's some guys that are want to be leaders, but they're kind of don't want to dip their toe in the pool because they don't want to be, they don't want to step on somebody's toe.
Jimmy sent a very strong message that you couldn't mess with these three guys.
Yeah.
Everybody else here is human. And it made what they said have weight and authority.
Yeah.
And mandate, really.
Right.
All righty. Well, thank you for that audio, Wolchuk. And I know we'll have more chances to talk about this throughout the day. I know there's a lot of interesting text messages coming in on it. 940, you're wrong on leadership. You can train and develop leaders. I think you can make leaders better, especially if you get a good pool of people. But most people, what they need to learn to do, and this is the problem I think in a lot of pro sports, is be a good follower. You can only have a couple of leaders, but so many people want to be the leader or believe themselves and their ego is telling them you should be the guy, when what they really need to do is be quiet, get back in the huddle, and execute the play. And you need about 55 of those guys, Brian.
I kind of feel like, though, when you start leaders to develop, sure, but I feel like that's something that is inherent into people. Sure. I don't think people show up on the world stage, these generals, these great generals that, all of a sudden, I always wondered how did a George Patton or Eisenhower, how did these great leaders, Schwarzkopf, how did they show up at this point in history? These were born leaders.
Yeah. They've been leading things since kindergarten.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They showed up at the absolute right time when the world needed them.
You're looking for the best leader in football to take you to a championship.
Yeah.
Certainly there's a bunch of dudes in your organization who could be developed into better leaders than they are currently.
But you need that select few, like three guys on Kansas City.
Right.
That are just, hey, we're the alphas.
Those guys walk into kindergarten and get the C snapped on their chest.
Yeah, we saw that with the Dallas Cowboys in the early 90s.
Well, we got to run back into it a little bit later on. Chief has a message about Platinum Ford, and then Best of the Weekends coming up next here in the nation.
All right, let's get you over to Platinum Ford, ladies and gentlemen. That would be a Victory Monday of all Victory Mondays if you go hang out with General Manager Adam Vinci and his squad at
champions. Jared Sandler with Daily Reports and the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation doing their shows live from Surprise beginning Monday, February 26th. Thanks to Sonic, On-Time Experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. It's great to be back in DFW as much as we enjoyed our time in Las Vegas. I think that was maybe the easiest, most pleasant Super Bowl radio row experience. Saturday night, I went and played poker with one of Wolchuk's friends, Gary, and it was outstanding out there in Rockwall. Had a wonderful time and met quite a few Tolos out there. Didn't play well or anything like that. Had a tremendous run of luck early. It was insane, like the first 20 minutes I was there, and then I went cart dead and went home a couple hours later. But had a great time with old Gary.
Gary's a good dude.
Baby Dolls Gary?
Yes, Baby Dolls Gary.
He's living the sober life now.
Good for him, man.
Yes, sir. Here's Chiafalo with the rest of the best of the weekend.
All right, 877-881-1053. What ended up being the MVP of your Super Bowl spread? I would love to hear from the Tolos on the truckwreck.com fan text, and Broadus is pointing a finger at my face.
So Gary not buying beers is turning into poker night.
Oh, he's always been a poker guy.
Oh, has he always been?
Yeah, that's always been his
maybe
thing.
He's just leaning into that addiction a touch more now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's saving the money on the Bud Lights to be able to. Yeah.
No, that's he's always been a professional poker guy.
Yeah.
All right.
But
Gary's not messing around on the tables.
No, not on the tables. That's his thing.
Yeah, he's the real deal.
I think he made the final table, matter of fact.
Oh,
yeah.
Good for Gary.
No surprise. Moneybags Gary.
He's a good dude.
He is.
Okay, Super Bowl spread MVPs. We'll get to the food and football. I mean, the Chiefs they're synonymous with football at this point. But Lucius, where are we at with the MVP of your Super Bowl spread? True or false? It came out of the air fryer.
Let's see. It was the venison rotel dip.
Whoa. Oh, that sounds
That
amazing.
was pretty good. There was a whole lot of good food out there, but that venison rotel dip, I was like, all right, man, this is the one.
That is really special, dude. Because usually it's a ground beef in there, maybe a breakfast sausage, but they're putting the venison in there as a beautiful. Did you nacho that thing?
I sure did. Yeah. And ate it with a fork. I went crazy with it. Yeah.
Nice, bro.
Oh, that's it.
All right, that's a pretty good start. Who can up the ante? Can anybody beat venison chili? Brada shakes his head as he was watching in a cold, dark room solo by himself. I imagine snacking on maybe
sardines
nothing
and crackers.
Yeah,
homemade bread.
I did. I made beer cheese bread just because I wanted to try and see what it did, and it turned out great. I'll bring some up. I might even do it for our red beans and rice for Fat Tuesday tomorrow. Fat Tuesday.
Oh, Fat TD Tuesday.
Yeah.
The Orange Magic wings were incredible. I made them out of the full-sized wings because they didn't have any party wings left at the grocery store when I swung by.
Okay.
And that's an advantage because they're encased in skin. So you get more moisture to stay inside of the wings that way if you don't cut them until you're done cooking.
Ooh, nice,
They were
dude.
amazing. Yeah.
Okay.
I only seasoned one side, which I just did on accident because I was kind of lazy. And I think that's something I'm going to repeat again.
Oh, you fell into something special there?
I think I did, yeah.
Look at you, man. That's what the Super Bowl is about. I mean, Broadus just broke down plays where Kansas City's punter is getting lucky because he shanked something and it would have been blocked. Like you're half-assing your wings and you fall into gold, dude.
Yes.
Way to go. Luck's on your side when you got Hall of Fame talent, floating around, whether it's your locker room or, for you, Dawson, at your backyard.
That's right.
We should make that over to the poker table next time. We'll be good to go.
Okay, so and Dawson obviously participated in the making of that, which I think was special. I don't know, Lucius, that was you enjoying someone else's, which is no problem. Wolchuk, did you handcraft anything for your Super Bowl party?
I bought the ingredients. That was my duty.
Okay.
I went to the store, I shopped, I brought it, and then it was made for me. But the buffalo chicken dip, I think, is always the Super Bowl star for me.
Okay.
And it was yesterday as well.
Yeah, I put the onus on myself. I noticed it was a smaller gathering of family at my parents' house, and there was no buffalo chicken dip on the menu. And I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and put my hand up here and let me own something. And it worked out better than my my infamous mac and cheese, Thanksgiving mac and cheese from about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
That was a historical historical abomination, borderline ruined the entire holiday. In perpetuity, really, for my
They're
family.
like,
They're still scarred from that. But I arrived and dialed up the buffalo chicken dip. Was not the MVP of the spread, though it was edible. Everybody was looking around going, hey, we can do this thing. This is passable. So I was proud of myself. Good. But it was the sliders on the King's Hawaiian pretzel bun that ended up being, it was my dad. My dad's a YouTube guy now. He's got a little broadus in him.
Oh, I was going to tell him there's one where you can make on those type of, you could make Big Macs with the pretzel with the Hawaiian rolls.
Mac tonight, dude.
I think that's the only way you can make the Big Mac better than what it already is because it's amazing. Make that the pretzel bun of King's Hawaiian.
Mini Big Macs using those Hawaiian rolls.
It's a brilliant move.
That's delicious.
Yeah,
I need a sandwich now.
That was the star of the show last night. So shout out to Mom and Pop's dialing up like a smash burger, cheeseburger, pretzel bun concoction that was really for the ages. 877-881-1053. We got the bacon wrap stuffed jalapeno stuffed with the pepper jack cheese, the lobster tail air fried to finish for crisp on the bacon.
There you go.
You know, a lot of that stuff right there is pretty outstanding here on the text. Of course, the wings getting a lot of love. The ribs, you know, a Super Bowl rib. I think that's some legitimate dedication to whoever you got dialing up your party there. But the Chiefs, I mean, they're a football squad, and we're going to start with Andy Reid after the game, letting the people know what the play was, the victory play. We remember last year's versus the Eagles. It looked very similar to last night's walk-off touchdown there for the Chiefs. What is the name of the play? Andy Reid with ESPN.
Andy, last time these two teams played, it was the two jet wasps play. Everybody talked about the play to Tyreek. What was the game-winning touchdown play called this year?
Yeah, believe it or not, I mean, we had corn dog last year, and that was corn dog.
That was corn dog?
This was corn dog with a little mustard and ketchup.
Corn
Well, listen, I know you like corn dog.
Oh, I love them. Ain't nothing like it.
Okay,
corn dog with a little mustard and ketchup.
Little twist on the corn dog, little mustard and ketchup, which I believe is the way that Wolchuk likes to eat his corn dog. And then here is Andy Reid, where J.J. Watt fires off a question with CBS in the post game. And this one, we already knew this was going to be the case.
Coach, third Super Bowl. What's the post game meal?
We're going cheeseburgers.
Of course they're going cheeseburgers. I hope he went cheeseburgers with the pretzel Hawaiian bun rolls because that was a game changer. The 580 went javelin backstrap on Hawaiian buns. Wow. Pork belly.
What is that? I don't know. That sounds possibly.
Is that javelina?
Aggressive.
Could that be javelina, which is like a hog?
Is that what I said?
I don't know.
Javelin is what I think
you said javelin.
You said javelin like the Olympics.
Like the track.
It's spelled like javelin.
I think it's pronounced javelina.
But I think javelin.
Can we run that one back?
I'll clean up in post, but
and then backstrap. I mean,
Wait,
I was
we're live?
thinking, yeah.
I think it's a hog.
Okay.
That would make some
yes,
sense.
it is.
It's going to be fantastic.
The homemade jerk chicken. Shout out to that
I
one.
knew I showed up for a reason today.
Yep, thank you.
Yes,
thank
dude.
you for that.
The 817 went to Brisket University rib class last weekend and nailed his game day Wagyu ribs. Shout out to Rick in the 817.
There you go, sir.
Good call, dude. Look at this guy. He's
tell you
literally
what,
going to
man.
school. That is taking ownership of being dialed as the host of a Super Bowl party. That's taking it seriously, and that's 2 weeks to prepare. Kyle Shanahan doesn't know what the overtime rules are. My guy's going to Brisket bleeping rib class to figure out how to have the best Wagyu ribs in the 817.
I'm just
you know what I'm saying? That's being detail-oriented.
Yeah.
That's being a leader.
No.
And that's actually being a Super Bowl champion caliber kind of guy. Rick, you are that. Kyle Shanahan, you are not.
That's a guy that's afraid of screwing up the ribs. That's an expensive cut
That's
of
an
ribs.
embarrassing
That's,
deal
that's
there,
why you go to class to learn how to cook those.
Yeah, you don't want to buy that, and then you mess it up.
Yeah.
Now everybody's making fun of you.
Yeah.
For sure. And I'd like to think Rick got ahead of this one, but maybe this is Rick experiencing that one time and saying, I'm only going to let this happen to me once.
It might
and
have
if Kyle
happened.
Shanahan would have done that after 28-3, we'd all be past 28-3 now. But now it's just the laundry list of dropped, missed opportunities in the biggest moment. Rick at most has one of these for his Super Bowl hosting parties. Kyle Shanahan, it's a resume now.
I'm going to say that Rick probably messed up a prime rib one time in his life.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
Is prime rib a steak?
Prime rib.
We'll never know. Pizza from Barris and Flomo was amazing, says the 972. The mac and cheese major cluster, 903.
I'm learning how to make deep dish pizza too, by the way, for us. Yeah.
Bragger.
I'm going to make it for us, though. I'm going to make a big one for us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm super excited about that, man. It looked there was a lot of good eating going on here in the Metroplex, and shout out to the Tolos for getting it done. But Rick, looks like you're the MVP, bro.
Attaboy, Rick.
You know who is not? Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you, Chief.
Yo, Cardis.
There it is. Best of the weekend.
Best
once
coach.
again in the books. Most Mondays,
Andy?
3:40 here on The Fan. Okay, when we return, biggest takeaways from the Chiefs' second consecutive championship from our minds. It's next in the nation.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who... By DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. What will you most remember from the Super Bowl at 877-881-1053? Go ahead, leave your name and city you're texting from. Maybe we can make you famous here in the G-Bag Nation. 609 says, just had those sliders the other day, and the pretzel bun is undefeated.
Hell of a bun.
That might be my biggest takeaway from this show so far, that I need to get on over to the grocery store and get some of those pretzel buns.
Yes. No, I honestly, I look forward to the next day of bread celebration, and maybe the bully will bust out some level of bread list, and we can throw this into the ring, because for me, if it's not number one, it's easily Mount Rushmore bread.
Wow.
Like, forever in time.
So looking forward to that. Indeed. Also looking forward to getting your guys' thoughts here as we go around the room. What do you think is the lasting memory of this championship game for Patrick Mahomes? Again, the truckwreck.com fan text is open. We're all available on Twitter at GBagNation. You go there and you'll find all of our Twitter handles in the bio. CBSSports.com has 5 of them, but I'm not married to the idea of getting to any of these. If you guys have interesting enough fodder for the conversation, we'll just keep it live like that. Broadus, what's going to stick with you think?
I think what's going to stick with me is just the resiliency that the Chiefs play with.
Yeah.
You know, and not just in that Super Bowl, but throughout the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know, they just don't get rattled when they get down. It seems like when they need to get stops, they get an interception, they get a turnover, something happens, and their defense says, no, we're not going to allow you to score. We're going to make you punt back to us. It's just, I think just overall that how they play.
This is the year, this is the game where our opinion fully evolves or transforms into he's going to get your number in the fourth quarter no matter what.
No matter what. Yeah. And the coach is going to figure out a way. The defensive coordinator is going to get stops. And once the coordinator gets stops, then all of a sudden Andy's going to figure out how to kind of get Pat going in the game.
Yeah.
I think this is the time now where, you know, we all along, it's like, can Mahomes win playoff games on the road? He took back-to-back weeks, he took out the number 1 seeds.
Yep.
He took out the Baltimore Ravens, number 1 seed. He took out the San Francisco 49ers, number 1 seed. That's all you need to know about that guy right now. They are a very resilient team in the way that they play.
I think that's a great takeaway. And, you know, we'll see what it's going to take to beat them. But until that happens, you know, I'm going to be set up to lose a lot of money or a lot of predictions because I refuse to do it. He has now hit that Tom Brady category where it's like, I'm just not betting against him. If anything, I'll no-bet the game. But ain't no way I'm betting against Mahomes for the foreseeable future.
No. I mean, the whole thing, the whole playoff run was set up on Hall of Fame mode on Madden. Everything was made more difficult. Everything you just mentioned there brought us. But then in the game, you're talking about a game where, from a receiving standpoint, not named Kelsey, your leaders are McCole Hardman and Justin Watson. Like those are your guys with over 50 yards receiving. Those are your only wide receivers with over 50 yards receiving. McCole Hardman, who was a Jet to start the season, and we were saying you should never give the ball near the goal line ever again after his fumble in the Buffalo game a couple of weeks ago. And Corn Dog with mustard and ketchup fixed that situation. He scores the touchdown. But I mean, who's Justin Watson? Who's McCole Hardman? Those are your leading actual wide receivers. You have Mahomes having to bend down to the floor basically every play because his center forgot how to shotgun snap a football. Yeah. And then on the do or die moment drive, here's Valdez Scantling running 9 yards backwards to make it like second and 14. It's like, what are you doing? It just seemed like, and there were multiple drops in the game all season long. No quarterback dealt with more drops and yards lost from drops than Mahomes. And it was just like, it's okay. We'll pick up and figure it out. It's okay on 1st and 10. It was supposed to be a 6-yard game, but now we're sitting on 2nd and 14. And heck, it felt like half the game they were in 2nd and long because they couldn't run the football at all.
You know, as you were laying out everything that went against them and they still won, it just made me think, and I know we're 2 days away from workouts. Everybody's getting Ranger excited. I don't mean to drive you to the peak of delirium and excitement, but it kind of feels like the Rangers are the Chiefs. And I know they haven't proved it as much. They just came together. But like having Bochy and Corey Seager, I think is the equivalent of Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid in this sport. Wolchuk.
That'd be fun. I mean, certainly Bochy is the best manager in the league. I think Andy Reid's the best head coach in the league. So Yeah, I mean, I like the comp, and maybe the Rangers can go on a little dynastic run here as well. I think certainly Mahomes is brilliant, and when the game's on the line in the second half, he was unbelievable. I think he's trailed in every single one of his Super Bowls at halftime, and then he finds just a way to pull it out when it matters most. But
Cowboys never win when trailing at halftime.
No, I mean they don't roll over and die. You know, the Cowboys get down 10-0 in that game. It's going to be a 40-10 type of performance, and they're going to lose.
Front runner's going to front runner.
This might be one of the best complementary football teams that we've ever seen.
Yeah, I think the Chiefs' defense is definitely one I'm going to remember.
Kansas City, there were some struggles in the first half of that game. Their tackles, as we talked about, did not block very well.
No,
and it was a problem. But what their defense kept doing, kept hanging in there, and it wasn't pretty. I mean, San Francisco moved the ball a little bit.
They did.
But when they needed to make a play, what did they do? And then they started to figure some things out. You know, they just blitzed. They started blitzing, and they knew that Purdy, wasn't going to be able to handle the blitz very all that well.
Did a great job with Nick Bolton. He started rushing him over the middle and the center to try and create one-on-one opportunities with Chris Jones, and then he started blitzing him off the edge, where Purdy really has issues with his identifying some of that stuff off the edge. But the Chiefs during this run, they faced the number 2, 3, 4, and 6 offenses in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They combined average 28.3 points per game this season. Against the Chiefs in the playoffs, they averaged 15.8 points. 12.5 points of 4 of the best offenses in the NFL they shaved off. Spags is a legendary DC. He goes down as one of the best to ever do it in big games. But that defense, Nick Bolton, Chris Jones, I mean, they had 18 pressures in the second half of that game. They turned it on. Chris Jones, when you need him most, he comes up again with a game-defining play, rushing Purdy so they can't score. They've got to kick a field goal just like he did against Buffalo. McDuffie was brilliant. That defense was really, really good.
They really did a good job on that one you're talking about where, the Chris Jones, the second one down there on third down near the goal line, did a great job. They confused San Francisco's blocking scheme by moving him around a little bit like you were talking about. They lost track of I don't know how you lose track of Jones, but they did. And he was unblocked. Those guys just couldn't handle him, and they're like, they're the best player you're leaving unblocked. That was a huge mistake on their part. But, like we talked about too, the blitz that they had watching it, Karlaftis, he rushes wide to get the corner on the blitz home to knock the pass down. So if he goes inside, maybe they get all wadded up and they don't get the hands up. But Karlaftis knew that there was a blitzer coming to the inside of him. He rushes wide. Now he stretches the space between the tackle and the guard to give the corner the chance to get there and get his hands up, knock the ball away.
Yeah, all of those high leverage moments and plays. It was just we know
just
Purdy.
A smart team.
Yes, yeah.
Just a smart team the way they play.
We'll disguise it. The protections will be all thrown off. We will have a guy coming free here. Maybe it's Chris Jones being a stud. Maybe it's McDuffie or Bolton, whoever it is. But it was like, hey, that 2-minute warning right there. I mean, that was really the game. Yep. Chiefs are up. Yep. Or they're tied. They're about to either win the game with a touchdown. They can just milk the 2-minute warning and kick the game-winning field goal, and it's third down, and it's that McDuffie blitz. Boom! Now you got to settle for 3, and Mahomes is going to at least tie the game, which he did, and send it to overtime.
At 877-881-1053, what will you most remember about this Super Bowl? Talking about the resiliency. Spagnuolo becomes the first coordinator to win 4 Super Bowls. That's what happened. The Chief reputation cemented. It was one of the only things the Super Bowl TV play-by-play crew got right was Jim and Tony talking about they're going to get this figured out in the second half.
Yeah,
it's about time Andy and Patrick start coming up with some plays, and they were talking about that I think as they came back from the Usher show and setting up the second half and anticipating it and they were dead balls on right. Now maybe the Dre Greenlaw injury had something to do with that. Maybe
that hurt. That did hurt.
It was a huge loss. I mean, that's definitely one you'll look back on.
Orem wasn't ready to play. I said that before, that linebacker. They took advantage of him. I mean,
as they should have.
And that's what you got to do.
No doubt.
If a star player is going off the field, maybe it didn't help, the San Francisco at all with some of the packages they wanted to do. But, man, they did not blitz at all. They did not. They rushed 4 men 88% of this time in this football game.
But a legacy-changing deal to get to 3. You move ahead of guys like Eli. You move 1 short of Montana and Bradshaw. And, just mention what happened for Steve. And then how about for your guy Andy Reid, Brian? I think, this is the Super Bowl that maybe he kind of enters the conversation where he doesn't have as many as Belichick, but who would you rather have from this era is interesting. You know Belichick's going to grind on his guys. They're going to hate him, but dang it, he won a lot. You know, Reed now has a lot, and you know everybody's going to love him. I think I'd rather hire Reed, but of course I'd be really happy to grab Belichick if he wasn't available.
Both of them are going to practice hard, and both of them are going to do attention to detail stuff. And the buy-in for Kansas City is real,
very real.
You'll never hear Kansas City players complaining about practice, or how tough things are, because they win.
They didn't get burnt out.
Yeah, it's a winning recipe that they have.
And it's also, it's an interesting dynamic because you got Belichick, who's a defense guy, Andy clearly an offense guy, but both are two of the best in the history of the sport. Yeah, 2-on-4. We did announce the Zimmer hire. If you missed it, Mike Zimmer is official.
He texted me and said he's texted me, saves the coach. Yeah.
Good to go.
Yeah, we broke it out maybe an hour and 15 minutes or so ago.
We got you 2-on-4. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Man, to speak on just how good the Chiefs defense was, when takeaways from this Super Bowl will just be, what was the Deebo Samuel moment? What was the Brandon Ayuk moment? Yeah. What was the George Kittle moment?
George Kittle was just non-existent.
It was a disappearing act for all of them. None of those guys, Ayuk, Samuel, Kittle had 50 yards receiving, and Kittle had 4. It's like, my gosh. These are
the narrative of Shanahan now, and talk about attention to detail, the overtime thing, the in-game management. It's like, he's an awesome offensive mind, but he now is looked at as one of the biggest big game choke artists in the history of coaching in the NFL.
Yeah. This is definitely the game I'll remember where I'm like, dang it, Wolchuk might have been onto something all these years. I think a great play designer, but I don't think that Shanahan is going to go down as a bad coach or a choker.
No, if they fired him, there would be a long list of teams that would gladly hire him.
I feel like Andy Reid.
You're looking at Matt Ryan, who is one of the bigger fourth quarter choke artists in the history of the league. It wasn't just the Super Bowl. You look at Jimmy Garoppolo. You look at Brock Purdy. I don't know. It's just not comparing apples to apples if you're trying to win a Super Bowl with a guy at the quarterback position who is not helping you manage the game. He is not making any clutch plays. You're having to design perfect plays so everybody just go out there and execute, and you hope he doesn't get so nervous looking on the other sideline at the all-time greats. The level of difficulty for Shanahan compared to Reid and Belichick in these games is exponential. It might be a factor of 10 to 1.
That's an excuse. How long has he been there?
That's right. It's an excuse.
How long has he been there? Andy Reid says, I can't win with Alex Smith. I'm going to go up and get Pat Mahomes.
Hey.
He did. The guy he evaluated in Trey Lance, he gave up on, and now he's in Dallas. So that's on Kyle Shanahan. You don't get a pass on that.
Some excuses are just a good explanation for what happened, Wolchuk.
Would you like to guess how many different guys covered Kittle in that game last night?
How many?
10. 10 different defensive players covered him at one point in that game last night. That's how you don't let him get a beat on.
That's unreal
on a defense. Yeah.
2-1-4 because Mahomes is a beast versus the blitz. That's why he was beast mode against 5 blitzes at the end of the game. Yeah, I don't know why you blitz goats. You blitz young guys, or you blitz when nothing else is working. But
he was 5 of 6 for 42 yards against the blitz. He was 5 for 5 against cover 0, which is no safety help in the middle of the field. He was 5 for 5 of that. That's man across the board, just everybody. And he was 5 for 5 in that.
Yeah, there's no flaw to his game. There's nothing that you can say, man, if you could just try and do this. Like, otherwise, unless he just has a completely broken offensive line and you have a legitimate, maybe best in the league sort of pass rush, that's the only way you can slow him down, because otherwise he's got an answer for everything.
2-1-4. What do we think about Kelsey nearly knocking Andy Reid out of frustration? Very bad look. Made me question his character.
What?
Yeah, he got way too emotional in that situation. That could have been very embarrassing if they had not gotten it together after that moment and ended up losing the game. I think that would be absolutely one of the most memorable things.
Yes,
and he talked about how he just got too emotional after the game.
Didn't have any issue with it. Like, it's another thing where Tom Brady did this his entire career.
He almost knocked down a member of the elderly because he could not contain himself.
And Andy Reid joked about it.
It was unprofessional.
Andy has good balance.
Winning cures all.
But those two have love and respect for each other.
No question.
Like, it's emotional. It's the heat of the moment. This is sports. That stuff happens. To me, I didn't think that was a big deal at all.
I mean, you made physical contact with the guy. I can understand. I mean, I don't know their relationship. Obviously, they win the game and everything's rainbows and butterflies. I don't know if there's a different result, if there's something more to it there. But in the moment, I'm thinking almost like we're watching the replay of it, and everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe Kelce did that." And I'm thinking this must be like he's hyped up about something in a good way, and he's like almost too excited. But turns out he was definitely angry. Like he felt like
on the play, and he felt he should have been on the field to get that block, but his backup missed the block.
But he made physical contact. That's the thing where it's just like, I mean, obviously,
I think
Andy
it looked
fine
worse
with it,
because, as Andy said, he was off balance.
Yeah.
I mean,
because he was hit really hard by a giant man running at him. He got lucky.
It's the NFL, guys.
That he hit the nicest coach. Let's have some respect for authority. That's not wussifying at all.
Yeah, it is.
He nearly knocked over a head coach.
Hey, Andy had no issue with it.
Well, yeah, because he's the nicest guy ever, and he's always going to have his players' backs.
And winning cures all.
Yeah,
it sure does. But if they had have lost that game, I think Travis, like he did, would have said, "I got emotional. I apologize." And
it's a star player. It's Andy Reid, but I would say more than 80% of the coaches in the NFL, to more than 95% of the players in the NFL, would have turned to him and said, "What the bleep did you just do? Get your ass on the bench." But it was Andy Reid and Travis Kelce. Anybody else, and that's a major sign of disrespect. You shouldn't even be yelling in your head coach's direction.
God forbid these players have passion.
He's busy looking across the field at something, trying to coach the effing game, and you run up on him and don't even show the man enough respect to stop short of almost knocking him down.
To do with a lack of respect. I think he respects the hell out of Andy Reid. And if you don't think he respects him, then we can agree to disagree.
You're probably no. I do think
he absolutely respects Andy Reid.
I think he's way too emotional in the moment. That's the problem with Travis Kelce. And that's the problem with him and his brother. They get highly emotional. They're funny and can crack jokes. But in the heat of battle, I would not want to be in a foxhole with those broskies.
Man.
Other than football.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, it's also what makes them great. Is that emotion on the field?
I would rather have
intensity.
I would rather have that than whatever lack of dazed and confused emotion you got from the entire front runners team versus the Cowboys in their playoff game. So I'm with you on that one, Walchuk.
Top 10 at 420 is coming up next.
Man, let's go over
about that.
Some of the top 10 greatest Super Bowls of all time. Where does this one rank as we have the second overtime ever? That's next on the fan.
I want to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing, though, because if you would rather be in a different vehicle right now, the best way to change that outlook is to call D&M Leasing. They can Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Text, you can be passionate without running into your coach like an idiot. Don't tell me that's passion. Okay? Plenty of passionate people. Don't make mistakes. Trample authority when they're trying to do their job, lead you to a Super Bowl. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10.
Okay, we will get to the top 10 best Super Bowls of all time. What is your favorite Super Bowl? And do we think that last night's game was better than any of these on the top 10 list? It certainly was a classic, just the second overtime Super Bowl that we've ever seen. We do have the numbers out, the impact of Usher's Super Bowl performance. Shout out to Usher. He's getting a big Super Bowl bump. Spotify streams are up by 550%. His concert ticket prices are up 40%. And TickPick is saying that 38% of the total tickets they have sold for Usher's upcoming tour came after last night's game. That Super Bowl effect is very, very real, courtesy of Joe Pompliano, Eric's Italian brother. So awesome for Usher, man. He is seeing the impact from the Super Bowl. I wonder who we're going to get next year. Maybe it is Taylor Swift this time.
Oh, I don't know, but it is definitely it's worth it. I don't know how much it costs. I don't know how much these artists have to sort of come out of pocket for some of the things, to put the show on.
Everything,
like all of it is out of their own pocket, but I guess it is
because of this.
It's worth every penny.
That's right out of the Jerry Jones School of Negotiating. We're not paying you anything. You're working with the NFL, so you'll make lots of money off of it.
It's true. It's a good point. And in case you missed it, the Mike Zimmer hire is official. He is your new defensive coordinator. We're excited to have Zim back with the Dallas Cowboys. The other thing that I saw, Mitch Trubisky and the Pittsburgh Steelers have officially parted ways. So he's already gotten his releases. Now we're in the NFL offseason. A lot of moving and shaking going down. And my gosh, how about this comparison? Mahomes at only 28 years old. Playoff starts before turning 30. Mahomes has 5,135 yards. Brady, at the same time in his career, had 3,217. Mahomes has 41 touchdowns to Brady's 20. 8 interceptions to Brady's 9. Both 3-time Super Bowl champs. Mahomes a 3-time Super Bowl MVP. Brady a 2-time Super Bowl MVP. So at this point in their careers, as Mahomes looks to try and chase down the GOAT that is Tom Brady, Mahomes is crushing him.
For sure. Yeah, all those the raw numbers are going to with the way the game has changed and with the way that Brady started off winning those Super Bowls, leaning on the defense. Brady's first 3 Super Bowls felt a lot like this one here for the Chiefs, where Mahomes isn't just going laser beams and going 40-plus points every time. It's like, hey, we can sort of manage the game a little bit, be there in the big moments, make the couple of plays that are needed late in the game, but lean on your defense. And then Brady morphed into the freak show and breaking records and putting up all the touchdowns and the yards. Mahomes is already that, and now he's showing that he can win with good defense and sort of managing the game with no weapons.
Crushing it. And somebody said Lil Wayne halftime show next year since it's in New Orleans. That'd be awesome. That'd be really, really cool.
Oh, yes.
We got that going.
Yeah,
That'd
it's always nice when there's a little bit of a tie to the city.
Yeah. That'd be neat. All right, top 10 Super Bowls of all time. Was last night your favorite? Do you think it is already number one? When you think of all-time great Super Bowls, which game comes to mind for you? Lucius, do you have an all-time favorite Super Bowl?
Well, let's see. It's going to be Cowboys related when they ran up the score on everybody. That's about it, bro.
We'll go Bills 52-17 in Pasadena.
Yes.
It's a hell of a game.
I love a blowout when it's your team doing the blowing.
Oh, man, you don't have to sweat. You can just smile, enjoy the whole way through, bro.
I think for me, when I think of great Super Bowl, it ends up being the Patriots' undefeated season coming to a halt thanks to Eli Manning and David Tyree and Plexico Burress.
Yeah, 17.
And that pass rush.
Yeah, OSU when we saw OSU when you were out there.
Yeah,
he was making the rounds. Justin Tuck, Michael Strahan. I think was that Strahan's last game. Didn't he retire after that?
Sure did.
Man, that's great.
What
That's
a way
always
to go!
Fun when you get a walk off like
you
him
had
and Jerome Bettis.
Yeah, Jerome Bettis. Yeah,
did that too.
I mean, the way the thing ended, it is so important. I think objectively, minute for minute, last night doesn't compare that well to some of the other great games that we've seen. I think maybe the most exciting one that I can remember, it's hard to tell when you're a kid and you see these things, but it was like 1988 and the 49ers played the Bengals.
Yeah.
And the drive happened,
That was
after Cincinnati. I think it opened the game with a kickoff return for a touchdown, so the excitement was just like through the roof.
Yours has got to be the one you won, right, Brian?
Give me Super Bowl 31.
Yeah.
Dallas, Green Bay versus the New England Patriots.
Hey, hell of a game. I mean, Desmond Howard doing his thing in that
It was in
one.
the balance until Reggie White got back-to-back sacks
There you
against
go.
Max Lane. Yeah.
I think the one for me that I remember being like, damn, this game has everything you could imagine was Cardinals Steelers.
So good. Yeah. Already been texted into 817.
Was just unbelievable.
Epic.
It really was. And Eagles Pats in 2017 was amazing.
Ooh,
I
that
just
was
hated
good.
it because it was
Right.
like the Eagles doing well. But man, it was a good game.
Last year was amazing too.
Last year was.
All the offense.
Last year was a fantastic game.
Seahawks and
Patriots.
That was a good one, too.
Yeah, that one was brilliant.
I mean, the Patriots come back obviously on Atlanta.
So number 10 is Patriots Rams 20-17. The Patriots get the win. This was Brady's first one. Rams are looking to win 2 in 3 years. Greatest show on turf. Rams offense was electric. Warner threw for 365 yards in St. Louis, outgained the Patriots. Get this, 427 yards to 267. But they turned the ball over 3 times. You had the Ty Law pick 6. And then in the final drive, Tom Brady, starting at his own 17, 1:21 to go. First year as a starter, goes 5 of 8 for 53 yards to get him into field goal range. And Adam Vinatieri with that 48-yard field goal was a pretty incredible game. Number 9 is Patriots Seahawks, the Malcolm Butler interception. 28-24, Patriots get the win. I think they had to come back. They were down 24-14 going into the fourth quarter. They rallied and had that happen. I actually saw video resurface from Seahawk fans that thought like they're about to win the Super Bowl. They're like, just give it to Marshawn Lynch. And they're watching in real time the interception happen. And the reaction is just, it's gut-wrenching.
That's like an out-of-body experience.
Yeah.
Like this can't actually be real.
That team was never the same after that moment.
8 is Jets 16, Colts 7, the Joe Namath guarantee. Can't say that I recall that one. I wasn't alive just yet. Number 7.
Broadus was.
I was there.
Broadus
You
was
were
there.
You were at that game?
No, I wasn't there.
Were you there?
I was there.
No, but
Mickey Spagnuolo was there. What were you doing?
I do have a program from that game. Actually, it was it led to the merger of the National Football League. Well, actually, the AFL and the NFL. That everybody thought that the Colts had already just won the championship. I mean, they're like, "What, the Jets? Are you kidding me?" That kind of thing.
Man.
But yeah, this is what changed. What led to the merger?
Legendary game. Maybe it should be higher on the list.
Yeah.
Number
Can you,
7.
Can you imagine if there was cameras around for those following couple of days where Joe Namath is partying?
Dude.
Like the victory, Super Bowl victory, championship victory for Joe Namath right there. I bet that was like TMZ level, not safe for work.
Dude, listen to his stories of what life was like back then. You know, he would be drinking beer like on the way to practice. It was just like
Unreal,
a maniac.
Man. Just crushing life at the time.
Heaters in the huddle.
Absolutely. It really was. Number 7, Rams Titans, Super Bowl, 23-16. That one came down to the yard. Mike Jones making that tackle on Kevin Dyson. Got him by the legs. Falls to the ground just shy of the goal line. Kurt Warner, 414 yards. Isaac Bruce, 6 for 162 as the Rams were able to win that Super Bowl. Kurt Warner, MVP.
It was insane that it was only 23 points of those 415 yards.
Right? It's unreal.
Nobody had slowed down the Rams. I was just shocked that Tennessee was close.
Well, and I'll never forget, you go back and watch like the Americas game of that. And I think it's DeMarco Farr who we had on earlier when the Cowboys played the Rams. He's now their sideline guy. But he was talking about that final drive. As soon as Steve McNair threw the ball, it's like a sigh of relief. Just please don't run. Just don't run, Steve, because we are so gassed. We are not going to be able to chase and tackle you. Number 6 is Eagles Patriots, 41-33. Nick Foles, the Philly special, shocking everybody. They get the win over the Patriots. 5 is Bill Parcells. His Giants 20-19 over the Bills. And we know about Scott Norwood. Wide right.
Unbelievable.
Oh, my gosh. It's still getting the Bills to this day. 4.
I mean, the way they beat the Niners the previous week with was it a Roger Craig fumble, I think, around midfield? It was just a luck and a half situation for him back-to-back weeks.
When they just ran the hell out of the ball, Otis Anderson that game, they just literally took the air out of it. You have number 4, Super Bowl you're referring to, Gavin. 49ers 20, Bengals 16.
Okay.
They come back, Montana throwing for 357 yards in the game. And then in the fourth quarter, of course, he hits the game-winning touchdown there to John Taylor. Number 3, greatest Super Bowl of all time. This one hurts as a Cowboy fan. They should have won it. 35-31, Steelers over the Cowboys. But this is an all-time great. I mean, you look back at the players in this game. I mean, it's like a Hall of Fame squad. Both teams were just littered with Hall of Famers. Roger Staubach, Tony Dorsett, Lynn Swann, Drew Pearson, Terry Bradshaw. I mean, it was a who's who, but that was the game where you had Jackie Smith drop the ball in the end zone.
Yeah.
Sickest man in America.
Sickest man in America.
And it literally made
Wasn't a great pass, by the way. Wasn't a great pass.
You didn't think so?
Nope. Ball was a little low.
Man.
Yeah.
27-23. Steelers over the Cardinals is the number 2 best Super Bowl of all time, according to Fox Sports. That game had everything.
It did.
The James Harrison pick 6, Larry Fitzgerald doing everything he can, a 64-yard touchdown, 2:37 to go. Arizona's up 23-20, and then Big Ben hits Santonio Holmes for the game winner.
Where was that game played? Tampa.
Yeah. But number 1, greatest Super Bowl of all time, is indeed Giants-Patriots 17-14. Giants are able to stop the perfect season. Now, with all those being listed, last night's game, do we put it ahead of any of these?
Yeah, I mean, for my money, I can only talk about Super Bowls really since like the year 2000, but that's probably going to go down as a top 5 Super Bowl for me personally. I mean, it started off a little bit slow, last night. But half number 2 and then getting to overtime, that was.
You wonder if anybody will ever remember what the first half was like.
Yeah, you kind of forget because the second half and overtime was so amazing.
5-6 years from now, people won't even remember how really poor the first half was played offensively for both teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just the storylines.
Well, I should say about San Francisco, they moved the ball. They just couldn't get anything.
The McCaffrey fumble on that opening drive, that was big. I mean, they looked like they were really going to get off to a good start there. But, I mean, that Patriots-Giants game was really not a great game until the fourth quarter. Then stuff started really getting crazy. But I think, you look at the historical value of that, where the Patriots were 1 win away from the perfect season. I mean, it was just so shocking.
I just think that Arizona-Pittsburgh game,
was start to finish.
Start to finish.
But yes, the 28-3 game as well. I mean, greatest comeback we'll ever see in a Super Bowl, first overtime game. That one's in the conversation. Then I do think last night's game, the fact that it goes to overtime, when we look back at it, I think both teams are going to have a lot of future Hall of Famers involved in it as well. It certainly is in the top 10 for me.
Mike Zimmer's statement to Ed Werder: I'm excited and honored to be back with the great organization. I'm thrilled to work with Mike McCarthy, for whom I've had a ton of respect in our NFC North days, and to do anything I can to help the Joneses and the Cowboys. Mike Zimmer is officially back after about 72 hours or so of uncertainty after the initial report. Broadus told you last week, live from Radio Row, not done. Just got done about 90 minutes ago.
Joneses were in Vegas. That slowed things up, I think, a little bit.
Oh, yeah, probably hard to get a hold of.
Yeah.
Chief, what would you like to do next?
Let's go around the rim featuring the new look Mavs, and we asked Dinwiddie what he means by that next year in the nation.
love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else, people? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we have little football's finest. But, Chief, are you as excited about the Mavs as I am after Saturday's game or what?
My goodness, boys. Am I excited? The answer is yes. I'm fired up. This Mavs season is about to take a turn for the better. Thank you, Nico. Let's get into it as we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Walchuk has some breaking news to provide us. This is a little bit gut-wrenching. This is sad. On the heels of Valentine's Day, Walchuk, after Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce reminded us that maybe love is real, maybe love is back. You bring us what?
Yes, this is the headline. Larsa Pippen and Marcus Jordan have broken up after a year of dating. Certainly a relationship that a lot of people questioned. It's now over.
Who are they?
Marcus Jordan is Michael Jordan's son.
Oh.
Larsa Pippen is Scottie Pippen's ex.
Oh, I remember. Okay, now I know. I thought they were some actress peoples.
Oh, no. That's heartbreaking.
Well, isn't one like
now.
40 and the other 20 kind of a deal?
Yes, Larsa was probably babysitting
40 and 55
Marcus.
maybe.
It's just sad.
Is that where we're at?
I thought that was...
Yeah, there's some relationships that I think maybe you stumble into and they might seem right, but you just know that we can't do this publicly. You know?
I thought that one was built to last.
You think he had a good run?
It sounds like
they went 300. If they dated for a year, they dated 365 more days than I would have.
Was it worth it for a year? You think?
I'm sure for old Mr. Jordan it was.
Yeah, otherwise the backlash that Larsa got, and I think how it made Scotty look and Michael look, not worth it.
All of it was a weird one.
I don't think Michael cares.
No, honestly, I think the world is better for having this relationship be allegedly
I think
ended.
Mike enjoyed it, considering how things have gone.
Probably right. He probably loved it.
There was some ego involved there when he got swimming in some of that brown liquor, smoking on some cigars with the boys. I'm sure Michael Jordan had some jokes to crack over the last year.
Did we see him yesterday at the game? Like, there was no way he was going to miss a chance to go out to Vegas for a Super Bowl.
I don't know. I imagine he was taking advantage of the casinos maybe being a little bit lighter because he's probably sitting around a blackjack table or whatever.
He's got his own table.
Okay, so the Mavericks, thank you, Nico. I mean, my gosh, the early returns. We're one game into this thing, and the new era. I mean, move over Kyrie, move over Luka. It's all about Gafford and PJ Washington, boys. Only kidding, but this first game, 146-111, they just smashed the Thunder. They come out of the gates. It's like a first quarter. It's almost 50 points in the first quarter. Everything's looking seamless. Everything's looking like smiles on the faces. These guys all of a sudden like playing for each other. And it sounds like maybe Grant Williams was more than just a cancer on the court with his terrible play. It seems like behind the scenes he was aggravating, he was annoying, he was pestering, he sucked on the court, and then all of a sudden he's switching his shoe from wearing the Luka signature shoe. He switched back to the Jason Tatum's, his former teammate in Boston. And Tim McMahon reported that. I thought that was a little bit funny, like that being sort of one of the final straws in the Grant Williams era. Like the Mavericks couldn't wait to get rid of him. The fact that they were able to rid themselves of him without having to also rid themselves of Josh Green in order to get a guy like PJ Washington is pretty special. And then you have Grant Williams after his first game in Charlotte saying it's great to get a win for the city and play for the jersey that's across your chest, not on your back. Everybody touched the ball and we trusted one another. So that sounds like a guy who's going passive aggressive now in a Charlotte uniform.
Hey, I'm telling you, man, not a lot of people like playing with Luka.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Gafford.
It sounded like everybody was kind of out on Grant Williams for whatever reason.
Sure.
He might have rubbed people the wrong way. But yeah, Gafford and PJ, they seem like they're down for Luka right now.
They're down for Luka and Kyrie right now. Man, I'm telling you, if this team can stay healthy, this is a team that is doing playoff damage.
Finals bound. Let's go.
Is that bad if they call you a loser? If people call you a loser, is that a bad thing?
Yeah, it's not good. I don't think so.
Start hearing some whispers about that. Kind of
Grant, the L in Williams actually stood for loser. Those back-to-back L's were loser.
Some things going on there. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God.
No, that honestly makes sense. I mean, he was bad. Like I said, even before we knew what exactly we were going to get.
Very wrong about Grant
from Washington and Gafford. Just
Grant would be great.
Not having to watch Grant Williams play basketball in a Mavericks uniform ever again.
But we all kind of thought that was going to work out, right?
Huge positive news.
I did. Yeah.
On the front end, I did.
I am eating crow on that one. I thought Grant Williams was going to be a really good fit here.
We all are. Man, we thought Dinwiddie was going to be a good fit fit here, but of course he chooses LeBron James and the Lakers.
What?
So
I thought he chose the Mavs.
Boiled down to Mavericks and Lakers, and Dinwiddie does what I believe most people in this situation do, which is the lure of LA, the lure of the Lakers, the lure of LeBron. It's just like, we're going to do this, even though I don't believe the Lakers are currently in the playoffs, if it were today. But what do you think Spencer Dinwiddie means by this? He's explaining why he picked the Lakers over the Mavs, and he says, let's say you're a kid and you get your butt whooped by the bully, the woolly bully. Dallas would have been like, Dallas he describes as like what your mama would be like in that situation. It's okay, baby, coddling you a little bit. It's it's okay. You just got your butt kicked by the bully. The Lakers, he said, are like your dad. Nah, you better go out there and fight till you win. That's the quote.
Is he saying we're soft? We're
Is that from the head coach?
That's from Spencer Dinwiddie saying why he chose the Lakers over the Mavericks after being bought out by the Nets.
Weird.
It boiled down to those two teams. He's familiar with the Mavs. He's played here, so he's got firsthand experience. He's basically saying the Mavs, it's okay to lose and nobody's really going to get upset at you, but with the Lakers, there's more of an expectation of winning, big-time championship winning. I don't know. I
mean, that is,
that's
guess,
weird.
True. I mean, the Lakers, much like the Cowboys, right? Their standard is championships. The Mavs, I don't know if they're held in that same regard, but I don't know. I don't feel like there's just like you just got your ass kicked. It's okay. The Mavs have expectations.
Yeah, there's got to be something internal from his perspective that allows that to make sense. Because I don't know exactly what he's talking about. Is Darvin Ham a more accountability discipline coach, and Jason Kidd's, he is really soft spoken.
That could be.
Jason's, he'll drop down and kind of whisper talk you. So maybe Dinwiddie wants more of a strong deal there. I mean, it's not like the Lakers have been doing everything they need to win the championship successfully. They had the bubble championship, but other than that, they've kind of been paralyzed from all the moves that they made trying to get the first one. And I don't know. Spencer Dinwiddie is a super intellectual type of dude. And sometimes he ventures into paths with the soundbite, and it's like, man, we're sports dudes.
This went right over my head.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think in this scenario it's less about the Mavericks and just more about what the Lakers are and the expectation of winning. I think.
Well, I'm offended, Spencer. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we were cooler than that.
I feel like you're kicking us to the curb. You're just behind the Mavs bench the other night. I thought this was happening. The reunion was here.
I think the truth is he knows Luka and Kyrie are on this team, and he's not going to be able to handle the ball. And with old LeBron will let anybody else handle the ball.
Hey,
he's
I
like, please. Oh, you're half decent? Go ahead.
Take some pressure off of me.
For crying out loud.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
I'll be good to go every night in the playoffs for 42 minutes of basketball, but in order to do that, I need guys who can create a little bit, and I think the need for services is much bigger for Dinwiddie in LA than here. Although he'll go farther here than there. I mean, that team's...
that team just, it seems like last year.
But he's a California guy as well. I mean, you can go home and kind of chill more. And
I expect him to say that. I wanted to be on the West Coast. I wanted to play with LeBron.
But instead, it's because your Mavs, Chuck, they don't care about winning enough.
Taking shots at my guys. You're coming at my guys all wrong.
I know. That was a little bit surprising. And I think Dinwiddie probably knew this whole time he was going to be a Laker. He just wanted to get that free dinner, get that recruiting feeling again. You only get those so many times in your career. And for him in the twilight, he's like, hey, let me go get schmoozed by Cuban. He'll take me out to a nice dinner, and then I'll get to L.A. I'll act like Dallas has a chance. They'll schmooze me a little bit, all while I know I'm going to rip the Mavericks and I'm going to sign with the Lakers.
Well, I'll be bitter. I
think you got it right.
Crappy season,
I think you knew exactly what was going on.
You know the deal about the free dinners.
Oh, absolutely free dinner, yeah.
Steinline, Mark Stein reporting that there's two mystery teams that believe that if LeBron James... that LeBron James would actually consider signing with them if they were to draft Bronny James, his son. He says, Mark Stein in his report says, I know of at least two teams on the NBA map that believe LeBron James would consider signing with them at far less than the $51.25 million that he could sign as a max player if Bronny James is on the roster. And there might be more. So we'll leave that open-ended. We'll see where that goes. He says two teams that's what they believe. This isn't LeBron back channeling saying I got two teams I'm down to go to. There's just two teams that feel like, man, if we drafted Bronny, LeBron would come here a bit on a discount. So we'll see how true that actually is.
Yeah, well, maybe if the Lakers want to keep him, so what we're going to have is Bronny possibly coming out the same time LeBron is a free agent. I'd absolutely take him in the first round if that means I'm getting LeBron.
Let's go,
100%. Yes.
Yeah. Hey, congratulations, kid. You're a first-round pick, and I'm going to come play with you. Yeah. That's, I don't know if Bronny's going to be a member of the rotation. I think he profiles as a guy that should probably stay 2 more years in college, but I don't care. I'm already super excited about this basketball team. You look at the West, the Mavs can run with the teams. You just saw what they did against Oklahoma City. Sure, Denver is there. Denver is injury-prone. Now,
yes,
I know many people don't start watching basketball until the Super Bowl is over. So congratulations, you're about to start watching the Mavs, and I think this is a very strong potential contender in the West. If you imagine the season is starting right now, just clear your memory of every crap thing we've seen for the last 45 games. This team is healthy. They've addressed their weaknesses. They can play paint defense. They can protect the rim. Yes. They can shoot. They have size and speed. You don't need more than what the Mavs have right now in this West. In this NBA, there's no big, bad entity out there that is going to squash you like a bug when you encounter the prime Golden State Warriors.
Preach, co-sign everything you're saying. I just saw this from Mavs Muse. I don't know that any of us would think this. Luka's lead-wide ranks on defense this season. Number 1 in post defense. Number 10 in ISO defense. Number 5 in spot-up defense. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jason Tatum aren't top 10 in any category. Luka is in all 3.
Wow.
That is commitment and effort to the defensive side of the floor that we have been begging for.
I think everything could be coming together at the right time. Maybe the embarrassment from Luka 3 weeks ago. He's already got his body in shape. Now the roster is right. The health is there. You don't have to play Dwight Powell. Maxi Kleba is perfectly playing 15 minutes a night. I think this is about to get awesome. It's time for football's finest here. We'll take a look at everything percolating around the NFL. Chief, what do you have?
We got more Super Bowl fallout, and we'll grade the Romo next year in the nation.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby. It's hour 4 of the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We'll hit the expressway coming up in 20 minutes, taking commercial free to the top. It is a Mavs game night. We are 2 days away from the Texas Rangers reporting to surprise Arizona. Watching MLB Network here, there's teams already that have arrived, including San Diego, and they're getting new video in from spring training for the first time in 2024. It's special. Sports are in the air. Here's the Chief with an edition of football's finest.
P's and C's, baby. Very, very exciting. Congratulations to Mike Bassick, Jared Sandler, doing some television stuff with the Rangers this year. Going to be absolutely fantastic. Now, I think last night from a football standpoint, maybe the most disappointing thing is the Niners just having no idea what the overtime situation was going to be. But also when you really go back, and they didn't show too much of it on the broadcast, but if you go back and see some of the clips, the disappointment of the streakers, streakers plural. And I don't know if this was just more hands on deck there for the Super Bowl and being ready for the moment.
Yeah, the extra referees went out there and corralled them.
Okay, maybe that's what they had extra zebras floating around the sideline.
I hate the extra refs. Yeah, they got in the way of the game.
Well, and of the streakers, man, because usually there's usually a good run. There's usually at least like 30 seconds of running around, enough for like Kevin Harlan to give you legit play-by-play or something. Yeah. This wasn't even quick. You see the videos, and it's like as soon as they get off the sideline, it's like 5 yards into the actual field of play, and then they're surrounded.
Not even fully naked.
And not even fully naked, absolutely. So they started this thing off with sort of half-assing it.
You're going to do it, go naked.
You got to go naked to freeze the security guys.
Yes.
You know, you got to buy yourself that half second.
Nobody wants to tackle the naked guy or girl.
But also, they refuse to be actually tackled. Like, one of the fun things about being the streaker is, can I put a move on a guy? Can I put a truck stick? Or am I going to get smacked here? Like, all things are on the table. This dude just does the give-up slide like a quarterback.
Yeah, I would...
Just a really poor...
I'm down, I tap.
Poor effort, poor execution, poor plan. I mean, it must have been some Niners fans.
We've seen some stadiums where there have been some pretty unathletic windbreaker guys.
Not the Super Bowl, dude. NFL came prepared.
That's what I'm saying. I think the Super Bowl goes out and recruits some real windbreaker guys and gals that know what they're doing. I mean,
especially in Vegas,
that aren't good. They play well in space. They're going to be able to kind of make the tackle when they need to.
They'll run like the wind if they have to.
They're not going to pull a hamstring. I saw a kid one day on a clip. He stole a soccer ball off a pitch in an APL game.
Oh,
went over grabbed the ball, threw the ball in the stands, jumped over the rail before the windbreaker people could get to him.
That's incredible.
And then was through the crack and gone.
That's
gone.
Awesome.
Yeah. That's what you got to have. You got to have a plan,
Yeah,
this was poor. Sometimes the windbreaker people just
half-assed it in the Super Bowl, man. That's just not acceptable.
No, hugely disappointing.
What's the fine for that, you think, Super Bowl? Is that a night in jail?
It's a night in jail, I would assume. Maybe you can get out on bond.
$1,500.
Think so?
Yeah. Which, when done right, is oftentimes worth it, dude. It's an epic viral video. Everybody's kind of applauding you. You did your thing. Maybe you shook a guy. Maybe you did a little truck stick. Who knows? You put on a little bit of a show. But not last night.
Kevin Harlan to describe what's going on.
Yeah.
He's wearing a bra.
He's wearing a bra.
Exactly.
I don't think Kevin did yesterday because apparently, as Tony revealed, they weren't supposed to talk about it. So in classic Tony fashion, he talked about it and then revealed that they weren't supposed to talk about it. But he has no impulse control with his microphone.
Doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, okay, we do need to grade the Romo, and we're going to do that. But I do want to tee up the text here because I'm seeing takes that I can't disagree with this take, but it's pretty funny to think about.
Yes.
877-881-1053 is the worst team in the NFC closer to a Super Bowl than the second best team in the AFC. Thanks to Mahomes and just that Bowser level of it. Doesn't matter how great you are in the AFC. You're ultimately not going to even get the chance at the Super Bowl because Mahomes is going to cut your playoff a little bit short. I think that's a good take. So I'm going to run with it myself, and I'm going to agree. I'm going to go true on that.
Yeah, that's hard to disagree. I think I got to lean true as well, but I do think Burrow's the one that can get it done.
I would say
get healthy, Joe, please.
If the second best team in the AFC is the Bengals, I would side with Cincinnati. Cincinnati has the second best chance to win a Super Bowl in the NFL, regardless of year or conference.
Yeah, I mean, I think whoever comes out of the NFC now is just pretty screwed. Like you're not beating Mahomes or probably Burrow.
Well, yeah, I think the worst team in the NFC is closer to a Super Bowl than the second best team in the AFC. Here is the final call. This is Nance and Romo. This is the Andy Reid calls in to the headset of Pat Mahomes. We're going corn dog with the ketchup and the mustard. We're going to trust Mecole Hardman in the most important moment of the game. This is how it sounded on CBS, and Romo gets crushed for the way he handled it. Take it away, Romo and Nance.
To the second quarter, that's right, because I can only feel people out there being like, what's going on?
First and goal. Mahomes flings it. It's there! Hardman! Jackpot! Kansas City!
And this was the Andy Reid special.
There we go.
This was the Andy Reid special we talked about. He was saving all day. He's going to fake a motion to go across. And at that moment, he turns and goes back Hardman, who they didn't have, right? And they go get Hardman and bring him back. And the game-winning drive of Mahomes' career, he's been waiting for. He's won Super Bowls, but he's never had it in an overtime. He is the best. He is the standard. Your Michael Jordan wins it again.
So it wasn't necessarily what he said that was wrong. It's just that he took the, I guess from
Nance is famous for letting it breathe.
Letting it breathe. It's either let it breathe or let the play-by-play guy continue to describe. Because at this point, it's not like they're going to replay and Romo's breaking it down. They score the touchdown, and then it's just all about the on-field celebration that's going on in that time. It's not about breaking the play down yet. We'll get to the replay in a moment. It's about appreciating sort of whatever the natural sounds are from the field, or Nance continuing to sort of paint the picture. And
he didn't even
Nance,
let Jim get into the call.
No, but that's what Nance said, jackpot, which is perfect for being in Vegas.
Right. He
you got to let that thing. As soon as he said jackpot,
on TV.
Lay out.
Yes.
Just lay out if you're Romo. Let it breathe. Let them. They've got 1 million cameras there. Let them hit them all.
Yep.
Let them just hit them all.
They're showing the hugging, the Andy Reid, the Gatorade bat, and he's over here telling you the play that just happened.
And then let Jim bring you back in. The Chiefs win. And
then you'll get your moment, Tony.
Yeah.
Instead, he was stepping all over it like a jack.
Nobody cares about the details of the play right now. The champion was just determined.
Yep. After a overtime,
and we're getting
game,
a hurried, awkward explanation that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think of this dude right now.
And then it's funny because The Athletic had an article today, and he's just super inconsistent. He just has no consistency with his thoughts. There's 10 seconds left in regulation. Chiefs are at the 49 or 11. Romo goes, if you have 6 seconds, you feel comfortable taking another crack at it. After an incomplete pass, there's 6 seconds left.
Yeah.
And then he goes, if he had 7, I'd do it. Kansas City should kick it. It's like, but Tony, you just said the opposite.
I remember hearing that in real time, and because they add an extra second onto the clock. It was 9 seconds, and they go, we're going to make it 10. And everyone was like, man, that 1 second can make a difference, because if you have 6 seconds, you feel like you have enough time to run a second play.
6, Tony.
They had 6, but it just wasn't quite enough for him there.
So you guys agreed you're not going for the touchdown with 6 seconds? Is there a hard, fast rule on that?
I don't know. I'm not totally sure if there is a rule on that.
I think I'd have taken a shot at the end.
I mean, it only took you 4 to do what you did.
Yeah, I think
you had a timeout too.
I think the worst thing was how close that ball came to being in a little bit of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what.
Yeah, Warner was blanketing Kelsey on the play.
I get it, but
I think with Mahomes,
probably felt like, hey, we got momentum. We'll be the better team in the overtime.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
they definitely did.
There's not a wrong deal there, but you think, hey, I'm Andy Reid. I got the play, and I got the quarterback. Let's end this thing right now.
And a timeout.
Yeah, and you had the timeout, so you didn't necessarily, if you catch the ball at the 1 yard line, you can burn the timeout and still be able to kick the field goal to tie it.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
It's just the amount of I don't give a bleep from Romo when he's doing these broadcasts. Like, there's just zero preparation. You can tell he's not watching and studying the game anymore. He was great when he started, but you're starting to see the laziness. And the fact that he's making so much money, no. All the techs that want to come in defending Tony Romo, if you like watching a half-assed broadcast, then cool. Watch Romo. Hey, he's making so much money right now. Dude, you need to go out there and at least work at your craft.
That might be Romo super fan. I get that. Romo can do no wrong. You've defended Romo all these years. You're just picking up what you do, right? You're grabbing your swords and shields, and you're going to go battle for Romo. But you don't have to trust us or The Athletic. I mean, there are CBS iconic and legendary executives that have ripped Romo in recent years. Just Google it. Trust me, nobody is making anything up here.
Oh, yeah, Dick Ebersol, right?
Yeah, NBC.
He went after him real good.
Then Dick had to apologize.
That was a year ago.
Yeah. But honestly, he was onto something. It's gotten worse.
He was a Richard.
Taylor Swift. How many times do you think they showed Swift on the broadcast last night?
17.
I think it ended up being less than a minute. Like it was 1% of the entire Super Bowl
22
broadcast.
total times.
18.
The over-under, I believe, was set at like 4.5 times. Oh. And they hammered that over 12 times.
I thought they did a great job with the amount she was shown.
It was a total of 54 seconds.
It's a good balance.
She's a fan. She's got a boyfriend that plays in the game.
Yeah, no issues here. I just was curious if you guys had an idea.
I'm just people that they get on about showing her so much, but she's got skin in the game.
She did the crowd-pleasing move of hammering, like shotgunning a beer or whatever. Yeah. That always gets the people going.
When she was on the field after the game, like she always lets Kelsey and the mom have their moment. And she kind of stays back.
Yeah, that's because she's still girlfriend.
Yeah.
Let her get to wife status.
Yeah.
She did take a couple of important steps of bringing her own crew to the game, though.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting.
She changed out, if you notice, the people around her. She must be superstitious because there were different people that were sitting next to her, like went onto her left.
Well, she brought Blake Lively and I believe Ice Spice.
Well, she moved some people out of there. The game was kind of going a little crazy, so she all right, come you now, you're out.
Okay.
You come down here.
She subbed in a little bit.
Yeah, she subbed in some people for some superstition.
I respect the strategy.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, only NFL quarterback in the last 30 years to go 8 for 8 or better with 27-plus rushing yards on any single drive in any game, regular season or postseason. He did it in overtime in the Super Bowl to win it. I mean, that's the other thing. Like that last drive, when you think about the takeaways from the game, that last drive, like I'm sure NFL Films will be going inside that final drive there, and it'll just be epic to get the mic'd up version of everything that was going on the field there. But Mahomes just being at his peak level dominance on that drive was awesome.
I mean, he can kind of play the game how Jason Garrett coached it, where just keep me close until the fourth quarter, where he's just actively not trying to mess it up. And I think he even underestimates his ability to go get it what's needed. And once you get into the fourth quarter and it's needed, he made it look so easy. I don't think we can fully conceptualize the dominance that he is bringing to this league that is supposed to be all about parity. You aren't supposed to be able to wreck this league.
No. And for us, the headline is Mahomes, but there's a ton of respect for that defense. And this was Andy Reid right after the Super Bowl. It's Nance, it's the trophy, it's the stage. This is the first words out of his mouth at the microphone.
How about that D, baby?
And I think that's a great rhetorical question to ask because this defense for the Chiefs was historically underrated. It's like the no-name defense, sort of. Like nobody, we did not give them credit. Like all season long, we're talking about the issues offensively that they were having. Meanwhile, the defense is just keeping everybody under 20 points, oftentimes at like 17, 16 points. And by DVOA standards, this was the best playoff run for any team. Like the teams that they were able to beat, this was the hardest, apparently, playoff gauntlet that anyone's ever had to go through. And a lot of it has to do with that defense and the offenses that they went toe-to-toe with and just completely shut down, from the Dolphins to the Ravens, the Bills, and then the Niners last night. Trivia question for you guys.
Okay.
And I think Dawson sort of already won football game of the day with the Nick Foles trivia question.
Sure.
All right, but can we do co-champions here? You guys open to that? Yeah. Co-football guys of the day?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a freaking Super Bowl Monday, for goodness sakes. The win percentage in playoff history. Mm-hmm. If Pat Mahomes doesn't have the best playoff win percentage, he's 15-3, and he's over 800 win percentage. Now, this is quarterbacks with a minimum of 10 starts. If Mahomes doesn't have the best win percentage in friggin' playoff history at the quarterback position, who does?
Montana.
I like where your head's at there. He's at a 696 win percentage.
Steve Young?
He's not even in the top 5 as Joe Montana.
Wow.
Steve Young, I don't see on this list.
Okay.
I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 names.
Wow.
And Joe Montana is number 7. Bradshaw is number 4. He was 14-5 in the playoffs, almost an 800 win percentage. Staubach's not on there. Troy is. Troy's on there.
Yeah.
But he's number 5.
Was there like a minimum games played?
Yeah, 10.
10.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you said
at least 10.
And it is helping this guy because this guy played in exactly 10 playoff games. He only lost one of them. His name.
Is it Joe Flacco?
Dawson.
Joe Flacco, good guess.
Is it Joe? It's not Joe Flacco.
I thought Broaddus.
Did we get a hint?
This This is
He's an old guy.
I mean,
Is it Bob Greasy?
No, but it does start with a B, and he's a Packer.
Oh, it's
Bart Starr. Brian
Starr.
Brian Bart
Bart
Starr.
Starr.
Bart Starr, 9-1 in playoff history.
Wow.
900 win percentage. That's the only one better than Mahomes, who's sitting at 833 right now, 15-3 in the playoffs.
You know what? I didn't. Yeah.
You're disappointed in yourself, aren't you? You're kicking yourself.
Well,
you should have known that.
He played in those championship games and stuff. Yeah, should have been right. Yeah.
It's all right. Dawson is just going to be the single holder for Football Guy of the Day today. Congratulations.
Is it a popular move up there to name your dog Bark Star?
Bark
Star?
Yeah, absolutely. Bark Star. Yeah. Bark. Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
I think you're onto something, man.
I love an edition of Football's Finest. We do it most afternoons at 5 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. Cowboys got a DC. We'll talk about that. We'll play you the audio. Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb. Is this headed in the right direction now as we hit the expressway and go commercial free to the top? Coming up next, it's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I have to chat Frankles with you before we do anything. It is time now for the Expressway, commercial free to the top. It is brought to you by the On Time Experts. We have CD and Micah audio coming up here in just a second, and a number of Cowboy things have been developing. Let's start with the quote from Mike Zimmer. As Brian Broaddus has been all over this story for you since late last week, and he gave a quote to Ed Werder shortly after we went on the air today. The story became official, and he says, "I'm excited and honored to be back with a great organization, thrilled to work with Mike McCarthy, for whom I have had a ton of respect for in our NFC North days, and to do anything I can to help the Joneses and the Cowboys." And it is now official. Mike Zimmer is his head coach, or is a defensive coordinator, and now we'll get to see if he can make this thing better than Dan Quinn did, Brian.
Yeah, we need to figure out, though, too, is he going to be able to bring some people along with him? You know, I think they got a couple of spots that they're having to deal with, so we'll see if in fact that they have guys in mind, or might be able to grab a guy or two that he's worked with in the past. So we'll work on that next.
You know, I'm sure they'll get that filled out. I'm just anxious to know, and it's so cool that we have the draft coming up in 2 months or 2.5 months now. You know, free agency here in just a couple of weeks. We're going to get a
combine at the end of February too. That'll help a lot. Yeah.
And you know, I hope he's committed to finding linebackers, and I hope he's committed to asking the Joneses for a lot. You know, let me use this to segue into the first talking point. It's a story that was posted in the morning news this afternoon from Michael Gelkin with the headline, "With the Super Bowl over, the page turns to 2024. Will the Cowboys really be all in this offseason? The notion of a new roster building approach could be all talk." And it was 2 weeks ago that Jerry kind of started to put us down this path at the Senior Bowl. And now we're getting closer to now the rubber hitting the road, where we could start to hear rumors and reports that the Cowboys are going to be in on this guy or that guy. We'll be in Surprise, Arizona in 2 weeks, covering spring training. You know, Rangers arrive there, start their workouts in just 2 days. And along with that, as every year is going on, NFL free agency is kicking off. What do you guys expect when we get there? Is this going to be an aggressive team for getting Mike Zimmer and Mike McCarthy the players they need to be even better? After watching that Super Bowl, guys, I would think, holy crap, we were not even close to as good as the 49ers, and they weren't good enough to beat the Chiefs. We need to get out of this fantasy land where you can get in. Like, it was a bad strategy to begin with. And now that you have Patrick Mahomes hitting Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods type of perfection at the job, we better build a super team if we want to get fitted for a ring at any point in the next decade, is what I would look at, Chief.
Yeah, I'd be looking at it the same way as you. I don't believe they will. I could see them being a little bit more active in free agency in terms of trying to get the right archetype of what Zimmer wants for his defense in there, but it won't be the grade A sort of players in those archetypes. It'll be like, hey, we're still going bargain shopping here. If you want a bigger linebacker, we'll get you one, but we're not going to get you the best, most expensive one. We'll get you sort of the clearance rack version of the style and player you want. So maybe
Hankins
there's some
Vander.
Yeah. Maybe there's some linebackers, defensive tackles, whatever. But I don't expect them to be swinging for the fences in terms of getting whatever a top 1 or 2 player at his position in free agency. I do not expect the Cowboys to be in on it all.
Like a Vita Vea in his primer.
Yeah, I mean,
Ndamukong Suh.
Yeah, and
no
you've got
chance.
some good names. I mean, Chris Jones, you're going to be able to get him out of Kansas City. I doubt that. But, I mean, we've talked about Christian Wilkins, DJ Reader. There's several good defensive tackles. The linebackers, there's a bunch with Devin White's out there and some others that we could have conversations about. But I don't see them being super aggressive when free agency opens the first couple of days. I think it ends up being much of status quo, and they end up giving Dak a deal. They end up giving CD a deal. And those will be some of the things that they look at, re-signing your own as usual.
Kind of feel like they are going to be aggressive here. I kind of feel like that they're going to try and get linebackers. I know Zach and I are working on the linebacker group right now. There's a kind of a little bit of a different mix.
Yes.
They're tall guys, they're short guys, they're really hurt guys. I don't know if they want to go down the path of we're going to go out and get, just rely on rookie type players at that linebacker spot, because, you've already got a rookie really in Overshown. We'll hope that Zimmer can develop, Clark a little bit more. Do you draft one? Yeah. I just kind of feel like that if Mike is going to, I believe, request, and this is just, I haven't talked to him about this or anything. I'm just saying this. I think Mike understands that for his defense to really work, he has to have linebackers. I don't know if he can wait on a developmental guy.
Sure.
So go get a veteran, and their all-in move might be to go get that guy, and then turn around and maybe draft a guy. But this is a little bit of a different group when you look at the linebackers in the college game. The best one is really, really banged up. Our kid
Jalen Smith banged up?
The NC State kid.
Yeah, Wilson.
Yeah. Peyton Wilson.
Peyton Wilson is one of the best linebackers in the country. He has got the types of injuries in the Cowboys in the past would this is our type guy.
Yeah. Round 2 guarantee.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's huge, covers ground, super fast, can rush.
But he's really hurt.
But he's banged up.
Bobby Wagner had like 130 tackles again. Yeah. I mean, there's options, and I think
there are. I mean, it's a stacked linebacker free agent class. I can't get my hopes up that they're actually going to go out and spend money to try and get a Frankie Louvu or whoever you look at as the top guy in the draft and in the class. And then even like Patrick Queen with the Ravens. He's a guy that I think you need to have him next to somebody that can actually call the defense. I don't know that Damone Clark is that guy.
Yeah, I think we might be March 5th, maybe even March 2nd. Maybe into February we'll know how serious the Cowboys are about changing their approach.
Well, I think Zimmer, I think the first thing he's watched your defense. He has an idea where you're not very good. And the first thing he's probably going to walk in there and say is, we're not very good at linebacker right now. I can't sit here and play with with safeties as that, So
it's so important for his cover too. If he wants to be able to sit back like that, to have tackles and linebackers that can go get the ball carriers, it allows you to stay in more of a shell look and protect against the big play while stopping the run at the same time. I believe that's the current defensive meta.
Yeah. So Nick Harris did a pretty good job. DallasCowboys.com looked at each of Zim's 3 stops as a coordinator / head coach. With the Cowboys, he's brought multiple top 5 defenses. They were first in 2001, third in 2003, 4th best defense in the league in 2009 with the Bengals, 3rd in 2013. And then with the Vikings, they were 3rd, 1st, and 4th. So on his 22 defenses, 7 have finished in the top 10 in rush defense. And then you talk about the linebackers. Jordan Love was on Micah Parsons' podcast, The Edge. This is another cut we have. Micah asked Jordan Love, what was y'all's game plan going into this game, and what did Jordan Love key on?
Yeah, man, I think the key for us going into the game was we needed to run the ball. Like, that was a huge thing. Obviously, we played y'all the year before, and I felt like we ran the ball pretty well. So just going against y'all, I'm not trying to talk, but y'all linebackers, I think y'all had a DB playing linebacker. I don't know, but like that was our goal, was to be able to run the ball, and it was going to set everything else up. And obviously – I think y'all biggest weapon is y'all pass rush. And so great DBs over there too, but I feel like they rely on the pass rush, you know what I mean? When you got a great pass rush, you thinking the quarterback going to get the ball out of his hands quick. And so we were able to, take advantage of that by, getting some chips on you, slow you down a little bit. D. Lawrence, slow him down a little bit. But, man, I knew I was going to have to hang in that pocket, take a couple hits from you, take a couple hits from those guys. The guys we had at receiver, man, I was confident that they were going to go out there and do what they need to do against y'all DBs, man.
Yeah, it's been a flaw, I think, with this team's team building for a long time, where they just don't respect the in-the-box players enough. They don't respect the non-star players enough, the guys that get it done, the grunts, the guys in the trenches. They're going to get in there with their lunch pail because they don't sell tickets.
Yeah, and even when they do, it's like, okay, we'll spend the 2nd-round pick on Jalen Smith. He's hurt guy. Leighton Vander Esch, he's hurt guy. These are things you knew on the front end,
Yeah.
So it's even when
that philosophy might be changing.
For sure.
It
has to be.
It needs to.
Yeah.
You can't, we've seen the Cowboys draft linebackers that have played very well for 5 to 7 years. That's it. They don't play any more than that. The Sean Lees, Bruce Carter back in the day.
Yep.
They've had guys. Jalen Smith, didn't play 2-3 years.
Yeah.
You can't sit there and keep investing high premium picks into players that play 3 to 5 years. Can't do that.
Defensive tackle, it's the same thing, though. They have not done a good job at drafting and evaluating that position. Neville Gallimore didn't really pan out for you. I think Oates has been pretty good, but he's also a guy that hasn't been able to put together a consistent full season.
He can't play. He plays great till week 12.
Right.
And then week 13, he falls off the cliff.
You get burnt out in these seasons, man. Give the guy a break.
I mean, Mozzie's a huge question mark right now.
See, that's the one thing, if I'm Mike Zimmer, that's the first thing I try and address. Like, anybody that's left on the staff from the old days, or from this past staff, I'm asking, what was your plan for Mozzie Smith? What was your? Why did you take 30 pounds, 40 pounds off that man.
Yeah, I'd like to think the beef up has already begun. Like the moment Zimmer signed the contract,
You're going to play him as a 1 or a 3?
There's a U-Haul of just nothing but junk food in a truck in front of Mozzie's house right now. Maybe Papa John's gets in the mix, and it's just meat lovers.
Yeah.
Put the cheese in that crust.
Get him
You know
that
what I'm
new
saying?
Bueno burger.
Dip it in that garlic butter, dude. All of it. It's time to get back to being you, Mozzie. And you're a 330-plus pounder, bro.
I'd open a Dunkin' Donuts right in the bottom floor of that elevator at the Star like they had the link.
Yeah,
Just walk right out.
Dunkin' won today, yesterday, with all their commercials.
And we talked about the eating is like
the Kings.
It's emotional with Andrew Zimmer. Maybe you sit down with Mozzie and you get a couple of his favorite things. And boom, those are at the Star now.
It's the Pop-Tarts.
Hey, this is for you, Mozzie. It's the Pop-Tarts.
Yep.
Sure, for sure it's the
Pop-Tarts.
Hey, get him one of those freaking bowl game Pop-Tarts that is statue size. And your
The
job,
mascot,
Mozzie, you got to eat one of those every day.
You got to eat a whole damn mascot today.
Maybe 2 or 3 of those every day, Moz.
Couple of more cuts here. LA Labs coming up in 5 minutes. G-Bag Nation, hope you're having a good one. The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. We have Najee Harris, Steelers running back, defending Dak Prescott. Here we go.
Oh, who has the most hate? Oh, Dak Prescott. Oh, that's a no-brainer. I don't think people understand how hard it is to play quarterback, first of all, in NFL. And not only that, but play for the Cowboys, and you winning 11, 12 games a year, and you still saying that's not enough. And he don't even play defense.
Yeah, 100%.
It makes like I understand that, like, but there's not that many teams in the NFL that even has like a quarterback like that.
Yeah, I most disrespected player, least appreciated player in the NFL is that Dak Prescott. I don't know. I think you're defined in sports by what happens in the postseason. I think he's been unlucky with the matchups that they've gotten in the postseason. I think he's unlucky that plays for a team that think it's okay to just pass at certain positions. But I don't know. I think what happens here is when you don't win, the Dak critics are loud, but when you win, the Dak homers are so loud. Twice in the last 15 months, I have been ridiculed for suggesting, no, Dak's not as good as Patrick Mahomes.
How dare you?
Crushed.
I don't know how that's nobody
crushed. How could you say
as
that?
Good as Patrick Mahomes.
How could you say that? He's having as good a year as Patrick Mahomes. No, he's not. He's not as good of a player. Sure, he's putting up the stats. But there are so many people already, as soon as the Cowboys have won 3 in a row, okay? We don't even have to win a playoff game. 3 in a row. Now, Dak Prescott is the man. So I get that he might be the most underappreciated, but by the exact opposite and real truth of this, he's the most overappreciated. It depends on if they won or lost their last game.
Yeah, it's like I agree with what Najee's saying, but it's become indefensible. Like you can't defend Dak anymore. I
Watch him win 2 in a row.
And that's fine. Like the fan base can, and it's hard to find a quarterback in the regular season that's as good as Dak. The problem is in the postseason, more often than not, we have seen him come up short and not play well. And at this point, 10, 12 win seasons in the regular season, that's great. We know you can do that. What do you do in January? And I don't think that when you've watched Dak every single snap of his career like we have the confidence that he's going to show up and play his A game because he hasn't. He's most of the time disappointed you.
What did he do in that Tampa game, though?
He was great against Tampa, but I also think that was a flawed football team.
I mean, it's a playoff game.
He did, and he played great, but he beat up on an bad
8-win
opponent.
team. He beat an 8-win team.
I think you have to give him a little bit more credit than that.
Well, whatever credit you think he deserves there, he can have, but it doesn't outweigh all the other nightmares.
I'm just saying, though, where
he is literally crapped in his helmet for 4 quarters.
It has
3.
It's not. I'm just saying it's not all terrible. It hadn't been all terrible.
He's won 2 games, and he was good in those 2 games.
I mean, it's looked bad for Mahomes twice in Super Bowls. He gets the benefit of the doubt because he's a champion. He's proved it. He doesn't have an obstacle to clear as far as who he is or what he's doing. But it's entirely possible in a short sample size for great players to look bad. And if Mahomes has these matchups that he's had in what, against Tampa, the Rams, and then last night, it's like, where's the offense? It is very possible in these big moments to be a really good player. So I'll be fair to Dak, but over the course of 8 years, you've seen enough transpire, enough opportunities have been there that If it's not clear to you, I don't think any amount of failure would make it clear.
In the last 2 years were just really bad, the way that they went out with the 49ers and the Packers. He played terrible.
And it's more than just those 2 games. It's all the other games in between during the regular season where he's supposed to be a great quarterback, but it's San Francisco in the regular season. You don't have a chance. It's Buffalo in the regular season. You don't have a chance. It's just anytime you go up in some semblance of a playoff environment, and I guess technically in Tampa Bay versus an 8-win team, that is technically a playoff environment, but my dear God, dude, that is nowhere close to what the actual playoffs is, and you've seen it every other time. It's just he doesn't perform well.
Well, maybe in those big games too, their defense has been god awful.
100%, but he also
not every time.
He didn't help.
Not every time.
Buffalo,
no, for sure, but every
San
playoff
Francisco?
loss.
I'm just about just games. You're talking about regular season games where he's been bad.
Oh, in the regular season, the defense was bad against San Francisco.
I think the defense was horrible against Green Bay.
They were.
For sure.
I don't think
absolutely
you
were.
know,
So was his run game.
I don't know if Patrick Mahomes can bring him back in that Green Bay game.
No, the defense was really, really bad. 100%. I mean, that was a full team loss. But
just think there's a lot more. I mean, like I say, and I get what you're saying about him in the playoffs. I totally get it. But I wonder, like I said, when he gets all the blame, that, you know, maybe some guys like the Micah Parsons and others that need to shoulder a little bit. Micah Parsons hasn't played very well in playoff games either.
We've done that, right? We've
no, I don't think. I think that a lot of it goes. I think we're talking right now about Dak Prescott being.
Yes.
Let me finish. I think we're talking about Dak Prescott
Nobody
here
said
a lot.
anything. I was just giving you a hand signal.
I just, the thing about it is, we need to talk about some of these others that aren't showing up.
100%. Yeah.
And that sample size is getting to where it's not small anymore either with some of these guys.
No. The entire team can get it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Good now.
Appreciate you.
It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has LA Live, buddy.
Come on, man. You good, brothers?
I'm great.
All right, man.
Can I finish?
I'm pissed off.
Can I finish?
I thank you for letting me finish.
Can I finish?
I appreciate that.
No, you got it, man. You got anything you want.
I'll give you the thumb sign next time when you ran on.
Right on, dude.
I got y'all throw it right to me, too, right after that. Like, here you go, Lucius. All right. 2 things about the Super Bowl that I want to talk about that I will never, ever forget. I will never forget Travis Kelce assaulting his coach on the sideline. I'll never forget that. Coach Reed is an elder. He's an elder. And
he can hold his own.
You know, by the looks of it, he's not the most healthy guy out here.
No, he's not.
He's not the most healthy. He eats a lot of
through those cheeseburgers, too.
He does love the cheeseburgers.
And I like how he left those cheeseburgers at the ESPN desk.
Yeah. Didn't take them?
He looked at them, he realized they were cold, and he was like, fam, I just won a championship. I'm not about to eat cold burgers.
He knows he's got hot ones in the locker room.
Yeah. So Travis Kelce almost put his coach on the turf. That was assault. Poor guy.
Man.
I'm glad they won and he got over that. And I will also never forget Usher serenading Alicia Keys' booty the way he did.
So he got married yesterday?
Yeah. I bet she's 15 years older than him.
I felt like he was really trying to make a play for Alicia Keys.
No, he wouldn't do that. That's what Usher does with other people's ladies. Makes it uncomfortable for you, bro. He's habitual at this. He needs to be stopped.
Thank you.
But no, go back and watch that. He's singing to her booty at one point. His eyes light up when he sees her and he starts, man. Well, that's Usher. All right, let's get into it right into the great Rick James, yo. Can I finish?
Well, all right, squares, it's time you smoke.
Sir, can I finish, sir?
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
You are, brothers.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Oh, my Lord.
Everybody get high.
Is it hard to be fresh if you don't have money, or can you still pull it off?
See, when I ain't had no money, I still had sauce. Mm-hmm. So if you don't got no sauce, then you're lost. Mm-hmm. But you also get lost in the sauce.
That's a fact, Jack. LA Live for February 12th, 2024. Yes, sir. It's a fun day Monday right here in LA Live. You could be anywhere in the world, but you are here with us, and man, I appreciate that. LA Live is sponsored by Kissable Dental. Their no bill guarantee. Book online at kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey begins today. Wow. One more thing here. G-Bag of the Day. Yeah, we do it every weekday on the Fandom around 2:30-ish. Sometimes I get a hell of a lead in like I just got for this one. Might be a fight. Might be a big name. Who knows? But if you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow every last one of us if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. All right. This is toxic. Let me see here. It's not a Tuesday, but I got to get to it on the days I can get to it. We have a toxic pastor. He's explaining to a woman why she's single. This is the reason why you're single right here, lady. I know, because I'm a pastor.
It's your fault. It's your fault. A woman should just shut up and look cute and nod your head.
Jeez.
It's your fault. Who want me to critique them right now on the spot? You do it. Come here, right here. Come right here. Now she said she gonna do this, didn't she? Did I call her out? Did she come out herself? All right, so you need to lose weight.
What?
Find a good bra. Ooh. You need to go to Intimates. It's called Intimates. I took my wife. My wife knew nothing about anything. My wife knew nothing because she came from a family who didn't know anything about it. I took my wife to a place that they had. We don't buy bras at Victoria. Not black women that got large breasts. So you need to get your bra made. And it's not that expensive. No, baby, you get a good bra. It's almost like having a breast lift.
It's almost like having a breast lift.
Want to get away?
Bro, the reason why you don't have a date is because of them damn bowling balls you got up there you don't have secured properly. You need to secure those damn things properly. You're disgusting people. Come on, man. I'm going to give me a church. And I say that respectfully. My mother was a bishop in churches. Yeah, she's got a doctorate in whatever that study of, what was it, theology? Yeah, she's got a doctorate. Smart lady. God bless her. God bless her. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Lubbock, stand up. Lubbock, Texas. Did you see this sportscaster out there? What's his name? Yeah, sports anchor Stan Smith.
Hadn't seen this one.
Like the Adidas, Stan Smith Adidas. This is KLBK in Lubbock. Predicted the exact score of the Super Bowl right here. It's wild because, Patty's from Texas Tech, which is in Lubbock. It's just wild.
Sure.
Listen to this guy.
Job.
Give me this. Yeah. Ooh. Man, I want to say something. All right, here we go.
Score predictions. Anybody?
I want to go with 25-22.
Okay.
A little unusual.
Okay.
Let's do that.
KC?
KC.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Good, yeah. Well, I'm going KC, but I don't know.
I've got 28-24 KC.
Okay.
So we're kind of all in that same realm.
No, somebody else was exactly right.
Yeah.
How about that?
I was on a national show and went 26-21 KC.
Close.
And they were like, and the guy goes, "Really? You see it going under?" I'm like, "Yeah, I think so."
The undersupply.
He goes, "That's kind of a strange score, isn't it?" I'm like, "No, I kind of feel like both teams are going to kind of struggle with this thing a little bit." So I got a text back. Guy said, "Man, got close on that one."
Gavin was right about Usher. What did you say about Usher, Gavin?
Oh, I think we had a debate last time that he pulled some gal on stage and somebody got mad.
Oh yeah,
and I said Usher needs to stop.
Yeah, he needs to be stopped.
Kiki,
no matter the cost.
Kiki, somebody it happened to, yeah, and the fiance was upset about
Miss
it.
Palmer.
Yeah, Kiki Palmer.
They broke up, man. They broke up.
They did.
That whole situation fell apart.
Did they get back together?
Usher's a heartbreaker. I think they did, and then fell apart again, bro.
Oh no.
These ladies are wild with doing this stuff with celebrities, like.
Yeah, they think it's just a pass.
Yeah. It's like you would definitely not do the same thing if like whoever walked in here from the female side and I freaked out and started crying and then this gal kissed me on the cheek and I was like, I'm never washing my cheek. You'd be there with your girls like, I can't believe what just happened. This was the most embarrassing thing. I'm humiliated. I can't get this girl's face out of my mind now. Our relationship is over. And they're out here running around like, oh, it's just Leonardo DiCaprio. I could totally kiss him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a cucking and a half right there. Is what
100%. I didn't even ask for it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't ask to be a cuck. You know what I mean? Don't sign me up for something like that.
Exactly.
Ask for it.
Hey, how many people do you think got arrested at the Super Bowl?
Oh, give me
two on the field.
Give me
two on the field. All right.
Give me 55 double nickels.
Wow. 27.
San Francisco fans go in 31.
Yeah. Niners. Let me go 80.
Yeah.
80. 6 people.
Whoa.
6 people were arrested at the Super Bowl.
Okay.
You know, not connected to the Super Bowl, at the Super Bowl itself.
Mm-hmm. I thought it'd be bad.
You know, I should have gone the other way because it's Vegas. They're used to dealing with unruly people and not kicking them out.
They know how to do it.
Yeah, they're being a little bit more lenient.
One fan was arrested for a grand larceny. How do you get arrested for grand larceny at the stadium? What is that?
Probably stealing $1,000 worth of goods or something.
Yeah.
Stealing
some
souvenirs.
merch.
Souvenirs,
Okay.
Yeah.
Another one was booked for battery on an officer.
Ooh, that's no good.
That's a drunk.
Yeah, it was. And then 2 others were arrested for obstruction of justice. So they're probably like trying to get their friend back.
Yeah.
If you don't get back, you're going to get a ticket too. Matter of fact, get them over there. What's
I'll
in your
tell you
pockets?
what, if Andy Reid wanted to press charges, Kelsey would have been in the clink last night after that game.
That was assault, bro.
Oh, my God. And walking out of that stadium like Killer Mike. Last week.
Yeah, poor Killer Mike, man. The 2 final guys that arrested, the ones that ran across the field, you know, stripping and acting a fool or whatnot. There was 56 calls regarding health scares.
Ooh. Heart attack type things?
Yeah, that type of situation. Probably wanted to test
Overserved?
They wanted to test that powder, that party powder that got out there.
Yeah.
They probably want to get their party powder tested. Tastes a little funny, man.
Oh, man.
Smell it for me. 9 people needed to be transferred to the hospital. Transported to the hospital. I said transferred. And y'all didn't even stop me. I said transferred, and y'all didn't even stop me.
We're going to let you let you run, bro.
You're looking for transferred.
You're good.
Just a slip of the tongue there.
I mean, help your boy out.
I mean, I'm surprised it's not more, especially when you get some older people in there, that the excitement is just nonstop for like 2 hours. I mean, the cutaways to Taylor Swift after that last run by Mahomes.
She looked like she couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. Anxiety on everybody.
Oh, yeah, she
in
was
that
like
game.
picking the fingernails. I mean, she was into it.
Yeah.
She didn't look like she was into Travis Kelce's speech. Looked like she was a little uncomfortable by
Viva
that
Las
one.
Vegas?
Yeah. Viva Las Vegas, baby! She was like, oh.
Honey, leave the singing to me.
First time she realized, like, man, our kids are going to be pretty dumb.
Yeah.
Athletic as hell.
I
They're
flew
gonna be a
all the
little
way
bit
from
stupid.
Tokyo for this.
They're going to be pretty tall. If her first meetup with him was at the Super Bowl last year or before that, when he was like full on pro wrestler dude all the time, this never gets off the ground.
Yeah.
He just got lucky. He met her in a quieter time in his life early in the season when he was struggling.
There were $60 nachos? What the hell? Who's paying that?
Where? At the Super Bowl?
Super Bowl 2 and 4. How about those $60 nachos at the Super Bowl?
Well, it's the Super Bowl. Jinx. I mean, respectfully, what you
Jerry's
expect?
part of that Legends group out there for that handles that stadium.
Well, they had their house like cocktails were cheaper than just the run of the mill beers last night too, which is weird. I didn't think that was ever the case, but it was like they wanted these people to get extremely liquored up because for like $16 you could get a premium cocktail featuring Don Julio, Captain Morgan, or you could spend $19 on a Michelob Ultra.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I guess I'm more
Did I
likely.
feel backwards?
Yeah, but maybe then you're ready to make the bad decisions. Like, $60 nachos don't sound as bad now.
Yeah,
The more alcohol, the less money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one. Hey, the power is shifting here in Texas, apparently. In the North Texas area, there's a DFW realtor and a YouTuber. His name is Levi Lassick. He's kicking up a little dust. You heard this?
I've heard of this name, yeah.
It's kicking up a little dust out here. Levi wants you to get ready for DFFW.
Oh.
Let's go to WFAA-TV. DFFW. What is this, Levi?
Frisco is really what I would call the new hub of Dallas. So, we've always talked about DFW, or Dallas-Fort Worth. People always refer to as DFW, and I would say it's going to become DFFW, which is Dallas-Frisco-Fort Worth. Ooh. So, Frisco now, there's so many businesses that are moving here from all over the country, relocating to Dallas, but they're really relocating to Frisco-Plano area. So right there off of the Dallas North Tollway and the Sam Rayburn Tollway, 121, is a main corridor where a lot of these corporations are moving to. So we're seeing a lot of influx of businesses, and it's spurring that growth in Frisco to where it seems like Frisco is the new hub. So you're not worried about, yes, maybe this is an extended drive to Dallas, but who's really commuting to Dallas from up here?
How do you feel about the Metroplex being DFFW, according to this man right here, instead of just DFW?
I'd be okay with it if they can get a real downtown going. And there's any reason to go up there other than, going to the Star or FC Dallas. That's what it is right now.
It'll take longer for me to adjust to that than even like the San Diego Chargers becoming the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah.
You're going to give me, I'm going to need at least a half decade before I can really.
DFFW. Like, it'll just never sound normal.
Flying out of DFFW airport.
And it shouldn't be. In fact, it shouldn't be normal. Just let Frisco be Frisco. We don't have to like put it in front of somebody now.
I think we're good.
Oh man, you're doing good. Let's change the name of everything.
You throw Arlington in there too.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be DFFW. It'd be DFWF. Like that.
Dallas Fort Worth Frisco.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, now you're onto something.
You're not putting Frisco in front of
this. I like this now.
freaking
DFWF. Let's go.
I don't want to leave Arlington out though, Wolchuk. I thought that was a good point.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest like DWFFA. For a shout out to the farming background here.
Let's go. Ooh, I dated an FFA chick in high school.
Ooh,
get us those purple
fun.
jackets.
Oh, sorry, I was reading the fan text. Everybody's talking about the DFFW.
FWDF.
A lot of people are not liking it though. Levi's got to
it just sounds awkward.
Yeah. Okay. All right, man. Well, Lord willing, the creek don't rise. That's my time. I'm pulling out. Enjoy yourself out here in the DFFW, folks.
DFFW.
I'll holla.
There he goes, Lucius Alexander, 540 every night, LA Live here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, when we come back, Wolchuk, what would you like to talk about?
Yeah, we got CeeDee Lamb addressing the moment his mother took to social media during the Cowboys playoff game. We'll talk about that and some more football next.
Okay, I want to chat with you about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic, though.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 5 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk and some sports news, including this CeeDee Lamb audio as he clarified his position on a couple of very important matters. It's juicy. And here's Wolchuk with the details.
Yes, we will get to CeeDee and the Cowboys here in just a moment. We do have the Mavs playing tonight against the Wizards. And shout out to Luka Doncic, who, along with Donovan Mitchell of the Cavs, have been named the NBA Western Eastern Conference Players of the Week. Luka went 4-0 this week with the Mavs, 31.3 points per game, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists as the new-look Mavs look to continue to look fantastic tonight, hopefully get a win at home over Washington. Daniel Gafford with his 19 points was the most in a Mavericks debut off the bench since Christian Woods last year with 25 points. So I'm excited to keep watching PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford. I think they were awesome. And hopefully tonight against the Wizards team, in which they came from, at least Gafford did, they continue that success. Now, when it comes to the Cowboys, it was a good episode. I mean, shout out to CeeDee Lamb. He was eating. He ate a full meal during this entire Micah Parsons with the Edge podcast. I mean, he's just sitting there, fork, like eating while giving the answers. I mean, he didn't miss a beat. It was kind of like Brad Pitt in those Oceans movies.
Yeah, he's just always
eating.
That's one of my favorite things about the new player. The player media, and they're doing their podcasts and stuff. They have no care in the world about drinking, eating, whatever. You hear the smacking, you hear the crunching, you hear the ruffling through. I mean, Baskey was doing that during the championship Ranger celebrations as well. There's something about players just being like, yeah, dude, I'm eating, I'm drinking, and if you want me to hear to talk, then this is what you're gonna get.
So CeeDee Lamb did address the elephant in the room where we talked about, his mom went on Facebook, made some comments about Dak Prescott during that Packers game. Here was CeeDee addressing that with Micah Parsons.
No, I have no conscience. No, I have not been talking to my mom about any of this. I don't talk to my mom about my sports nor my personal problems. She just being a mom. She knows her son. He comes home mad, unfortunately, when we lose. So she had the opportunity to voice her opinion on Facebook. Yeah, we know. I have, once again, I'm going to repeat this. No, I have no beef with my quarterback. I love my dog. He know that.
No beef.
Yeah.
All love.
Yeah, that was a situation where I think they're just that comfortable with each other. Yeah. He also talked about how it's not a good reaction. You know, he's owning that piece of it, but you know, I don't think anybody ever really thought, wow, these guys, don't like each other. But I think we all got the feeling that this isn't optimal if you want to be problem solving under adversity. You know, it really gave me Luka vibes for the first time, and it was in the biggest moment in a playoff game. You're like, what? You're not focused right now. You're mad at either the coach or the play or something. Like, that was bizarre and absolutely a moment he better learn from.
Well, and it was like the first drive of the game too. It wasn't even like this game you'd get into the second quarter and you haven't been targeted or anything. It was very quickly in the game where it seemed like, oh my gosh, everybody's checked out and frustrated, and this game's only like 7-0 right now. What's happening?
Yeah, he came in like defeated. Like, did he not like the game plan?
Yeah,
that's what it seemed like.
Right out of the game.
All those players, dude. But him, I mean, him saying like he doesn't talk to his mom, so he comes home and he's mad, and so he demonstrates the frustration, but he doesn't actually talk to his mom about it. He doesn't call out his quarterback to his mom, and that gives her the reason to go to Facebook. Or we're buying the idea that he's coming home frustrated, but he's not going to actually say anything to her about it. She's just going to see he's frustrated, and she's going to make the assumptions about why.
I think he probably said something to her.
Of course.
Yeah. I don't think this was, he could talk about, that, she's just the mom and all that, but yeah, she probably asked him, what's wrong, and he probably went into a little bit, and, she took it to air for him, unfortunately.
That's a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for CeeDee, having that air out, but I don't know. I think that they do get along and they have a good relationship. But
I mean, some moms are very opinionated.
Frustrated.
I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Like Christian McCaffrey was doing an interview. I don't know if it was pregame or halftime or whatever, but he was like, "Man, if you give my mom a mic, just get out of the way. You have no idea what she's going to say."
No doubt. And then you had Micah talking about during the draft, and people link him to Philadelphia, right? Because he's from Hershey, Pennsylvania, that area.
And he wears Sixers jerseys at
Tyrese
games.
Maxey, who is a Dallas native. But yes, I mean, obviously he is from that area, but he did not want to be drafted by the Eagles, and he tells the story about just kind of skipping out on that meeting.
I was like, man, like there's only certain teams, and they said you could go to Philly, but I skipped my Philly interview. People don't know that.
Why you ain't want to go there?
I didn't want to stay home. Like true story. Like Dave called me like, yo, you dealing with all this off the field stuff, and you not even gonna talk to Philly. Like, I didn't want to go home. That's crazy. So like when Philly fans like talk to me like, man, you should come to Philly. I'm like, bro, I do not want to be.
Why you
like,
ain't want to play at home? You want to get away?
It's a lot, bro.
Yeah, you probably know.
When you at the crib, everybody want to come. Everyone be in your mix. Like the influence to always want to go back home. Like at some point, you just gotta be a man. Like I wanted to get fresh.
I do love that. I do love him skipping out on that Eagles meeting. And I get it. I think we've heard that. Like there is a lot of pressure and a lot that comes with playing it for your home team. Right? Everybody's always on you. They're asking for the tickets here. Can you help me here? So I understand like players not necessarily wanting to play for their hometown team. We've talked about that with like a Clayton Kershaw with the Dodgers. Maybe when he gets later on in his career, but that has never come to fruition. He's always stayed with the Dodgers. Chris Bosh, I think, was one that said he didn't want to play in Dallas with the Raptors. So Mike is not the first athlete to say that, but it is interesting because we have the fear of like, oh, will he go play with the Eagles? It doesn't sound like even if Micah Parsons got traded or hit free agency, he'd be wanting to go play for the Eagles.
Yeah, I think it's how much do you want to be in the mix every day, and some people want to live a private life and not be bothered. And if you're a football player and you're outside of your hometown, it's an added layer of anonymity. Maybe it's impossible to get here, but back home in Philadelphia, you add to that a bunch of friends who are wanting to, hang out with you constantly. And you have this feeling of guilt. Like I can't not go hang out with my friend. Yeah. So it's a very, very busy life as a professional athlete with being pulled in dozens of different directions. And I think being close to home just magnifies that. It doesn't make things more comfortable for most guys.
Do you think it was bad for Dez to get drafted by the Cowboys?
No, I think he liked it. I think he's one of those guys that wants to be recognized and has this pour of unending social energy.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think Dez handled it to the best he could, but I'm sure there was some outside pressures. But I think ultimately,
I always wonder about him if he'd have gone somewhere else,
sure,
and not had everybody early in his life hanging on him like that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it was difficult. There's definitely challenges that come with that. The big story yesterday was Ian Rappaport on NFL Game Day leading up to the Super Bowl. He looked at some of the veteran quarterbacks that are going to get paid this offseason, Dak Prescott being one. He believes that Dak will get a deal in some form or fashion before free agency starts. So that would be maybe at the Combine here in a couple weeks. You start to hear about a new Dak deal or a CD deal, because we did see Jerry meeting with CD and his agent during the Super Bowl over the weekend. So, I mean, those could be two that end up getting done pretty quickly here.
I will be surprised if Dak's get done. It certainly seems like Lamb's is going to get done. I know Micah mentioned that it's all about him right now, and I think that's a priority. But I just don't think there's an advantage for Dak doing it now or the Cowboys. Maybe go play another year, have some success. The Cowboys will have another year. Plus, they can free up even more cap space by just restructuring the year that's left. And that's I think, their priority.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Opening up as much space as possible.
I think so, too. And then maybe you will see them be aggressive. I hope so. I just got to see it to believe it. The other thing in the NFL world, before we move over to some baseball, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin, big fan of Bears quarterback Justin Fields. That was from Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee show. They've also looked into maybe bringing in Ryan Tannehill there because they hired Arthur Smith.
Yeah.
And Tannehill had the most success when Arthur Smith was his play caller there in Tennessee. But that was something we kind of talked about last week. If indeed the Bears were to move, say, a Justin Fields, maybe the Steelers' top second-round pick is something that they could acquire. I would like the fit of Fields in Pittsburgh. I think that could be fun.
I think that's the one place that he absolutely needs to go. I don't, I know there's other teams that need quarterback. I just think.
What about your guy Sean Payton in Denver? Doesn't that work for him?
I don't know. I don't know if that one really works. I think Mike Tomlin is the perfect coach for Fields.
Mm.
I really do. I just feel like there's that Mike. I think Mike handles players better than what Sean does. I really do. I think Mike has got a lot of respect in that room. I don't know if Sean really does. That would bother me a little bit. If I was Fields going there, you saw what he did. You saw what happened with Russell Wilson there.
Yes.
Yeah. Sean's going to do what he wants to do.
Yeah,
So,
and when things go wrong, he seems like a guy that's not going to necessarily blame himself.
Mike Tomlin is always going to find a way to win the game.
Yeah, that's proven.
Always going to find the way.
He'll put a winner out there. I mean, I think Fields could be a good fit there. Ranger news today. We finally got the news that was made official. Congratulations to a couple of our teammates, but Mike Bassick has been added to the broadcast team there at Valley. He will be part of the crew, effectively replacing C.J. Nitkowski, who's going to the Braves to do TV there in Atlanta. David Murphy and Dave Valley will also split analyst roles, as they've previously been doing. And Mike's going to join that as well. Our buddy Jared Sandler is going to do play-by-play for a select games. Jared will pick up some of the games that C.J. Nitkowski did when Dave Raymond was off. So congratulations to Jared and to Mike. That is badass for both of them, and it's well-deserved.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's great.
Not as much for Mike.
I've been surprised Mike hasn't been doing this already. I just think he's outstanding. And you had a player who's maybe a bigger name in baseball that had a good broadcast voice in C.J. Nitkowski. No disrespect to those other guys that are going to be working alongside Mike, but I think he's an absolute superstar at this. He has a way of cutting through with just distilled truth about baseball, and I think we're going to get even more of that, and his passion from a former player perspective is second to none. Usually you get players that used to play and they're cynical, or they just the fanmanship got squeezed out of them by being in the game so much. And he still lives and breathes and dies with this thing, on par with Michael Irvin when it comes to DFW sports.
He does.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of our Rangers, we're looking to try and run this thing back and celebrate it. This is going to be an uphill battle, though. Wearing the crown as a repeat champion has been very, very difficult in Major League Baseball. Since added wild cards were put into the playoff format in 95, there's been only one repeat champ. The Yankees won 3 straight from 98 to 2000. The postseason format has only grown, as we know, and when you look at this, it's been very difficult for teams to get back there and stay on top of it. Now, we've had some dynastic runs like the Giants with Bochy. They went every other year. They never put it together back-to-back. Marcus Semien was asked about this. He said, I've looked at the list of the World Series champions. We know teams have struggled to repeat, but we're a good team with good players. That's first and foremost. We have a manager with 4 rings. We've learned a lot about ourselves and our opponents. Our goals have changed from winning the division to winning the World Series. Our trajectory is still going up. But this would be quite the historic run if the Rangers can do it again. They would be the first team since that 98 to 2000 Yankees three-peat to do it. And I do believe they've got a chance. But they're no longer going to be sneaking up on anybody. Everybody's going to be looking to beat the World Series champion Rangers this year, and it will be interesting how a team that is still very young, and maybe that can benefit them a little bit.
Yeah.
But how do they end up handling that responsibility and challenge night in and night out?
Well, I think one thing that is great, I don't know if they'll get it done this year, but what the championship aura does for you, and that experience and that belief and that confidence is so important in baseball. It's such a crazy game, but I believe Bochy, I believe Seager, and these teams that get there, they often get another bite or two at the apple before their cycle runs out. And now that we got so fortunate that as this money was all spent, you're getting this incredible crop of young players coming along. Well, Chuck, I'm getting so excited about what we're about to watch with these Texas Rangers.
I can't wait to go out there to spring training just to get back in that vibe and to see the crowd. Everybody's just going to be so Rangers euphoric right now, as it should be. The Ranger fans have deserved it, and now you finally get your first chance of spring training baseball as the reigning defending champions. I'm certainly not going to bet against the Rangers, but it was interesting when you look at damn, we really have not, and the Chiefs just did it. We hadn't had one in the NFL since the Patriots, so maybe the Rangers can follow that trajectory, more comparisons with the Chiefs, and be the first one to do it. Finally, guys, would you have liked to have seen an irrelevant bowl between college football's 2 worst teams?
No, I don't want to watch any more bowl games except for the last 4 teams.
I think this idea was kind of hilarious.
I'm in on this for the NFL. I do think the battle for the number 1 pick should be
That is a great idea.
Or we do relegation. I think that's always something I'm open to.
I'll tell you what. I love what you're talking about. The 2 worst teams play for the pick.
Yeah,
I love that.
That could be fun.
I don't know. Again, with all these ideas, you're always wondering what's the incentive for the players.
There isn't one,
and it's hard
unless
to
they get paid.
Right. I wonder what type of pay or something to make these players feel like it's worth it to them.
Make that the 18th game.
Oh.
I think everybody's going to want that 18th game. The owner's going to be like, well, I want a chance to make money there too.
No, but you're only getting it if you're the top.
Yeah, you get scheduled.
If you're the worst or second worst team.
If you're the second or worst team. They adjust the television schedule all the time, right?
Yeah, they do. But I just think they're going to an 18th game. Everybody's getting that 18th game.
No,
they
for
all,
sure.
They all want the revenue.
That we have the, yeah.
So everyone is still playing it.
Everybody's still playing.
Specifically, those 2 teams will end up. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the going into wild card weekend, that Thursday night, you get a Thursday night football matchup, and it's the battle.
It's the irrelevant bowl.
It's the battle of the sewage.
It's the Carolina Panthers versus the Washington Commanders.
Yeah.
Well, it's the Bears, isn't it?
Well, the Bears got the pick from Carolina.
They did.
So I think in this scenario, it would be the Bears.
Would it be the owning? It'd still be
the team owning the
worst. It'd still be the worst team.
It's still,
so the Panthers would play in that game because they are the worst.
And then
team.
the Bears are watching the Panthers, hoping that they lose.
Yeah.
So
or do you want them to win? Does the winner get the number 1 pick?
The winner gets the number 1 pick.
Okay.
So you're playing to win the game, or else you would just tank it.
Yeah, for sure.
There would be no reason to even do it.
Okay, yeah, I'm in on this, Walchuk, but you have a college football idea.
Well, so the NCAA put this out there. They wanted to do an irrelevant bowl. With the 2 worst teams in college football.
I mean, that's like most of their bowl games anyway.
But it got shut down. They said,
we worried about embarrassing people?
We're not going to do this. We're not going to put like a 1-11 or a 2-10 team out there and have them do this. But yeah, with already how pathetic the bowl games are, you might as well let the 2 worst teams get to enjoy a bowl too. What the hell? Why do all the good teams?
Do we have a matchup in mind? Did they list the matchup?
No, they did not for this year. We didn't have one, but hell, it could have been like our North Texas Mean Green out there against Akron or something. At least we're getting in a bowl. But no, nobody wanted to do that, so we're not going to get the irrelevant bowl.
I'm noodling with it. I like the idea of having it be for the number 1 pick, but I think if you're the quarterbacks in that situation, you might tank that game, right?
Well, if you tank,
so I don't get replaced.
I don't want you to get Caleb Williams.
Yeah, for sure.
Just a Paul Crew out here. Sorry, guys.
I think this is a prime situation for relegation, though, and unfortunately, that's just not how the American sports
relegation. We're keeping the pressure on.
I think we need to practice with relegation with the college football when they get the 40 teams together, the 40 best college football teams, and teams 36 on back get relegated, and you have chances to elevate other teams.
I'm here for relegation
into the mix.
I think we'd all give a thumbs up to that, Brian.
Yeah. Appreciate you doing that.
We got to run, G-Bag Nation.
Go ahead and wrap it up now, bro. Let's wrap it up.
Thanks, guys.
Wrap it
Just shut up again, Brian.
Can I finish?
Little sports hodgepodge next, Chief. What do you say?
A local legend.
I knew I just couldn't figure out when you were going to do it.
Well, I thought that was a fun way to do it.
It was a good way. It was.
We broke in the ice a little bit.
Better way to take a swing at me or something like that. Yeah.
There we go.
Well, a local legend has
later.
Has called me out. Do I owe an apology next year in the nation?
Okay, looking forward to that. I want to tell you, Twin Peaks, though, is the ultimate sport. They menu to match. Pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a beautiful Twin Peaks girl. You're in for a legendary sport. Welcome back, Nation. Segment here is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels at 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. Here's Eric Chiafalo with Sports Hodgepodge.
All right, is there an apology in order here? That's the question. Had a local legend in the DMs last night. Not so pleased. You guys are free to guess who this local legend could possibly be at 877-881-1053. But first, I do want to acknowledge just how worn out Pat Mahomes looked from Disneyland.
He could barely open his eyes.
Videoing in to Sports Center and having the opportunity to answer some questions. I don't know if he slept. I do know he's been drinking. And maybe more. I don't know. He couldn't keep his eyes open during that thing, and he was smiling from ear to ear.
He was at Disneyland.
Championship euphoria. I'm happy for him.
Which country did they stop off that he can jump off and grab some beers? Don't they have like these little areas, these various countries that you can visit?
Ooh, I'm not up to speed on Disneyland or Disney World.
I don't know. I know Disney World
it's
has
Disney
Epcot.
World.
Okay, so Disneyland
Epcot does that. I don't know. I've never been to Disneyland.
Oh, Disneyland doesn't have the places where you can jump off and have
Maybe
some
they
beers?
do. I'm sure they've got somewhere where you can jump off and have some beers. It's freaking Disney.
Well, I mean, it's Mahomes who's probably private jetting his way from Vegas to Florida, and he's probably just swimming in all the coolers.
He was in Anaheim. He's in Anaheim.
Yeah, that's where Anaheim. That's where Disneyland is.
Okay,
See, we're completely butchering this thing, you and I.
Wait, I thought it was I'm going to Disney World. Whichever one's closer.
I think so.
I think they go to Disneyland.
Yeah. It's always Disneyland for the MVP? It's never Disney World?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Which one is Disney World?
Orlando.
Okay, they do go to Orlando one.
They do?
Yeah. I got a buddy. He's a Disney adult. He used to work at Disney.
Yeah, I saw. Like
he was telling me that they actually like the mascots will put on uniforms of the football players.
Oh, really? That's badass.
Yeah, there might be like a Mahomes, Donald Duck walking around out there, that type of thing.
That's cool. See, I bet they plan it. They know, the site of the Super Bowl, and they know which one's geographically going to be closer here.
Yeah.
So with this one being in Vegas, maybe they did the California Disneyland because
it's optional.
Because he went to Disneyland last year after the Eagles game. So who knows?
That was in Arizona.
Yeah.
So
that would make some sense.
Okay.
I Googled it. They can go to Land or World, depending on what they would like.
The world is way more badass.
Well, he looks like he is very much so enjoying himself. I do want to play the sound from Mecole Hardman because he gave us a little window into the night before preparations where his guys stood up in front of the team and rallied the troops, galvanized them, got them prepped and lathered up, ready to run through a brick wall for one another. And apparently it was Travis Kelce who stole the show. Now we see him on the mic in post-game championship stuff where, he knows how to get hyped up. You can feel the passion. You can feel the energy. But here was Mecole Hardman after the game talking about the night before and the speeches from his bros.
Trav gave a speech that I've never been like. I make you like just sit up in your seat, give you chills.
Really?
And like,
what was his speech?
You can't even reenact it, man. Like the passion and energy that he gave, like you really was like, I go in and feel and die for this man of how much passion he has, and how much love he has for us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then Pat finished it off, man, by just saying, just be us. We've been here before. We know what's going on. Like just. Go out there, don't do nothing special, don't try to be a hero, just do your job and just be us. And that kind of stick with you because being nuts win Super Bowls, being nuts come down from 10 points, being nuts is never down and out. We always know how to get to the end and finish. I think there's those two guys, man, the leaders of that team like that, or the leaders of this team, it's so hard to come by, and with their leadership, it's hard to kind of lose in kind of games like this.
Yeah, leadership matters, believe it or not. And I do hope that we can get some level of NFL films. There's got to be some footage of this, man. We got to be able to see this. NFL films, hopefully you're getting access. Peter King is sitting in the coach's office after the game with Andy Reid, and he's breaking down the corn dog, ketchup, and mustard play.
Yeah.
We better have some videos here of the speeches because it was apparently every player, it felt like, was talking about it after the game about how Travis Kelce just, brought the house down.
I bet you the Chiefs social media team was in there for that one.
Yeah, I'm sure that we'll get that.
Yeah.
The America's game when that comes out. We'll
sound of the game.
Gotta be, dude. Absolutely gotta be. And big ups to the Kentucky the Kentucky Independent School District, Paris, PISD, because they allowed for all of their kids to have the day off today. It was a Super Bowl Monday, and they treated it like a holiday. That's getting it done. Whoever that superintendent probably looking to get reestablished there with an extra couple of years or whatever. I mean, that's how you get the Q rating up. Nobody's going to be upset about that. Is you going to get a single complaint from anybody? No, it's a no-brainer.
That's leadership right there, especially with the game going late last night in overtime. I think that's when you just hit the old at least 2-hour late start notification.
Now we did. So I got the direct message last night, and
damn,
it was. I guess I was getting called out for watchdogging, dude.
This is what you do.
Again?
You're
I
a watchdog. You just put this stuff out there, think there's not going to be any consequences.
I know, and I should have known better.
How dare you?
I didn't realize. The more I thought about it, the more I realized like maybe I should have gone a little bit lighter with it. And we've promised Tim from Carthage that we're going to channel all of our front runners, aka the Cowboys disdain, we're just going to channel that into Ranger love. Like this is the time to put the hate aside and let's just start leaning into our World Series champion Rangers. P's and C's reporting. We'll be in surprise before you know it. We'll be hitting dong balls. We'll be unveiling championship banners. Like this is the mindset moving forward. But last night I hadn't fully switched into that mindset, and so I apologize. But when RJ Ochoa tweeted out the video of Post Malone representing the front runners at the Super Bowl with the jacket on, I quote tweeted it and just said closest they'll ever get. As in this will be the closest the Cowboys ever get to the Super Bowl.
Thanks.
It'll be Post Malone wearing a jersey, And I didn't really think that much of it, honestly, in the moment. But
because you don't think.
Well, there is that.
Buddy. How dare you?
But then one @boys_Vox, Mr. Sham himself.
Okay, so did he quote tweet you or did you slide in the DMs? Because I've gotten the old quote tweet from Brad.
And this is
not blown me up.
Yes. He has called out Walchuk on a draft night when Walchuk didn't like a particular Micah Parsons first round selection.
I didn't.
And Brad really hung him out to dry in front of the world. And
I
kudos,
can take it because I'm a man. I'm 32.
Brad went behind closed doors on this one. This is not to mess with Brad here because he kept it kosher behind the scenes.
Well, he's a mensch.
But he sends me the tweet that I had sent, the closest the Cowboys will ever get to the Super Bowl, and he says, "Will we hear you say that on a Cowboys pregame show or directly to a player or management guest?" Question mark.
Oh yeah, you got the balls.
Yeah, basically.
Does he know who you are?
I'm like, I just responded.
Hold my beer and watch this, Brad.
I would like to pick the player for me.
No, he would never say that in front of them.
I just responded and said, probably wouldn't be the right time or place on the official pregame show.
Yeah,
I don't think that is the place to do it. And then he responded with, "Okay, philosophical question. In that case, why is it okay to do it publicly in this forum?" And I was like, just because, more so because it's a lighthearted forum for me isn't to be taken all too seriously, that being Twitter. And so he's like, hey, well, we see it differently, but you don't have to answer to me. Carry on with a smiley face emoji. So all is well.
Sweet.
We're totally cool.
I wish he had a quote tweeted you.
Yeah, he didn't air me out in front of everybody, but he was curious as to why I did that. I had some Tolos that responded like, "Hey, dude, come on, you don't have to be that strong about it." And I'm like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have gone closest they'll ever get. Maybe I should have just said the factual thing, which is closest they've gotten to a Super Bowl in 30 years or something. I should have left it there.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have projected in the future that when our guy John Stephen Jones takes over this thing, they're gonna freaking take it to the moon.
Damn right, JS. We love you.
So I'm sorry about that. But
now because it's like if and it's a big if
that's going to get freezing cold take.
You can't enjoy it.
Yeah,
now you're getting screwed
for sure,
and not in the good way. But I don't think you owe anybody an apology. You do you, boo boo, and I always got your back.
I mean, everybody knows they will have a chance as soon as everybody in the organization is turned over. We'll have to see what the next group has.
What was y'all's favorite commercial last night? By the way,
I think it was the Dunkings.
Dunkin' Donuts.
I think that was everyone. It was just so because you didn't even have to be really paying attention to him to see that one.
Was there one for like man wipes? What was that all about?
There was man wipes.
Dude wipes.
Dude wipes.
I missed a man wipe.
Dude wipes. I messed it up. It was they had a dude wipes commercial on last night.
Man, I think
it was kind of uncomfortable. I didn't know exactly what was going on there. I didn't know if it was a fake thing or real thing or real commercial, but evidently there's a thing called dude wipes, right?
Dude wipes are absolutely a thing.
But I didn't see a dude wipes commercial. But I could have. In the second half, I think
I was watching the game from Buffalo.
I less paid attention. I thought that the commercials were not that good.
So where was being wiped? Was it an armpit wiping or
no? It was the rear end,
the bum.
Yeah,
bum
so
wipes.
The dude wipes that were very popular with old Travis Frederick
and Jesse Holly.
Yeah,
they had a commercial. I was watching. Maybe it had something to do with the local. With the cable package, I was watching the game
for Brian.
I was watching the game in Buffalo.
Hey, sir, you're crapping your pants on a regular basis.
I do think they have a crap. No, the dudes in Buffalo do have a crapping their pants problem. That is the thing. That might be just a demographic thing. Ross. You just clicked the wrong broadcast probably.
No, I
didn't see the dude wipes.
You didn't see a dude wipes on last night?
No, but I wasn't super locked in. I was more locked into the cuisine, like during the commercial breaks. I got to own that. I wasn't all about the commercials. I did see the Dung Kings one. That was great. I thought Kanye's was actually really funny. It was like him just talking into his cell phone. Like, we spent so much money on just purchasing the 30 seconds for the spot that I'm going to invest no money into the actual production of the commercial. And it's apparently worked out for him in a huge way.
Yeah, look at you supporting anti-Semitism.
Not supporting anti-Semitism, just supporting the idea.
In your DMs last night.
You can do
Put
a
you
bunch
in your
of
place, you jerk.
Okay, this took a turn. But the Dung Kings, I do think was probably and the Arnold
Arnold one was good, and I did like the Brady one where they're like, no, everyone can have this except Tom Brady. You've won enough, Tom. He wasn't. I think it was a BetMGM ad.
Okay, is this him? Was Vince Vaughn in that one? Yes, he got the pool table and stuff?
It was Vince. Yes, that was a funny ad. That was good.
I'll tell you what actually got my attention the most was the Wicked Witch of the West trailer. That thing looks badass.
Yeah, it does.
Is that a show?
Yeah, so it's a musical that's been around for a while. I have not seen it, but I've heard great things. Now they're making it into a movie.
Yeah, that looked cool. The Michael Cera lotion was funny.
Oh, yeah, the CeraVe. That was funny.
Talking Like Walking was hilarious.
It was.
Because we just talked with Craig Gass, and he was telling his story about how he got talked into doing an impression of Walken at dinner with Walken, and Walken hated it.
That's right.
And then that's what the commercial was about. So I immediately went to X and DM'd Craig. I was like, dude, did you know this commercial was coming? Is that why you told the story? But he probably doesn't remember me or doesn't check his Twitter DM, so he's not getting back to us. But
I wish I didn't.
Was
check
that a
my Twitter DMs
BMW commercial?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was.
Okay,
that's awesome. It was a good one.
And then you had the Uber Eats there, where you had to forget something to remember something there with Rachel, and she forgot Ross.
Yes, that's right.
I thought that was pretty funny.
She still looks fantastic.
Kids.
She does. And then, God, there was one other commercial that I thought was pretty funny. I'm blanking on what it was now. It'll come back to me. I'm pulling a Broadus.
No, that was a good contribution, Walter. Thank you.
A shot at me.
There was a shot. Yeah. Chuckler over there.
No, but in that,
I'll be my finger up here.
In the Duncan.
What was it?
The Duncan commercial with Affleck and Lopez and Damon and Brady.
Do you think they did that because most of those folks are from Massachusetts and stuff? They gave them a break on that. Duncan being in Massachusetts.
I have no idea, dude.
That's a lot of star power.
They were Boston people. Affleck and Damon. Yes, they were Boston people. It was the Baja Blast commercial. We're having a blast with Aubrey Plaza.
Oh, yes.
Like you're in all these random ass places.
She was
having a blast.
Yeah, Taco Bell had a great weekend. We'll address that probably tomorrow. Didn't have a chance for it, but those jumpsuits that they were wearing in the Dunkin' commercial,
you can buy them.
Well, you could. They went on sale.
Oh, they're done
at 11 o'clock this morning, and they completely sold out. It was $60 for the jacket, $60 for the pants, so the whole deal was $120, and they sold out within like seconds, apparently.
Wow.
Because that's going to be a good bit jumpsuit to bust out at some point.
Yeah.
Like if you got $120 and a little bit of time to be there at the right time when that thing went live, those are some pretty cool jumpsuits.
Almost as good as our Whataburger sweaters.
Yes, almost, but not quite.
Almost.
Not quite as good. Now, finally, we do have a little bit of beef here, and I don't know if you guys saw this, but Charvarius Ward, the corner for the Niners, a member of the losing team, had to jump on Twitter because Sauce Gardner, Jets corner, tweeted out, "I told y'all, the Niners might look better on paper, but the Chiefs always find a way." And Charvarius Ward quote tweeted it and said, "Boy, yo ass ain't never sniffed the playoffs. You're watching from the couch. Worry about the sorry-ass Jets. Everybody got something to say about the team in the Super Bowl. Your opinion doesn't need to be heard, kid."
Oh, he put the kid in there.
I was thinking, I thought that was leading up to a buddy, but I think kid really hits just as hard there.
That is disrespectful.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I understand Charvarius Ward emotions are high after the game. And he sought that one out, too, because it's not like, or somebody screenshotted it and sent it to him, because Sauce Gardner didn't tag anybody.
I don't think he gave up a catch in 40-some-odd dropbacks.
Charvarius Ward?
Yeah.
So he was in his bag last night.
He played his rear off.
He's a player.
Yeah.
He absolutely is, but he's no Mahomes.
Thank you, Chief. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. When we come back, time for one more segment. You have Reggie and Blake, the Get Right, coming up next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Let's enjoy the difference.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Here comes the Get Right with Reggie and Blake this evening. Gentlemen, how the heck are you?
Yo, what's happening, fellas?
Man, we're just, soaking it all in. So much to talk about here this evening. What do you guys have planned?
Man, a lot of Super Bowl talk, of course. Who are you impressed with? Also, one question that I'm super excited to delve into at 8:20. Does this game prove that the Niners' model of building around a quarterback is untenable?
Ooh, yeah, I like that. I don't know what to make of what we saw yesterday. Like, do you need to go for the elite quarterback? Is that what we're seeing? Like, at least in this era where there is a Mahomes? You know, I don't know if you're meeting as a Super Bowl team this week or an NFL team this week, you're like, guys, what is our path to the Super Bowl? Do we need
Pat's not healthy?
Do we need to cycle through quarterbacks until we find somebody that can go toe to toe with Pat? I think so. I think we need to either be as dead balls cheap at quarterback as possible, or just cycle through until we find the next Mahomes.
Yeah, I think especially if you're in the AFC, to get through Mahomes, it seems like the only way you can do it is if you have a Brady or Burrow did it one time. And it took overtime to get there, but you're going to need one of those. Like, what was Burrow? Burrow's the number 1 overall pick. Brady's the GOAT. You're going to have something like that. In the NFC, I don't know if you build it because ultimately you're building up to the one-game sample where anything can happen and you feel like, hey, if the Niners had the ball bounced their way a couple different ways yesterday, maybe they win with a Brock Purdy. I think in the NFC you can be a little bit more liberal with the way you decide you want to do it. In the AFC, like, you're going to have to go through Mahomes, and the only way to legitimately do that is, it seems like, having a GOAT-style quarterback.
Man, I kind of feel like a blocked extra point was the difference in that game yesterday. That we might be singing a different tune today if all of a sudden, Leo Chenault does not block that ball. It might be a totally different, if that, okay, well, Pat Mahomes finally went down, and maybe your plan about San Francisco and the way they build their team. I still appreciate what San Francisco's done with their team.
Yeah.
I really do. I think, the problem with Kansas City, you're dealing with an elite quarterback, elite head coach, and now an elite defensive coordinator. Makes it very, very difficult, because everything else is just kind of, the wide receivers are dropping balls and all that all year long, and all of a sudden they kind of figure some things out. So, I don't know. That game could have been a lot different with a couple special teams plays yesterday.
Yeah, I think historically, when I don't think the list,
San Francisco's quarterback played bad.
I didn't think Birdie was bad either. But I do think when you look at the history of, hey, this is the list of quarterbacks that are winning Super Bowls, it's usually an MVP type of player. It's very few and far between when you get the random Nick Foles or a Brad Johnson or a Trent Dilfer where the team around them was so good that you didn't have that elite quarterback. More often than not, it is because you have a Manning, a Brady. You still have the mind of a Manning who can navigate you through that game. So
yeah, the decision making, I think, is the biggest thing that separated Mahomes yesterday. Not interjecting risk at all until he needed to. Mm-hmm. And then the talent can,
I think the path is to always find your best quarterback.
Their coaches did a great job because as I mentioned, it didn't look good early. They couldn't really block San Francisco all that well. And that was a problem.
Do you think you would advocate for paying Purdy in 1 year, Brian?
I think that, to me, they're a team that's always going to hunt the quarterback. I think they're always going to hunt the quarterback there. They're like, you know what? Maybe this guy's not good. We'll move on. We'll just keep hunting the quarterback because then it allows you.
They've moved on from Garoppolo after making the Super Bowl, Lance after picking him high.
I think that's their MO now. I think they realize that, if our guy can get us there and they don't get over the hump with him, maybe it's time to move on and get another guy.
Man, the what if for San Francisco if you never dong around on that Trey Lance trade and you have how many picks did they give up to go get Trey Lance?
It was 3 first.
How much better could your roster that's already next level?
Right.
But we never really talk about it because Purdy's ended up being good, so you don't have to. But my gosh, if you don't make that trade and you have an additional 3 first-round picks on that on that offense or on that defense or whatever. I mean, it's a different story. That is an all-time terrible, a Super Bowl losing trade there.
But then doesn't that run counter to your idea that you just got to go out here and try and get that next elite quarterback? Because if you're trying to get that elite quarterback and if you're anywhere near close, you're probably going to need to make that trade to try and go and chase that situation. And so that's part of the risk that you undertake in trying to seek out that quarterback.
So much about it is the evaluation, going for the right guy. You went for Trey Lance. You misidentified the guy. I mean, the Chiefs, they punted on Tyreek Hill, and that could have gone sideways for him. But they nailed all the picks they got in return for Tyreek Hill. They freaking nailed them. So that makes that look awesome. You swing for it. You trade Tyreek Hill. What do you do with the assets that you got? If you would have gone up for a different quarterback, if all that going up is for Joe Burrow and not Trey Lance, it's a different conversation.
How for real are the Mavs right now, Blake? It's just 4 in a row, couple of more in a row, and it'll be really talking.
Yeah, so they play the Wizards tonight, and then they play the Spurs in a couple days. So they should be a little 6-game win streak going into the All-Star break. I'm not going to get too excited, be a prisoner of the moment, but the ceiling has definitely raised.
NBA Finals championship? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, okay.
The Nuggets
My
are
bad.
still, I think, a little bit more of a complete team, but I think they've gotten to that realm of right with the Kings and the Pelicans. I think they've gotten out of the Suns and Lakers realm because a lot of their holes were addressed with size and defensive versatility. I still think they're looking for that overall defensive anchor like a Herb Jones, a Jaden McDaniels, but PJ is worlds better than Grant, can put the ball on the floor and defend 1 through 5. And Daniel Gafford and Lively are pretty much the same player, and Gafford's 19. Lively's 19, Gafford a little bit older. So you got a lot of versatility now, a lot of different matchups you can put out there.
You still need to be sold on some things, Reg?
I mean, yeah, I still want to see it. Like, obviously, it was really cool to see these guys, Gafford and PJ Washington, give you what they gave you against a pretty damn good Oklahoma City Thunder team. But I need to see this stress tested in a lot more ways. We got probably one of the best case circumstances. I want to see all of it. But it's definitely better than it was in a real way. That now you can start evaluating some things around that building.
Yeah, it's fun. And on that note, you have the Stars playing tomorrow, and the Rangers reporting to the spring training
back to the World
Series champs on
Just
Wednesday.
Reporting immediately back to the Fall Classic. I love it.
Very, very impressive team they've built. Okay, thanks so much to Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Thanks to Carter Freeman coordinating your video, and of course Wolchuk and Chia following. And thanks to Brian Broaddus as well. Till tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation at ease.
The Fan continues to grow because of
Roger that, Sally.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed. It is the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Blake Elliott.
Yes, Ersky.
Thanks. Oh,
whoa.
Voice
crack.
You good? You all right? Everything good over there? I feel like we're going to get to talking about that here in a second. Appreciate you rolling with us on a Monday after Super Bowl Sunday here on your home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you tuning in to The Fan right now as Blake continues to get himself settled in. We got you till 11 as we typically do, and we want you to get involved all evening long here by texting into the truckwreck.com text line. That number is 877-881-1053. You can also see us smiling right back at you by searching 105.3 The Fan on YouTube, that YouTube page. A lot of activity from the week that has been, obviously leading up to Super Bowl. The guys were out there in Radio Row in Vegas. A lot of fun videos. Go back and see what they were right about, what they were wrong about, those types of things. A lot of fun there as well. Or you can also see us at twitch.tv/DallasFanCan. Shout out to all you folks, fine folks there looking at us. Oh, also shout out to Ross Lubinsky on the ones and twos. Thank you, sir.
Shout out Ross.
Go ahead and get involved right now. Text into the truckwreck.com. Text line 877-881-1053. What was your big game experience like watching the Kansas City Chiefs get an overtime win 26-22 over the San Francisco 49ers? I imagine a lot of folks in the Metroplex real happy about that result, if for no other reason than the Niners did not win. And, the Cowboys still have a Super Bowl championship more recently than the San Francisco 49ers. Or maybe the folks that are just decided to, graft onto the Kansas City Chiefs because they were at one point the Dallas Texans, right? Like, Whatever way you needed to get yourself a little bit of happiness on Super Bowl Sunday, let us know what that was. But also, what was your experience like out at or during the big game? Because I imagine that is contributing to what's got Blake sounding like a toad as we start this program this evening.
Yeah, if you can't tell, voice is a little hoarse, guys. So bear with me. I had a great time, Reggie.
Really? Doesn't sound like it.
No, honestly, 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
I'm unconvinced. All the Tolos that were with me last week, you remember me talking about spitting game, going to party, talking about cover 2, drop zones, all that played into action, guys.
Oh, you were spitting game?
Oh, I was spitting game.
Good for you.
Went to the homie's crib, a good little reunion, saw some of my best friends, got to watch the game. TV was blaring. I'm a TV blare kind of guy. I want it max volume. I want to hear the bass. I want to hear the crowd roaring. I don't want the low sound. Wait,
you doing the Super Bowl party like you in a club?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's how I enjoy watching football, is to its highest capacity. And so the TV's blaring. And so I was blocking out other people that didn't know what was going on about the ball. Like I told you I was going to do.
Yeah, that's fair.
If people were, oh, what are they doing here?
Was there a lot of people that didn't know?
Yeah, there was a couple non-ball knowers.
Okay.
And there was some, I think the Chiefs turned the ball over, and she was like, why did Purdy do that? And I was like, plays for the 49ers.
He clearly wanted to do that, right?
He plays for the 49ers.
He just wanted to prove the haters right.
Mm-hmm. And but I wasn't mean to anybody. I was just like, hey, well, he plays for this team. He does this. But second half, because let's be honest, Reggie, first half, a little bit of a snooze fest.
I enjoyed it.
A little.
But I'm the dork that's like, yo, this defense, real good right now.
I enjoyed the defense as well. I'm just saying, for like a Super Bowl and a bunch of people who don't watch football, they're like, it was easy to tune out, is what I'm saying.
That's absolutely fair.
If you don't like football, it was easy to tune out. I was still locked in, but it was just a great overall experience. I got to see people I hadn't seen in a long time. Good queso, good. We had some of these Hawaiian sliders. Shout out to Emma. And they had a little garlic on them, swish and cheddar and ham on them. And
that's what I'm talking about.
Guacamole, nachos.
Yes, sir.
The whole nine. So
yes, sir.
It was just it was an euphoric situation. Stop laughing.
I can't help it, dog. Like, you are going to have to wear Super Bowl Sunday like a battle, like a badge of honor, battle scars for you throughout the course of this 4-hour broadcast. In fact, like, I'm already praying for you. I don't know. Do we need to, especially since we saw a whole bunch of ads, do we need to like DoorDash you some tea or something?
I got the cough drops over there.
The cough drops ain't enough, baby. Also, you probably have like regular cough drops here. Let me put you on game real quick.
Okay.
Power Mints. Diana Power Mints. I know I have a friend from who's a Trinidadian. So Trinidad and Tobago, they got these real strong mints. Your Halls, your Ricolas, they not hidden for what the Diana's Power Mints are.
Okay.
Now, of course, you can't just pick that up at your local pharmacy.
No OTC.
No, you got to order that one on the interwebs. But when that comes through, buddy, you'll know what I'm talking about. So I can't really do nothing for you right now, but for future reference, that's the way to go.
I appreciate it. I think what contributes to it, guys, if I'm being translucent, is that the word?
Transparent. But I mean, it's in the same family. We got what you meant.
See-through.
We got what you meant. Yeah.
I was at the game, and I told this to Reggie before. We were doing a bunch of betting on the coin toss, on the length of the national anthem, on the first turnover. And let's just say I got all three wrong to start the game, and every time you got it wrong, you had to take a shot. And there was some other drinking games going on during the game.
Oh, y'all was having different kinds of fun.
We made the game fun, and let's say when halftime happened before the Usher show, let's just say Blake was getting emotional. Pause the music, turned it off, made a whole speech. I gave a
no, you didn't.
I love you guys speech. Y'all are the best. One of those. So.
And you got football analysis after that, because it sounds like you were gone, buddy.
No. I was chilling. I locked in, but
okay, very good.
I got some football analysis for you.
When you get to the like, guys, I love you.
Yeah. It sounds like you are no longer useful to anybody. Like, typically for me personally, as someone who does not go hard on the alcohol, right? If I'm around folks when they start getting to the I love you, I'm like, all right, I got to take care of somebody right now.
Yeah.
Like
it wasn't like a falling over, like, you guys are the best. It was like, I appreciate you guys for showing up. Y'all are good friends. It was a serious speech.
Very good.
I saw a tear fall.
Yeah, so. Continue to let us know what your big game Sunday looked like. What was your experience watching the game? You're right. The first half was not like, it didn't provide you a lot of excitement, especially if you're not a dork who's like, yo, look at this, look at the coverage that they're running out here. Or look at oh my goodness, San Francisco actually getting pressure with 4. If you're not that dork, you're just sitting here like, yo, where's the offense, right? Especially because you are watching a game in probably the most mixed company that you were going to watch a football game with in all season. And so if everybody not having a good time, it's a little bit harder to have a good time in that regard. And the 3-0 game that you were looking at for a little bit was not helping in that regard. We turn again to the truckwreck.com text line, where from the 817 they say, we hosted a small get together with some friends, made street tacos. Ooh. And homemade crunch wrap supremes with the fire roasted queso. I was glad Mahomes took another step to knock off Brady as the GOAT. Okay, cool. So sounds like y'all took care of the food. Y'all had a good time there. And from the 817, another 817, they also said, Reggie, can I get a quick shout out for my sister, Robin Harris, who's celebrating her 41st birthday tomorrow. So shout out to Robin.
Shout out.
Now, for me, I've got to tell you, if you have this available to you, go watch the Super Bowl with a former athlete. Apparently, that's a really great experience, right? Former athlete hosts a Super Bowl party. Gonna have a lot of fun. If that's in your bag and available, shout out to Derek Holland for being so generous, allowing me to come over, hang out with him and a lot of his friends as they watch the Super Bowl, because that man took care of us, brother. He took care of us. Obviously, big TV, fridge stocked full of drinks, brisket, fresh made burgers.
Queso?
Yes, a queso with venison in it.
You got me.
The man took care of us, buddy. And that's just the beginning of the offerings on the evening. The man took care of us, and so a lot of fun. Everybody had a good time, good watching of and really satisfied stomachs. Yeah. So I had a blast and got to hang out with obviously some cool folks, as of course Derek Holland, big presence here on the fan, great guy, and always fun. And so big appreciation to him because look, in the moments where maybe the game was less fun, everybody could always just go play some cornhole, eat some food, right? Chop it up. and then come back around to the game when it got real interesting. Now, of course, you know me. I was still sitting on the couch watching like the dork that I am. Yeah. But, hey, like it's fun nonetheless. Let's see.
I think my favorite is the rotating of people, of like their seating arrangements. Like everyone starts at a spot. And like I was in the recliner at first, and then there's people standing on the couch. And the next thing you know, people who aren't really watching are in the kitchen getting food, and then all the guys end up taking the couch. And then there's a couple girls that start getting those side chairs that are really watching, and then they get the couch, and then there's a lot of rotating that goes on. And then the fourth quarter, you see who's really locked in and who's sitting there.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good point as well. Like a Super Bowl party, I don't think is often everybody just sitting in one place. I feel like if there's enough people, you mingle, you move around. That ends up being a fun way that people go about this. Let's see. From the 214, they say the Drizzle and Hatchie, shout out to you. Grilled wings, delicious. Chicken queso, beans. Mm-hmm. And the front runners' arch nemesis missed out on their 6th ring. So there you go. Again, another person that is dancing on the, I guess, proverbial Super Bowl grave of the San Francisco 49ers, as Ross gives me a double thumbs up. Speaking of, Ross, what was your experience like over there?
Not a whole lot. I watched it with a friend over at my place. One of my roommates was going over to his uncle's to go watch it, and I was like, see, I want to, but I had to work last night. So I was like, if I go somewhere, that's pretty much the end of it. So I was like, you know what? I'll just hang out here with one of my roommates, chill, and then I watched the end of the game in the parking garage here at Odyssey.
Oh, you loved it. You love to see it, right? The real hustle of the lower on the totem pole radio employee. We appreciate your hard work, Ross, for keeping this thing going. See, now this is where it's interesting. I want to know about these folks from the 214. Shout out to the homie, pastry chef Eric of Baltimore. He said, we had the broadcast on the Nickelodeon broadcast. They said it was fun with the kids. Now, I was super intrigued by what happened there. I saw at one point Sandy Cheeks was the sideline reporter. Now, this is one of the few instances where I was like, damn, if I was at home, I would be able to get this and like see what the Nickelodeon experience was, because I was actually very intrigued by what that ultimately looked like.
I clicked on it for a second. I was able to withhold the remote and grab it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I changed it on it in the third quarter for about 3 minutes, and everyone was pretty inclined to change it back to the regular. So it was cool. I think the broadcasters don't bring as much to the game, so it's a little bit harder. Don't get me wrong.
Who was on the broadcast?
I think it's Nate.
Was Nate Burleson still doing it? Because I saw him at halftime, and I was like, he must not be doing the Nickelodeon.
And Nate's great.
Do
not get me wrong, but it's just there's a certain persona that we've associated with the Super Bowl and the grandness of it. And I thought the theatrics were cool, but I don't know if I'd watch the whole Super Bowl. But I'm sure the kids, it's a great way to integrate the kids. And I heard it got a good overall response. And they were doing like the celebrities in the crowd and giving them like different names and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was like LeBron James. I saw that one. That was the one that I committed to memory. But there was quite a few of them. I appreciate them trying to make it fun for the kids. I kind of, as I begin my nitpick of the broadcast itself, because every time we get the Super Bowl, we get like, the first look at that broadcaster's new what is it called? The lower not the lower thirds, the score bug. The score bug, right?
Gosh. I tweeted about it. It was terrible.
It stinks. The new CBS score bug, which you can look forward to all the way through next season. It honestly doesn't look that bad if they didn't pick Arial as a font.
Yeah.
Like why?
It felt very bland.
Yeah. Why are we doing this?
I thought the most bland font possible.
Yeah, I literally tweeted it feels like a Tuesday Jags versus Titans at noon.
Yeah.
Like, that didn't feel grand at all.
I was like, why are we using a font from like high school? Essays. Like this doesn't look good. It doesn't look befitting of the graphic, but whatever, man. I thought the broadcast itself was pretty fun all the way across. I thought Romo did a solid job, even though I know that Romo ends up being kind of like a target of, people's ire.
What'd you think about his call with Butker about to kick the game time field goal? It was like, this couldn't be the game. The way the game ends, like if he misses this, he was like almost like jinxing it, and then he just knocked it through. I was like, why would you say that?
He's building excitement, right?
Like the game's not going to end like this, is it? He's not going to miss.
Building excitement. That's the way that Tony seems to do it, is like he asks some questions at times, and you know what? I appreciated it in that moment.
Yeah.
Let's see, from the 469, they said to watch the game with their 18-year-old daughter, just her and them. Let's see. And should be leaving for the University of Arkansas soon. She really enjoyed the game, and I enjoyed our time. That's dope. Getting to spend it with someone you love. I appreciate that. This is interesting. From the 214, fell asleep, didn't watch the game. Best sleep I've had a long time.
I wonder how people text that.
How many people? Because I know some people were like, "Yo, I'm out. I'm out on this Super Bowl." Especially if you did not have someone to root for, or particularly if you did not like both of these teams. I wonder how many people actually just stood by their word and stood on business and decided, I am abstaining from this game.
Yeah, it feels like whether you like these teams or not, that it's probably in your best interest to watch. It's kind of like a cultural thing as Americans to watch the Super Bowl. But, to each their own. I wonder if you didn't watch the Super Bowl, what did you do? Did you go to sleep? Did you read a book? Did you rewatch the Mavs game? A lot of good things you could have done, but I would feel inclined that a lot of people in America did. I don't think we've gotten the ratings yet, right? We haven't gotten the how many people watch the Super Bowl.
I have not seen it, but I'll dig for that as we continue through throughout the broadcast right now here on the Get Right. All right, we've done a lot of what was your game like. I was sick and watched it alone. Dang, that stinks, Tim from the 940. Hope you feel better. But yeah, let's get into it. Let's get into the game itself. We talked about the experiences around it. We didn't talk about halftime. We'll talk about that later in the game or later in the show. I'm mixing the words game and broadcast. But at 9 p.m., we'll talk about the halftime show, where it ranks, where it stacks up, what our experiences of it were. But coming up next, who were you most impressed with in this game? There's a lot of people that you could probably point to. In fact, I was, a little bit wondering who they would ultimately hand the MVP trophy to. But who are you most impressed with in this Kansas City Chiefs win 26-22 over the San Francisco 49ers in the Super Bowl? We'll discuss it next here on the Get Right on 105 through the Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no one has.
punt. And here is the ball landing in front of Ray McLeod, who gets it on a... Oh, he fumbled! He had the ball and he fumbled it at the 17! The Chiefs have recovered! Oh, calamity!
What a call.
A huge turnover in that Super Bowl. One of the many. There was quite a few turnovers in this game. And that one ended up being a big one as the Kansas City Chiefs won 25-22. I think I said 26-22 earlier. 25-22 over the San Francisco 49ers in Super Bowl 58. Who were you impressed by in this game? It's Get Right here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Blake Elliott.
Yes,
we got Ross Lubinsky on the ones and twos and you rolling with us here on Monday after the Super Bowl. And also shout out to all the folks out there who are continuing to text in on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053 about their experience watching the game, especially the folks that, had to do a little bit of work from the let's see. Of course, I lost it. From the 469, host every year, always miss a lot of the first half. Glad the second half was more entertaining. Always appreciate the folks that host because that's a thankless job. You get in there, get all this food together, and then people come hang out and then leave, and now you got a mess to clean up. But shout out to you, and shout out to the 512 who says they run a pizza store. Busiest day of the year for them. Wasn't able to watch the condensed version on YouTube afterwards. So shout out to you. But yeah, man, who were you most impressed with in this game, Blake? Because obviously Super Bowl MVP is Patrick Mahomes. You kind of understand how this happens, particularly when you have the game-winning drive in overtime. But there's a lot of people that you could look to when you talk about who you're impressed with, including people on the San Francisco 49ers in what wasn't a bad game for them.
No, it wasn't. I'm glad you highlighted the Patrick Mahomes did amazing. We kind of all expected that. He is the GOAT right now, currently, playing. That one's pretty solidified that he's the best player in our game right now. So I'm going to skip over him. To me, the reason they really won this game and was making play after play, it really goes 1 and 2, and I'm going to name both of them. They're really 1A, 1B for me. 1A is Chris Jones. He was wrecking plays left and right, and when it became crucial, he was wrecking plays. Late in that game, 3rd down, 4th down, the one where they were trying to get it to Jawan Jennings in the back of the end zone in overtime, when they were trying to get it to Jawan Jennings again on the slant route in the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
Chris Jones wrecked both of those plays where he was getting inside of the interior. One was a missed assignment, and then one was he was just wrecking shop, and made Brock Purdy get off his spot and wasn't able to zone in and look down his target and make a bullet pass. He kind of had to fade off his back foot, and one was in the dirt and then one went out of bounds. So
yeah, Chris Jones was fantastic, and I think you could use Chris Jones to expand a little bit and speak to the ways in which the defensive line in general, like the likes of George Karlaftis, who in certain plays is extending, running out to the outside and not allowing one of the many vaunted running options for the Chiefs, or for the Niners rather, to get the edge, to get the corner, continuing to funnel guys back inside. No, he did a fantastic job in that as well. So both of them did a great job. And you mentioned later in the game, one of the things about the Niners is they did not have a ton of difficulty moving the ball or passing the ball unless there's pressure, right? And you could see that pressure mount in a way. And some of that was also Steve Spagnuolo blitzing, and particularly, blitzing and getting free rushers. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, you absolutely have to give a lot of credit to the defensive line of the Kansas City Chiefs. A name that I wanted to bring up, and of course you could probably expand this to start talking about the rest of his unit as well. Hello, Trent McDuffie.
Yeah, that was my other guy.
Right, Trent McDuffie, fantastic in coverage. In fact, I remember vividly the one play over the middle and damn near into the end zone,
Debo, where
he completely blankets Debo to the point where his hand is right just a few inches above where Debo Samuel's hand is. Does a little bit of some pro defensive back technique where he's holding the offhand, but doing it in such a way where it's close to the body and it's probably not flaggable. At least it's going to be difficult for a referee to see that. And of course, just gets the elevation. And of course, that's not the only play, but it's just one that illustrates just how good Trent McDuffie has been for this team all year, and specifically in this game, making it so that in the instances where you didn't get the pressure on the front line and Brock Purdy actually gets the ball out, he is not throwing it to booty butt naked open wide receivers in certain instances. And of course, this extends to all of the great man coverage cornerbacks that these Chiefs have. But Trent McDuffie was the one who showed up in maybe the biggest way, or maybe the most notable way for the viewer. Trent McDuffie was awesome in this game.
Trent was the other guy I was going to, like 3 pass deflection, 2 QB hits, was blanketing the star receivers for the 49ers all game. Think about it. Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle combined all under 100 yards. Like any one of those weeks, one of those guys could go for 100 yards. And the fact that Trent McDuffie and L'Jarius Sneed, who also I think had a pretty good game, but more so McDuffie, he was just a guy you could throw out there in man and feel okay with that. And that's very important with Spagnuolo, with how he likes to play and blitz. Guys are going to be exposed on the back end. And if you don't have good man corners, especially against a Deebo Samuel and a Brandon Ayuk and McCaffrey and Kittle, guys that can run really good routes, you got to have guys that can man up with them. And I thought McDuffie did a fantastic job. My favorite was that 3rd and 4, I want to say it was in the 4th quarter, where he was faking like he was going to play coverage.
Yes.
And did the little 1-2 rock step and then took off right for Brock Purdy.
And when you say that 1-2 rock step, like to give it more illustration, he's backpedaling.
Yes.
Right?
It looks like he's dropping into coverage.
It looks like he's dropping into coverage just well enough, and he times it just perfect enough. So he hits that 1-2, hits that back foot, and drives forward. So he's still moving forward on the snap, but he's given enough of an image to the quarterback that he is in coverage so that Brock Purdy is not looking there.
Left tackle's not looking there. Nobody covers him. He gets a free hit on maybe the most crucial play of the game, to be completely honest. Like, they're marching down the field. They're about to go maybe kick a field goal to win it and bleed out the clock or score a touchdown. This is that last drive of the 4th quarter, and you make Brock Purdy throw it in the dirt, give Patrick Mahomes a chance to go kick that field goal and tie it up, send it into overtime. So I thought Trent McDuffie was great in rushing, was great in coverage, was just great overall. Honestly, him and Chris Jones can co-MVP it for people that I thought was maybe the most important. I thought McDuffie was amazing.
Real quick, was the play you're talking about, was that the play where Brock Purdy threw a ball and sailed it over a 49er receiver that was like in the end zone, like had a step on his guy?
That was where Chris Jones went and they missed a block assignment. They were towards the goal line. McDuffie was also in good coverage. I was talking, they were kind of in the middle of the field. I think it was 3rd and 4, and they were driving, and Brandon Ayuk and Jawan Jennings were both running like a double slant concept, and or double crosser concept, I should say. And he just had to throw it in the dirt because literally McDuffie came screaming at him.
So continue to send us in. Who were you impressed at in this game? And to make this more balanced, because obviously we could just, big up the Chiefs all game, and it'd be completely fair to do that. I also want to acknowledge the ways in which the San Francisco 49ers played a good game. And one of the guys that you have to bring up when you do that is Jawan Jennings. Yeah. It was the Jawan Jennings game.
He was about to win Super Bowl MVP.
Right. He was looking fantastic. He was doing a lot of the things that you expect from some other guys in that offense. At times he looked like he was the Ayuk substitute. At times he looked like even the Deebo Samuel substitute. And that's things that we saw during the season. Kyle Shanahan run him out there and do, and you'd be like, well, Kyle, what are you doing? Right? Just have Deebo do those things, or understand that Deebo is the one who can do those things. You probably cannot get those same things out of Jawan Jennings. Jawan Jennings, you trusted him, and he showed up big for you, becoming only the 2nd player in Super Bowl history to pass for and receive a touchdown. Obviously following after Nick Foles when they had that Philly special thing going, when he was the quarterback and when they won at the championship. But man, Jawan Jennings seemed to be everywhere and was one of the most effective receiving options that Brock Purdy and the Niners actually had.
Yeah, I completely agree. Jawan Jennings, he was making some crazy plays. That touchdown was just, when I watched that, Reggie, I was like, that's just a guy that wants it. That's a guy that understands the moment. He could have been stopped early, stayed up, and then obviously on the trick play to McCaffrey was nice, and he was making some timely catches. 3rd and Jawan. They've been saying it all season. Another guy I want to highlight, Isaiah Pacheco. May not put the box score numbers up. They were like, he's the rushing champion, but he had some really timely runs, especially in the second half, and staying consistent with the game plan. Had some really good chip blocks, some good pass pro, and he becomes just a 2nd running back in NFL, or actually the 1st running back in NFL history to start in his first 2 seasons 2 Super Bowls and win them both, because we've had some guys that have backed up or not won 2 Super Bowls. So back-to-back seasons, he has been the starting running back in his first 2 years and won the Super Bowl, becomes the 1st running back ever. He finished with 18 rushes for 59 yards, didn't get a touchdown, but I thought played a really good game all around.
From the 9-7-2, Karlaftis seemed like he was all over the place, including a fumble recovery, right? Karlaftis is another one of those young cats that they have like utilized their draft capital and their capital on that has paid dividends for them as they've kind of pivoted to making sure that defense was a leading factor for them. We mentioned some of the guys that mattered there, and Trent McDuffie, George Karlaftis, Leo Chenal, another one who played fantastic in this game with his effort and his range. You mentioned a running back, and it's kind of crazy that we mentioned Isaiah Pacheco and did not mention Christian McCaffrey, a guy who even in a loss still looked like, you look at the box score and he was at the top of the rushing and the receiving for the Niners. It just speaks to just how integral he is to what they do. And it felt crazy because you look at 22 carries for him for 80 yards, and people still look at it and go, it feels like you could have used him more, right? Yeah. In addition to 8 catches for 80 yards and a touchdown in this game. Christian McCaffrey, he is the foundation of what the Niners do.
Yeah, he was everything for them. I got to give Brock a little bit of respect. I told this to Reggie before the show. I didn't expect Brock to play this well. Not saying he played lights out and should be Super Bowl MVP, but I thought he played a pretty good game. The box score, he went 23 for 38, so got a QBR of 69, 80.
Nice.
89 rating. So an all right game, but I thought he made some pretty timely throws. I thought his O-line let him down a lot, which we kind of hinted at with that pass rush that was getting there. He was running for his life a good amount of times, but when he had time, especially in that first half and even late in the game, he was making some plays I thought were good for him. I don't know if he was making the extra plays, like it's not there. What can you find? But the ones that were there, I thought he was dotting them up and doing a good job moving the ball down the field. What did you make of McCole Hardman being on the Jets?
Well, before you move to McCole Hardman, because I do want to stop because Brock Purdy ends up being a big one, right? This is going to really depend. Your mileage may vary depending on where you came in with Brock Purdy, right? And so on the truckwreck.com text line from the 682, I've been a Purdy hater, but he impressed me. Still don't believe has a great deal of talent, but he seems to have an it factor. That's from the 682. There's a lot of people that, the conversation. Brock Purdy has been a topic of conversation in barbershops all across America, right? In addition to TV, right? In all sorts of sports, television, and radio. I think it's very clear. Or I guess I say that, and it's going to be something that's a conversation continuing, but it's evident that he can play the game, right? He is not a bad quarterback. You're not, and some of this is because we can kill the Mr. Irrelevant framing on this because he clearly has talent to play the game, and he's capable of getting the ball where it needs to be. But this is an elite defense, and I don't think it's going to be fair to be able to look at him. Well, specifically, obviously, we can't look at anybody within the context of Patrick Mahomes, and that's kind of some of what you have here is back to back with that. You're coming off of a drive, and then Pat comes in, and then you have to come in and follow him. But he's also not he's not quite the guy that's just going to change a game single-handedly. And I know that's funny to say after you have a couple of playoff games where he had to make a play in those drives late, but I think it was evident the ways and the places in which that kind of comes a little bit short. And
what was your confidence on those last 2 drives versus Mahomes versus Purdy? And I think that said a lot to me. I was like, oh, Mahomes is he gonna do this.
And that's such an unfair framing. I'm not trying to do that to the man because he was incredibly solid, right? And it feels like this is the tough thing about Brock Purdy is that anything I say about him is going to feel like it's tinted one way or the other, right? So saying he's incredible solid, I almost feel like there's going to be a lot of people listening right now that hear that as me trying to push him down a little bit. Yeah. No, man, there's nothing but props over here. It didn't feel like he did very much wrong. He did one of the things that I expect from Brock Purdy, though. He threw an interceptable ball, but there's other quarterbacks that do that. Hello, Josh Allen, and I'm going to give him a lot of praise for his level of play. So I think I can only remember the one that he threw that was really interceptable, and outside of that, he seemed to protect the ball pretty well. Seemed to get the ball where it needed to go a decent amount. I don't know that you can expect very much more out of him, but at the same time, when the circumstances did not present themselves, he tried to use his legs and he didn't get a ton out of that. But of course, I don't know how much of that I want to blame on him and how much I want to praise the Chiefs defense for really rallying to the football. So I was largely impressed by what he did.
It just depends what lens you're looking at. There's really no right answer with it. If he was on the Saints and they went 8-9, I don't think anyone's really having that much of a discussion, but he is on a really good team. They consistently is at the top of the standings, makes it far into playoffs, so he's held to a higher standard and therefore compared to Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts and Dak and Mahomes and Lamar and those. Whereas it might not be fair to him because he didn't get asked to be put in a situation. He's just performed well, and I think he's a good, solid starting quarterback, definitely a top 10 quarterback. But I don't think he's like, oh, you just put it in his hands and you're good to go. No matter what you got around you. He is doing well with what he is given. There's some other guys I want to give flowers to. Like I said,
you mentioned McCole Hardman.
McCole Hardman on the Jets early in the year, signed by the Chiefs mid-year, made some big catches. He only had 3, but they were for 57 yards. Obviously had the game-sealing one. I just thought he had the deep bomb from Mahomes, where that was the longest pass, that 52-yarder. They ended up fumbling with Pacheco a couple plays later. But I thought McCole Hardman was a big help for them. Justin Watson had 3 for 54, and you saw them going to him. I kind of talked about it yesterday with Medford. And I was talking about there's got to be someone else that steps up outside of Rashee Rice that's catching some important balls, and Justin Watson, McCole Hardman, and Noah Gray stepped up.
Yeah, I mean, and those tight ends have been involved a decent amount, in part because the wide receiving core was not all that trustworthy.
And MVS too, he got a touchdown.
And you know what's funny about that is, like, you can give all those guys praise, and you rightfully should, right? They ultimately came up with the ball. I think that's one of the places where we have to talk about how impressed I am with Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs play calling. Obviously, that speaks to Andy Reid, because all season long we've seen all of the football world look at that wide receiving core and be like, yo, this is bad, right? And we've seen Patrick Mahomes lose his damn mind at nobody in particular and everybody else involved, right? Just because he can't get out here and specifically yell at his wide receivers. But when push came to shove, he still trusted them boys, and ultimately they came up with it. And, like, I think that's worth applauding, right? The idea is that, like, he still looks at those guys like, I need y'all.
Yeah.
And Andy Reid is still drawing up plays.
When that guy trusts you, you feel good. I mean, they got the turnover off the fumble, off the punt that y'all heard coming back from break. And the very next play, it's MVS up the seam wide open. Like, that's a lot of trust in the Super Bowl for a guy that's been dropping it all season and came out big during the playoffs. And that's kind of what separates the mind of a good quarterback versus a great, and why we talk about Patrick Mahomes in such a great light, is he finds a way to elevate all these guys into another tier where I don't think you're hearing about Justin Watson and McCole Hardman having the impact that you saw when they were on other teams. They didn't have that impact. So it was an interesting game to watch through and throughout. There was a lot of guys that stepped up. Dre Greenlaw hurt himself, which might have been a big hurt for the 49ers.
Absolutely.
I think it's tore his Achilles.
Yeah, did tear his Achilles, and it was nothing more than just kind of bouncing and getting himself ready to go on the field. It's
a freak accident.
Just the worst luck in that regard. And so you hate to see that for sure, but that's one of the things that's a little bit tough to talk about when we're in these circumstances, and just like talking about in sports talk is like, look, man, we want to try and break this down to like the things that we can control and the things that we believe are controllable. But there is a luck aspect about playing sports in general, and especially when we have like small sample size stuff. Luck is going to factor in, and there's like obviously the good fortune, and then there's the bad fortune of it. That was a really unfortunate thing that you can't really put on any. It's nobody's fault. And it really does stink. I mean, we lost a little bit of seeing one of the great linebackers in this game right now playing in Dre Greenlaw. So,
what did you think about the kickers? Nobody missed a kick, and I thought Moody was going to miss. I did think the two longest kickers in Super Bowl history. Look,
that's fair. I couldn't get out of the segment without giving some level of applause to those kickers who lined up and nailed the kicks. I mean, the worst kick that I saw was Moody maybe pulling a little bit too much when he's on the right hash, but it still had plenty of room to go through. I mean, great job by those guys, 55 and 57 as longs. Incredible job. Ultimately, a great game, I think, from my perspective, and particularly because of the way that it ended, but 25-22, the Chiefs ultimately win it.
I said 24-21, so I was one off.
I think I said, what did I say, 24-17, I think, something like that. Yeah. Not that, look, I'm not going to pretend like, I definitely knew. I was just throwing it out there, but I think we both ended up relatively close, so good. Feels good. There's more Super Bowl talk to be had through this evening of the Get Right, and we'll continue to come back to that as we go along. But we're coming up next. Let's go around the NFL, hit some news and notes from the Super Bowl and the rest of the league. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, could the new
acquired from the Washington Wizards. So you get a chance to see him against his old team, and you get a chance to get more data points on these new look Mavericks. In fact, we'll talk about those new look Mavericks here in about 12 minutes. But before that, let's go around the NFL here on the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan. I did tell you we were going to talk a little bit about the Super Bowl in addition to other things around the NFL. Let's begin with betting, as it seems like betting is overtaking the sports world in general. Obviously,
I took my money yesterday.
Oh, you put a little bit of money.
I didn't hit nothing.
Oh, well, Shane.
I didn't hit nothing.
Well, apparently you, not the only one, but the majority of folks had a good time when it came to betting, as, you know, the house might not always win. Super Bowl 58 was actually a good day for the public all the way around, with Kansas City winning over the Niners. You might remember the Chiefs were underdogs in this game, 2-point underdogs at that. And also the total was 46.5, somewhere around there. So a lot of the handle came in on Kansas City, and the over, and both of those end up hitting in this regard. And according to Jay Kornegay, who is actually vice president at Westgate Superbook, and we've had on this very program quite a few times, the books lost on the game itself in that regard. Right, it was a big swing having the Chiefs as underdogs, and they end up losing in that regard. The sharps were on the Niners, and the public were on the Chiefs, and so the sharp money, ended up losing, and the public money and the trust in Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs ends up paying off. A lot of folks at home were happy, and so I imagine a lot of folks in our listenership also happy picking the Chiefs.
Yeah, we told you all week, don't bet against Mahomes. He obviously showed why you don't do that. If I'd have just bet on the game itself, probably would have made more money. I'm more of a player prop guy.
Which, honestly, I think is the more fun way to handle the Super Bowl for the most part.
There was a lot of Christian McCaffrey rushing touchdown, which didn't happen.
Yeah, that's tough.
A lot of George Kittle fantasy points who didn't touch the ball.
Yeah.
I didn't really predict MVS getting a touchdown and Juwan Jennings being the lead receiver. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who could have, to be completely honest. I do not know who could have. But as we continue to go around the NFL, how about this? Pittsburgh Steelers, who obviously they retain Mike Tomlin. I know that there was a little talk last season that maybe he stays, but they get a new offensive coordinator. They're changing some things around there, and they released 3 players today. One of them is also named, and this might be a name that you know, Mitchell Trubisky. Have you heard of him?
He gone.
Yeah, so he is released from the Steelers, and I mean, I'm going to pair this with a rumor that is out there. Justin Fields could be on Pittsburgh's radar if the Bears are willing to trade him. So if the Bears are locked in on the idea of Caleb Williams,
which is seeming more and more like,
right? Maybe, and they're willing to trade. Would you like the idea of Justin Fields wearing the black and gold and playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
It's decent. It's decent. I've also heard from around the league that the Justin Fields to Atlanta is also a destination. I think he fits better in Atlanta personally. I've been on that agenda since I started the show. But he's got some good pass catchers in Deontay Johnson and George Pickens and Najee and Jalen Warren in the backfield and a really good defense. So I do think they are a quarterback away. I don't know if it fits as well as far as systems go. And with Arthur Smith being the OC, there's also been talks about Ryan Tannehill reuniting from the Tennessee days. So that's another name that might be there. Don't think Tannehill puts you over the edge, really moves the needle for me personally, but he might be a good stopgap guy for you to figure it out since you don't have a high draft pick. Also been rumors about them moving up in the draft. So there's a lot of speculation on what they're going to do over there. I don't think any of the quarterbacks on their roster they feel great about, whether that's Fields they're getting, Tannehill, or moving up in the draft.
From the 682, they said Tomlin retained the Steelers, not the other way around. I mean, however you want to look at it, baby. Ultimately, he remains there as the head coach, continuing to have his 500 or better seasons. But yeah, I think the thing that I find interesting about this is ultimately, and they've pretty much said this out loud, Kenny Pickett is done in that town. He is done in that town, and it's kind of amazing that it took them to this point in some ways. But no, they've recognized Kenny Pickett, not the guy that you want to utilize. And so it seems like they're, at least if rumors are to be believed, and we are damn near in that time where it's lying season, and all sorts of things are said out there for smoke screens or other reasons. But it's very apparent that quarterback and some level of advancement in that realm is in the cards for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We continue around the NFL. What was the other thing I wanted to get to? Because I did mention that. Oh yes, your Dallas Cowboys. It is official. that Mike Zimmer is the defense coordinator and Dallas with Zimmer agree to terms. After today, it got a little spicy, the idea of Rex Ryan out there.
Don't get me started on Rex. I was about to do a whole segment around that about when someone tells you no. Rex Ryan, I don't believe it. I think it's still up in the air. I think I got a chance, Reggie. I think I'm going to be in there.
It's so wild having one of your candidates be on TV because then he could jump on there and be like, no, I think that thing is still open.
They're
You're
clapping.
and everybody's just looking at the TV and everybody on the TV is looking at him like, you want to tell us something, or are you just going to keep being out here passive aggressive?
Even Schefter, he went on later to Pat McAfee, and he was just kind of like, this was news to me as well. In the pre-show meeting, there was nothing discussed about this, and he just went on TV and said that it's still open. So I guess it's still open. So we don't have to speculate anymore.
No. So at this point, and of course, some of this is also we're getting reporting in that, right? So Pelissero says that, and our friend Brian Broaddus also lets us know that this thing is done. But yes, Mike Zimmer will be. It feels like the third time I'm saying this, will be the head or defensive coordinator rather of your Dallas Cowboys.
Apparently, it was from I think Ed and Pelissero and everyone kind of reporting that it was the Joneses being in the Super Bowl, Las Vegas, that kind of slowed down.
How does that make you feel, right? At this
Contract
point,
talks and that they had to wait till they got back, and then that made me feel great. I noticed a lot of people weren't really talking about that, but now that you bring it up, I thought it. I just didn't know if I was alone on that. That made me feel great that like they were like prioritizing that over the DC. Like you can have it done, not have to be public news, but I would have loved for it already to be done, and then maybe you give it to the reporter, and maybe that's what happened. Not behind those closed doors, but from what it seems is like the talks had kind of halted a little bit or hadn't progressed as fast as we'd want because of them being in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's ends up being frustrating for Cowboys fans because it just feels like it falls in line with kind of a history of
priorities.
Yeah, and priorities not being in the right place, priorities not being in the place of making sure that you win at all costs, or being fully committed to the job of making sure that this team is great. But ultimately, they get the job done, and at this point, a lot of people have come to terms with the idea that Jerry Jones and the Jones family run this team. You kind of have to just let that happen. But no, I imagine that does not make a lot of people feel good that you have those things, even getting a job done in a place where it seems like everybody wants it to end up in this place still takes that level of tension, that level of time to actually get it done.
Yep.
There you go. It's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk a little basketball. Your Dallas Mavericks in action right now, lead 18-16 at the AAC over the visiting Washington Wizards. But they made some trades last week. We got to see the first iterations of PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford in this team. What does this new look Mavs look like? What are the expectations? What are the ceilings? What are the lows? Let's talk all the way through it, and we'll do it next right here on the Get Right on 105 through The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners. secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed. It is the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Blake Elliott.
Yes, sir,
we got Ross Lebinsky on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on a Monday evening in the Metroplex. Appreciate you rolling with us. Hope that you're having a good evening wherever you are and however you're listening. That you can always get involved with the program by texting in to the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053, or you can catch us on YouTube. 105.3 The Fan on the YouTube page, or go on to twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. Lots of places that you can listen to us, Odyssey app, all that, and we appreciate you doing however you want to get involved with this. Your Dallas Mavericks currently staying really close with the not very good Washington Wizards team, 18-16. Daniel Gafford starting at the center position for your Dallas Mavericks on this night. I imagine in some ways to give him a little bit of a shot at, having some fun against this Washington Wizards team. But also, if you were keeping attention this weekend with your Dallas Mavericks, you got to see him come in and PJ Washington, but also, more of Daniel Gafford come in and really electrify the American Airlines Center. A double-double in his first appearance. And just handling a team on the boards, getting out in the transition. Ferocious dunks. Blake, you got to see most of this game in person as well. Man, let's just start. Where do you want to go with these new look Mavericks?
Well, I kind of mentioned it on Cross, and I know you were on a Lockdown Mavs friend with Nick Angstead talking about it as well.
Yeah.
And it feels like, and I agree with both of y'all, it feels like they've moved a tier. It feels like they've gotten themselves, it's a one-game sample size, but it's hard not to be a prisoner of the moment, because I was talking about this with Nick and Grant at the game, is it wasn't guys.
That's Nick Angstad of Lockdown Mavs and Grant Afseth of SI Basketball.
Yes, thank you.
SI.com, rather.
It wasn't a guy hitting 70% from three or something where it's like, oh, that's not really sustainable. Or it was like a guy that was going off for 35 and you've never seen it before. And it's like, oh, it's great, but it's probably not going to happen. It was a lot of effort plays. It was a lot of hustle. It was a lot of athleticism, a lot of IQ. So it feels like stuff that is repeatable. And their biggest hole on their team was their size. I saw you mention their vertical aspect of the game, those lob threats. Having that at your disposal of pretty much any lineup you have out there, Lively, Gafford. One of them's probably going to be on the floor at all time. Maxey can catch lobs. Derrick Jones Jr., Josh Green, and PJ.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, maybe not lobs.
Okay, I was like, look, man, I want to let you cook.
Maybe not lobs for Maxey.
However.
He can dunk. He is able to dunk the basketball. But more so, Josh Green, Derrick Jones Jr., PJ. These are all like really athletic wings and guards that can guard, I would say 1 through 3 pretty well, and they can also finish at the rim. PJ, I think, has one of the better floaters and mid ranges that we've seen.
Yeah,
from
you definitely saw that mid range game come into play, right?
Don't gotta live and die by the 3 anymore.
Yeah, when we start looking at what changes with this team, what is different, right? We got the first data point as they got a huge 145. 111, if I remember correctly, just like random points. Let me see, 146, 111.
I wanted them to win by 40.
Now, of course, the final score was not necessarily important because midway through the fourth quarter, you wouldn't find a single starter on the floor, right? Yep. Your Mavericks had handled business.
Luka did not play the fourth
to that way or to that level against a Oklahoma City Thunder team that's good, but they were also playing largely very small, and so the difference in size mattered even more for the Mavericks, but. The things that changed for this team, it was very evident, as you mentioned, the energy, both on the floor without, having to hit a whole bunch of shots, because it feels like this team needs defensive energy, or they get defensive energy when their shots are dropping.
Yep.
And they were all right shooting the basketball. They weren't the same level of shooting the basketball.
Only 15 made threes.
Right, as they had previously, but there was still a level of energy, and some of that is just these guys knew the building, and the building was hyped to see them. But then also those guys were giving a lot of effort. Daniel Gafford is an effort player. He exudes that from his bones. You see him in pre and post game, and he's giving you a big smile, and that's one of the things he preaches, is that he's going to give you a lot of effort. And early on, he's shown you that, right? And so you hope that helps maintain and sustain. But then another thing that's different is and for me, I felt this. I want to know if you felt this as well. PJ Washington, right? I know that we understand he's not an incredible defender, but he is a plus defender.
Yep.
He looked really good moving his feet. I mean,
you saw what he did as soon as he checked in.
He checked in and immediately ended up on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is a tough guard, and was able to keep him in front of him.
Full court.
Yeah.
And that's a guy that averages 34 a game in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And if you want to hear from the players themselves, I thought it was a nice insight to kind of hear what would Daniel Gafford have to say about filling these holes that me and Reggie are referring to on the Mavs. Here is me asking a question at the postgame pressure to, after said, Daniel Gafford. I think.
Oh, computer really getting after you on this one.
Computer buzzing on us.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, I got it pulled out.
It happens.
Obviously, the Mavs had some holes, and that's why they brought you and PJ in. You two have fixed those holes that the Mavs had.
Almost definitely. I mean, it still is room for improvement. There is a lot of things that I feel myself could most definitely be better at, especially being like cross-matched down the stretch when it comes to not being on just like the initial matchup with the 5. But most definitely we filled a couple of holes. I'm just like a defensive-minded guy. I'm always the one that's kind of like in the back being the anchor. So at the end of the day, just pretty much send anything down to the basket and I'll take care of the rest.
That's what you like to hear.
And it's what you like to see, right? This is the thing that's going to be interesting to watch is if anybody has a little bit of jaded to there, if they're jaded at all, because like Grant Williams came in talking a big game, and it was reasonable to expect. You had seen like the kernels of what that could be with Grant Williams. It was the whole idea behind doing the sign and trade, seeing if you can maybe see him grow into a role that you wanted him to. And you've seen these guys play. And, so none of this is out of the realm of possibility, but in one game, extremely small sample size, you saw some of those things. You saw the amount of shots that were changed and altered.
A lot of deterrence from
because, Daniel Gafford was down low and making it tough on these guys. And so I love the additions. The question mark has always been once these trades go through, okay, is this going to be enough, right? Because you don't have a lot of wiggle room when it comes to assets out on the backside of this if you need to continue to change more, right? Yeah. This is what it's going to look like for a little bit of time. But as of right now, the very first game, it looked incredible. I want to see it more stress tested because that was a team in the Oklahoma City Thunder that were very small and weren't playing their best game.
Correct.
And then also that was a team that's not going to shoot a lot, right? That was a team where at any given time there's probably 2 guys on the floor that you could just let shoot. In fact, we actively saw Luka, Maxey, other people just actively wave off guys like you can go ahead and shoot that. I don't care.
Giddey,
you're not making that.
Josh Giddey, Josh Giddey had a horrendous game. Like, there's really no other way to put it. Like
he's been playing
like
bad
a
all
horrendous game. Like was missing open shots, was throwing layups off the back of the backboard, landing at the 3-point line when they fell. Do want to give a small shout out to Josh Green because I feel like he's kind of gone under the radar with how well he's been playing. Over the last 15 games, Josh Green leads the NBA in made corner threes, and he's shooting 47% at that. Also shooting 74% at the rim on 64% true shooting while averaging 12.5 during that stretch. So
hold on, you give me a lot of numbers. Break this down for me. Like, what are we speaking to?
Luka is creating a lot of open looks, and we've seen this in past. The role players haven't been able to knock down those shots consistently, and the biggest thing that we've said with Josh Green is his consistency and kind of his confidence. And of recent, one thing I've seen is he gets the ball in the corner. He's not really looking to pass anymore. Now, he will do it every once in a while. But a lot of times he's in a catch-and-shoot motion when he catches it in the corner, especially off a Luka pass. And then the second part of that stat with finishing at the rim, and I think they talked about on the broadcast a little bit, and I agree a lot with Followell on this, is he's become, and Derek Harper as well mentioned it, he's become one of the better finishing in transition guys. Like, he finishes really well in transition with the kind of the stopping motion and getting up and under on those layups and kind of slowing his pace down or just dunking the ball. Like, he's very athletic in the open court and very fast with the ball. And now that we've seen him get a little bit better ball control, I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm not saying he's Kyrie Irving, but he's gotten better, and we're seeing it progressively over rather than just a 2-3 game sample, which we kind of used to with Josh Green, 2-3 games, up, down, up, down, up, down. 15 games of 12.5 shooting over 60% from 3 and 70% at the rim is pretty good from one of your role players who you're not expecting as much from anymore with the additions of PJ and Gafford.
Exactly, and I think that's another reason why I'm excited about these additions is that it seems like it's slotting folks into different places now, where Derrick Jones Jr. is likely going to be more even more of a role player. He's one of your better defensive players when you start looking at like the advanced numbers of this, right? The on-off splits and those types of things. But if you look at it, and tell me what you think. What do you think is the starting five when this is all? I think PJ Washington is a starter at the 4, obviously Lively at the 5, unless you really like what Gafford is giving you at certain points. Obviously, Kyrie, Luka, and then you just have that 3 spot, which it seems like because, and as you mentioned, you're getting a lot more consistency from Josh Green. Maybe he's your starting 3.
Yeah, I think he's your starting 3. I think the one spot that's still a little angst for me is backup point guard.
Yeah, and
I like Jaden Hardy as a scorer. I like at the 2, like another Kyrie Irving coming off the bench. But then you have, because this is my least favorite lineup, and I will say this until I'm proven wrong. The Hardy, Kyrie, and who am I forgetting? Hardy, Kyrie,
Josh Green.
And Tim Hardaway.
Oh yes,
Jaden Hardy and Kyrie Irving. Yeah. That 3 trio, because they did that a bunch with PJ and Gafford, or PJ and Maxey. It's horrendous.
Well,
the idea, no defense.
The idea is to run there, but
and that's when the run happened for OKC.
And they absolutely. So there's going to be that staggering of Luka and Kyrie minutes to have a ball dominant, player and playmaker out there. But yeah, that secondary, or I guess tertiary, however you want to look at it, playmaker. That's going to be interesting. If you can get Exum back, which again, I know there's people losing more hope there, but like if these guys are healthy, Kyrie and Luka, you're probably fine. If they're not healthy, this is when you're putting more.
That's why you wanted a Dinwiddie.
More on it. Yeah, and unfortunately, Spencer Dinwiddie decides to go with the Lakers. We can talk about that more as we continue on in the program. But yeah, this is where there's going to be more onus on Jaden Hardy, on Josh Green to deliver. And so that might be one of the places where there's a little bit of weakness that shows up.
I think you got to choose to play Hardy or Tim at the same time, because I feel like they kind of do similar things with catching and shooting and just giving you much offense and not doing much on the defensive side of the ball and not really doing too much either ball handling and playmaking. I think you got to sub one of those guys out and have Josh Green on the floor or Derrick Jones Jr. Once you go to that secondary lineup or you're kind of, staggering minutes, I think one of those guys has to be a defender, and you get a little bit more size because you got 3 really small guards and none of them play defense.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's part of what we're going to be seeing over the next few weeks and months, even headed to the playoffs with this team, is now you add these pieces that are big pieces, right? It's not like these are small touches. These are big pieces that you've added here in Daniel Gafford and PJ Washington. So the Mavericks are going to have to do some refiguring of what this team is.
It's on Jason Kidd now.
Your bench mob is not the same bench mob, and you can't just try and shoehorn these new guys into old play styles. So they're going to be figuring some things out, which is why I'm not super surprised that they're currently in a little bit of a battle right now with the Wizards. They're actually down 3 right now in the second quarter. And now, of course, let me be honest. Let me stop. I am surprised that they're down on the Wizards, but I knew that there's going to be some figuring out that needs to be had. And if you have your questions about Jason Kidd, as I think you rightfully should, this is where now the ball is in his court. Nico Harrison has done a great job giving him as good of a roster as you probably could have expected.
He's been cooking
with the assets. This is where Jason Kidd is going to need to make his money outside of simply the expectations and being able to manage Luka, Kyrie, those types of things. On the floor, the X's and O's of this, they're going to need to do some figuring out. And he likes playing different rotations and getting a feel for that. So
you got to retire that 3-man rotation. Yeah. Right? You got to retire it.
Time is necessary, but yeah, there's going to be some figuring out that needs to happen. So yeah, the new look Mavericks. It's really interesting and it's intriguing at the very, very least. There's a newness to it. There's something that is no longer simply the stale same old. There's some questions to answer, and what do you look at as like the ceiling of what we've seen right now? Or do you just feel like it's too early to tell? Because that might be the answer right now.
It definitely is too early to tell. But if I had to put my finger on it, I kind of mentioned a little bit earlier during the week. I said that they could probably win their first round, and the second round they could make it interesting. I feel like if they're playing how they did against OKC, and with the third easiest schedule in the West left, 7th overall, and they finish out, I think they had to go 20-9. I saw today to finish with 50 wins. And I'd put them probably somewhere around close to the 5 seed. I feel pretty good about them in a second round matchup. I think anybody outside the Nuggets and maybe the Clippers, but that one we don't know how that would go. Like I feel good against them against the Timberwolves, maybe. I feel good against them against the Thunder playing small. I feel good against them against the Kings or Pelicans. So the West is quite open now. I think outside of the Nuggets, there's a lot of room for taking that top spot. I'm not talking about seeding. I'm talking about how you finish the season in the postseason. And I think the Mavs, when you have a top 5 player and another top 10 scorer on your team, and you have all these role players playing their role correctly and everybody's slotted in, like Reggie said, I think this team's ceiling is as high as their effort is, and as high as Jason Kidd works the rotations, man, and staying healthy.
Yeah, and I think that's what I'm most interested in, because when it comes to the ceiling, I'm still not entirely sure what that looks like. Yeah. It's probably in a similar place for second round, and I can see it just feels like you have more cards to play. This Mavericks team previously looked like they had one way of playing, and if that did not work and the shots weren't falling, sorry.
It was drive and kick with Luka, right. ISO and make a three.
And it feels like they've added more opportunities and ways to play. And so that is very interesting. Now, will they utilize those well? What does it look like against different styles of teams? Correct. Right? Because we mentioned multiple times the Thunder were playing pretty small. What does it look like?
I think Chet played under 30 minutes.
And he didn't play very well either. Yeah. He was off shooting, so that changed the way that they played. They will have opportunities to play against some good teams, some teams with some size. I know that they got the Cavs coming up soon, a team that's playing well and has some size. They got the Suns after the All-Star break. That's another team that has like star players where your defensive acumen is going to be brought up. There's obviously they're going to have the Nuggets, so the Jokic question will be put out there, right? Like there's a lot of games down the stretch that I'm super intrigued to see these Mavs play, to see the pressure points of these new look Mavs pushed. We'll get a lot of chance to see that. Right now, their mettle is being tested simply in game 2 of the new look.
Rashawn Holmes,
right?
Revenge game.
Right now, as your Mavs currently down to the visiting Washington Wizards 29-27. A lot of time left in this one, 9 minutes in the second quarter. We'll see how this one continues, and we'll talk about it later in the show as well. It's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get back into revelations, fallouts from Super Bowl 58. Does this game prove that the Niners model of building around a quarterback is untenable? We ask the question, and we'll answer it coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley
San Francisco! CMC, enter the dragon, baby!
Whoa, that was a call.
Shout out to San Francisco radio, for Niners radio, because them boys was having a blast. And, I mean, it was a good time for them. They were up 10-0 in a game that did not seem like it had a lot of offensive, offensive power coming through. But a trick play coming out of Kyle Shanahan's bag
First
to get them
score.
up 10-0. I believe that was in the second quarter, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, no, it was 3-0 going in. It was
So, I mean, and that was Juwan Jennings, another guy that we gave a lot of credit to. Christian McCaffrey, another guy who was incredible in that game. It's the Get Right here on 105 through the Fan. I'm Reginald Natatula. That's Blake Elliott.
Sersky.
Thanks for rolling with us as we ask this question, based off of that Super Bowl. Look, the Niners ultimately lose in overtime, 25-22. The Chiefs get their second straight championship. Their third in 4 tries.
Yep. First time in 20 years, man. Back-to-back Super Bowl champions.
And so, Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs, they end up in dynasty conversation, those things. We can have those later. But one thing I know about, Super Bowls and Super Bowl champions in particular and Super Bowl games is that we then utilize this championship game that's on such a high level to make assumptions and decisions based on and how we, go about team building, how we go about play style. Like this ends up being, it ends up being the prototype, right? When we start talking about the copycat league of it all.
Yep.
Right. We're always trying to, what's winning and how do we do that? And let's try and copy what's working. And obviously the ultimate level of working in this sport is what's working in the Super Bowl. And so the question that came up, and it's really comes up from a lot of conversation that's happening on Twitter, football Twitter, as they talk about this game and other things. Does this game prove that the Niners model of building around a quarterback, in this instance, Brock Purdy, with the limitations that he poses, but also like the capabilities that he has, is untenable in this modern era of football, right? What is your immediate thought with that question on the idea of the viability of doing it the way that the Niners are doing? Just a whole bunch of talent around a guy, and let's just build it up around him, and we can win that way.
Well, before I get into it, would you like to tell the people why I sound like this?
Yeah, I should.
So before I go on the soliloquy.
Yeah, because you're going to be talking a lot, and there's going to be a lot of people like, yo, that's nice for Blake that he's reaching puberty. No, I assume that he's already reached puberty. I can't speak specifically to that.
So.
However,
there's a time in every young man's life.
That's right. But no, I
like hearing it from your perspective.
Blake just went hard, right? Like Blake just went hard during the Super Bowl party. There's a lot of people happening, and apparently they watch the Super Bowl. Like there's various different ways to watch the Super Bowl. Some people keep it real quiet. They watch the Super Bowl like it's the club, right? They got the turned up, and there's a whole bunch of people having conversations. So this man's yelling and talking over the music and apparently trying to holler at ladies and all that stuff.
A lot of yapping.
He did not consider the fact that he had to come here and do a 4-hour radio show. So he's going to sound a little bit like it. But it comes from a place of enjoying this football game so damn much.
Yes, it does. So now that precedent has been set and I'm not hitting puberty live on air, I think it is a little bit hard to answer this question with full validity of, yes, it is just this and not that. I saw some tweets going around, and I kind of feel at a good place with, you either have to have a top 5 quarterback talent, or you have to have one of these QBs on a rookie deal where you can just spend crazy lucrative money and build a team around him, a la San Francisco 49ers. And they kind of fell into it. I don't think when they drafted Brock Purdy, they knew he'd be the face of the franchise and be the starting quarterback. Obviously, they had Trey Lance on the roster. They had Jimmy Garoppolo, and then things worked out. Brock is there, cool. It's kind of hard to say because what do you do if you're one of those middle teams? If you have a I don't know what's a middling quarterback. I was about to say Matt Ryan. I don't know why I'm thinking of him. Thinking of Matts are coming in my head right now when I think middle of the road.
He said Matt is a mid-name. Shout out to all our listeners named Matthew. Apologies to you on behalf of Blake Elliott.
A Geno Smith, a Baker Mayfield. Like guys that are good, probably above average, but not.
Or at least average.
Average to above average, but they're like a C+, B- quarterback. Is that enough to win? And I would probably say no. And then, or is it okay just to have a Brock Purdy, a Jordan Love, a CJ Stroud, Anthony Richardson, these young guys that you haven't seen their full potential, and you can build a lot of money around it, and you're hoping they blossom while you're not paying them a bunch. But then also the other side of the argument is, okay, when you do have a top 5 quarterback of Patrick Mahomes, or Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, you pay him a bunch. You can't have a million receivers around him.
Right.
You can't have 5 offensive tackles that are all making X amount of money because you don't have all of that capital to spend anymore. And Patrick Mahomes is so good that give me whatever receivers. Give me, you, and Ross as receivers, and we're going to figure it out. And like Rashee Rice, they drafted.
You haven't seen me catch a football.
Don't worry, we know what's going to happen.
Rashee Rice turned out great, but like
Kirk Cousins is a name that comes up. But then also another name that came up here is Dak Prescott, and it's one of the reasons why I thought it was important to have this conversation, because it feels like when you ask that question, is this a way that works? You're basically interrogating the Cowboys' MO, right? The way that they've decided to go about this is Dak Prescott is our quarterback. We know that he's a certain level of good. Now it's incumbent upon us, meaning the organization, to build around him and put together a team that is good enough to go and win. And so the question is, it's really animated because of the fact that, hey, okay, this is the Niners team that it feels like has done the idea of putting the things around the quarterback at the highest level possible.
That was the model. It's right there.
And they ultimately lose. But here's the thing, and I think Broadus got to the heart of it, and the way that I typically tend to view these things is that when we do the whole, hey, this is what happened in the Super Bowl, so this is the model, we ignore the ways in which little flips of a switch one way or another, like you're playing a game where the ball is oblong and it bounces weird ways, right? Correct. In fact, quite literally, if that happens, maybe 1 or 2 of the turnovers that happen in this game don't happen, and it's an entirely different game. Or you maybe have a circumstance where, maybe the kick on an extra point is just a little higher, or hands aren't in the right place. And now, a made extra point changes the way that this thing goes, right? And so I feel like it's tough to look at that way, because if those things do shake in such a way, and those are like the luck elements of this, right? Talk less of the idea of what happens if Dre Greenlaw's Achilles does not snap as he's just getting back on the field, and does that change the way that any of this goes, right? There's small things that shift, and then you have a Super Bowl championship for the Niners if that's the case. And I know there's a lot of people out there thanking their lucky stars that is not what happened, but still, like, then that whole model is validated and we're having an entirely different conversation. This is a team that has consistently been in a good place in the way that they've operated, and I think that this is a possibility. But the tough part about it is you're looking across the way at a Kansas City Chiefs team that they have done something with a quarterback that is really good, and then also maximize young talent on the defensive side of the ball to make themselves damn near inevitable.
Yeah, and what do you think about this, Reggie? Regardless of money, do you think you have to have a top 10 quarterback talent, or how he's playing that season, like a top 10 level quarterback to win a Super Bowl? Because I think you probably do, regardless of money. Because then you can say, well, Purdy's not making top 10 money, and CJ Stroud's not making regardless of money, just talent-wise and what they produce on the field.
You want my cop-out answer?
Give me whatever one you're feeling most.
I really want to get this cop-out answer so that everybody can be mad as they listen right now at 8:31 p.m. As my teacher in, I believe, 7th grade always used to tell me, there's more than one way to fry chicken, right? Like, there's a lot of different ways to get this done. I will continue to point you to, what was it, the 2000 Ravens, when you get Trent Dilfer, who for my money is the worst quarterback to have ever won a Super Bowl. Shout out to Trent Dilfer, right? You could look at the 2015 Denver Broncos, where I know that in name they had Peyton Manning, but in my estimation, that's Williams Manning, right? That was a truly terrible offensive product that they were putting on the field, except they had a historic defense, right? Like, there's different ways to make this shake, but okay.
Like in today's NFL, with how pass heavy it is.
Right. Exactly. In a modern era, it does feel like you need a quarterback that's probably in that top 10 area of this, like at the very least, because one thing that you could look at over the last, and I'm going to be borrowing from Stephen Ruiz of The Ringer, very good writer when it comes to a lot of these things. But over the last, I want to say, 5 to 10 years of offensive in EPA, right? Offensive expected points added, which is kind of an efficiency metric that will point to, in this instance, how good an offense plays, right? Outside of the 2015 Broncos and this year's 2013 or 2023 Chiefs, in the last 10 years, the Super Bowl winner has had an offensive EPA ranking around the league of top 10, above the top 10. In fact, most of the top 7 or higher outside of that 25th ranked Broncos team, which again had a historically great defense. And then this Chiefs team that also has a very, very good defense.
Very good.
And so it does feel like you need that level of offense. And typically that offense comes with a quarterback that is of that kind of top 10 status.
I think IQ goes into it as what we got texted in by the text line 214, a quarterback with high IQ. I think in the Super Bowl, you're splitting hairs. These are the 2 best teams going at it. So obviously, I think most people would say Mahomes is more talented than Brock Purdy. But
what? Are you sure?
But regardless of that, it's about your decision making late in the game. Throwing a pass that could be interceptable versus taking a check down, taking a sack versus throwing it out of bounds. Some of those play calls towards the end of the game where Mahomes, I'm sure he had a little bit of a hand in it where he was doing a read option and keeping the ball himself, and like those flip plays. Like those are little things that can't really be coached, can't really just be thrown out there. You just have to have that instinct to do it. And some quarterbacks have it and some don't. But regardless of that, I do think you have to have someone that's at the top of their game, echelon-wise, thinking, talent, making throws in that top 10 category to win a Super Bowl. I don't think you're going to see any more of the, I'm sure it'll happen every once in a while, the anomaly Trent Dilfers and late Peyton Manning years. But I don't think the Kirk Cousins, Geno Smiths, Baker Mayfields of the world, they're good and first-round playoff kind of guys. But I think you have to have either that rookie guy who's exploding, a C.J. Stroud or Jordan Love, or you have to have one of those top 5 talents when you look at like a Josh Allen, Lamar, Jalen Hurts, LOL, and like a Patrick Mahomes.
So 2 examples I want to list because I think y'all are definitely onto something. What is it? I think it was the 2018 Patriots when they beat the Rams, and it was just like Bill Belichick just shut them down defensively. So that was the game for me where I was like, okay, Bill Belichick and Tom Brady are the GOATs. But anyways, that year, literally in that Super Bowl, it was just Tom Brady just slicing it to Julian Edelman, and the 2 of them and Bill Belichick defensively won that game for them. And similarly, what was it, 3 years ago when the Rams won it with Cooper Kupp? Like Cooper Kupp just one man alone just shredded the defense.
Matt Stafford that year was playing at an MVP level.
Yes, but he was also injured in that game, so I do remember that. So I think, yes, I agree, but I think you can be buoyed a little bit by like a quarterback who's maybe not at his best, but a wide receiver or tight end who is like right there. What, top 5?
Yeah, I mean, like clearly your quarterback is going to make the most impact of any single player. So having a player of a certain caliber, of a high level, is clearly going to matter, right? I do think that this is a building plan that is possible, that can happen, right? And I think it's like now we have to nitpick the probabilities of it because it's clearly it's clearly easier if you have a quarterback that's top 3, right? If you have that level of quarterback. But you even saw, certain instances, and of course, all right, that's not what we're arguing, so I'm not going to go down that path. But no, I think that it's possible without having the best quarterback. You just, the circumstances around that have to be very particular. And it seems like the Niners have, for the large part, gotten there. In this instance, it feels weird to say it. Just they got unlucky, and that's not really something that people want to, work into the equation, but it does factor.
To finish that, do you agree with Broadus and what he was saying in crosstalk, or where they might keep hunting a quarterback, or do you think Brock should be, not contract stuff aside, just do you think he should still be the future of the 49ers?
No, I mean, it seems to be the way that the Niners have operated, and it does seem to be like there's an understanding, it seems like, from Kyle Shanahan that, hey, what can happen if you take this elite level of play calling that he has and give him just a little bit more oomph, a little bit more opportunities to, even the way that Brock Purdy this postseason went and used his legs, right? Someone that has more opportunity to do that, right? And adds another level. We even saw Patrick Mahomes utilize his legs.
He's a leading rusher.
And give yourselves to a point where now the defense is guarding 11 in some instances, right? And we don't even view him as a running quarterback, right? There's different elements that can be added to this. And I know that I have a feeling that, yeah, they will operate in that way where maybe they continue to look for another guy who can continue to add to this. And so, look, I understand very clearly the ways in which it makes it easier, I think, if you have a higher level quarterback. I don't think that this is a complete ending to this, this way that the Niners are trying to do it. But it adds another token in the bucket that, hey, if you want to go get that quarterback, that's not a bad way to play this, because you could see what happens when you get a guy at that level. The problem is Patrick Mahomes is anomalous. So how much do you want to use that as your point of working here?
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, it's what it tells us, winning Super Bowls is what matters, and it seems like Mahomes has put a block on everybody for that for a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And so it's going to be a tough job. No matter what way you're trying to build, you have to be pretty damn perfect. And so it starts again, right? Like we start again the quest to try and win a Super Bowl. This time it'll be Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. And it seems like all roads still continue to run through Kansas City. It's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what was your favorite advertisement during this Super Bowl broadcast? What was your worst advertisement? Did you like him? We'll talk ads next, right here on 105 through The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. New look Mavs Game 2 plus who's your preferred Mavs?
5-3 The Fan, Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Blake Elliott.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for rolling with us on a Monday evening on the Metroplex, the day after the Super Bowl, where the Chiefs won 25-22 over the Niners. Your Mavericks in action in a weird one. Gotta admit it. It's just like straight up. Weird game here. Washington Wizards, who are visiting, lead 58-51 at the half. Your Mavs shooting 38% from the field, 22% from deep. Just not a good shooting night, but then also like just rapidly declined vibes compared to what it was Saturday in that same building against the visiting Oklahoma City Thunder, a significantly better team. So yeah, the Mavericks are going to remain the Mavericks in some ways in that they're going to give us some things to think about. We're going to ride the roller coaster. There's still some figuring out to be done after the trade deadline.
Yeah, it's always going to be a fun time with the Mavs, man. Up and down and up. They're on a 4-game win streak. They got their 2 easiest probably games back to back.
This is what we get for trying to like count the wins before they happen. We're like, oh, they're going to end up at the trade, or they're going to end up at the All-Star break with a 6-game win streak.
Yeah.
They're going to have to do a little bit of work, and it's not insurmountable by any means. 58-51, 7.
Rashawn Holmes had different plans.
Yeah. Although Rashawn Holmes has all of 6 points, so we're not going to.
It's a big 6. So
it was an impressive 6, though.
He was doing an impactful 6.
It's the get right. Let's talk a little bit about Super Bowl ads. It ends up being, the Super Bowl, we know, especially the broadcast itself, is a cultural phenomenon, in part because the game is big. Everybody cares about the NFL, but also it's because advertising agencies, companies spend a lot of money.
So when you pull out the big money right here.
A lot of money to have commercials during this game because they know it's the most amount of eyeballs you're going to get in these United States of America. So you got to put your product in front of people, pay a lot of money to do so, and hopefully do something that's memorable and catches people's eyes. So what commercials did you like that caught your eye that you appreciated? Because in all honesty, and I wonder how much of this was the circumstances I was in. I mentioned earlier, got to watch the game with Derek Holland. Shout out to the man. Had a fantastic, ambiance. A lot of folks playing games, enjoying food, all sorts of different things. There's, ways that you get lost and caught up. And I realized for myself, I was in my phone and whatever during timeouts. I've kind of gotten very used to that idea. Like during timeouts, look down. And so I caught myself looking up like, damn, I missed that commercial. But it's still, even when I tried to actively focus, it didn't feel like any of the commercials grabbed me. What about you guys?
I'm in the same spot. None of the commercials were quite memorable to me. And me and Reggie share a very similar sentiment. One, they weren't that memorable, but two, almost every Super Bowl I'm a part of, I'm probably at a party and there's stuff going on. But if a commercial is really good, it somehow, some way grabs people's attention, whether people are talking, whether there's music on, whatever it is. Because I remember, we didn't talk about it before. I think we talked about Super Bowl commercials a little bit, or maybe it was me and Medford. But do you remember the FUBU TV commercial? I think it was 2020 with
FUBU?
It was, when I explain it, you're going to remember it. The channel got changed where they hit the guy. Fubo.
I was like, are you sure that's the one we talking about?
FUBU? I thought it was FUBU.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about? Where they
yes, I do remember.
Channel, they hit the guy button.
It definitely seemed like it.
It goes to Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
I think that was that FUBU or was that Tubi?
Tubi. It was Tubi. It was Tubi. Okay, I got a question for you, yes. Reggie and Ross. I'm going to quiz you. How much do you think 30 seconds cost you for an ad this year? I got the Wall Street Journal in front of me for the number.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to say, I actually don't even remember. I don't even remember what's going to be right, so I'm going to sound stupid.
It's in the millions.
Yeah, I know it is in the millions. 2.5 mil.
Ross?
I'm going to shoot for the moon, 10 million.
Right in the middle of y'all, 7 million for 30 seconds. And I don't know how else I'm going to fit this in on the show. Taylor Swift was shown for 54 seconds. So that would be about $14 million worth of revenue right there that she got for free.
Shout out to Taylor. Honestly, shout out to the NFL because they feel like they're winning. No, there's a few folks from the 214. They say y'all must have missed the one where everyone's imitating Christopher Walken. I did.
That was my favorite.
In doing my due diligence, I did go back and like really try and get an eye on damn near every commercial. I thought that one was cool. I thought it was all right. Like.
That was at the top of the list.
You know what it felt like, especially because we've seen commercials kind of really go back and forth, but historically it feels like a certain demographic of companies are good for the Super Bowl commercial. It felt like we got back to our roots in this because it felt like the beer commercials were the ones that were solid for me, right? Like you saw Budweiser go into the nostalgia a little bit. They went and got the Clydesdales back out here, got them running, got the dog and everything. I was like, all right, cool. We're back in that place. I'm trying to remember the other beer commercials.
Do you have the list right in front of you of Walken? I'm hoping you don't. Do you have that specific one?
Oh, what the product was?
Yeah, I was.
It was a car company.
I was going to see how much did the commercial work. What company was it?
Was it BM? I think it was BM.
BMW. Yeah. Correct. I thought that was a really executed commercial because they weren't flashing the product like I've talked about. It was kind of in the background, and Christopher Walken being impersonated was a star of it. And you're like, okay, I like the commercial versus product.
Now, one thing I will say about BMW, though, is that it felt like they were one of the ones that used celebrity incredibly well. Because one thing that we've gotten to in Super Bowls is it feels like they're just like, here's a celebrity, and they're trying to do this in almost influential culture way where they're like, hey, you like this person, we're going to put them on screen with our brand and hope that you just take that like and transfer it to our brand. Right? And so in that same way, 817, they mentioned Dunkin' Donuts where they were just basically like, here's Ben Affleck. Y'all rock with Ben Affleck. He out here dancing,
I think,
and trying to be a pop star. I guess is what they were going for there.
Yeah,
and so here, Dunkin' Donuts, come through.
They had a bunch of stuff for Dunkin'. Okay, I got a question, Ross, Reggie, Tolos.
Yes.
How did Temu get 3 commercials?
I really wish I could tell you.
I think my thought is a little problematic, so I don't want to go there. But ain't Temu based in China?
Yeah, they got bread like that.
Aren't they like super known for like not sending you the product you order? Isn't that like
they're the AliExpress, the Alibaba?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, exactly.
Jewelry.
Exactly. Look, man, we out here doing this like you are getting stuff for the low, the incredible low, and you have to understand how things for the low get done.
And you know when that commercial was on, there was 2 types of people. There was people that knew the product, and there was people that didn't know what was going on. And from my party, I'll just speak from mine because I was the only one that was able to do that. Everyone was like, oh, what is this? What is Temu? And then there was people like, oh my gosh, Temu's that place. You know, there was 1 or 2 people at every party that used Temu.
Yeah, they were like, nah, Temu. Nah. It's funny because it goes one of 2 ways. They're either like, yo, I don't want to let everybody know that I use this, or there's the person that's like, no, I'm an evangelizer.
Yeah,
you can get a whole table on Temu for $15, brother. You need to go to Temu.
Free shipping.
And by the way, my mom is a Temu evangelizer.
Yeah,
I just want you to know that's what's happening over there.
What was the best celebrity appearance? I might lean Messi, Michelob Ultra.
I thought that commercial was bad.
It was bad. I
was like, oh, so that was the worst level of here is a whole bunch. They were just like, Messi, you know him, right?
He's just
he's gonna dribble the ball on the beach. You know who else we gonna have?
They had someone else.
You like Dan Marino, don't you?
Dan Marino.
All right, cool. You like Ted Lasso? Here's Jason Sudeikis. Yeah. You like them cats, right? Drink Michelob. We did it.
I think I just liked how like carefree Messi looked, like he was smiling the whole time. But it was like,
I'm sure he was. That man is the winner of all winners.
Everyone at my
he
party,
basically owns a part of MLS now. He getting Adidas revenue, Apple TV giving him money, and now Michelob Ultra's like, here, you want some more?
Everyone at the party was like, what did that have to do with beer? Like,
I think that's just like a bunch of like middle-aged to older middle-aged men on like a cocaine bender and just being like, okay, you know what would be awesome? Dan Marino, Messi, just like throwing ideas and seeing what sticks.
Okay, what do we think about Michael Cera being for the CeraVe commercial?
I enjoyed it.
Incredible.
I enjoyed it.
I did enjoy that one.
It felt goofy. It felt goofy with him doing the little product of this was my idea because my last name's Sarah. I thought that was well executed.
I think a lot of people really enjoyed the Paramount Plus ones.
Yeah,
obviously CBS, you know, that's part of their company, the Paramount one. The idea that they have all their content kind of interacting each other on the Paramount, you know, that mountain that is on
Paramount Peak, yep.
Yeah, the Paramount Peak. They've been running with like various iterations of that for a while now. So I've liked the commercial, but it didn't stand out as like, yo, this is particularly different because it feels like they've been doing that trend, which is fine. Like I like it. It just wasn't one where I was like, yo, that is like I'm gonna remember that as Super Bowl commercial. It's like, oh, this is cool. I like this.
And it's on the list, but it didn't get a ranking, and someone just texted it in. I think it made me laugh, and it's from the 214. This is obviously for a younger generation of people, so it's not gonna hit everyone. But the Ice Spice with the starry soda, when she was like, I don't want you anymore, and then the soda just exploded. It was a little bit crazy.
It felt like they were trying to be like, you remember how the Sprite commercials were back in the day? Like, I felt like they were trying to do that, but they didn't nail the landing.
They didn't nail it, but I thought it wasn't the worst commercial I've ever seen in my life, but they definitely didn't like hit it. There was just a lot of commercials you just tuned out to. It wasn't like you were like fully locked in. Did we like the Arnold Schwarzenegger? What brand?
The State Farm?
That was the one that I like.
Good neighbor.
I hated it. That was the one for me that I was like, when you see like on Twitter like a year ago when like all the companies started like tweeting like like millennials and Gen Z, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, where the corporate sponsor or the corporate ad, or rather the corporate account is trying to act like hey, hello, how do you do, fellow kids, right? Like
exactly.
I am one of you when you were absolutely not.
No, and that was the exact vibe I got. I was just like, all right, like maybe we need to stop with the State Farm. But the one thing that I noted, and I don't know if y'all are have the same interest as me, but like, the Super Bowl, that's a really big time for like a lot of like movies. So, they show a lot of trailers.
Twister?
No, that's not the one I was thinking of. I was just like amazed because this was the first time. So I'm like really big into like Marvel and Star Wars. So like a lot of years watch them for the commercials, like, because it's great to like get a first look at stuff. But anyways, I noticed this year that a lot of the movies and stuff that they attached were like, here's our 30-second Super Bowl TV spot, but go watch the trailer online now. And I was like, okay, but if everyone is saying, hey, go watch this, like, you're not going to get the same engagement.
Saving the money, baby.
Yeah, I was just
saving
like,
the money, baby, especially with the way that all these studios are operating right now, where they're just trying to cut costs. Yeah, man, saving that money. Why pay for 90 seconds? We could pay for 30.
Exactly.
I think there was a lot of people that didn't pay for spots. We saw a lot of like automated, almost felt like CBS commercials that you would see if you're just regular watching CBS for like their nighttime show and like their regular shows. I was like, oh, watch. It was like a 5-second ad. I was like, was that a spot that just didn't get filled? And they were just like, oh, we'll throw this in here.
I can't tell you. Not gonna lie. Can't tell you
Pluto
exactly
TV
what happened.
Couch potato?
Yeah, that one I went back and watched because I did not catch that in the moment. I was like, okay, I like what they're doing here, and maybe it's just like I have no real investment in their product, so my brain didn't go there. But yeah. Shout out to or maybe pull a little one out for avocados from Mexico. I did miss their presence in this one. Did they have one?
Oh, they didn't have one.
Okay, very good. Shout out to that. And then also, someone did mention earlier there was a decent amount of like religious.
There was,
and I was like, oh, okay, we putting down millies for this.
Yeah,
Okay, very good. Shout out to y'all, I guess, and whoever the donors are that are putting up money to make sure that we know
the US program.
Jesus loves you, folks.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted someone really rich wanted you to know that.
I just surprised they got 2 different ads like early in the game too. It was like one of the first commercials.
Yeah.
They also really want you to know that Jesus is a feet guy.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, that was a reference. But
I'm not sure if that's blasphemy, but it feels like we should be careful.
We're teetering. We're teetering.
What do we think of the Squarespace one? The aliens, the hello down there with the text on your phone. Did you see that one?
I don't think I caught that one.
It was like a space.
No.
It was like an alien spaceship, and it was like aliens texting humans saying like we're here. And I don't know how related to the commercial, to the brand, but it was one of the ones that I caught in the moment. Didn't catch it.
One that I liked, but I kind of teetered on like what I was talking about on State Farm, where it's just like corporation trying to be too cute with it.
Skechers?
Yes. Also, very weird to see Mr. T as old as he is now.
Yeah.
Because I always picture him as like Rocky Mr. T, and I was just like, whoa, he's not only slimmed down, but obviously a little bit older. But the Verizon one with Beyonce, I was like, I liked it, but it was very close for me to being like that State Farm, just like, it's a little too cute.
I think the novelty for me was just, Beyonce doing a commercial, not something I thought was a little bit beneath her. But then she, released new music, and I think the Beehive was just like, yeah, that's good enough for me. Let us know. Was there a commercial that you actually rocked with? Some Kung Fu Panda. I'm surprised a lot more people enjoyed the commercials than I thought would. It felt like it was kind of bland, but maybe I'm just a cynic. Appreciate you guys interacting. Would love to get more of your thoughts on this as we continue on to Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get even more critical. Halftime show. Usher and all of them, Alicia Keys, Lil Jon, all them folks came out. What were your thoughts on the halftime show? Did you enjoy it? Did you not like it? What was the talk at the Super Bowl party? We discuss all that next on The Fan.
We have you covered. FWSecurity.com. It's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed. It is the Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Reginald Datatula. Blake Elliott is here with me on this Monday, as well as Ross Lubinsky on the ones and twos. And you rolling with us. Appreciate you doing that by listening wherever you're listening. And you can also always get involved as we've continued to have people talking in after Super Bowl Sunday, 25-22. The Chiefs win, but a lot of things to talk about when it comes to the Super Bowl, on the field, off the field. So get involved. We need it. We love it. It helps the show flow along better, and you get to have your voice on the program. You can also do that. So I mentioned texting 877-881-1053. That's the Twitch. The truckwreck.com text line. There is the Twitch, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. We got, Lady T, EJL Vikings, Swaggy Booties, all the usuals in there. Appreciate you guys. And then also, I know everybody got YouTube on their phones or wherever you're hanging out. You can always get on the 105 Through the Fan on YouTube page, or 105 Through the Fan page on YouTube. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Hurricane Ivan, Low Key Joker, all sorts of folks hanging out there, as well as your Mavericks back in action in the third quarter. Actually, about halfway through the third quarter, it is 74-68, still in favor of the Wizards. Man, your Mavericks need to pick it up and find a way to get a win against a team that's not all that good with this new look team. Still figuring some things out, and this one ends up being a little bit of a struggle thus far. So we'll keep you updated with what's happening there. Yep. In fact, we have some news about the game at the AAC, Blake.
Yeah. So yes, we're losing to the Wizards, and this sucks. But if you need a positive spin, Blake Elliott's got you. Daniel Gafford just became the first player in Mavs history to have 14 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 2 steals and a half. So even though we're losing to the lowly Wizards who don't even have 10 wins.
Not Daniel Gafford's fault.
Not D. Gaff's fault. I think they call him the Landlord, has been his nickname on Twitter. What do we think about that as a nickname, the Landlord?
I heard it in passing, and I have not thought about it a ton. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a little time and think about it. I would love to know where it came from, because that usually helps me get a feel for it.
Maybe he was a real estate agent?
I don't know. Maybe it feels like he's, there's a lot of evictions from the paint.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Y'all let me know what that actually, if you know. But yes, halftime show, baby, right? Usher took up 15 minutes as opposed to like the usual 13, I believe was the number that other halftime performers are typically given. And it felt like on social media, at least, a little bit of questions.
I saw a mixed bag.
Yeah, it was a mixed bag. If you'll remember, we talked to our friend Levi Weaver.
I thought you were about to say Lucius.
No, I'll get there. Don't worry about that, young blood. We'll get there. But Levi Weaver of The Athletic, he's a great baseball writer. He writes a newsletter called The Wind Up. It's always a very good read and helps you keep up with baseball if you in a relatively cursory way, but also with enough depth to keep you up to date with all that's happening there. But he applied his musical knowledge and his time being a singer and songwriter when he was making music. He used that to rank all the Super Bowl halftime shows, and he ultimately had, if I remember correctly, he had Prince's number one. Correct. That halftime show in 2007. Well, during this, game after the halftime show went, he ranked Usher's performance out of the, what is it?
35-ish?
35 since, or 34 since 2000 and...
I think it was 93.
Oh, yeah, no, 1993. You're right.
Yeah.
And so with that being the case, you want to take a quick guess on where Usher lands, or did you already look?
I'm looking currently. I did think that he was, I don't know where I thought he was going to rank. I could have saw him sneaking in the top 10, recency bias. I also could have seen him in the back half, and where he slots, I think, is correct.
Yeah, he ultimately, top 10 would have put him, 10 is Katy Perry, right? In 2015, for everybody's, edification, right? Left Shark, that's right. Left Shark, very prominent member of that. And then 15 would have been Aerosmith and Paul McCartney, going back. He ultimately, our friend Levi Weaver, ultimately ranks Usher at 12 rather. Mm-hmm. So here's this little blurb just to give us an idea of where he was looking at it from a more trained eye, at least when it comes to some of these things. For as excellent as the second half of this show was, it'll be easy to forget in a few years that it started pretty shaky. Usher's vocals sounded uncharacteristically wobbly for the first couple of songs, as did Alicia Keys's. it made me wonder if there was a problem with the in-ear monitors. But after a quick page from Maroon 5's playbook, where if your voice is struggling, take off your shirt, the Vibes pulled a 180-degree turn. While Her owned the moment with a killer guitar solo, Usher pulled off a quick costume change that included roller skates. And by the time Lil Jon, Ludacris, full marching band showed up for Yeah, it was a full-blown party. So there he goes. He puts it at 12. And you mentioned the Alicia Keys, or I mentioned the Alicia Keys. Mm-hmm. I did want to note this. Did you hear it live? Were you locked into the halftime show?
We were locked in. Nobody was talking. We were locked in. I'll say the vibes when he started were high, and then it kind of settled to like a 5-6. And then when Alicia Keys came out with the piano, every girl in the room started screaming at the top of their lungs. I was pretty hyped too. And then obviously when Usher took his shirt off, all the girls also started screaming. So the energy was pretty good throughout the halftime show from my experience with my friends. Everyone seemed to like it. But we overall, we gave it like an 8.3, 8.1. Kind of around there is what I was feeling. But Alicia Keys definitely bolstered it.
Yeah, I mean, she showed up and she was stunning. That red dress was incredible. Ooh. In addition to other things that I didn't realize that Alicia Keys, I was not familiar with her game to this regard. So shout out to Alicia and Swizz Beats.
Hey, that piano...
That was elite. It was a really cool design on it. What was not cool, and this is something that you can anticipate if you're like if you're terribly online and if you have followed Alicia Keys, particularly her live performances. This is liable to happen from time to time, and you might have heard it live.
Some people.
Yeah. That if you didn't hear that, and one more time for me here, Alicia Keys. As she starts up, the first note, just like Blake's first note on this show, and just like my first note, if you watch the Locked On Mavs episode from earlier today, started off a little shaky.
Some people.
I can relate, Alicia.
Yeah, it's okay. It is a joke that is out there, and I mean it's a joke because this reality is that she's not the greatest live singer at times. Ooh. Like it can get a little pitchy.
What do you think about
at times
from the 469?
Well, real quick before we move on, I do want to give you this because Apple Music obviously they partner with the halftime show in order to get this done. It used to be Pepsi, now Apple Music. When they uploaded this on YouTube, this is how that moment sounded. You might need to start that one more time for me.
A lot better.
Yeah, they cleaned it up. Like, I thought that was incredible. Like, they went and they kind of revised history. They were like, no, that was on pitch. Don't worry about it.
What are you guys talking about? It was always on pitch. What is that called? Those theories where they make you think something. The Bernstein-Bears theories. Yeah.
Is that the Mandela effect?
They're going to Mandela effect. I bet you.
Mandela effect.
It's going to take 5-10 years, and unless you watched it live, you're going to be like, well, go look at the footage. And then the footage is going to be cleaned up, and you're not going to know the difference unless you got a good memory. From the 469, the halftime show was like the game. Bad first half, closed out good. Alicia Keys is so fine.
Buddy. I needed to react to that part first. My reaction was, this feels a lot like what I imagine his residency was. Like, it felt kind of reined in. I mean, hell, there wasn't like a lot happening with the stage. Like,
stage was a little bland. I can say overall, stage was a little bland.
Especially when you consider, and I don't know how much of this is just like, this is the context of what we had. We had last year, Rihanna was floating, yards and yards above the field and so like having a stage
in all these little light rooms.
Right. So having the stage be a little bit more, reined in made it feel, I don't know if smaller is the right word.
It didn't feel grand.
And look, Usher can perform his ass off, as you saw. Yeah. Like, the actual act of performing and singing all the way through and doing all the dance moves and gyrations.
Okay, that was my other question. They put the public advisory, there's going to be gyrating and
that's right.
Dancing. Have they always done that?
I don't think so.
Is that because of the whole last couple years of the gyrating and kids complaining and parents complaining?
I feel like that's probably like a preemptive strike at, hey, man, don't get mad at us. We let you know. You were forewarned. Okay. I imagine that's the way that they went about that. Yes, the endurance was really good. He might have been able to get out here, run some wind sprints, run some routes if you needed to.
What do we think about our boy Usher hugging Alicia from behind?
I would
very
too.
Embraced hug.
I would too. But you know what? This R&B, which is honestly another part of this, is like, man, I'm trying to remember, like, he's singing up ballads up here on, like, and you typically think of this as a place where let's get the energy going, let's get the vibe, and like he's up here singing ballads, and I mean I think he did a pretty damn good job for that, and I think Usher's a great one for that because I think a lot of people know the songs, or at least I imagine. Like I might be speaking from a very narrow perspective here, but it feels like a lot of people know the music, and so he could sing songs that are like ballads and really, in theory, should be a little bit slower and not necessarily get you hyped in the same way, except it seemed to carry that pretty well. So I enjoyed that quite a bit.
Okay, now I got to ask you, who was your favorite feature? Was it Alicia? Was it Lil Jon?
Nah, I was happy seeing Luda come out. Big Fro Luda as well.
Yeah.
That's really fun. Although, look, again, I've already made it very clear. Enjoyed seeing Alicia quite a bit. I've made that very clear, but I don't need to harp on that. No, but seeing Luda come out with the big fro and start rapping was really cool.
Okay, now let's get to the elephant in the room. I gotta walk it back a little bit. What are we walking back?
If
you toloed on Friday.
Oh yes.
With Lucius Alexander, LA Live.
That's right.
Stayed with us for an extra hour from the 5 to 6 hour with my man Reggie Adatula, who's right in front of me. How do I say this? I wasn't the
You were wildin'.
I wasn't the biggest believer.
You were wildin'.
I wasn't the biggest believer in Usher.
He doubted Usher.
But
Raymond the Fourth.
But so I'll say it in two parts. One, deserved his credit. I thought he performed really, really, really well for what he had to do with. He was sweating his butt off. I thought he had some great dance moves. Obviously got the crowd into it. But
not a but. That's crazy.
On the other end, I did say he's gonna need some features to help out. And
no.
Levi Weaver, the first half was a little shaky, and then he got some features that came out and got the crowd really back in it. Do I think Usher could have been great by his own? Yes. Do I think it's a little bit more grand and he needed that little extra oomph? Alicia Keys came out, everyone went crazy. Luda came out, everybody went crazy. Lil Jon, yeah, everybody went crazy. CeeLo Green, was out there, right?
No.
Will I Am.
No, that was Jermaine Dupri.
Jermaine Dupri and Will I Am.
I thought that outfit was kind of wild. Yes, Jermaine Dupri, who did look a little like CeeLo, to give everybody a little. The people that did think he was CeeLo for a half second, I also thought that too. And I was like, that is not CeeLo. I feel kind of bad.
I think my favorite part, though, and I want to know your favorite part overall from the concert, I think it was My Boo. When they sang My Boo. I mean, it was just hard not
real, what is the right word?
Sensual?
No, I guess sensual would be a word that accurately defines it, but I was going for more polarizing. My Boo as a song, because I'm not a huge fan of that song.
You don't love that song?
No,
I love. Okay, so what was your favorite song? He performed. He went Caught Up. You Don't Have to Call.
Yeah, You Don't Have to Call is one of my favorite songs.
Okay, is that your favorite that you performed?
Okay. As soon, because you know what, situations will arise. It is correct. Like that does happen.
What'd you think about Burn? He got pretty.
I also like Burn quite a bit. It's a song I would have never imagined you end up singing at the halftime show, which goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, he's getting some songs up here that, hey man, people really rock with this. And
you got it bad.
Right? Like, that's not one that I would have imagined you put at 50-yard line of the Super Bowl and it goes. And so shout out to Usher getting that done in that way. And then also, he had a whole wardrobe change, had like the the roller skates and everything.
Chrome Hearts sponsored it. And there was the whole skeleton blue bedazzled thing. It came out that Chrome Hearts did the entire costume top to bottom for everybody. So I thought it was pretty awesome. Obviously ripped off the shirt, which made all the girls in the room happy.
Yeah. Big shout out to the 214 who I'm really bad that I didn't mention this. Her with the R&B or the artist
guitar?
who had the guitar. The guitar solo was incredible, I thought personally.
Okay, my theory, tell me if I'm wrong, I thought it was pre-recorded.
It's possible. It is possible that it was pre-recorded.
Just the guitar. That's all I'm talking about. Not everything else. Just the guitar.
But I don't doubt that she would have done it. But yeah, it is possible. I was not paying attention close enough. And you know what? I'm probably going to go back and watch it and now see if that was the case. But ultimately, I thought it was a really solid show. It didn't strike me as one that was like going to be otherworldly. But I also feel like we got dunk contest effect here, where it's just like now you've seen so much incredible that we can be a little bit ungrateful at times. You know what I mean?
And I also got to be see-through, transparent,
yes. You did that intentionally. I just wanted to be known. He knows that that's not the word that he wanted to use. He did it intentionally.
We made a bet even at the house. You remember I said there was bets going on the whole game? We put another sticky note on the wall. Is Justin Bieber going to come out for the halftime show? And about 75% of the people said yes. Other 25% said no. And Justin Bieber stayed in his suite and did not come out.
You were disappointed?
I was disappointed. It was a missed opportunity to perform Baby, and you would have got two different demographics loving. I was looking.
Usher made it very clear who he was doing this for when he ends the show by saying, "I brought the A to the Super Bowl." Right? Like he made this very clear.
That is also
he
true.
was doing this in a very particular way. From the 214, they say 7.5 out of 10. I can't really be too mad at you in that regard.
7.5, 7, 8.
Yeah,
I'm in that range.
And so I thought it was good, but I also understand that it did not blow, the scene away.
There was no J-Lo and Shakira.
All right, don't calm down. But I think also some of this is just it hit the spot. It did what it needed to do, and I'm not mad in any regard because of it. So shout out to Usher for doing. And also one thing I did enjoy, Usher made sure to make the most of it, getting in all these other ads about around the Super Bowl because he was in the halftime show. So that was
Don't
really
you got
fun.
somewhere to be? I think that was the walk-in one. The
Yeah.
BMW. Don't you got somewhere to be?
Yes, it was. So there you go. Shout out to the halftime show. Shout out to everybody that enjoyed it. Surprised it didn't seem like there was a lot of people that did not enjoy it, which I was maybe wanting to see if anybody was like, nah, not really for me. And for the most part, it seemed like people enjoyed it. So shout out to you. Shout out to us for having a fun halftime show that then led to some really, really fun football. So get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about it. Was overtime preparation what cost San Francisco the game? We discuss it next on The Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we grind.
or visit myirsteam.com.
Back to the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
49ers at the 29. Now he goes right side, does McCaffrey. This time the Chiefs, the ball comes out late. The ball comes out late. Kansas City pounces on the football, and it's recovered by George Karlaftis. Are they going to rule him down by contact? It's a recovery by Kansas City.
So Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. One of the seemingly many turnovers in Super Bowl 58. One that went Kansas City's way, and one of the things that one of the lucky points that ultimately adds into a fantastic game played by Patrick Mahomes and the defense and all the various Kansas City Chiefs, and led them to win 25-22 in overtime over the Niners to clinch their second straight Super Bowl title, their third in 4 tries. And so, yeah, obviously shout out to the Kansas City Chiefs. Do I do a reverse negative shout out to the Dallas Mavericks, who at the American Airlines Center right now are playing what our friend Nick Angstad of Locked On Mavs called unserious basketball? They're down by 11 right now to the Wizards, 93-82 with 10 minutes to go in this game.
Rashawn Holmes has 10.
Yeah. So we're definitely got some stuff to talk about. We'll break this game down once it is over. But oof, not what you love. The Mavericks shooting under 20% from 3. And a lot of statistics give you some ideas of the answers of what's happening here, but it's not everything. We'll have to really sort it out and think about what's happening once this one is over. But right now, let's talk about the Super Bowl and the end of that, right? Mm-hmm. Super Bowl goes to overtime, first time in quite a while, and the first time ever that we get the new playoff rules in a Super Bowl. If you'll remember, in 2020, we did have that 13-second game, which we're referring to it as, at least that's the way that I've always referred to it and heard it referred to as, was the game in which Patrick Mahomes leads the Chiefs down with 13 seconds left in the game to go get a game-tying field goal, which then allows him to go to overtime, get the football, and win the game without Josh Allen ever getting a chance to touch the football. And I feel like the NFL looked around and they were like, ooh, I mean, the regular season, we're just trying to end these games. In the postseason, we might maybe want to allow the drama to continue with both teams getting the opportunity to touch the football. And so we saw in overtime these new rules come into effect where it's not sudden death with the touchdown in that same way now. Now the team that gets the ball second has a chance to answer if there's a touchdown still, right? And so with that being the case, that changes the dynamic. You have to decide who wants the football. You don't necessarily get the ball, you don't necessarily take the ball every time simply because it's like, I don't want to give that other team an opportunity to go down there and score a touchdown and end the game. The dynamics you imagine on this are changed a little bit. Well, we found out in postgame that there was a different understanding of what was happening with the rules, because the Kansas City Chiefs clearly had a very good understanding. In fact, various players talked about the fact that they've been drilling this all season. They talk about it in meetings and such. Not so much with the San Francisco 49ers. We found out, I know that Kyle Juszczyk was talking about this, and he said, I guess that's not the case. I don't really know the strategy when it comes to it. And Eric Armstead admitted he wasn't aware of the new overtime rule. Like, various Niners made it apparent that they didn't know the rules. In fact, I can't remember exactly who, but one of them said that they realized what the rule was when they looked up in a TV timeout before overtime, and they were displaying.
That was Armstead. He said when they get on the Jumbotron during the TV at a TV timeout.
Yes, and he got an understanding of what the rules were at that point. And so what happens in overtime is the Niners win the toss, but they elect to take the football, which would seem to be the right decision before, right? In the old iterations where it's sudden death if you score a touchdown, right? Okay, give us the ball, let us go score a touchdown, end the game. Well, in this circumstance, it operates a little differently. They go down, they're stopped in the red zone, they kick a field goal, and then that allows Kansas City to get the ball, and then they truck down the field.
We knew it was GG's at that point. When you didn't score.
It did feel like that, right? With that man with the football in his hand.
You're not going to do it twice. They did in the fourth quarter. kind of, by making them kick a field. You're not going to do it twice. Mahomes was going to win the game. At the end of the day, if you understand the new rules, why would you not want 4 downs? Because if you go second and a team scores 3 or 7 points, you know what you have to match. Therefore, you're not going to kick if you're down 7 because it's a 4-down territory. You gave Mahomes an extra down because they had to go for it every 4th down. Whereas if you get it first, and say San Francisco gets it first and they aren't in field goal range and they just give the ball, punt it, whatever, give it back to Kansas City. All Kansas City has to do now is go kick a field goal and they win.
Right.
So at that, you're setting, you don't want to be out of the Super Bowl because say they don't get it. Now all Kansas City has to do is score. So you have to put points on the board.
It's a lot like college football and their overtime rules where a lot of teams will opt to go second. So I know what my goal is and I know what I have to achieve. If it's just a field goal, it changes the way that you go about things. You would imagine. How about we hear from Kyle Shanahan what his perspective was on taking the ball first in overtime?
You know, none of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked with those guys, and we just had to be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we felt it was in our hands after that.
I'm not dying with the ball in Mahomes' hand personally.
Well, I mean, it sounds like they put a lot of belief in their team and that you score the touchdown, and then at that point, if they score, you get the ball back, and now you can cap it with a field goal or whatever. It's just you were going up against a really good Chiefs defense that made it so that was going to be a tough proposition, and clearly it was ultimately a tough proposition. And one of the reasons why it was a tough proposition was that 3rd and 4, was it not, where you have pressure because somebody's entirely unblocked there.
Yeah, Chris Jones comes through the O lineman. It's a little bit of a misassignment. They try to get cute. Center's trying to do a little pull action towards the left side. They got Christian McCaffrey in motion, trying to make it look like a pin and pull towards the left to get that linebacker out of the line of sight for the middle of the field and that backside fade for Jawan Jennings. They end up getting a little too cute, missing assignment, and the best interior lineman's coming through unblocked at Brock Purdy, and therefore they're not able to get it, and they have to settle for it, aforementioned field goal. But at the end of the day, man, like I said at the beginning, I'm not giving myself 3 downs. There's no way they fully understood the rules. I mean, Chris Jones talked about it in that same kind of thing by The Athletic and said that we talked about this for 2 weeks. We even talked about this at the beginning of training camp and even specifically went over this weeks in advance and during this week for this opportunity. We knew this would come at some point, an overtime thing, and it just felt like the 49ers were not prepared. We give the 49ers coaching staff and front office a lot of credit, and they deserve it. But in the most critical moment, not understanding how an overtime rules works could be the difference in a Super Bowl or not.
Well, okay, so this is the tough thing about it is I think we have gotten a feel that they don't understand it. Maybe the coaching staff determines the players don't need to be involved in the decision making of it. That is on the players, or rather on the coaching staff, because Kyle Shanahan comes out there with a thought process that I think is like relatively fair. Now, do I necessarily agree with it? I don't know, but I don't think I have to agree with everything to say that there's a reasonable working logic within it. I don't know if that's the way I would have gone about it, but I can kind of hear what he's saying. I just feel like that's not the way I would go. Now, he did mention how he kind of talked about this in a way where it gets into like the analytics of it. They asked that. And Seth Walder, who is a sports analytics writer for ESPN, did a little poll of analytics staffers around the league and seen what their thought process was. And I found this really interesting because he gave them five options, right? And this is kind of we've all done those little questionnaires that have the, leaning and, strongly, slightly neutral, right? So the 5 options were strongly prefer first possession, lean towards first possession, 50-50, lean towards second possession, or strongly prefer second possession. The voting is not very clear on this, with the most votes when he got to about 10 people, 10 respondents. 4 of those respondents said 50-50.
Okay.
3 of those respondents leaned getting it first, and 3 of those respondents were very strongly in the camp of we want it second. So I don't know if that necessarily tells you a ton, because obviously, the way that this thing kind of spreads out, it would lean overall to getting it second. But for the most part, it seems like everybody's pretty split on this. So like analytically, this feels like a toss-up as well. Are we just kind of playing the result of Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs win and won it, or does it feel like you feel strongly in the idea that I want the ball second regardless of what's happening?
With these new rules, you want the ball second, especially if you're going against Patrick Mahomes, because you just put the fate in him and understanding the game flow. I mean, it's not an exact answer, but seeing how the game was going, how well the Chiefs defense was playing, a touchdown was not guaranteed. I mean, it took a trick play from Christian McCaffrey for them to bust through for their first one. So I wouldn't have been that confident, and I'm going to take 4 downs all day over Mahomes having 4 downs and just watching the Super Bowl be taken away from me, sitting on the sideline. And then it doesn't help that these reports are coming out that the team didn't know.
Yeah,
like,
it's a bad look.
Just the headline at first of just not knowing. It's like there's a difference of like, man, these are new and we're still getting adjusted. We had no idea what the rules were. We learned as y'all did. Huh? You're playing for the Super Bowl. Y'all should have been practicing this 3-4 times just in case. And I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, I feel like that's what separates greatness from good, is like being prepared for all situations. The Chiefs are a really good team, and they're prepared for it to go to overtime. They weren't too cocky thinking it couldn't happen and saying, hey, if it goes here, this is what we're going to do. This is how the rules work. This is who the ball's going to. This is how the defense is going to play. They had it all game planned. For when it happened, they were not surprised, whereas it seems like the 49ers were caught off guard.
Yeah, which is funny because Kyle Shanahan is notoriously like deep planner. In fact, Opie World made reference to this, and it's absolutely right. Remember when the Packers won in the playoffs? We don't have to talk about who against. We don't have to do that. But remember, Shanahan was talking about how in the second quarter he was already planning for that game, right? Like notorious planner in that way, deep playbook and all that. And so, yeah, it is a little concerning that his players weren't fully prepared on that. Even if he put some thought process into it, which it seems like maybe he did not go and do that and make sure that his players were involved. So I imagine that maybe is something that you look at there. To cap this off, do you feel like that preparedness in overtime is the reason why they lose this game, or do you feel like something else plays in?
I don't think that's why they lose this game. It doesn't help. I think you're going against Patrick Mahomes and you're behind the 8-ball from the jump. I feel like Mahomes would have found a way to probably win that game no matter what. And what I think lost in this game was you had a lot of momentum in the first half, and you had a couple turnovers by the Chiefs and miscues, and you didn't convert on any of them. They had 0 points off those turnovers in that first half, and you had a Patrick Mahomes interception. Like the Chiefs gave you a fumble, a Pacheco loss on the toss play, and a interception by Mahomes, and you scored 0 points off of it.
Now, this is also a good point that I, for some reason, had not considered, so I apologize in this regard. From the 940, you have to remember also the Niners defense had just come off the field, right? Like, so maybe they were trying to give them a break as opposed to putting them immediately back out there and possibly just straight up giving a field or giving a touchdown if you did not feel like your defense was prepared. So
good point. It's Super Bowl though, but maybe never mind. I'm not going to go there.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're going. We don't need to do that to the people. We do not need to do that to the people. But ultimately, it didn't work, right? That's one of the tough things about it, especially in a small sample size sport like football. If something doesn't work, we have all right to get out here and kill you for it, when all reality is like the sample sizes are so small that maybe you make that decision 10 times and 3 times it's wrong and 7 times it's right. But if one of those times, those 3 times is the one that we saw, it do not matter. And so that's tough for the Niners, but ultimately I think a lot of people subscribe to the idea that regardless of the circumstances, the mythos that's been built around Patrick Mahomes and these Chiefs, they was going to win that. They was going to find a way to win that regardless.
They're going to find a way.
So regardless, Chiefs get it done in overtime and regulation, whatever, what have you. It feels like they would have done it regardless. But in the reality of the situation we saw yesterday, it was overtime. It was Mahomes driving, using his legs, running through people at times, and then finding Mecole Hardman in the end zone to win it. And so that was a fascinating thing to see. Chiefs 25-22. Yet another Super Bowl for the Kansas City Chiefs. Talking about showing some resolve of getting it done, the Mavericks look to be finally playing some serious basketball against the Wizards. 96-94, the Wizards still lead, but you're seeing a little bit of intensity pick up with 6 minutes to go in this game. We'll let you know what's happening, keep you up to date with it as we continue. But it's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do a little sharing time. We do it next on The Fan.
It's frosty. It's freezing. It must be February. And if you finally had enough of the frigid
here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatuli here with you alongside Blake Elliott.
Yes, Sirski.
Shout out to Ross Levinsky on the ones and twos, and thank you for rolling with us on a Monday evening in the Metroplex. Your Mavs putting a good effort in at the AAC. A long game of not great play, but it's coming back around. They're trying to finish this one out, and they currently have a lead, 3-point lead with less than 4 minutes to go. So this is going to be a clutch finish by the technical definition of the word for the NBA.
Yep. Jaden Hardy knocking down some big shots. Daniel Gafford's still been hooping, been one of the better players out here tonight. Already got a double-double. Like I said, Rashawn Holmes and Daniel Gafford playing against their former teams that was in that trade. And then also an interesting note, the Mavs were targeting Kyle Kuzma throughout the rumor process, and that's who they're playing against.
Yeah, so all of those things are factors in this game. We'll talk about it once it's gone final. Probably about 10:20 we'll get into it. But right now, let's do a little sharing time, Blake. Did you have anything that you wanted to